Chapter 201 Go to Shrek Academy. When Wang Shenmeng was left in Wuhan City, everyone in Xingde Great Forest was still waiting foolishly. Soon after, Lingfeng Douluo arrived and brought the news that they should go back to Tiandu City first. It means that His Holiness the Pope has forced His Highness to stay in Wuhan City, so why should we go back to Tiandu City? Of course we have to go to Wuhan City to find him. Dugu Yan looked a little uneasy. What if they stay for 3, 5, 10 or 8 years? Then they will go to Tiandu City and then they will all wait like a stone for their husbands. She had no scruples about going to Wuhan City, so she proposed it directly. Even Lu Erlong didn't object this time. Although she didn't want to see the Pope, it was more important to find her man first for her own face. Ning Rongrong said, that's right, it's not far from Wuhan City. Let's just go there. His Holiness the Pope won't kill us, all right? Lingfeng Douluo said helplessly, don't worry, His Holiness the Pope is only keeping His Highness for a while, at most a few months. His Highness said that we should go to Tiandu City to wait for him. He will be back soon and everyone should believe him. Since my husband said so, we should obey him. Don't go to Wuhan City to cause trouble for him. The Pope doesn't seem to like us very much. Zhu Zuyun's words made the girls nod unconsciously. It was obvious that the Pope didn't like them. He even sent people to stop them from approaching His Highness but failed. It would be strange if he liked them. In the Pope's heart they were probably the FOY women who seduced His Highness. Although this made them feel wrong, they didn't dare to say anything. Facing the brilliant Pope, none of them had the confidence to resist. Let's get ready. When Xiao Wu comes back we will go back, Lingfeng Douluo said lightly. Everyone nodded. In fact, there was nothing to prepare. There was a storage soul guide and their luggage was placed in it. Everyone was lightly equipped and neat. 2 days later, Xiao Wu came back from Senli. Everyone knew her identity and there was nothing to be surprised about, so they prepared to leave. At this time a group of people came out from the direction of the forest. It was Zhao Wuji with SI Shrek student Xiao Wu. Tang San saw Xiao Wu, his e-pression changed. He walked over, looked at her affectionately and hesitated to speak. Xiao Wu curled her lips and turned away. Although she had never liked Tang San, he kept saying that he liked her, but in the blink of an eye he sold this so-called love for 200,000 gold soul coins, which made Xiao Wu very disgusted and ashamed. What is this, using her as a tool to make money? They didn't have any relationship between men and women, and Tang San actually sold money in the name of liking her. She felt seriously offended and insulted. Therefore she had a problem with Tang San and didn't like him. Seeing that Xiao Wu didn't even look at him, Tang San's e-pression changed. His fists clenched and creaked. A trace of shame and anger flashed in his eyes, and the look he gave Xiao Wu also changed from affectionate to cold and sinister. Your Majesty, Ling Yuan Senior, Longgong Senior, Shipo Zhao Wuji is polite. Zhao Wuji's face changed again and again. The dragon man and the snake woman hadn't left yet. That was fine. He was deeply impressed by the beautiful woman in purple clothes, charming and mature. Last year in Soto City, this woman was one of the followers of His Highness the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. At that time he didn't know her identity, but now the name of Ling Yuan Douluo has spread all over the world. Of course he couldn't be ignorant. Well, Zhao Wuji, I am now named Ling Feng. Ling Yuan is my previous title. Don't make the mistake again in the future. Although Lingfeng Douluo's voice was faint, it sounded like thunder in Zhao Wuji's ears. He hurriedly said, yes, Zhao Wuji is ignorant and called the wrong title. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. It doesn't matter. Ignorance is not a crime. Just remember it in the future. Lingfeng Douluo didn't intend to cause trouble for Zhao Wuji. Since His Highness had said that the past was over, she naturally had to listen to her man and not sabotage him. At this time Lu Erlong suddenly said, Zhao Wuji, your dean is the boss of Flanders, right? Zhao Wuji was puzzled and said, who are you? I am Lu Erlong and I have a good relationship with Flanders. We have a name called the Golden Iron Triangle. Oh, it turns out to be you. Zhao Wuji suddenly realized that he certainly knew the Golden Triangle, but he had only seen Flanders. He didn't expect that the famous Killing Horn was such a beautiful, mature and generous beauty. No wonder the dean has been thinking about her all the time. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but mourn for his dean. Such a beautiful and outstanding object of his affection has already fallen into the arms of someone else. Just think about how depressed it feels. Since I know that Boss F is in Soto City, I should go to see him. I'll go with you. Anyway, Soto City is only half a day away from here. Lu Erlong looked at Lingfeng Douluo's sister Xian. Let's take a detour from Soto City. Is it okay? What's the problem? It's only half a day's journey. When we went to Tiandu City last year, we also went from Soto City. This time just treat it as a revisit to Hudig. Lingfeng Douluo treated Zhao Wuji with a condescending attitude, but when facing Lu Erlong, his own sister, he spoke softly as if he remembered something interesting and chuckled. This Dean Flanders is also quite interesting. He opened a store in Soto City which specializes in selling some broken soul guide and strange things, and he also likes to blackmail customers. We were in his store last year and he blackmailed your highness for a piece of crystal that no one wanted. What, there is such a thing? What's going on? Lu Erlong asked curiously. I know this, I'll tell you. Xiao Wu was excited. She was also one of the witnesses. She enthusiastically recounted what happened at the time. Lu Erlong said helplessly, this boss he still can't change his nature of a profiteer. He can go back on his word and raise the price several times when selling the same good. I know that he will suffer sooner or later. When I see him I have to say a few words to him. She looked at Zhao Wuji and smiled. Teacher Zhao, do you mind if we travel together? What could Zhao Wuji say? He smiled and said, it is our honor to travel with you all. We are very happy. Then let go. When Wang Shenmeng came there was a big carriage. People like Tang Yue, Huaning Rongrong and Ya Lingling were either weak or pure auxiliary spirit masters. It was very strenuous to walk thousands of miles, so riding in a carriage was essential. At this time they got on the carriage again and then the group set off. The SI students of Shrek Academy had almost no presence throughout the whole process. They were like well-behaved little lambs and didn't even dare to speak. After all, the person present was a powerful titled Douluo or Dean Flanders once boasted about the 9th elder of the Spirit Hall, saying that he graduated from Shrek Academy and so on. Now that he was in person they felt very embarrassed. At this time Shrek Academy also welcomed an unexpected guest. When Flanders saw the visitor his eyes suddenly widened and he blurted out, Yao Gang, is it you? Chapter 202 The Boastful Yu Xiao Gang. Flanders, long time no see, it seems that you are doing well. Yu Xiao Gang squeezed out a smile on his stiff face and looked around. Shrek Academy was still as shabby as before. It would be strange if it could teach good students, but it doesn't matter. That was in the past. Now that he is here everything will naturally be different. The 3 words Shrek will surely become a legend in his hands. It's okay. I teach a few students every day and make a little money from business. Life is still enjoyable. Flanders smiled. I don't know why he hadn't seen Yu Xiao Gang for so many years. He missed him a lot, but when they met he didn't feel the closeness like brothers. It seemed that the deep friendship between brothers had disappeared in the passing of time and there was only an ordinary friend who had traveled together. So although he was smiling his heart didn't feel much, let alone how happy he was. Yu Xiao Gang didn't feel grateful. He followed Flanders around the academy and didn't see any students, but he got to know Li Yuzong, Lu Kaiban, Xiao Xin and other teachers. The teachers were quite curious about the dean's brother, the wisdom corner, one of the golden iron triangle. Yu Xiao Gang didn't think much of these teachers. He was only in his SI ties at an old age. He was just like this in his life. He couldn't be called a genius at all. In his eyes even Flanders was just okay, not to mention these soul emperors whose soul rings didn't even reach the best configuration. That's why he had to come here in person to teach his disciples in person so that these guys wouldn't mislead his disciples. Yu Xiaogong's Pres Zion was stiff to begin with and he didn't think highly of Li Yuzong and the other two, so he said a few words to them perfunctorily and then ignored them. Li Yuzong and the other two were not happy about being ignored, and if they hadn't considered the dean's face they would have just turned their backs on him and found Ecus to go back to cool off. Yu Xiao Gang looked around and didn't see any student. He frowned and asked, where did the students from Shrek Academy go? Flanders said, I asked teacher Zhao Wuji to take them to the Xingda Great Forest to obtain spirit rings. 2 students have reached level 30. The others will go together to gain some Eperian. After all, we will be teammates in the future. We must rely on each other and work together. Yu Xiao Gang nodded. Besides my disciple Tang San, is there another student who has reached level 30? Without my guidance I hope Xiao San won't get into trouble. Tang San is your disciple master. No wonder he is a spirit master at such a young age. A spirit master of 12 years old has a rare talent. Although he is far inferior to the one in the spirit hall, he is beyond our understanding. Tang San's talent is top-notch in the entire continent, Li Yuzong said with emotion. Yu Xiao Gang frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. This Li Yuzong is really tactless. He is talking about something that is not relevant. Don't you know that he hates to hear good words from the spirit hall the most in his life, and that Wang Shenmeng is even more of a shame in his life? He thought that the other party had no future and was not worth cultivating, but reality slapped him in the face. Now Wang Shenmeng's existence itself is a ruthless mockery of him. Every time he hears this name his heart feels as if it is bitten by thousands of ants. Li Yuzong did not feel Yu Xiaogong's displeasure at all. Of course, even if he noticed it he probably wouldn't care. Yu Xiaogong's indifferent attitude towards him made him lose his initial enthusiasm. Yu Xiaogong's face was dark and he said lightly, my disciple Tang San has the qualifications to be a titled Douluo. He can be called the most outstanding genius in the entire Douluo continent. Although he is not as good as the son of the Spirit Hall for the time being, that is because he does not have the other party's training conditions and resources, but his final achievement may not be worse. Li Yuzong, Xiao Xin and Lu Kaiban looked at each other wondering where Yu Xiao Gang got the confidence confidence to think that Tang San could be compared with that son. They had seen that person's demeanor with their own eyes. No one could compare to him in terms of talent, strength, appearance and conversation. He had a charm that made people feel impressed. Tang San was right beside him at the time, and the two of them were simply incomparable. Even Flanders felt that Yu Xiaogang was talking too much. There should be a limit to bragging. Although Wang Shenmeng had taken away his sister by Yueguang Erlong, which made him feel upset, he couldn't think against his will that Tang San could be compared with him. That person was recognized as the most talented soul master in history. He was a soul saint at the age of 12 and a soul Douluo at the age of 14. This had subverted everyone's perception of cultivation talent. No one in the younger generation could compare with him. Well, Tang San's talent is very good. As soon as I saw his belt, I knew he was your disciple Xiao Gang. Flender did not agree with Yu Xiaogang's word but criticized Xiao Gang. As a teacher, you should teach your disciples knowledge while also teaching them the principles of being a human being. You cannot teach disciples with talent but no morals, otherwise it may bring disaster to the world and implicate you. Yu Xiaogang's face sank and he said unhappily, Flender, what do you mean? What's wrong with my disciple Tang San? He has talent but no morals. Xiao San has a good character, respect teachers and elders, gets along well with classmates, is kind and is consistent inside and out. What's wrong with his character? He was very angry. Flanders actually questioned Xiao San's character. This was an insult to him as a teacher and also an insult to his idol Tang Hao. After all, a teacher's laziness is a failure to teach strictly and a father's fault is a failure to raise a child. He must defend his apprentice and clear his name for himself and his idol. Flanders said, Yao Gang, don't get excited first. Maybe I don't know Tang San well enough. Let's observe slowly about his character. Now that you are here, are you planning to teach students in my academy? Although Yu Xiaogang was still dissatisfied, he didn't want to get entangled. He nodded and said, officially, I went to Wuhan City to meet Pope Bibi Dong not long ago and asked her disciples why she wanted to snatch Xiao Wu away. Bibi Dong invited me to serve as an elder in Wuhan Hall and teach the golden generation of Wuhan Hall, but I refused directly just to come to your Shrek Academy, teach a group of legendary students who look down on the world, defeat the Wuhan Hall team 2 years later and win the championship of the Soul Master competition. Flanders and Li Yuzong's faces changed and their eyes looking at Yu Xiaogang were a little strange. Yu Xiaogang is so awesome. Li Yuzong and the other two instinctively didn't believe it, thinking that he was just bragging. Who is the Pope of the Spirit Hall? She is the female supreme who stands at the top of the continent and can cause an earthquake in Douluo continent with a stomp of her feet. She has many powerful people under her command and unparalleled power in her hands, making countless people look up to her and worship her. Who is Yu Xiaogang? He is worthy of meeting the Pope and was personally invited by her to be an elder. The key is that Yu Xiaogang refused. This is simply ridiculous. Li Yuzong, Lu Kaibin and Xiao Xin completely looked down on Yu Xiaogang. You should be more reliable when you brag. You even use the Pope as a raft. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death if it gets out? The three of them quietly moved away a few steps, fearing that they would be splashed with blood if they got too close. Chapter 203. Flanders is awake. Compared to Li Yuzong and the other two, Flanders is skeptical. He knows Yu Xiaogang's past very well. He knows that Yu Xiaogang and the Spirit Hall Pope had a special relationship. Maybe the Pope can't forget the old love and wants to renew the relationship after seeing Yu Xiaogang. Although he thinks the possibility is very small, it is not impossible. Until now he is still very puzzled and unconvinced. He doesn't understand why Yu Xiaogang is better than him. Not only did Erlong Mei choose him, but he can also communicate with the Pope, a goddess of heaven. It is really illogical. But no matter how he complained in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. Flanders laughed and said, okay, with your joining Xiaogang, our Shrek Academy's most lacking spirit master theoretical knowledge will be supplemented and our students will definitely benefit greatly. I welcome it very much. What Flanders said was not all just to save face. Although he now thinks that Yu Xiaogang's so-called soul master theory, such as the research results of the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits, are too inconsistent and paradoxical and cannot withstand scrutiny or are simply common sense, but Yu Xiaogang's basic knowledge is still very profound and solid, and there is no problem in popularizing soul master knowledge to the student. Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with satisfaction, but his expression was light and he said with a little reserve, Flanders, you can rest assured to leave all the students to me. I will teach them together with the method of teaching my disciple Tang San. In the future they will have a greater hope to follow Xiao San's footsteps and become titled Douluo. Li Yuzong rolled his eyes. This master kept talking about titled Douluo as if titled Douluo was as easy to cultivate as cabbage. Is it really that powerful? Are the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family blind? Don't they want to invite him back to train strong men for the sect? Flanders said, "By the way Xiao Gang, I invited you many times but you didn't agree. Why are you willing to come this time?" Yu Xiao Gang said, "I had to train Xiao San in Notting City before and I couldn't get away. Now that Xiao San is here, of course I have to come too. Without my guidance by his side, I am worried that he will take a detour. If he goes astray, it will be too late to regret it." Flanders and the three teachers looked unhappy. What does this mean? Doubt their teaching ability? If that's the case, why send students here? There are more than one academy that is more formal and has stronger teachers than Shrek Academy. With Tang San's talent as a 12-year-old soul master, no academy would refuse him, right? The few people thought about it and understood the reason. It's nothing more than other academies only accept students, but they won't buy one get one free. They even take him, a great soul master, in to continue to be a teacher and continue to teach Tang San. If he goes to another academy, Tang San will be out of his control. Maybe after a few years even the relationship will fade. In the future, if Tang San achieves something, he can only be an enlightenment teacher and cannot take all the credit. That's why he let Tang San come to this remote and shabby Shrek Academy, and he came with him continue to hold the power to teach apprentices. If Tang San achieves anything in the future, the world will think that his teaching is the main reason. What a calculation! Several teachers looked at each other inexplicably. This was a calculation not only for his apprentice Tang San but also for Flanders and Shrek Academy. He used Shrek Academy to train his own apprentice, and all the credit in the future would belong to him alone. I don't know if Tang San knew about Yu Xiaogang's thought. If he knew, what would be his reaction? Because in all conscience Tang San did not go to the top academy in the empire but came to Shrek Academy. It was actually a very unwise choice. If he was not careful, he would ruin his future. Although they boasted a lot, they knew their own business. Shrek Academy was really not good. Everything was just boasting. 20 years of running the school, SI Tai 2 top geniuses from the continent, only 14 people graduated, the rest either died or again became ordinary people. This is not a cradle of geniuses and monsters but a grave. In any regular high-level soul master academy, those extremely outstanding students, not to mention that they all become the top masters, but they must have no difficulty graduating, and it is even more impossible to have a large number of casualties. You must know that students pay tuition to go to school, and the academy and teachers are responsible for the safety of students. Unless there is an accident or force majeure, if a large number of outstanding students die, the school will be revoked and the family members will be compensated for the loss. Therefore, when students hunt soul bees to obtain soul rings, they are always led by teachers and they are very thoughtful in safety. Maybe occasionally there are students who die unfortunately, but they are extremely rare cases. Like Shrek Academy not taking the most outstanding geniuses seriously and letting them die in large numbers is not just misleading students, but it is crazy and greedy for money. Tang San came to such a shabby school with nothing to ask for. If it weren't for the strong aura of the protagonist, he might have followed the footsteps of those predecessors who failed to graduate or died simply because of bad luck. If he went to a top school, not only would there be sufficient teachers but also the best simulated training environment and the best safety guarantee, which would be many times better than Shrek Academy. Countless thoughts flashed through Flanders' mind in an instant, and he knew Yu Xiaogang's thoughts clearly. He believed that Yu Xiaogang really loved his apprentice Tang San, but he obviously cared more about himself, his reputation, and whether he could control Tang San. Xiaogang is such a person, selfish and self-interested, only caring about himself. Otherwise he would not have left irresponsibly and left all the pressure to Erlong and ran away for 20 years, completely ignoring whether she could bear it, causing her mental problems and unable to suppress her madness. Flanders was dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang in his heart, thinking that his selfishness harmed Erlong. How many 20 years can a woman have? In the past he was influenced by the golden iron triangle martial art fusion technique, which made him naturally have a filter. He saw Yu Xiaogang as good in every way, instinctively approached him and listened to him. But now that Yu Xiaogang has lost the blood of the golden holy dragon, his influence is gone, and Flanders instantly wakes up, indicating that he has seen through Yu Xiaogang's nature. He was too lazy to say more and said lightly, "Well, when the little guys come back you can teach them more basic knowledge of the soul master world." Then it was time for lunch and Flanders welcomed Yu Xiaogang. Because of the tight funds the food was not rich. Yu Xiaogang frowned, his eyes were a little unhappy. He didn't have to eat any delicacies, but he felt that Flanders was too stingy. He didn't prepare some good dishes for him to welcome him, and there was something wrong with his attitude. However, thinking of Flanders's profiteer nature, he was like a rooster, so he just endured it. Flanders hosted the dinner and 3 teachers accompanied them. After a meal they arranged a place to stay and Yu Xiaogang took a nap. He had been traveling all this time and his legs were broken in the middle. Although he asked a soul master to treat him, he was still tortured and suffered a physical and mental blow. Now that he has come to Shrek Academy, he can finally relax. He slept slept until the afternoon and was awakened by the sound of people outside. Chapter 204 Yu Xiaogang dares not see people. Lu Erlong originally wanted to see Flanders, but she didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to be there. She was very happy and of course she had to meet him. Although she had transferred her feelings to someone else and no longer had any feelings for Yu Xiaogang, they were still siblings after all, and it was impossible for them to treat each other as strangers. Boss Flanders, I haven't seen you for many years. You have changed a lot, Lu Erlong said with some emotion. When they first met they were still young. Yu Xiaogang and Flanders were only in their 20s and she was only in her teens, which was the best time of their life. Now more than 20 years have passed and things have changed. Flanders is over 50 years old and has become a middle-aged uncle. Flanders was indescribably happy to see the goddess in his heart again, but also with a touch of sadness. The goddess has already been taken, but it's a pity that the person is not himself. Now his only wish is that Lu Erlong can be happy forever for the rest of her life. Erlong, you haven't changed much in so many years. No, you are more beautiful than before. Flanders tried to keep himself calm, smiled lightly and said, Xiaogang is still sleeping. I have asked someone to call him. Lu Erlong said, it's really happy to see you and Xiaogang here at the same time. We haven't been together for 20 years and I miss you. Flanders sighed. Yes, if Xiaogang hadn't been avoiding and hiding in Notting City and refused to see you, it might be a different situation now. For some reason there was a hidden joy in his heart and he didn't find it so difficult to accept the current result. He and Yu Xiaogang liked Lu Erlong at the same time, but Lu Erlong liked Yu Xiaogang, so he withdrew on his own initiative and kept bringing Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong together, thinking that the two of them should break through all obstacles and be together. But now, looking at the exquisite and beautiful Lu Erlong, he suddenly felt that Yu Xiaogang was not worthy of her at all. The gap between the two in talent, strength and appearance was as big as two worlds. Even he couldn't win Erlong's heart, so what did Yu Xiaogang rely on? Just relying on the plagiarism, patchwork and some unpracticed fantasy theories and the ridiculous title of master? Flanders suddenly felt much more realized. Lu Erlong nodded and said yes, if Xiaogang hadn't been escaping for more than 20 years it would be possible. Now it's really different, isn't it? She felt a little complicated about it, but she was generally glad. After breaking up with Xiaogang she met Xiao Meng and started a new life. Isn't it good? Anyway, her current man is Xiao Meng and Xiaogang is just an ordinary friend. She will not regret the past but will cherish what she has now. Hello, Your Majesty. Flanders is polite. After coming back to his senses from the excitement of meeting Lu Erlong for the first time, Flanders suddenly found that Lingfeng Douluo was also there. His heart suddenly jumped and he smiled and bowed. He had too deep a memory of the scene in his small shop last year. He walked too many times at night and finally encountered ghosts. He cheated customers too many times and finally kicked the iron plate. Fortunately, people didn't care about him. If he met someone with a bad temper, vicious and cruel, he might have killed him on the spot. Dean Flanders, hello, we meet again. Lingfeng Douluo smiled faintly, and for Lu Erlong's sake his attitude was quite kind. Just then Li Yuzong, who had gone to call Yu Xiaogang, ran over quickly and said loudly, Dean Master, you refused to see Ms. Lu, and he hid himself. Refused to see? Is Xiaogang still avoiding? Flanders was speechless. Now Erlong has started a new relationship and has long let go of the past. Why is Yu Xiaogang still avoiding and being hypocritical? Do you really think that people have been waiting for you and begging to see you? It's obviously your own problem, but you make it seem like everyone was sorry for you back then. With complaints in his heart, Flanders said helplessly, Erlong, Xiaogang refused to see you and hid himself. What do you think we should do? Or should I go and find him? Lu Erlong sighed and shook his head and said, forget it. Since Xiaogang doesn't want to see me, I can't force him against his will. There will always be a chance to see him again in the future. By the way, Boss FI also opened an academy in Tiandu City called Dragon Butterfly Academy. If you go to Tiandu City you must come to see me. I have always treated you as my brother. We haven't seen each other for many years, so don't be estranged. Flanders said, of course, if there is a chance I will definitely come to visit your academy. It must be much better than my shabby academy. Lu Erlong said, I have never seen a high-level Soul Master academy worse than your Shrek. Except for a few good teachers, the rest have no merit. Of course my academy is better than yours, otherwise how can I receive students? Flanders smiled bitterly. Sister Erlong is still so straightforward and there is really not much change from the past. Lu Erlong said again, if your academy can't run one day, just close it and come to our Dragon Butterfly Academy to be teachers. We are all family members and I will definitely give you the best treatment. Flanders said helplessly, can't you hope for me? My college has always been like this. It has been running well for decades. How can it fail? I'm just talking, just joking, don't take it seriously, Boss Fu. Lu Erlong looked at the time and said, Boss Fu, I'm just passing by this time and came to see you. I'm relieved to see that you are all right. I won't bother you any more. Less Xiaogang dare not come back. Flanders said reluctantly, why are you leaving so soon? Stay for a meal, I have to do my best to be a host. Lu Erlong said with a smile, I see that your college is so poor. We have so many people, I'm afraid we will go bankrupt if we feed you. You don't have to spend money, we'll go to Soto City to eat. Flanders said quickly, the college really doesn't have anything good to treat you. Let's go, I'll treat you in Soto City. You came to see me, I can't let you go back with an empty stomach. Boss Fu, you're finally generous for one. Well, I'll treat you back after you go to Tiandu City. Lu Erlong agreed with a smile. The group immediately headed towards Soto City. Zhao Wuji watched the backs of the dean and others disappear and then asked curiously, Master Yu is really going to teach in our academy? Li Yuzong nodded. Is that true? He is Tang San's teacher and he came here to continue teaching Tang San. Turning to Tang San, he said, Dean Lu has left, why don't you go and find your teacher? He is weak, don't let him get bitten by some wild beast outside. Tang San nodded. He was quite happy about the arrival of his teacher. However, Li Yuzong belittled his teacher so much which made him secretly angry. What does it mean to be bitten by a wild beast? The teacher is a level 29 Great Spirit Master. How useless is he to be bitten by a wild beast? Chapter 205. Return to Tiandu City. Soto City. Not long after entering the city, before finding a big hotel to eat, an old man in red church clothes came up with a group of people. It's Bishop Modila. Flanders' face changed. This Modila is the cardinal of the Soto City Wuhan Hall and one of the giants of Soto City. He is not unfamiliar with him. Your subordinate Modila greets His Majesty Lingfeng and meets all the ladies. Lingfeng Douluo said lightly, no need to be polite. Modila, what do you want? Modila said, Elder, I have learned that you and your ladies are coming. I have prepared a welcoming banquet. Please move to the Spirit Hall. Spirit Fini. Douluo said, okay. Looking at Lu Erlong, you have a lot to say to your old friend Dean Flanders, so we won't disturb you. I will take them to the Spirit Hall. You can come over after dinner. We will rest for a night and set off tomorrow morning. Lu Erlong smiled and nodded. Okay, it will save Boss Flanders some money. Flanders smiled awkwardly. He was secretly happy in his heart. Being able to invite Erlong to dinner alone was also a good result for him. Let go. Lingfeng Douluo took the remaining people and followed Modila to the Spirit Hall. On the way, Duguyan said with some disappointment, I thought I could see Yu Xiaogang, but I didn't. Expect him to hide. Xiao Wu said, what's so good about Yu Xiaogang? When I was in Nodding Spirit Master Academy, I saw him every day. He didn't look good. He looked mysterious all day long. I didn't know what he meant. I don't want to see him at all. Duguyan rolled her eyes at her. I don't care whether he looks good or not, I just want to know how blind he is. He actually treated Tang San as a treasure, looked down on Xiao Meng and dared to write a letter to Prince Xueying to inform on him privately. As soon as she said this, all the women were united in hatred and were very hostile to Yu Xiaogang. Ning Rongrong said, my father once said that whoever has the master will win the world. Is Yu Xiaogang really that powerful? Spirit Fini Douluo said disdainfully, what's so powerful about him? He is just a 29th level Great Soul Master and his martial soul is a pig beast. Most of his so-called Soul Master theory is copied from our Spirit Hall's knowledge. Your father said that because he wanted to show his goodwill to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family, and he also hoped that the three upper sects would be united and fight against our Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. Her father really thought that way at the time and she knew it very well, because her father's word praising Yu Xiaogang were said in the communication with Yu Yuanzhen, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family, and the purpose of the communication of course was to reach a consensus on joining forces to fight against the Spirit Hall. Meng Yuran said bitterly, Yu Xiaogang actually treated His Highness like this. If it weren't for Sister Erlong, I would have wanted to go back and blind his eyes. Ye Lingling suddenly said, I think you should actually thank Yu Xiaogang. Everyone was a little surprised. Duguyan said, thank you for what? He treated Xiao Meng like that. I wanted to slap him to death. How can you be grateful to him? You should thank him for not accepting you. Ye Lingling had a unique perspective and said, think about it the other way around. If he had accepted Xiao Meng as his disciple, wouldn't that be a mistake? Xiao Meng, even if our man is extremely talented, he will still stand out, but what does that have to do with Yu Xiaogang? And he also earned a reputation. In addition, if Xiao Meng was not forced to leave Nodding City, he would not have come to Barrack City and you would not have had the opportunity to meet him. Then he would not have come to the Spirit Hall. Zuyun, you would not have met him, and Sister Lingfeng would have nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Xiao Wu was able to meet him many years in advance. It is hard to say whether the rest of us will have such a deep fate. The women looked at each other and suddenly felt that what she said made sense. Ling Xian smiled and said, in this case we really have to thank him for not accepting her back then. Well, thinking about it this way, I don't hate him so much. Zhu Zuyun deeply agreed. Yu Xiaogang is a good person. He sent his man to her, making her fall in love at first sight and never forget him, and then he flew into the fire, and finally the lovers finally got married. As they were talking, everyone had already arrived at the spirit hall, and as expected, a sumptuous banquet had been prepared. Your Majesty and the ladies, please enjoy your meal. I will not disturb you. Ma Douluo left sensibly. There was another private room dedicated to receiving the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady. As for the large private room inside, it was of course reserved for His Majesty and the ladies. These were people who needed to be served, so how could they entertain the dragon snake couple together? Go down. We will tell you if you need anything. If you don't have anything, please don't disturb us. Ling Feng Douluo waved his hand. All the people present were her sisters, and she didn't want outsiders to be among them. This way the sisters would be hesitant to talk, and some private words involving the boudoir would be difficult to say. As for why Meng Yuran was here, one was that she insisted on not leaving, and the other was that Ling Xian felt that this little girl would sooner or later be a member of the big family, so she didn't say what it was. As the saying goes, if a girl chases a boy, she will be able to get him back. With such a beautiful girl chasing after her, she didn't believe that her loving and affectionate little man would really have the heart to refuse. They had a very happy meal. The spirit hall was also their territory, and everyone present was their family, so they were very relaxed. Soon after the meal, Lu Erlong came over, and then they went around the city together, bought some small gadgets and delicacies unique to Barrack City, and watched a few fighting spirit. It was almost 10 o'clock before they returned to the spirit hall to rest. The NET morning they set off for Tiandu City. Passing by Barrack City, the couple Long Gong and Shipo arrived home, and Meng Yuran looked at his grandparents eagerly. Duke Long smiled bitterly and said, Yuran, Grandpa is not against you going to Tiandu City, but you and His Highness are still ordinary friends now. Is it appropriate to chase him like this? Meng Yuran lowered her head, bit her red lips, and whispered, we are still ordinary friends now, but I believe we will not be soon. Snake Po sighed and showed an encouraging look. Yuran, Grandma supports you. If you like it, go and pursue it. There is nothing wrong with young people pursuing love. Grandma also pursued your grandfather in this way. Don't have too many scruples and hesitations, otherwise you will regret it in the future. Grandma, thank you. Meng Yuran hugged Snake Po, and her eyes were full of tears. She wanted to pursue her own love and happiness without regrets, but she had never left her grandparents since she was a child. When she was about to leave, she felt very reluctant. Snake Po touched Meng Yuran's little head. My dear granddaughter, don't worry about Grandpa and Grandma. Be brave to do what you want. What I want to do. Barrack City is not far from Tiandu City. Don't forget to write to us. Grandma will go to Tiandu City to see you in a while. Well, Grandpa, Grandma, take care. Meng Yuran wiped her tears, turned around and reunited with Ling Feng Douluo and others, and set off again. Duke Long bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Yuran is young and ignorant. If there are any mistakes, please forgive me. Ling Xian said calmly, Yuran is very good, dares to love and hate, brave and kind. I like her very much. Don't worry, no one will bully her. When they returned to Tiandu City, Wang Shenmeng was still in Wuhan City. More than half a month later, he returned to Tiandu City. Chapter 206. The team returned. Tiandu City. After Wang Shenmeng came back, he immediately went to the Tiandu Palace to show up and said that he had successfully obtained the 4th soul ring and became a soul master. Then he spent another 7 or 8 days dealing with the backlog of government affairs and then lived a leisurely life. But this queen is a difficult problem. Originally their plan was that he would pretend to be the emperor, arrange an identity for Qian Ren Yui and make her the queen, but later the plan could not keep up with the changes. Qian Ren Yui went back to inherit the throne of God and had no time to come out in a short time, so the plan was shelved. Now the ministers are urging him to get married day by day, which makes him very annoyed. But according to common sense, Shui King he is already in his 20s, and it is indeed time to get married. As an emperor, it is both a responsibility and an important way to consolidate power, to open up a harem, have children and give birth to an heir to the empire. It is unreasonable not to get married. There are many targets, including the ladies of the noble families of the empire, and he can choose as he pleases, and he can choose many. In addition to the queen, there are also concubines, and many families are actively running for them, hoping to send his daughter to the palace. The throne of Emperor King He is now stable. By purging those who participated in the coup and those who rebelled, he has completely mastered the power of the empire and purged nearly half of the corrupt nobles in the country. He has installed his people. His power and prestige have long surpassed Emperor Sui. When the emperor is strong, the ministers are particularly obedient, and the significance of the concubines in the harem is more important. Many families in the empire cannot be indifferent. Of course, in addition to the Tiandu Empire, the Xingluo Empire also has the intention of marriage. As the Wuhan Hall becomes stronger and stronger, the Xingluo Empire also feels the pressure, especially when the 2 princes' wives were snatched away and 2 soul Douluos died, which made the Xingluo Emperor furious, but he dared not speak out. Therefore the Xingluo Empire has the intention to turn enemies with the Tiandu Empire. Friends, the Emperor Dai Tianfeng also wants to marry his daughter to to Shui King He as the queen to maintain the alliance. Wang Shenmeng touched his chin thinking whether to agree to the marriage request of Xingluo Empire. He heard that Princess Mingzi was a stunning beauty and he didn't know if she had the same spirit as her. Let Shilong and Ciue watch the door. Wang Shenmeng came out of the palace and went directly to the spirit hall. He has been back for nearly 10 days and he has met several wives a long time ago. Now everything is back on track. There is not much to do for the time being, so he just needs to seize the time to improve his strength. Naturally he rests in the spirit hall at night. He basically doesn't stay in the palace now. It's really meaningless to sleep alone. With so many wives, how can he let them stay alone? Wang Shenmeng woke up early. His physical and mental strength far surpassed most soul masters. Sleep was no longer necessary for him. He just didn't plan to change his living habits, so he rested and slept every night. When he got up, the women who were still sleeping got up one after another. The room was full of beautiful spring scenery. Zhu Zuyun Zhu Zuking Du Gai and Ya Lingling Ziao Ning Rong Rong Ling Zian Lu Erlong A Yin Tang Yue Hua, no more no less, just 10 people. Wang Shenmeng looked at the 10 chattering women and felt a sense of accomplishment. The women were radiant like flowers after rain and they looked even more beautiful and beautiful. It was a great blessing for ordinary people to have one, but he had them all. Wang Shenmeng really felt that traveling through time was not in vain. He did not have a very good life in his previous life. Although he was very smart, diligent and motivated, he still did not live very well. Thinking about what he has now, he only dared to think about it in his previous life. Even until now he sometimes wondered if he was still dreaming and felt unreal. Therefore he must continue to work hard and become the god of gods in this world, or even the strongest in the multiverse, so that he can exist forever and protect everything he has. If anyone dares to destroy his happy life, he will kill him, no matter if he is a human or a god. After dinner Meng Yuran also came. She also lived in the Wuhan Hall and entered the Dragon and Butterfly Academy at the same time, becoming a new student. However, she was not Wang Shenmeng's woman and did not live with them but in a suite farther away. Wang Shenmeng looked at his wife. His eyes swept over Zhu Zuyun Zhu Zuking Du Gai and Ya Lingling Ziao Ian Ning Rong Rong Meng Yuran and said, now our academy has enough people to participate in the Soul Master competition, just the 8 of you. In the future when you train for team battles, you 8 will train together. Whether it is fighting souls or daily training, you must train your cooperation with each other. We know, don't worry, I promise to win a championship for you and let your childhood sweetheart see it. We are very powerful, Du Guyan said confidently. They were competing with Hu Lina. Although they had never met, they regarded each other as their biggest rivals and must defeat each other. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, I believe you can do it, but you still can't be proud. In a few days I will help Rong Rong upgrade the 7 treasures glazed tower to 9 treasures. You should strive to cultivate to Soul Master as soon as possible. The strength of the 27th level Great Soul Master is still a little lacking and the blessing cannot last long. Ning Rong Rong's face was hot. She was the most outstanding talent of the 7 treasures glazed sect this generation. Her innate soul power was as high as level 9. It can be said that among all the women present, only Xiao Wu and A Yin had better talents than her, but her strength was at the bottom among the crowd. Zhu Zuking was a few months younger than her, but she had already become a soul master. A Yin Zhu Zuyun Duguyan and Ya Lingling had already cultivated to become soul lord. She was too lazy before and never practiced hard. She often had to be coaed by her father before she would practice. Now she regretted it a little. She clenched her fist. I will work hard and promise not to hold everyone back. Wang Shenmeng said, I still want to upgrade my martial soul. I have a few fairy herb. I will give you one later. This is also a good thing. The young lady has come to Tiandu City to pursue her. Can he still pretend to refuse? Wang Shenmeng has never been a gentleman who can remain calm when a beautiful woman comes to his door. There is no reason for him to give up the beauty who comes to his door. Therefore in his heart Meng Yuran has already been classified as his woman, so of course he is willing to give her a fairy grass anyway. He doesn't need it much. Your Highness, you are so good to me and I won't hold you back. Meng Yuran looked at Wang Shenmeng with shyness and affection. If it weren't for the girl's modesty, she would have thrown herself into his arms long ago. Yuran, what is the difference between you and me, between us? Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly and the meaning of his words made Meng Yuran's heart beat wildly and bloom. Chapter 207 Great Sun glazed bright golden body. You 8 people. Zuyun will be the captain and Yanzi will be the deputy captain. Wang Shenmeng began to plan the team. These people were all his wives and he was very familiar with them. Although they were still in harmony, there were also competitions and small groups. For example, the Zhu sisters were definitely one and Du Guyan and Ya Lingling were also the closest. Xiao Wu and A Yin had a good relationship. Ning Rong Rong was new and unexpectedly got along well with Xiao Wu. I don't know if it was the inertia of the original work. Wang Shenmeng knew this very well, but it was not a big deal. Anyway, the biggest beneficiary of the fighting was him. If they all united united and stared at him all day, he would not be so comfortable now. Dougu Yan and Zhu Zuyun were competing with each other, so he directly arranged the captain and vice-captain. Yanzi, you focus on control. Poison, rain and fog are both good control method. Your soul skills also tend to control. Of course you can also be the main attack output at critical moment. Dougu Yan was disappointed that she failed to become the captain and was inferior to Zhu Zuyun, but she was not resentful. She had to listen to her man's arrangement. She nodded and said, no problem. Before my martial soul was upgraded I was a control system. Now my control is even stronger, so there will be no problem. Wang Shenmeng nodded and continued to arrange. A yin, you will be the main output. Your black jade blue silver spear has unmatched attack power. Its penetration and lethality are better than the clear sky hammer. It is the sharpest spear in our team. A yin smiled lightly. I will defeat all opponents and take the championship. Wang Shenmeng smiled knowingly and said, wrong, and Lingling will play auxiliary 1 amplification 1 treatment. Zuyun, Xiao and Zuking will still assist in attack and protect Lingling and wrong. Zhu Zuyun looked at the sisters and said, our team lacks meat shield. There is no pure defense system soul master among us. The girls nodded in agreement, but no one wants to be a meat shield, but it's not a big problem. It doesn't matter if there is no pure defense spirit master. Offense is the best defense. Although Zuyun, Zuking, Xiao and Yuran are not strong attack spirit masters, their attack power exceeds that of most strong attack spirit masters. When they attack together there is no need for defense. He glanced at Xiao. Xiao, you are mainly responsible for using your teleportation to protect Wrong and Lingling. You are not allowed to use your waist bow spirit skills to fight against others, and try not to use the charm spirit skills. Okay, I know. Xiao didn't plan to use the waist bow. It was okay when she was young before, but now she can't have close contact with other men. Then arrange it this way first. Net, you can run in well. You can participate in fighting spirits appropriately, but there is no need to participate too much. At that time I will personally be your sparring partner to ensure that you can achieve perfect cooperation. Wang Shenmeng recalled the battle outside the Xingde Great Forest they described and smiled with relief. You cooperated very well in killing those 3 soul emperors. With your strength and concerted efforts you really don't have to be afraid of ordinary soul emperors. I'm leaving first and it's time for you to go to school. Wang Shenmeng left the Wuhan Hall and did not return to the palace. He now has the soul skill of Void Flash, which greatly enhances his freedom. He can return to the palace with just a thought, and also made a remote communication tool for the 2 titled Douluo that is to communicate through dreams. As long as one of them takes the initiative to enter the dream, Wang Shenmeng, who has made a mark on them, can immediately detect it and then obtain information from their dream. If he needs to come forward he can go back directly in an instant. Wang Shenmeng continued. After a few flashes he arrived at the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. This hot spring has hardly changed, but if you look closely you will find that the power of ice and fire is a little weaker than before. Even such a treasure land cannot withstand Wang Shenmen's continuous absorption of its energy, and then forcibly upgrades the dreamland from a dimensional space to a mirror world with a complete structure, and continues to absorb its energy to Yipan. Today's dreamland world can already cover the entire Tiandu city. It has yin and yang separated in all 5 elements, but it is still relatively rough and simple, just like a person with only a skeleton but no flesh and blood. It is far from being comparable to the real world, and it cannot survive. A real creation is needed to make this world completely perfect. However, the remaining energy is still huge. Wang Shenmeng is immersed in the water and uses the power of ice and fire to temper the golden body. He is creating a magical skill for refining the body. Buddhism has the indestructible diamond and Taoism has the immortality of gold. Therefore he also draws on the strengths of Buddhism and Taoism to create a magical skill for cultivating the golden body. This is difficult and almost impossible for others, but for Wang Shenmeng it is not impossible. There is everything in dreams, and there are infinite possibilities in dreams. He has conducted countless failed verifications in dreams and can always create a method that suits him best. Now this method has achieved some result. The color is like golden flames, the body is like colored glass, the inside and outside are clear, pure and flawless, bright and vast like the sun rising to the sky. Wang Shenmeng silently visualized a golden body in his heart and felt that his whole body was burning like the sun, and his whole body became crystal clear like colored glass and jade. All the impurities and dirt were burned and refined by the golden flames, and the strength of the body increased rapidly. A vorte also formed in the eyes of the yin-yang and yin-yang, and the powerful power of the yin-yang and yin-yang was absorbed into every cell, tempering the body with the power of the 9th level of ice and fire. As the impurities were removed, Wang Shenmeng became brighter and more sacred, majestic, and her skin issued to glass like light, bright and clear, clean and flawless with a faint fragrance, and the endless golden flames on her body gradually gathered into a huge golden body like a solid light and shadow covered covering him. The golden body of light and shadow was majestic and vast, with a blurred face and a vague outline like Wang Shenmeng. As time went by, the golden body became taller and finally reached 2 or 3 feet high. Feeling that he had reached a bottleneck, Wang Shenmeng finally stopped. The flames in the sky dissipated for several feet and the golden body turned into glass brilliance and merged into his body. He took a look at the body that was becoming more and more delicate and flawless like the skin and bones of a fairy and nodded with satisfaction. This great sun-glazed bright golden body is really good. It can be regarded as a god-level martial art in any world. After I perfect it, I can cultivate to a 4-jong golden body. Even without soul power I can sweep away ordinary title Douluo. However, he is now stuck at the 3-jong golden body and is temporarily stuck in a bottleneck. His great sun-glazed bright golden body has 9 layers. Each time a layer is upgraded, the golden body increases by 1 jong. Now he is only at the 3rd layer and there are still some areas that need to be improved. Wang Shenmeng estimated that if he cultivated a 9-jong golden body he would have been a god long ago. If he could break through to 10 jong, he expected that he could compete with the God King. Of course this is just his expectation. He has never seen how powerful the God King is. It is purely a high guess. It is very likely that the 10-jong golden body cannot beat the God King, or it is possible to beat the God King. Wang Shenmeng has only created the SITH layer now, and starting from the 4th layer there are still some imperfections that need to be carefully considered by himself. But even so, his current strength has increased a lot. Chapter 208, Improving Soul Rings. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eyes. After Wang Shenmeng finished practicing the great sun-glazed bright golden body, a whole day had passed and he had practiced directly to the 3rd level. Since there are still some flaws in the subsequent exercises and they need to be continuously improved, he did not rush to impact the 4th level but began to absorb energy to improve the age of his soul rings. The biggest obstacle to improving the age of his soul rings now is the body's tolerance. The reason why he created the golden body secret method is to make his body stronger so that he can carry soul rings with higher ages, especially the 9th soul ring. He planned the million-year-old Tian Kan Bingmeng. If he forcibly absorbs it, the load on the body will be extremely huge. If he is not prepared, his body may collapse or even burst at once. As the ability of the first soul ring to devour flames is activated, the energy of the fire attribute in the ice and fire yin yang eyes is continuously absorbed by him, and the age of the soul ring is also improved. In the yin yang eye of ice and fire, the balance of ice and fire power is always maintained. When the fire attribute energy decreases, the ice attribute energy is automatically converted and replenished. Wang Shenmeng did not upgrade all the soul rings evenly but focused on the 7th soul ring. The 7th soul ring had reached 99,999 years before almost reaching 100,000 years. At this time, as the body strength increased, a bottleneck was suddenly opened and the black soul ring turned into blood red. Wang Shenmeng felt that his soul power was strengthened again, but it did not upgrade but became more concentrated and purer. In the comparison of strength among soul masters, in addition to the ability of the martial soul and soul skills, the amount and purity of soul power are also important. For the strong people of the same realm, the total amount of soul power is not much different. If the martial soul and soul skills are also at about the same level, the soul master with more concentrated and pure soul power will have the upper hand. Wang Shenmen's soul power is extremely pure. At this time, with the increase of soul ring age, the limit was further improved and further concentrated. It seemed that the level did not change much, but the strength had been steadily improved. Boom! A strong momentum burst out from his body and Wang Shenmeng naturally changed his martial soul body into a huge dream butterfly. It felt that the martial soul body had a qualitative improvement in power compared to before, but no new soul skills were derived because the soul skills of the 7th soul ring were Phi-Ed, that is the martial soul body. After experiencing the increase in power, Wang Shenmeng turned back into a human body and continued to absorb energy. The age of the SITH soul ring also began to increase slowly. He was immersed in the joy of the soul ring improvement. A whole night passed. Suddenly a roar broke out again. The terrifying momentum swept across the entire valley again and countless soul beasts trembled. 8 soul rings naturally appeared on Wang Shenmen's body and the SITH soul ring was already blood red. At this time 8 light circles, 5 black and 3 red, were rotating around him, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, and the SITH soul ring was still emitting rich brilliance. Wang Shenmeng suddenly had a sudden enlightenment in his mind. The SITH soul ring transformed to 100,000 years and a new soul skill was derived. Yin Yang Chain. Wang Shenmeng shouted softly and the SITH soul ring shone. The power of Yin and Yang turned into 2 huge black and white chains tending in the void like a dragon, as if it could lock up the heaven and earth. Not a bad skill. 1 attack and 1 control with the yin-yang sword. Wang Shenmeng was very satisfied with the new soul skill. He didn't have the god's to cheat and increase the age, so he cheated himself and could still increase the age of the soul ring. Moreover, the soul ring age that he worked hard to improve can also derive new soul skills, which is the same as the effect of hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. After sensing his body, he didn't reach the limit and could continue to improve. However, he had been here for a long time and Wang Shenmeng didn't rush for quick success. He was ready to adapt to the increased strength first and go back to take a look. Anyway, the yin and yang eyes of ice and fire couldn't escape and they could come and absorb it at any time. After returning to the palace and showing up, he dealt with some government affairs and then he returned to Dragon and Butterfly Academy. It was almost noon now and Wang Shenmeng had no effect after not sleeping all night. Instead, he was more energetic because of his improved strength. In Dragon and Butterfly Academy, the harem team had already started training. Wang Shenmeng forgot the time when he was practicing. He had planned to upgrade Ning Rongrong and Meng Yuren's martial spirits last night, but he was delayed. However, he did not return last night and the girls were worried. After seeing him now, they were relieved. Sorry, I went to practice at Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire yesterday. I made a breakthrough and was delayed. I didn't come back at night. Wang Shenmeng apologized. Rongrong Yuren, let's do what I promised you tonight. Ning Rongrong pouted and said, upgrading my martial soul is secondary. If you don't come back at night in the future, send a message so that people don't worry. Wang Shenmeng readily followed the advice. Okay, I will notify you in advance. Net time. After watching the training of several girls for a while, Wang Shenmeng casually gave a few pointers, then left Dragon and Butterfly Academy and came to Yu Yuan. Tang Yuehua still manages her Yu Yuan most of the time. Perhaps this career can make her feel that her value is reflected. As a useless soul master who can never break through the 9th level in her life, the road to cultivation is cut off and the blow she suffers is huge even for female soul masters. Her situation is very similar to Yu Xiaogang. The experiences they encountered in their childhood are also similar. They are both objects of ridicule and contempt in the clan. It's just that the two chose different paths. Yu Xiaogang wanted to find another way, while Tang Yuehua also contributed to the family in her own way. They both wanted to show their own value and gain recognition. However, she has now broken up with Haoshinsek, but Wang Shenmeng did not help her solve the problem of martial soul. For this, Tang Yuehua was a little disappointed and self-deprecating. After a month in Yu Yuan, she couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. When Wang Shenmeng arrived, she was looking at herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror looked about 27 or 28 years old, elegant and gentle, graceful and generous, and her beautiful face had a faint resentment at this time which really pitted her. Wang Shenmeng appeared in her room silently and quietly admired her sitting posture for a while. She had a thin waist and a big buttock and her snow-white neck was delicate and pink. Every move used a mature charm. Aren't you blaming me for ignoring you? Wang Shenmeng walked up and hugged the beauty from behind. No, you treat me very well and you don't ignore me. Tang Yuehua leaned on him, biting her red lips, but her words were somewhat insincere. She also knew in her heart that her union with Wang Shenmeng was different from others. At the beginning it was just a transaction. Later she thought she would become a plaything, so she didn't have any expectations. It was just that the man's domineering and considerateness made her gradually immersed in his tenderness, and she gradually had more extravagant hopes in her heart. Now she was already very satisfied in her heart. At least the man treated her very well, but in the end she was still greedy and wanted more love. Compared with other sisters, the man didn't seem to care about her very much and she felt a little resentful in her heart. You don't mean what you say. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. I know what your biggest dream is. It's not that I won't solve it for you, but I have been waiting for an opportunity before and now the opportunity has come. Chapter 209 Elders of Haoshinsek. What opportunity? Tang Yuehua was very confused, raised her head and looked at Wang Shenmeng curiously. She had seen men's methods which were unpredictable and ever-changing. She knew that he must have a way to solve her martial soul problem so that she could become a soul master who could practice normally rather than a useless soul master or even a bottle. She had thought that the man didn't care about her, so he didn't help her solve it. Now it seems that she seems to have misunderstood him. What opportunity? You will know soon. Wang Shenmeng took Tang Yuehua's hand and said softly, come with me, I will take you to catch someone. Catch someone? Tang Yu's face was full of question mark. Wang Shenmeng didn't explain but opened the door and took the master of Yu Yuan down the high building. They met many people along the way and saluted them. Tang Yuehua was still a little embarrassed, but Wang Shenmeng was very calm and didn't feel anything to be ashamed of. Tang Yuehua was his woman who dared to complain. Indeed, no one said anything. No matter how they criticized in their heart, those who could enter Yu Yuan to study were all children of nobles. They knew best who could be offended and who could not be offended. On the contrary, Tang Yuehua became Wang Shenmeng's personal person and was more worthy of respect in their eyes. Compared to Haoshan sect, the Spirit Hall was more powerful. Even the entire empire was trembling under the shadow of the Spirit Hall. Now the nobles were even less worthy of mention. Wang Shenmeng and Tang Yuehua came to the outside of Yu Yuan and then pointed to an old man with a haggard face not far away and asked, "Do you know him?" Tang Yuehua carefully pointed to an inconspicuous carriage in front and asked, "Do you see that carriage?" Tang Yuehua nodded. "I see it. Is there anything wrong with the carriage?" Wang Shenmen's expression was playful. "The carriage is fine, but the people in the carriage are problematic." Tang Yuehua was still curious about what was wrong with the carriage and saw the carriage coming directly towards her, stopping a few steps in front of her, and the curtain was lifted revealing an old face. Tang Yuehua frowned when she saw this familiar face, and suddenly her face changed. "Tang Ba?" The old man's eyes flashed with coldness and he said coldly, "Tang Yuehua, you self-degrading bitch, are you surprised to see me?" Tang Yuehua's face turned cold. She was not afraid because her man was right beside her. She was just curious about where this old man got the courage to curse at her in front of the holy son of the Spirit Hall. "I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be so bold that you dared to come to Tiandu City quietly." Tang Yuehua said coldly, "Do you know where this place is? Do you know how strong the Spirit Hall is in Tiandu City now?" Tang Ba sneered, "So what? I can go wherever I want. There is no place in the world that I can't go. Do I need the consent of the Spirit Hall?" Tang Yuehua said, "The Haoshan sect is still under the ban of closing the mountain gate. If you leave the sect you will violate the ban of the Spirit Hall. There is no need for any reason to kill you." Tang Ba angrily scolded, "You keep talking about the Spirit Hall. You are really a traitor. What's hateful is that you actually degenerate and climb into the bed of the son of the Spirit Hall. Do you know our hatred with the Spirit Hall? Hey, you betrayed the sect by taking the thief as your husband. You really deserve to die." Tang Yuehua sneered. Then Elder Tang Ba, "Are you here to secretly eat me today?" Tang Ba said, "It would be too easy for you to eat you directly. Come on, follow me back to Haoshan sect. Your crimes need to be judged, but death is your inevitable destination." Tang Yuehua said calmly, "What if I refuse?" "Humph, don't drink the toast. Do you think the son of the Spirit Hall can protect you? As long as you are brought back to Haoshan sect, what can the Spirit Hall do? The old sect master is just missing, but he is not dead yet. Do you think they have the courage to risk being destroyed by the old sect master and attack Haoshan sect for a mere bitch like you?" Tang Ba sneered and stretched out his hand to grab Tang Yuehua. "Old man, you are very arrogant." Wang Shenmeng stretched out his hand, directly pinched Tang Ba's wrist and pulled him out of the carriage. You. Tang Ba looked at Wang Shenmeng blankly. His voice was filled with fear. "Why are you here?" "I have always been here. You are old and blind and cannot see my instant. What is the use of keeping these eyes?" While Wang Shenmeng was speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed on his body. Tang Ba immediately covered his eyes and howled. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his eyes. He was actually blinded by the strong light. This strong golden light naturally came from the Aurora Explosion, one of the 2 soul rings and soul skills of the 100,000-year soul beast Wang Mingshan butterfly. It can burst out extremely powerful golden light in an instant, burning and blinding people's eyes like the sun. Even titled Douluo can make their vision and spiritual perception double blind for a short time. Those below titled Douluo will naturally be permanently blind. You are lucky. After I got this 100,000-year soul skill, I haven't had time to use it on anyone. You are the first one. Impossible. How could you be here? I clearly only saw Tang Yuehua. Tang Ba was in disbelief. So you are blind. I am standing in front of you but you turn a blind eye. Wang Shenmeng taunted. He was just a soul Douluo. He just didn't want the other party to see him. Even without the concealment ability of the Great Wilderness Divine Butterfly Transformation Soul Skill, he could directly distort the other party's mental perception and eternal SI senses. I thought this elder of the Haoshan sect was so powerful, but he was disappointed. In his hands no one had the slightest resistance. I will fight you. Tang Ba roared, and the 8 soul rings under his feet flashed, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 4 black, and the clear sky hammer swelled up against the wind, suddenly becoming huge and blasted towards Wang Shenmeng and Tang Yuehua. Wang Shenmeng did not dodge or use soul power but took a step forward. The strong body and strength brought by the great sun glazed bright golden body turned him into a human-shaped beast. Boom! The small fist collided with the huge clear sky hammer, which looked like an ant trying to shake a tree, but the result was completely opposite. The clear sky hammer was directly shattered by a punch, and Tang Ba screamed and flew backwards with a big hole in his chest, half kneeling on the ground and gasping violently. Is the soul Douluo elder of the clear sky sect such a scum? I didn't even use my soul power and only used less than 30% of my full strength, but you couldn't even take a punch. What is there to be proud of in such a clear sky sect? Wang Shenmeng retracted his fist and was very satisfied with the result result of the battle. Chapter 210 The Rise of Tang Yuehua. Wang Shenmeng picked up the elder Tang Ba of Haoshan sect and threw him onto the carriage. He directly used the dream entering magic to extract the origin of Tang Ba's Haoshan hammer. Tang Ba immediately became a useless person. His martial spirit collapsed. After being seriously injured, he became an ordinary person and died immediately. Deal with this person's body. Yes. General Manager Ode quickly ordered several guards of Yu Yuan to drag Tang Ba's body out. It was unknown whether they buried it or threw it into the wild. You Haoshan sect are very brave. You knew I was in Tiandu city, but you still dared to send people to attack you. Wang Shenmeng looked playful. I heard that there are 4 or 5 elders of your Haoshan sect who are titled Douluo level. They were all promoted after the mountain was closed. I don't know where those spirit rings came from when they closed the mountain. Tang Yuehua smiled bitterly. Where did they come from? Xingdu Great Forest. The elders of Haoshan sect are not so obedient. It is common for them to sneak down the mountain. As long as they keep a low profile, Wuhan Hall will pretend not to know. After all, the death of Qian Unji was such a big event that it did not destroy Haoshan sect. Now as long as they don't go too far, they will not easily attack them. I really didn't expect that the sect would actually send someone to attack me, and they sent Tang Ba. This person has an arrogant and cold personality and a narrow mind. He looked down on me when I was a child and mocked me a lot. If I fall into his hands, even if I can go back alive, I don't know how much torture I will suffer. Tang Yuehua laughed at herself. I think I have made a lot of contributions to the sect to the best of my ability. Even if I have no merits, I have worked hard, but in their eyes I am still a useless soul master with little value. Once I broke with the sect, they didn't care about the old friendship at all. Wang Shenmeng said lightly, this should not be Tang Xiao's idea. It was probably the decision made by those elders who hate our Wuhan Hall, but it is hard to say that Tang Xiao was unaware of it. If so, what qualifications does he have to sit firmly on the throne of the leader of Haoshan sect? No, my elder brother has always loved me. He must not know. Tang Yuehua's face was pale and she murmured in her mouth, but the tone was unconvincing. Don't be silly. Even if Tang Xiao wasn't the mastermind, he at least agreed. Do you think he's really an honest man? Can an honest man sit firmly on the throne of the world's #1 sect leader? Wang Shenmeng directly revealed the bloody reality. There are no good men and women who can stand at the pinnacle of power in Douluo continent because there are too many responsibilities to bear, so they can't be emotional. Unless in his heart your importance exceeds that of Haoshan sect, otherwise he won't make a mess for you and a group of elders and sect disciples. Tang Yuehua smiled sadly, a little neurotic, and looked at Wang Shenmeng. What about you? You are also at the pinnacle of power on the continent. In your heart, are we not as important as your kingdom? Wang Shenmeng frowned, knowing that she had suffered too much and was a little emotionally unstable, and said softly, although I am at the pinnacle of power, what I pursue is never power. It is just a way for me to achieve my goal. As for you, I treat you as my family, which is 100 times more important than the kingdom. Your Highness. Tang Yuehua's eyes suddenly became extremely gentle, and the intense pain in her heart was also filled with another kind of touching and affection, and it became less painful. Let go. The death of Tang Ba may make them feel a little pain. I hope they can send another titled Douluo level elder, but I'm afraid they don't have the courage. Wang Shenmeng took Tang Yuehua back to the Wuhan Hall and used his magical powers again to inject the origin of Tang Ba's clear sky hammer into her Ruyi ring. Wuhan. Tang Yuehua's martial soul also mutated, and it was a disgusting mutation from the clear sky hammer to the Ruyi ring. Although it has a noble ring domain, its soul power is only level 9 and it will never be able to break through. She and Yu Xiaogang are the 2 useless soul masters who cannot practice among the direct descendants of the 3 upper sect. They have also been looked down upon and ridiculed, and she is even worse than Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang can at least rely on resources to reach level 29 and can also form a powerful martial soul fusion skill with the golden iron triangle, but Tang Yuehua is not much different from an ordinary person. However, the malignant mutation of the martial soul is often caused by the lack of the innate origin of the martial soul, which can be compensated by acquired factors. Natural materials and treasures can make up for it, and the martial soul origin from the same source can naturally make up for it. The Ruyi ring is still derived from the clear sky hammer, so Tang Ba's clear sky hammer origin has no less effect on it than natural materials and treasures. After absorbing it, if nothing else, his qualifications will at least not be worse than Tang Ba. Boom! As the essence of the clear sky hammer was completely absorbed by the Ruyi ring, Tang Yuehua instantly broke through the bottleneck that had been blocking her for countless years, and her soul power broke through to level 10. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? Tang Yuehua opened her eyes and sat up. She felt that her body was very different from usual. She felt it carefully and felt that it was a change that was like a rebirth. I broke through. My soul power has been raised to level 10. Woohoo! Tang Yuehua's beautiful eyes face turned red and she cried with joy. She threw herself into Wang Shenmen's arms and laughed and cried. After a moment she excitedly offered her sweet lips. Wang Shenmeng saw that she was emotionally excited and needed to vent. He immediately sacrificed himself to accompany the lady and experienced the service of Tang Yuehua's Ruyi ring. After more than an hour Tang Yuehua finally calmed down. After taking a bath together in the bathroom she put on clean clothes. Her face was still a little flushed and her round and slender legs were a little weak when she walked. Let's do this for now. When we catch someone from the Haoshan sect we will continue to strengthen your martial soul. Wang Shenmeng didn't plan to feed Tang Yuehua the fairy grass. That would be too wasteful. It would be much better to just catch two titled Douluo elders from the Haoshan sect. Let go. I'll take you to a place to help you strengthen your physique and absorb a soul bone. Tomorrow I'll take you to absorb a soul ring. Tang Ba's martial soul origin contains a lot of his soul power. As long as you can absorb a part of it your strength can break through to level 40 or above in one go. This is incredible. Tang Yuehua looked at him like a god with admiration in her eyes. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. This magical power was indeed too domineering and perverted. With the improvement of his strength he could not only seize the martial soul origin of others but also the soul power cultivation. As for how much he could absorb it varied from person to person. If he wanted Wang Shenmeng could even make Mendy's martial soul become all kinds of strange in a short time, but in order to maintain the purity of his martial soul he even stripped out the light holy dragon origin that he absorbed earlier. He is different from Qian Ren Yui who inherited the throne. He wants to create his own throne. If his martial soul is not pure enough there may be some impact. Of course Wang Shenmeng can also generate another martial soul. As long as he wants he can become a twin martial soul, a triple martial soul or even a 10-life martial soul, but there is no need for it for the time being. Strengthening Mendy's martial soul is the top priority. This ability to devour and deprive others of their martial soul origin is too overbearing and is simply against the harmony of heaven. Wang Shenmeng rarely uses it but the people of Haoshan sect insist on sending her to death, so there is nothing he can do. Not to mention that Haoshan sect is now killing her without any regard for her merits and friendship and doesn't care why she is devoted to Wang Shenmeng. I'm afraid the hatred in her heart is already engraved in her heart. Let go. Wang Shenmeng hugged Tang Yuehua and his figure flashed and appeared in the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian. It's so cold, so hot, so uncomfortable. Tang Yuehua showed a painful look on her face. She couldn't bear the environment inside. Wang Shenmeng protected her with a soul power and taught her a body refining formula. This is certainly not the great sun glazed bright golden body. That magic skill is too advanced. People with insufficient strength can't practice it at all. Not only can the body not be strengthened but it will implode and die due to absorbing too much energy. What he passed on to Tang Yuehua was a simple ice and fire golden body. The effect is similar to Tang San's ice and fire refining golden body in the original work. It will bring a lot of enhancement to the body but it won't be aggregated. However, after Tang Yuehua refines it, it will still be no problem to absorb the first soul ring of 1,000 years. Wang Shenmeng spent the whole afternoon helping Tang Yuehua with ice and fire body refining. Because it was just ordinary Yujin bone strengthening and hair removal, the process would not last too long. With Wang Shenmeng's assistance Tang Yuehua reached her current limit in half a day. Wang Shenmeng was also observing the effect and making some adjustments, preparing to pass it on to the people around him so that when absorbing spirit rings in the future they could increase their age. As night fell Wang Shenmeng took Tang Yuehua back to the Wuhan Hall. He picked one of the remaining immortal herbs for Meng Yuren. After absorbing it the snake staff turned into a dragon and snake staff. A dragon and a snake entangled together is a qualitative change and the power is increased by more than several times. The quality has far surpassed the dragon staff of Long Gong and it has truly become a super Douluo. Wrong, I will solve your problem tonight. Oh, Ning Rongrong's face was slightly red and she was looking forward to it. To solve her problem at night it goes without saying that she will rest in her room. She is still thin-skinned and a little shy now. After washing up Wang Shenmeng asked Ning Rongrong to sleep first in her room. He flashed to the Nine Treasures Glazek headquarters. The Nine Treasures Glazek's mountain gate was in the mountains not far from Tiandu city. For Wang Shenmeng it was just a snap. Wang Shenmeng activated his dream entering ability and hundreds of the Nine Treasures Glazek's direct descendants could not escape his perception. He invaded their spiritual worlds one by one, extracting a little martial soul essence from each of them. It did not have much impact on them but when put together it was extremely huge. Then he quickly returned to the martial soul hall and merged these essences into Ning Rongrong's martial soul. The Seven Treasures Glazek was successfully promoted to the Nine Treasures. Ning Rongrong was extremely excited. That night she thanked Wang Shenmeng for letting him enjoy the treatment of an emperor. In the past Ning Rongrong was reluctant to do things because of shyness and reserve serve, but Wang Shenmeng satisfied his evil interest one by one, causing the eldest lady to not get up the NET day. Many of the girls had similar experiences and they all looked at Wang Shenmeng with a strange look in their eyes as if they were looking at a pervert. Wang Shenmeng was very dissatisfied and immediately decided to teach them a lesson tonight. At least they must take turns to experience what Ning Rong experienced last night. After 1 or 2 times the rest will follow naturally. Everyone continue practice. I will take Yuehua to the Sunset Forest. Wang Shenmeng said hello to the girls and left with Tang Yuehua. The Sunset Forest is not far away and the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is in the Sunset Forest. As one of the 3 major habitats of soul beasts, the Sunset Forest is much smaller than the Stardo Forest and there are far fewer soul beasts, especially high-age soul beasts, which cannot be compared with the Stardo Forest. However, Tang Yuehua only wants to absorb the 1000-year soul ring and the Sunset Forest is enough. Although the types are not so rich, you can always find the right one if you look carefully. Your Ruyi ring martial soul, which can be transformed into thousands of sizes, can attack and control, but because it is essentially a mutation of the clear sky hammer, it is generally biased towards attack. It is better to find some power type strong attack soul beast and become a strong attack battle soul master in the future. Tang Yuehua of course trusted Wang Shenmeng unconditionally and nodded. I will listen to you. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said there should be more than 1 or 2 spirit masters from Haoshan sect secretly outside. When I go back I will ask the people from Wuhan Hall to search carefully. If these people dare to break the agreement and run out, don't blame me for killing them. Once they are all captured, your strength will increase rapidly. I dare not say that you can reach the level of Tang Ba. If someone comes to deal with you again in the future, you can kill them yourself. Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with hatred and her tone became cold. They treated me like that, so don't blame me for being unfair to them. Which elder insisted on killing me? I will make him regret it when I have the chance in the future. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Tang Yuehua had been treated unfairly since she was a child. As the daughter of the sect master, she was ridiculed and looked down upon. She was even unwilling to stay in the sect. It can be seen that she was actually very depressed and resentful. She had no power to resist before and could only accept her fate. Once she had enough power, her desire for revenge was definitely very strong. The more she suppressed herself, the more intense her revenge would be. Those who had oppressed her and shouted at her to kill would have a miserable end if they fell into her hands. This was also human nature. Wang Shenmeng also felt that there was something wrong. He even wanted to look when the people of Haoshan sect see that Tang Yuehua will participate in destroying their sect one day. How wonderful will the expressions on their faces be? After searching in the Sunset Forest for a long time, Wang Shenmeng returned without any result. This is normal. It is not so easy to find a suitable soul beast. Most of the time it is considered lucky to find one in 10 days or half a month. It is common for unlucky people to find 1 or 2 months. The NET day, Wang Shenmeng asked Ling Xian to take Tang Yuehua with him. He wanted to stay in the palace to handle government affairs. Today he was lucky and got 1000. The soul skill obtained by the 200-year-old Vajra Bear soul ring is to increase gravity. It is a passive skill. When it is used, it can increase the hardness, weight and attack power of the Ruyi ring by 200%. It is a very good soul skill. After Tang Yuehua absorbed the first soul ring, her soul power improved by leaps and bounds. On the one hand, it was the result of years of practice. Although she was stuck at level 9 and could not break through, the effect of practice was still there. After decades of practice, she burst out with one move. In addition to the 1000-year soul ring and Tang Ba's remaining soul power, she jumped directly to level 20, then level 30 and then level 40 before stopping. Wang Shenmeng is very optimistic about Tang Yuehua. In his opinion, Ruyi ring is a powerful martial soul that is not weaker than Haoshan hammer or even more powerful. It is similar to Yu Xiaogang, who failed to evolve and became a useless martial soul. This can be seen from the fact that her martial soul comes with the noble ring of the innate domain. There are so many powerful martial souls, except for the angel martial soul, which martial soul comes with the innate domain as soon as it awakens. Therefore Wang Shenmeng plans to train Tang Yuehua well. It happened that she and Haoshan sect had completely turned against each other and there would be no hidden dangers and troubles in the future. Chapter 211. Yu Xiaogang's thought. Time passed day by day and a month later Wang Shenmen's 5th soul ring was successfully upgraded to 100,000 years and he got a new soul skill. The new soul skill is still aimed at the spirit and it is derived from the 100,000 year Si winged golden silkworm butterfly soul ring. It is a soul skill for the spirit called the soul refining golden silk, which is a powerful soul skill that seals the spirit and causes continuous damage. And Wang Shenmen's soul power has also successfully broken through to level 86. At the current speed, it is a sure thing that he will become a titled Douluo within 2 or 3 years. In this way Wang Shenmeng already already has 4,100,000 soul rings and his soul power is strong and pure, and he has truly caught up with the title Douluo instead of relying on powerful soul skills and secret technique. Time passed quietly and a few months passed. Winter went and spring came. The old year passed and the new year began. This year Wang Shenmeng was 15 years old and Tang was 33 years old. During the past months Wang Shenmeng also took time to return to the spirit hall several times. For him running back and forth like this was also a novel experience, painful and happy. That day Wang Shenmeng came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire again. The fourth level of his great sun-glazed bright golden body was perfected again and he was ready to practice it completely successfully. After absorbing energy in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire for several hours, the huge golden body on Wang Shenmeng's body suddenly grew taller and grew to 4 feet high, indicating that the body refining magic skill had advanced to another level. Wang Shenmeng tested his physical strength and power and made a rough estimate. He concluded that without relying on soul power and soul skills, relying entirely on the golden body's flat attack, he had completely reached the level of a titled Douluo, and he was not weak among the titled Douluo. If you calculate it this way, if you refine to the SITH level you must have a god level combat power, but if you can't become a god first, then the bottleneck of the SITH level may not be easy to overcome. He had not yet completely created the 5th level, and as for the SITH level and even the 70, 80 and 90 levels, they were only rough ideas and there was still a long way to go before they could be created. However, with the current physical strength he could already transform all the remaining soul rings into 100,000 year soul rings, and there were also 3 eternal soul bones that could be greatly improved. Wang Shenmeng immediately began to absorb energy and upgrade. This yin-yang eye of ice and fire was simply a supreme treasure for him, and it could be said to be the key to his soaring strength. If it were in another place the effect would definitely not be so good. Endless energy was absorbed by him and the yin-yang eye of ice and fire formed a huge vortex. The red and blue spring water in the hot spring was a little lighter than at the beginning, but the body of the ice and fire dragon king under the ground was still emitting energy to replenish it. At this time the atmosphere in Shrek Academy was not very good. After Yu Xiaogang came, he took over the task of training the Shrek SI monsters and brought out his devilish training, but the students did not buy it. In the original novel he got the full support of Flanders, who allowed him to do whatever he wanted. With the support of the soul figure Tang San and Xiao Wu, he suppressed the other 5 students. Among the students Tang San's popularity was the worst. The other 5 Shrek SI monsters had conflict with him. Even Bai Chen Iong, who was originally here to help him, now hated him very much. The reason why he hadn't returned was that he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. Except Tang San, the other 5 people didn't buy into Yu Xiaogang's account at all. They were geniuses after all, known as little monsters. How could they listen to a useless old master? No matter how loud the name of the master was in the eyes of many people, it was just a joke. Davis looked down on Yu Xiaogang. Under his influence Ma Hongjun and Oscar naturally ignored Yu Xiaogang, not to mention Dai Mubai, who had a deep hatred with Tang San. He hated Yu Xiaogang and even fought with Tang San for several times. It's just that Tang San is now a soul master and his 3rd soul ring is as high as 2,000 years. Even without hidden weapons, Dai Mubai is not his opponent. It's useless for Tang San to protect Yu Xiaogang alone. In the end, even Tang San resented Yu Xiaogang and wondered if he was wrong to worship him as his master. After worshipping Yu Xiaogang as his master, he didn't seem to get much benefit, but he was ridiculed all the time. He felt that he was implicated by worshipping such a waste as his master. The Great Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City. The Shrek SI monsters +1 hired to make up the number. A total of 7 people defeated the Tiandi Royal team. It was a time of high spirits, but Flanders was frowning. Yu Xiaogang and his nephew Yu Tianheng recognized each other. The uncle and nephew held hands and looked at each other with tears in their eyes, showing a deep affection between uncle and nephew. Flanders also met Qin Ming, the most outstanding student among the graduates of Shrek Academy. The two were also full of sighs and emotions and talked to each other from the heart. The group came out of the soul fighting arena and returned to the hotel. As soon as they entered the hotel, everyone saw Flanders, Zhao Wuji and Yu Xiaogang sitting in the corner of the restaurant drinking and chatting. The food and wine on the table of the 3 people seemed to be untouched and they were talking about something. "Hey, there's wine to drink." The fat man was the first to walk over. He was also considered Flanders' direct disciple and he was not as restrained as others in front of Flanders. "Teacher, we won today, shouldn't you reward us?" Ma Hongjun walked to Flanders and reached out to take the wine glass on the table. Flanders was still very tolerant of his apprentice and didn't say much. After greeting Qin Ming, everyone sat down to eat together. Zhao Wuji said carelessly, "Qin Ming, your Tiandi Royal Academy is not good. The royal team is no match for our Shrek Academy. Is this the Empire's #1 high-level Soul Master Academy? With this level it is simply an insult to the word royal. Qin Ming smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Zhao doesn't know that our royal team was originally more powerful than this, but 2 outstanding students left last year and Tai Long and Yu Tianhua who joined later still lack running in, and their strength is not as good as Du Guyan and Ye Lingling who left. Du Guyan and Ye Lingling, the Shrek SI monsters press Xians moved lightly. They knew these 2 people. They came to Shrek Academy last year. They were Wang Shenmen's women. They were indeed very powerful. They were all soul masters. Moreover, these 2, one controlling and the other assisting, are both indispensable roles in the team. Tai Long and Yu Tianhua who were added are a big power type fool and a strong attack type soul master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. Moreover, they are both only soul masters and cannot replace Du Guyan and Ye Lingling. Flanders and Zhao Wuji had also met Du Guyan and Ye Lingling. They didn't expect that they were from the royal fighting team before and were poached by someone. Zhao Wuji said, excuse me, with the strength shown by your royal fighting team you can't even enter the finals of the Soul Master competition NET year. Qin Ming spread his hands. I can't do anything about it. After all, there are only a few talented students and I can't find young soul masters who are strong enough to fill in. Not everyone is as talented as our Shrek Academy student. As he said, he looked at the Shrek SI monsters sitting down and finally focused his eyes on Tang San, Dai Mubai and Davis. What a pity. If the juniors were not from our Shrek, I would find ways to get you to the Royal Academy. If you join, maybe. Just when Qin Ming said this, a familiar voice sounded. Even if they are from Shrek Academy, you are the same, so we can bring them back to the Royal Academy. It turned out that Yu Xiaogang, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. Qin Ming asked tentatively, Master, what did you mean just now? Before Yu Xiaogang answered, Flanders was already annoyed. Xiaogang, you came here to ruin my show, right? These children belong to Shrek now and in the future. Can't we give them a good education in Shrek? I tell you, I am the Dean of Shrek Academy and my word count, not yours. Don't make decisions for me all the time. Speaking of the latter, his voice rose and there was already a tone of teaching. Yu Xiaogang still had a stiff face. His mouth twitched and he said lightly, I didn't say to let them join Tiandu Royal Academy. What I mean is that I hope the 2 academies can communicate with each other. Teacher Qin, I think this should not be a big problem. If you can't make the decision, I can find the Wuhan Hall. I am an old acquaintance of the Spirit Hall Pope. She once tried hard to invite me to be an elder, but I refused. But if the children can communicate with their students, the Pope will definitely welcome it. Qin Ming was in awe. He didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to have this ability. He was actually familiar with the Pope. As for the Spirit Hall team, let alone the far ones, isn't the second team in Tiandu City? It would be convenient to communicate. Tang San didn't know what he thought of and suddenly interrupted. Teacher is right. Teacher Qin, do you know Tang Yuehua? Qin Ming was stunned and said, Master, Tang Yuehua of Yu Yuan? Tang San said, yes, she is my aunt. Qin Ming's eyes changed and he looked at Tang San deeply and said, it turns out that you have such a deep connection with the Spirit Hall. It would be convenient to communicate. Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang with a gloomy look. He thought to himself, is Xiaogang going to change jobs with the outstanding students of Shrek, using my students as bargaining chips? Yes, in Shrek Academy the little monsters don't listen to him at all, and even Tang San is affected and they are not so obedient and respectful to him. If he changes jobs to the royal fighting team, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianhua are both from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re sect and they will definitely support him, and the rest of the royal fighting team will also support him. With Tang San he can control the overall situation, which is better than sitting on the bench in Shrek Academy. Flanders thought he had seen through Yu Xiaogang's thoughts, but now in front of Qin Ming he couldn't say it directly. Qin Ming thought for a while and said, it is the luck of Tiandu Academy to be able to communicate with the younger brothers and sisters, but I'm afraid. Yu Xiaogang said, you are afraid that these children are too outstanding and can't come back after they go to your Tiandu Royal Academy, right? Chapter 212 Kind Master Filial Piety and Recognizing the Thief as the Father. Qin Ming nodded and said yes. Although Tiandu Royal Academy has the title of the first academy in the Tiandu Empire, but in recent years there have been few powerful spirit masters. Its status is getting worse and worse. The leaders of the academy are eager for talented students. If the juniors go there, it is hard to guarantee that they will not have any ideas. I am afraid that they will use all kinds of relationships to ask the juniors to stay as much as possible. Wouldn't that be digging into our Shrek Academy? Yu Xiaogang was waiting for this sentence. He was overjoyed to find out the bottom of Tiandu Royal Academy. Flanders smiled with relief and said, Yao Ming, you are a good kid. You are worthy of being from my Shrek Academy. You know how to think about the academy. Unlike some people who eat our Shrek Academy's food but always want to eat inside and outside. Qin Ming looked at Flanders in confusion. Could it be that the seemingly harmonious Shrek Academy is not not so beautiful inside? Yu Xiaogang glanced at Flanders coldly with a hint of gloom in his eyes. He said, I am all for the children. Teacher Qin, if I remember correctly, as an academy established by the royal family of Tiandu Empire, Tiandu Royal Academy should have 2 places for the grand event a year later. I can let these children temporarily join Tiandu Royal Academy as exchange students until the end of the grand event a year later. I think in this way you can do some things better. Qin Ming was shocked. Master, do you mean to let the juniors and juniors represent Tiandu Royal Academy to participate in the grand event? But in that case Tiandu Academy will definitely announce to the outside that the juniors and juniors are from Tiandu. Yu Xiaogang smiled indifferently and said indifferently, there is nothing wrong with having one more academy graduate title. Tiandu Royal Academy is much more famous than Shrek Academy. No, I don't agree. Flanders slammed the table and stood up, looking at Yu Xiaogang coldly and said angrily, the children belong to Shrek. Yu Xiaogang, don't forget that Shrek is all my hard work in the past 20 years. What qualifications do you have to sell them? Yu Xiaogang sneered. Flander, I have a few questions for you. If you can solve them, then it doesn't matter whether the children go to Tiandu or not. First, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Second, can you provide them with the qualification to participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in 1 year? Third, what is the significance of your establishment of Shrek Academy? Flander was speechless by Yu Xiaogang's questions, and his Pression became depressed. Yu Xiaogang breathed a sigh of relief and was very satisfied with his eloquence. He immediately took advantage of the victory and said the simulated training environment can increase the speed of their soul training again. The All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition only has regular academies that have passed the initial. You can only participate after the competition, and Shrek Academy has not been registered in any kingdom or empire because we do not have the corresponding hardware conditions. Although Shrek Academy has a reputation in the Soul Master world, but that does not bring eligibility to participate, and you should know what the rewards of the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition are and how important it is to the children. Your ideal of establishing Shrek Academy was to cultivate geniuses in the Soul Master world and shock the entire Soul Master world because of them, and the path I chose for them is to make them go more smoothly as much as possible. And I haven't finished what I said just now. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaogang finally showed his true colors and turned to Qin Ming. Let these children join Tiandu Royal Academy. I have a condition. The academy must accept all the current teachers of Shrek Academy and let us educate these children in person, and Tiandu Royal Academy must not have any interference. In other words, they can win honors for Tiandu Academy, but the education is still ours. Qin Ming smiled bitterly and said to Yu Xiaogang, Shrek Academy is the brainchild of Dean Flanders. If you really do this, then I'm afraid that in the future. Okay, do as Yu Xiaogang said. Flanders stood up again. His face had completely returned to calm, and he said lightly, Yu Xiaogang, although everything you do is for your own benefit, but some of your words are right. I shouldn't only consider my own pride. Everything should be for the good of the children. The Tiandu Royal Academy belongs to the royal family of the Tiandu Empire. It is a rare Soul Master's pure land that is not interfered with by the Spirit Hall. The children will not suffer there, and the current teachers of Shrek will also have a place to retire. All along I have only considered my own ideas, but everyone has always followed me. Now we are all old and it's time to find a home for everyone. The Tiandu Royal Academy, this name seems to be good. What's more, the children can get better development there. This matter is settled. You discuss it. I want to go alone and calm down. Yu Xiaogang's stiff face showed a barely perceptible smile of victory, but the moment he immediately stopped smiling. Tang San looked gloomy and looked at his teacher. Teacher, since you have to join Tiandu Royal Academy after all the twists and turns, why did you recommend me to Shrek Academy in the first place? I think with my talent, 30 level spirit power at the age of 12, Tiandu Royal Academy will not reject me, right? Yu Xiaogang's breathing stagnated. His favorite disciple actually began to question him in public, which made him not only ashamed but also had a sense of panic of losing control. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile and said kindly, Xiao San, I let you come to Shrek Academy for your own good. Don't you have any gains here? Tang San said gloomily, I think if I go directly to Tiandu Royal Academy I will gain more. You just said that Shrek Academy has no hardware configuration at all. I have never even seen the simulated training environment that can make the spirit power training faster. Even our academy's food is not as good as Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Not to mention that Shrek Academy has not been certified by the state and is not even qualified to participate in the competition. What can you learn from such an academy? In the past SI months I feel that I am not as good as I was in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. This is the academy you strongly recommended. For this reason I turned down all the recruitments from excellent academies. As a result, after a round you actually told me that we still have to join Tianda Royal Academy. Teacher, are you kidding me? Or is there something hidden in this? While Tang San was speaking, a figure in black cloth and black hat in the distance snorted coldly, thinking this kid is not stupid. Yu Xiaogang is hateful. He actually used my son Tang Hao as a stepping stone. Damn it. Yu Xiao-san, how can you doubt me so much? I have always treated you as my own son, and everything I do is for your own good. Yu Xiaogang was heartbroken as if he had suffered a great injustice. Tang San had a blank expression on his face, but he sneered in his heart. He saw through it all. The teacher was a selfish person. Everything he did was for himself, but he said it was for Tang San's good. He cultivated himself just because he saw his top talent of twin martial spirits and innate full soul power and wanted to use him to turn things around. It was a big mistake for him to worship him as a teacher. With his talent, even without Yu Xiaogang, couldn't he cultivate to the current level? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Tang San and Yu Xiaogang, who had always been as close as father and son, would have such a big rift. For a while they were all gloating. Qin Ming was even more embarrassed. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Zhao Wuji said angrily, Tang San, you have been in Shrek Academy for half a year. Let's not talk about anything else. We helped you get your soul ring, right? How can you be ungrateful? Ungrateful? Tang San sneered. Didn't I pay tuition to study in Shrek? Isn't it the teacher's responsibility to help students get spirit rings? I paid tuition, enjoyed the due treatment, fair trade. Where is the gratitude? Not to mention my spirit ring was picked up by luck. It was not you who helped me get it, and even because of you I was implicated several times. You still have the nerve to mention gratitude? You owe me. How dare you? Zhao Wuji didn't expect Tang San to be so bold and talk to him like this. He was immediately furious and wanted to teach Tang San a lesson. You dare to hit me? My aunt is Tang Yuehua. Do you know that Tang Yuehua and the Spirit Hall Saint? Is it because of Wang Shenmen's relationship with him? Wang Shenmeng is my uncle. If you don't want to die, be polite to me. After being targeted and clubbed for half a year, Tang San also learned to bully others. He has figured it out. Wang Shenmeng owes him so much. He snatched Xiao Wu away and occupied his aunt. Isn't it natural for him to use his tiger skin to gain benefit? Zhao Wuji glanced at Tang San coldly, smashed the dining table with a slap and left angrily. Tang Hao was also shaking with anger. This rebellious son actually recognized the thief as his father. Chapter 213, Poseidon's Land. Wang Shenmeng didn't know Tang San was pulling his leg at this time. After more than half a year of continuous absorption, he finally upgraded his fourth soul ring to the 100,000 year level. The fourth soul ring came from the eternal evergreen butterfly. The soul skill was immortal. Now the new soul skill derived was just the opposite of immortality, and he called it the Hand of Death. This soul skill was filled with strong death power and turned into a huge claw. If you were hit and couldn't resist, you would be deprived of vitality, shorten your lifespan, and even directly attack your soul. In this way, Wang Shenmeng now had a total of 5 100,000 year soul rings and 10 100,000 year soul skills. He was confident that within 2 years he could upgrade the remaining 3 soul rings. At that time he would have 3 more soul skills. In addition to his own soul skills, the soul skills brought by the eternal soul bones and the great sun-glazed bright golden body, his strength would surge to a terrifying degree, and at that time his soul power can be upgraded to level 90. Although the soul ring upgrade cannot directly upgrade him, it can also shorten his training time. After returning to the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong was already waiting. After more than half a year of hard work, she finally upgraded her soul power from level 26 to level 30. This speed is shocking enough to be placed outside, but it is nothing in the harem squad. On the one hand, her martial soul was upgraded to the 9 treasures glazed tower, and on the other hand she took a top grade herb. Although it cannot make the martial soul transform, it can still improve the soul power. Wang Shenmeng is planning to help her get soul rings. You are the same as Lingling. Your soul skills are Phi-Ed. No matter what soul beast it is, almost the same. This is simple. You don't need to go to the Star Do Great Forest. Go directly to the Sunset Forest. The distance is close. Well, I listen to you. Ning Rongrong hugged Wang Shenmen's arm and said very obediently, let go. Wang Shenmen's martial spirit possessed him, and the blood-colored 8 soul ring lit up, followed by a flash of golden light. Their figures disappeared from the house. The net moment they were already dozens of miles away. After a few more flashes they entered the Sunset Forest. With this soul skill of Void Flash, Wang Shenmeng never worried about traveling. The biggest advantage of a 100,000 year soul skill is that it consumes very little soul power when used. Not only is it powerful, but the number of times it can be used is far greater than that of soul skills under 100,000 years. Therefore, a 100,000 year soul ring has a huge bonus to soul masters. It will not only increase the soul power of soul masters, and it is more pure and powerful in the same realm, and the 100,000-year soul skills can be released multiple times, crushing soul masters without 100,000-year soul skills. Just when Wang Shenmeng helped Ning Rongrong obtain the soul ring, the sea god in the god realm was invited to the Shura temple. Although almost a year has passed in the lower world, it has been less than a day in the god realm. Gods have a long lifespan that is immortal, and most gods have nothing to do, so the pace of life is also very slow. Being able to come to see Shura god for most of the day is already a great honor from the sea god. Your Majesty, you are looking for me? The sea god bowed slightly and said with a smile. He had a good relationship with Azura god. When he planned against Angel god, he got the support of Azura god. Otherwise he could not defeat Angel god at all. Otherwise he would not be ecluded from the continent and could only rely on the soul beasts in the sea to collect faith. From that time on, the two of them had been in cahoots with each other, and he also became a member of Azura god's faction. The 5 great gods in the god realm each have their own god and supporters, such as the 7 original sin gods of the god of destruction faction, the god of light of the good god faction, and the god of darkness of the evil god faction. Originally the sea god did not have a clear faction mark, but he was oppressed by the angel god and was still defeated by the angel god in the god realm, so he joined the Azura god camp. Azura god also valued the sea god very much. Among the law enforcement gods under his direct command, the strongest killing god Cyprus was only a 2nd level god. Even Azura god could not take a 1st level main god like the sea god lightly. Please sit down, sea god. The Azura god returned a slight salute, and after the sea god sat down he said, does the sea god know that the successor of the angel god has appeared? The sea god's face was gloomy. As an old rival he was very familiar with the angel god and had been paying attention to the Wuhan Hall established by the angel god. If it were not for the fact that the gods could not attack the lower world at will and the sea god island he established was not strong enough, he would have tried to destroy the Wuhan Hall long ago. Now that the successor to the angel god position has appeared, he is of course very clear and his mood is very bad. I already know that the successor to the angel god has appeared and that little girl has a rare talent for the angel Wuhan in 10,000 years, and there is a great possibility that she will complete the 9th test. The sea god said in a deep voice, but she is too happy too early. I have not done nothing for so many years. Although I can't interrupt the inheritance of the position of the god, she has been manipulated by me without knowing it. When she takes the 9th test of the angel, it is time for me to start. The Azura god's eyes, as soon as it lit up, he asked with great interest, what did you do? The angel god left behind a secret realm of divine inheritance hidden in the dimensional space, and even I can't find it. How could you do anything? The sea god smiled coldly. Nothing is difficult in the world as long as there is a will. I have placed my chess pieces on Douluo continent a long time ago, waiting for an opportunity. After getting rid of the angel god, why do you think I put my artifact sea god trident on sea god island? Why did I strip the artifact core sea god heart and transfer it all the way to Douluo continent? The Azura god took a deep look at the sea god. This guy was still as scheming and sinister as ever. The Azura god was extremely powerful and no one could match him in the god realm. He never disdained to engage in any conspiracy, and he looked down on those who engaged in conspiracy. But the situation in the lower world was very bad at this time, and he didn't mind the sea god using conspiracy to turn the tables. He said calmly, tell me in detail. The sea god smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, the core of my trident, the sea god's heart, which is the Vasi universe cover, was lost to the Douluo continent. I secretly controlled the Vasi universe cover and assisted a soul master with a swan spirit to establish the Tiandu Empire. I originally thought that when this empire was strong enough I would use it to destroy the spirit hall. Speaking of this, the sea god looked a little depressed. It's a pity that the mud can't be helped. After the Shui family won the world, they did not think about making progress but indulged in pleasure. The Vasi universe cover could have been a great help to them, but unfortunately they left it in the warehouse to gather dust. Later they became weaker and weaker, and they didn't dare to turn against the spirit hall, let alone destroy the spirit hall. Azura god nodded. The Heaven Do Empire is indeed not good. When it was first established, they had millions of battle-hardened troops and many strong people supporting them. They had the greatest hope of uniting the Xingluo Empire and various sects to overthrow the spirit hall. Unfortunately, when they were barefoot they dared to fight and fight, but after they had an empire they looked back and forth, worried about gains and losses, and their thoughts have become how to keep the wealth in front of them. They are unwilling to fight the spirit hall, like gambling on the fate of the country. The sea god said bitterly, a bunch of trash, let's not talk about it. But my plan is not that simple. There is a reason why I chose the swan spirit. Their spirit is somewhat similar to the angel spirit. I think there may be something that can be used. Chapter 214 Azura god plans for 2 god positions. Sure enough, I was right. More than 10 years ago that little girl came to the Tiandu Empire empire and pretended to be the Prince Shui King He. She wanted to steal the Tiandu Empire and disguised her martial soul as the Swan martial soul. In order not to reveal any flaws, she even practiced the secret method I gave to the Swan martial soul. This secret method can drive the Vasi of heaven and earth at a critical moment, but no one of the useless descendants of the Shui family has practiced it. When the little girl practiced the secret method and studied the Vasi of heaven and earth, I took the opportunity to invade her mind and made some changes to her mind which subtly influenced her. When she was at the critical moment of the divine test, she knew the benefit. Azura God said, you left a divine thought in her mind. If the god of destruction and the god of life knew about this, they would definitely intervene. That little girl, she is not your successor to the throne, but you hide your divine thoughts in her spirit, which is a serious violation of the rules. The sea god smiled and said, how can I be so stupid? The god of life valued the angel god very much back then, and maybe he is still paying attention to her now. I won't give her a handle, which will only give her more reason to provide protection for the little girl. Besides, if you really leave your divine thoughts, the target will be too big and the little girl's spirit will not be pure. She will be rejected by the angel god and cannot inherit the throne at all. I just left a trace of divine power in her spirit, just like His Majesty dealt with the successor of the Rakshasa god. At the critical moment when her mind is completely immersed in the divine test, I took the opportunity to distort her will and make her do things that she can't understand. Don't you have an heir? I can even make him fall in love with your heir and become a stepping stone for your heir. The Shura god's eyes lit up. This is good. That little girl is the young master of the spirit hall and has a huge power. Although she and the heir of the Rakshasa god are mother and daughter, they have a bad relationship. If she falls in love with Tang San and splits the spirit hall for Tang San, it will not only weaken the strength of the Rakshasa god's heir but also make the power of the lonely Tang San soar. It will be easy to defeat the Rakshasa god and then kill the little girl to vent your anger. The sea god said, since His Majesty the god king said so, when she is at the critical moment of the god test, I will twist her will and make her fall in love with your heir and even rely on this love to become a god. Then your heir will become her biggest weakness, and then when she faces your heir, she will not be a worry and may even throw herself at him regardless of everything. If your heir is willing, she can directly take her down and make her her own woman, so that the spirit hall will lose both the wife and the army. The Azura god laughed and said, very good. But Tang San is not only my heir but also your heir. The sea god was stunned and said, what does His Majesty the god king mean? Are you going to transfer your successor to me? Azura god said, why can't we share one successor? The sea god fell into deep thought and after a moment he hesitated and said, isn't this bad? How can one person have two god positions at the same time? Why not? Azura god said indifferently, my successor is a twin martial soul. One martial soul inherits my Azura god position and the other martial soul inherits your sea god position. With two god positions in one, his strength will be extremely powerful. Once he becomes a god, the successor of the Rakshasa god and her extremely gifted apprentice have no chance of turning over. Bibi Dong's apprentice? The sea god frowned and said, is it the holy son of the spirit hall? This person has the potential to become a god. Even if he does not inherit the throne, he will probably become a god. The Azura god said coldly, this child is the biggest variable. The tricks I did to Bibi Dong were destroyed by him. Otherwise Bibi Dong would have been abandoned by the Rakshasa god and there is no need to worry about her at all. This child also chased after Tang San, the successor I chose. If I hadn't stopped him at the critical moment, Tang San would have been killed by him. The sea god nodded and said, no wonder His Majesty wants Tang San to have two god positions. If he only has one god position, he will not be a match for those who create their own god positions and the new Rakshasa god in the future. You have to know that those who create their own godhood are all extremely talented people. Only one can appear in thousands of years. Their talents are not comparable to those who inherit the godhood. If the godhood they create is strong enough, they can even reach the first level god in a very short time, just like the angel god back then. He did not mention the god king. The 5 great god kings today are all the original godhood that were born at the beginning of the creation. Later no god could break through to the god king. This is also the reason why the sea god wants to leave the Douluo god realm. There is no way to move forward. No matter how hard the acquired god try, it is difficult to break through to the god king realm. In addition, they are tired of staying in the god realm, so they want to explore the new world and hope to reach a higher realm. The Azura god said with a gloomy face, I can't see through that kid. I know he will definitely become a god and he is also making plans for becoming a god, but so far I don't know what godhood he wants to create, so I can't make targeted arrangement. This person is extremely cautious. Now few people in the lower world can match his strength, but he continues to improve his strength. He has not started the plan to become a god and has not told anyone what kind of god he wants to become. This makes it difficult for me to target him. The sea god said, this kid is very scheming. He should know who the enemy he is facing is, and we can't go down to the lower world in person, so he is not in a hurry and is focused on improving his strength. He also agreed with this approach in his heart. Becoming a god is not that simple. Once you start collecting the power of faith, people will know what kind of god you want to become in minutes, and the enemy can destroy you in a targeted manner. If you can't become a god in a short period of time, there will be more variables. The reason why the sea god spent thousands of years collecting faith was because no god targeted him and he was above the sea, so it was difficult for human soul masters to influence him. The only one who could cause damage to him, the deep sea demon whale king, was also crippled, so he could succeed without any danger. In Wang Shenmen's current situation, there is a god king who is full of malice towards him, which is already full of crises. If time goes on, the possibility of being destroyed is as high as 99%, such as supporting another or several geniuses to create the same god position, not to become a god but just to dilute their faith. Without enough faith, if you can't become a god, once your lifespan is exhausted, everything will be over. For example, you can risk your reputation and set up a killing game. When the other two law enforcement gods are not paying attention, you can use the divine thoughts in the lower realm artifact to kill them. At most you will be scolded by the other two law enforcement gods, but you won't lose a piece of meat. In short, there is more than one way to destroy. When there are powerful enemies watching covetously, the longer you collect faith, the greater the possibility of failure. If you start collecting faith before you have cultivated to the realm of demigod, it is not impossible, but to become a god you still have to raise your soul power to level 99 first. Although there is more time to start in advance, it is not suitable for Wang Shenmeng, who is now watched by powerful enemies. The sea god was still thinking about the pros and cons of the dual god position, and then heard Shura god said, "You pursued the angel god and were rejected. This has always been hard for you to let go. If you let the inheritor of the angel god become the licking dog of your inheritor and then abandon him like a rag, trampling his dignity into the mud, wouldn't this be a very refreshing thing?" The sea god was shocked and a sense of revenge surged in an instant. Thinking of that scene, his breathing became a little rapid. "Okay, I agree." Chapter 215 Plan. Just as the sea god and the Azura god were plotting their conspiracies, nearly 20 days had passed in Douluo continent. Wang Shenmeng had helped Ning Rongrong obtain the third soul ring, a 5,000-year top soul ring which allowed her soul power to reach level 33. The 9 treasure glazed tower could increase strength, speed and soul power by 40%. Wang Shenmeng then returned to the state of concentrating on cultivation. He did not touch the Han Nikyunkan cover, the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire. Those who know the original work know that this thing contains the sea god divine thought. The sea god is extremely shameless. In the original work, he bullied the weak many times. He almost killed Bibi Dong in the Xingda Great Forest. When Qian Ren Yui chased Tang San to the bottom of the sea, he came out to attack Qian Ren Yui again. If it weren't for the power left in the human world, it was not enough to support him for too long. Bibi Dong had been killed by him long ago. Wang Shenmeng was very afraid of such a disgusting thing, but with his current strength, as long as he did not take the initiative to get involved, it would not be so easy for the sea god to kill him with the remaining power in the Vasi universe cover. He planned to wait until he became a titled Douluo before starting to deal with this time bomb. At that time he believed that the dreamland world would be initially perfected, the world will be born and it would have the real world power. It would also have the initial ability to interfere with the real world and its safety would be greatly guaranteed, so he would not be so afraid of the sea god divine thought. At the same time, Shrek Academy had also waited for the news from the Tiandu Royal Academy. The 3 members of the education committee agreed to use Iagong's request and allowed Shrek Academy to be incorporated into Tiandu Royal Academy. So the Shrek SI monsters, including Li Yuzong, Lu Kaiban, Xiao Xin, Zhao Wuji, Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, a total of 12 people left Soto City and headed towards Tiandu City. Outside Tiandu City, after more than 10 days of traveling, the group finally arrived at their destination. Unfortunately, among the 12 people present, no one knew where the Tiandu Royal Academy was. In the original book, Ning Rongrong led the team, but now Ning Rongrong is not studying at Shrek Academy, so they had to find a place to stay in Tiandu City first. "I'll go find out the location of Tiandu Royal Academy, you guys take a rest first." As the Dean, Flanders took the initiative to take responsibility, gave a word and left directly. "Come on, let's eat first and have a good sleep after eating. I believe Flanders will find the location of the academy." After more than 10 days of traveling, Yu Xiaogang was already a little exhausted. After entering the hotel, he ordered a large table of dishes, all of which were charged to Flanders' account, and then he invited everyone to start the meal without waiting for Flanders to come back. Ma Hongjun was about to say something, but he wanted to wait for the Dean to come back before eating, but he didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to eat first. "Come on, Ziosan, you must be tired after traveling traveling for so many days. This Tianjing vine is close to the top soul beast. Eat more, it will be good for you. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San lovingly, picked up a large chopstick of Tianjing vine and put it in Tang San's bowl. Tang San frowned and a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. Once a person's mentality changes, he will see everything differently, and even the same thing will get completely opposite feelings. In the past, Yu Xiaogang used the chopstick he had used to pick up food for Tang San, and Tang San would only feel the teacher's sincere love and care as if he was warm like a father. But now he only felt disgusted as if he was eating Yu Xiaogang's leftovers. He looked at Yu Xiaogang's sausage mouth as if the Tianjing ivy in the bowl was still stained with his saliva. Tang San said pressionlessly, I don't like Tianjing ivy. Teacher, net time you pick up food, please use the public chopstick. It's more hygienic and good for everyone. After that, he directly picked up a piece of spicy rabbit head and ate it with relish without even looking at the Tianjing ivy in the bowl. Yu Xiaogang's face was ugly, his body trembled and he couldn't get off the stage. The cold words from his beloved apprentice made him feel cold hands and feet, and his heart was also cold. Ma Hongjun couldn't help laughing. He resented Tang San and looked down on Yu Xiaogang. He couldn't help gloating when the master and apprentice had a disagreement. You don't like it, but I do. Master, net time before you serve food to someone, at least ask them about their taste. This big chopstick of Tianjing vine is wasted. It's very expensive and you don't pay for it. Isn't that immoral? Ma Hongjun said as he pulled the Tianjing vine in front of him and ate it happily. He had a lot of evil fire in his body, so eating some green food would reduce it. Yu Xiaogang ignored Ma Hongjun's side and glanced at Tang San and said, Xiao San, the teacher knows that you have some misunderstandings about me, but it doesn't matter. The teacher has a clear conscience. Everything I do is for your own good. It's okay if you don't understand, but I hope you listen to the teacher. The teacher won't hurt you. Tang San didn't want to argue with the teacher in front of everyone and be treated like a monkey by others. And Yu Xiaogang was his teacher after all, the kind that can only have one in a lifetime, not an ordinary teacher and student in school. This kind of master-disciple relationship is second only to that of father and son. It is very tight and can't be easily broken. People who bully their teachers and destroy their ancestors will find it difficult to gain a foothold in the world. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Yu Xiaogang, he did not want to ruin his reputation because of Yu Xiaogang, so he nodded and said, I know. Teacher, I was wrong just now. I was in a bad mood and spoke a little harshly. Teacher, please don't take it to heart. Don't blame you. How could I blame you? Teacher loves you so much. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San affectionately. Seeing that his beloved disciple realized his mistake, he was extremely relieved. Pretending. Zhao Wuji snorted in his heart, thinking that Tang San was a hypocritical villain and Yu Xiaogang was also a hypocrite. This master and disciple were really birds of a feather. However, he did not say it out loud. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were both involved in the spirit hall and he did not want to cause trouble for himself. When they finished their meal and were ready to rest, Flanders came back. I've found out that the Tiandu Royal Academy is not in Tiandu City but outside the city. Let's go now and we can save some money on staying in a hotel. Flanders calculated carefully and did not miss any opportunity to save money. Yu Xiaogang objected, it's so late, it's not good to disturb you. Why not go tomorrow during the day? Flanders said coldly, it's not too late to go to the sky. The little money left was spent on the meal you just had. You can rest for a night. If you pay, I will be very happy. Yu Xiaogang said gloomily, I will pay. He looked at Tang San. Xiao San, I heard that your aunt gave you 200,000 gold soul coin. You are a rich man now. Staying in a hotel for one night doesn't cost much. Help me pay for it. Tang San was unhappy. Teacher, you want to swell your face and fill your face, but you pay for it yourself. What's the point of being generous to others? Of course he was reluctant. None of these so-called teachers and classmates were good people. They all had the means to die. How could they take advantage of him? Teacher, the dean said that we would go there in the evening. It's only a few steps away. Wouldn't it be better to settle down earlier? Why do you always contradict the dean? We are a group of people. We should listen to the dean. If you want to go there tomorrow, then you stay. We'll go first. Yu Xiaogang's Zion froze. He stood there awkwardly looking at Tan San with a hint of resentment. Flanders said lightly, that's it, we'll go tonight. If Xiaogang is tired, stay first. Yu Xiaogang said quickly, that won't work. We are a whole. Of course we have to go together. I just don't want to disturb the leaders of the Royal Academy so late. Since you insist, then I can only obey. He was afraid that if he was not there, the conditions agreed upon would change again, including him. Wouldn't he have sold Shrek Academy in vain? Chapter 216, Devouring the Blue Silver Emperor. The group immediately headed towards Tiandu Royal Academy. Under the night more than 2 hours, it was almost 10 o'clock and they arrived outside Tiandu Royal Academy under the guidance of the guide. Guide, are you sure it's here? Flanders asked with some uncertainty. The guide nodded and said, yes, that's that's right. Tiandu Royal Academy will not change its location. I am sure it is here. But this is a mountain. This mountain belongs to Tiandu Royal Academy. Oh, and the forest behind and the lake at the foot of the mountain on the left are all under the management of the academy. We are about to enter the academy. Looking at the stunned Flanders, Yu Xiaogang said leisurely, it is a good place with mountains and water. The other teachers also nodded in admiration. The scenery here is really beautiful, especially at this time when the sky is full of stars and the moon is high. Under the reflection of the clear light of the stars and the moon, whether it is the lake at the foot of the mountain or the mountain covered with various plants and up to 1,000 meters high, it gives people a feeling of paradise. It is less than 20 kilometers away from Tiandu City, the capital of Tiandu Empire, and the environment is so beautiful. When several teachers including Zhao Wuji thought that this would be their place of life in the future, they were very satisfied. Only Flanders said disdainfully, what's so great about a good environment in a large place? Have they cultivated strong people? It's far worse than our Shrek Academy. Although our place is small, there are many monsters. Yu Xiaogang raised a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, Flanders, I still don't quite understand why so many children with outstanding potential would be fooled into your Shrek Academy. What method did you use to trick them in? I used bullshit. What is cheating? I call it personality charm. Flanders glared at Yu Xiaogang coldly and snorted, going up the mountain it just in time for supper. Let's see how the food is here. If the treatment is not good, I won't stay. Stop, who are you? After walking a few steps, the guard stopped them immediately. Fortunately, Xuebeng had died and no one deliberately made things difficult for them. Flanders said boldly, we are from Shrek Academy. We are invited by your Tiandu Royal Academy to come here for e-changes. Lead the way. Wait a moment, I'll go in and pass it on. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Ming came out with a smile on his face and said happily, Dean, teachers, juniors, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come in, the 3 members of the education committee are waiting. After an inspection, Meng Shenji, Bai Basehan and Zhilan were very satisfied with Shrek's teachers and students and agreed to all their conditions. Since Prince Xueying and Dugabo did not come to make trouble, things went smoothly. Shrek Academy was then incorporated into Tiandu Royal Academy and the Shrek SI monsters became the Royal Do Team 2. The original Royal Do Team 2 was reduced to substitutes and lost the qualification to participate in the competition independently. This caused strong dissatisfaction in the Royal Do Team 2, but after a contest the 7 against 1 were crushed and had to accept the reality. After watching the performance of the Shrek SI monsters, the 3 education committee members looked at each other and nodded secretly. More confidence in the competition. However, when they thought of the girls in Dragon Butterfly Academy, they felt a little powerless. Even if they accepted these SI geniuses, it seemed that the gap was still not small. They just hoped that the children could perform beyond their normal level. God Realm. After the Sea God agreed to the plan of the dual god position of the Shura God, he naturally wanted to see what kind of person his successor was. He immediately followed the guidance of the Shura God and found Tang San, who was practicing in the simulated environment of the Tiandu Royal Academy. After carefully sensing it, his brows frowned. Your Majesty, your successor is not very good. How can a mere blue-silver grass martial spirit carry my Sea God position? Don't worry, his martial spirit is not an ordinary blue-silver grass but a blue-silver emperor. The Sea God said he only has the blood of the blue-silver emperor, but the previous generation of blue-silver emperor is still alive. There can only be one emperor in a world and he can't awaken. The Azura God had already considered this and said calmly, this is not a big deal. As long as you are willing to work hard, it is not impossible to help him improve the quality of his martial spirit. The Sea God cursed in his heart, is this looking for an heir or this little ancestor? This is very troublesome. There can only be one blue-silver emperor in the world. It is an iron rule. No matter how hard I work, I can't let 2 blue-silver emperors exist in Douluo continent at the same time except to kill the previous blue-silver emperor. The Sea God said in embarrassment, but the blue-silver emperor is immortal. Unless she sacrifices herself, no one can kill her. This is troublesome. The Azura God said, it's a pity that Tang San once got an eternal soul bone with the ability to devour, which was snatched away by Wang Shenmeng. If that eternal soul bone is still there, it will evolve after that. He could devour the blue-silver emperor and replace her as the new blue-silver emperor. It's a pity that Tang Hao, that waste, was not in a hurry to protect his son but was in a hurry to snatch back the blue-silver emperor and was severely injured. At that time I was stared at by Luosha and I couldn't stop him, so Tang San lost an extremely important opportunity in vain. The Sea God spread his hands. What should I do? It's difficult to snatch back the lost soul bone. The Azura God said coldly, the soul bone has been absorbed by Bibi Dong and can't be snatched back. What's more hateful is that she ran to the slaughter city and killed a lot of people, devouring the life essence and souls of countless fallen people and managers, including many titled Douluo, and also devoured the the evil power accumulated in the Slaughter City for countless years and upgraded the 8 Spider Lands to the level of a divine weapon. Now the Slaughter City has been basically slaughtered by her, leaving only the King of Slaughter alone, and he was almost killed by her. If I hadn't secretly controlled the Azura blood sword at the critical moment, the King of Slaughter would have fallen into her hands. The sea god was stunned. Isn't the Killing City the place where your throne is inherited? She actually destroyed it. This is incredible. This person is really crazy and powerful. Su Luosheng said with a dark face. Bibi Dong was originally one of the killing gods who obtained the killing god domain, and now her strength has reached the peak of mankind. What's so difficult about destroying the Killing City? After she drove away the King of Killing, she took control of the Killing City herself. Now the fallen people who are still fleeing to the Killing City have become the nutrients for her to continue to improve the artifact. The sea god took a breath and sighed. This person is really evil. He used the life essence and soul of the living to cultivate the artifact. He is worthy of being the heir chosen by the most evil Rakshasa god. The Azura god sneered. This is good. She beat the blood-red 9-headed bat parasitic in Tang Chen's body to death, and Tang Chen just got rid of control. I have used the Azura blood sword to guide him to hide and recover from his injuries. He was almost dead after being parasitized for many years, but now he has broken free from control, completed the 8 trials and possessed my divine power. After practicing for a few years he can recover. The sea god said this is a good thing. By then the high priest of the sea god island Bo Sai I plus Tang Chen and Tang Hao will be strong enough to pose a huge threat to the spirit hall, thus protecting Tang San. The Shura god said you should find a way to solve Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit. Even if you can't upgrade it to the level of blue-silver emperor for the time being, you should first upgrade it to the limit of blue-silver king. When there is a chance, let Tang San obtain another swallowing type eternal soul bone and find a way to devour the blue-silver emperor. The sea god nodded lightly. This is a feasible plan. Chapter 217. Davis is abnormal. Although he didn't know that Poseidon and Azura god were discussing to deal with him, Wang Shenmeng never relayed his vigilance. Anyway, he would not rashly start the road to becoming a god without preparation, nor would he give Poseidon and Azura god a chance to take advantage of him. He also had his own plan, and as long as he followed the plan there was no reason to fail. Of course he knew clearly that Shrek Academy was an-ed by Tienda Royal Academy. In fact, he, the Emperor of the Empire, was the official dean of Tienda Royal Academy. He was just too lazy to take care of things and left all the things to the Emperor. All matters were delegated to the 3 education committee members. The 3 education committee members were his full representative. No major event of Tienda Royal Academy could be hidden from his eyes. The 3 education committee members would also report to him regularly. In Longdi Academy in the Dean's Villa, Wang Shenmen's whole family was here, including the harem team and Lu Erlong. Tang Yuehua didn't come. Tang Yuehua is no longer the same as before. In the past SI months, Wang Shenmeng has captured more than 20 direct descendants of Haoshan sect, all of whom have become the nutrients for Tang Yuehua's strength improvement, allowing her soul power to advance by leaps and bounds. In a short period of time she has entered the Soul Saint realm. Now she is adapting to and consolidating the sudden surge in strength. In a short period of time she has changed from a useless soul master to a soul saint. Her mentality has not yet completely changed. She uses music and Yu Yuan every day to adjust her mentality. Wang Shenmeng took a nap on the sofa, resting her head on Lu Erlong's plump thighs and her bare feet on a Yin's legs, enjoying the gentle massage of her 2 sisters. Recently I have been busy practicing and I don't have much leisure time. I haven't enjoyed it for a long time. These days he has reached a bottleneck in his practice, and he also relayed a little down. Change your mood, Rella, and tighten the way of literature and martial arts. Maybe those doubts about the 5th level of the golden body that you haven't figured out yet will suddenly become clear. Lu Erlong gently rubbed his temples and massaged his head. Ayan massaged his thighs and Yalingling massaged his shoulders, and Miss Meng Yuran massaged his calves and feet. For a while Wang Shenmeng felt extremely enjoyable, slightly closed his eyes, listened to the girls chatting and didn't interrupt. It felt good and warm. Shrek Academy was actually merged into Tienda Royal Academy. I didn't e-pect it. Lu Erlong's e-press Zion was a little complicated. Shrek Academy was the hard work of Boss Fu. He must feel very uncomfortable to hand over the fruit of his hard work. Wang Shenmeng said disapprovingly, what else can we do? Shrek Academy has nothing and is completely misleading student. In the past 20 years only 14 of the 62 geniuses have graduated. It is not wrong to say that it is a graveyard of geniuses and should have been closed down long ago. Now they are not even qualified to participate in the competition. If they do not merge into other academies they can only give up this competition. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, I was a little curious about this school before and wanted to experience it, but I didn't expect that I couldn't stand it on the first day. I don't know. Not only is the environment of Shrek Academy too bad, but all the students are like psychos. She commented on them one by one based on her observations that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun are too pervert. They can't walk when they see beautiful women. It's disgusting. Oscar looks sassy but not quite right. Davis looks mighty but his behavior is a little feminine. There is something wrong between Oscar and Davis. Tang San is gloomy and vicious. He is not a good person at first glance. The only normal student is Bai Chen Iong. In such a school, normal people will become abnormal sooner or later. Dugu Yan said, you also found that Davis and Oscar are abnormal? I thought I was the only one who felt it was wrong. What's abnormal? What's wrong with them? Xiao Wu asked in a daze. Why didn't I find anything wrong? All the girls looked a little unnatural. How could anyone say this? Xiao Wu, stop pretending. You are the dirtiest among us. Why are you pretending to be pure? Zhu Zuyun said unhappily. She and Xiao Wu knew each other the earliest. She had long seen that this rabbit was a rogue rabbit. She looked pure and sweet, but that was an illusion. Xiao Wu is indeed too much. Everyone knows what it means. Why are you pretending here to make yourself purer than us? Ning Rongrong couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Wu smiled and said dissatisfiedly, Zhu Zuyun, you always ruin my show. Can't I be a pure rabbit? You are just a rogue rabbit. You have nothing to do with purity. Don't insult the word purity. Xiao Wu said unconvincedly. Then how good are you? Davis is your fiancé, but you come to snatch a man from us. Is that reasonable? Zhu Zuyun's face fell. It was so annoying to bring up such a topic. She glanced at Wang Shenmeng and warned, don't link us sisters with the Dai brothers. The fiancé was arranged by the family back then. Now the engagement has been cancelled. Zuking and Dai Mubai have also cancelled their engagement. We are free to follow our husbands. Don't stir up trouble, otherwise don't blame me for turning hostile. Xiao Wu curled her lips, but it was not good to joke about this anymore. If she continued, this hateful cat would really get angry. She asked curiously, I didn't expect Davis to be gay. I don't know if he is a top or a bottom. He looks tall and mighty, so he is probably a top. The girls didn't expect Xiao Wu to dare to say anything. Their faces turned red, their eyes flickered, and they glared at Xiao Wu in anger, but no one responded. Lu Erlong blushed and said unhappily, Xiao Wu, read less messy things in the future, especially those BL novels which are poisonous to people. Who would read those? Look at how you have been corrupted. Xiao Wu smiled. I know, I just glanced at them accidentally and I haven't read them for a long time. I only read romance novels now. The book The Domineering President's Love Every Night is very good. I like it the most. I highly recommend it to everyone. Shameless. Ning Rongrong blushed and whispered, no, I still think your highness's soft and cute wife is better. The heroine is from a noble family, soft, cute and beautiful. She fell in love with the hero at first sight at a banquet and got married. It's a pity that the scumbag has such a cute little wife but doesn't know how to cherish her. He is affectionate and hugs her. In the end he feels good to abuse his wife for a while but ends up in the crematorium after chasing her. The ending is so satisfying. The scumbag should be despised by everyone. Okay, let's talk about something else. Wang Shenmeng couldn't sit still anymore and suddenly interrupted, aren't you curious that the only two princes left in the Xingluo Empire who are qualified to compete for the throne have all come to the Tiandu Empire and joined the Tiandu Royal Academy, but the Xingluo Emperor didn't react at all? Chapter 218, Xingluo Emperor's Plan. Yes, Miss Meng Yuan cleverly changed the topic. Is there any secret in this? Wang Shenmeng changed glances with the young lady, thanking her for her cooperation. Seeing that everyone's attention was diverted, he hurriedly said, of course there is a secret reason. Xingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng thought that I had taken away his two daughters-in-law and threw the dignity of the Xingluo Empire to the ground and stepped on it hard, making them unable to raise their head. Not long ago he killed two of their titled Douluo. He thought I was too much of a bully and our Wuhan Hall was aggressive, so he couldn't stand it, so he started to do small tricks in secret. It's really bullying. Lu Erlong rolled his eyes at Wang Shenmeng. They are a royal family that has ruled the Xingluo Empire for hundreds of years and they are domineering and high above. How can they bear this grievance by being slapped in the face and humiliated by you? It's abnormal not to react. Zhu Zuyun asked curiously, what are they going to do? Allowing Davis and Dai Mubai to stay in the Royal Academy of the Tiandu Empire is to ease relations with the Tiandu Empire. Smart. Looked at the big cat with admiration. This is a politically savvy and courageous person. 2 years ago she was able to resolutely break with the Xingluo Empire and bring her sister to follow her. Ordinary girls really can't do it. Facts have proved that this is an extremely wise decision. If she is still tied to Davis, her future will definitely not be good. Dai Tianfeng wants to form an alliance with the Tiandu Empire and then pull in the 7 major sects to form an anti-spiritual hall alliance to achieve the goal of competing with our spirit hall. Ning Rongrong was surprised. Is he also planning to win over our Kaibao Liulai sect? Doesn't he know the relationship between the two of us? Maybe people think that I robbed you just like the one who robbed him. The two daughters-in-law are the same. Wang Shenmeng smiled strangely. Maybe in Dai Tianfeng's eyes I am a bully who bullies others and takes advantage of his power, a bully who robs women and revels every night, but he doesn't think I have the patience to talk about love. You are. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Wang Shenmeng coquettishly. Which of the 4 points you mentioned can't you touch? So I am really a bad guy? Wang Shenmeng touched his chin. It's not bad to be a bad guy. If you like a beautiful woman you can go after her. If anyone dares to talk nonsense you can slap him to death. I don't know how cool it is. On the contrary, if you are a good person anyone can force you to do this and that, and if you don't listen to them they will accuse you and use all kinds of moral kidnapping. What's the point? The women looked at each other. This perverse theory seemed to make sense. Good people are easy to be pointed at with guns. If they do something wrong they will be criticized. On the contrary, no one dares to mess with bad people. If they do something good a group of people will clean up for them. This standard is too different. Don't talk nonsense. In my eyes you are the best person in the world. Du Guyan held Wang Shenmen's hand and comforted her. Her eyes were gentle as water. This man saved her. In her heart he was unique. Let's not talk about good people or bad people. I don't care. I just do things according to my heart. Let's talk about Dai Tianfeng. Wang Shenmeng held Du Guyan's soft and boneless jade hand and played with it carefully. He smiled and said Dai Tianfeng intends to marry King He Emperor in order to unite the Tiandu Empire. He wants to marry his daughter to King He Emperor as the queen. In this way the two empires, one in the south and one in the north, each with 1,000,000 soldiers, will sandwich the Spirit Hall in the middle, echoing each other, advancing and retreating together and competing with the Spirit Hall. If the major sects are added maybe he thinks he can destroy the Spirit Hall. Ling Xian said disdainfully. Dai Tianfeng is fanciful and overestimates his own abilities. I think he has reached the end of his career as an emperor. Should we get rid of him? Wang Shenmeng said don't worry. Dai Tianfeng's idea is still desirable. Although the title Douluo is strong, the 1,000,000-strong army is also a terrible force. If the two empires really unite it will still be a threat to our Spirit Hall. If a group of top powerhouses are added, not to mention competing with the Spirit Hall, but it can also maintain a pattern of two major camps fighting each other. Of course this is only an ideal state and it is impossible in reality. Lu Erlong said, did Emperor King He agree? Hasn't he been urged to establish a queen? Maybe Dai Tianfeng's daughter can really become the queen of our Tiandu Empire. He hasn't agreed yet, but I guess he will. I heard that Dai Tianfeng's daughter is very beautiful. Why would he refuse a beautiful woman for free? Do you think Emperor King He is as lustful as you? Emperor King He is my senior brother. I know him very well. He is clean and has high moral character. He is famous for not liking women. Even if he finally married Dai Tianfeng's daughter it was out of political consideration. It has nothing to do with her beauty. The one who likes to quarrel with Wang Shenmeng is naturally the delicate girl Ning Rongrong. She is right. The image that Emperor King He gives to outsiders is indeed such a nearly perfect personality. Wang Shenmeng smiled but said nothing. Whether it was out of consideration of beauty no one knew better than him. Dai Tianfeng's daughter, is it Princess Mingzu? Zhu Zuyun seemed to be thinking about something. It Princess Mingzu. Zuyun, is she really beautiful? Zhu Zuyun said she is indeed very beautiful. Her name is Dai Qian. She is the daughter of my aunt Zhu Lanin. She is my cousin and inherited my aunt's beauty. When I left Xingluo Empire 2 years ago she was only 13 years old. At that time she was already beautiful and stunning. She is known as the Pearl of the Empire and that's how she got the title. In the Empire there are countless young talents who are attracted to her and want to become her husband, but none of them caught her eye. Du Guyan frowned and said, if Emperor King He really marries Princess Mingzu, Dai Qian and the two empires form an alliance, should we destroy it? Why should we destroy it? Let them unite, and it's best to unite all those who oppose us and then settle the accounts and catch them all in one fell swoop. Wang Shenmeng said indifferently, my enemies have never been them. In my eyes they are just jumping clowns and everything they do is like monkey show. I just watch them play monkeys quietly. Lu Erlong said, okay, you just need to know what's going on. No matter what decision you make we will advance and retreat together. Wang Shenmeng patted Lu Erlong to show his gratitude but got a sanitary eye in return. Who told him to pat the wrong place in broad daylight? Therefore Davis and Dai Mubai are actually responsible for connecting the royal families of the two empires. They stay in the Tiandu Empire as Dai Tianfeng's sincerity so that the Tiandu Empire can rest assured, similar to hostages. Ning Rongrong said speechlessly, Dai Tianfeng is really generous. There are only 2 heirs left and he sent them to the Tiandu Empire. Isn't he afraid that something will happen to them and he will have no successors? If you don't have a son you can still have more. Anyway, Dai Tianfeng is not too old and heirs are not urgent. Instead face and power are more important. Chapter 219 Pressure from Soul Emperor. Dragon Butterfly Academy. Let me see your progress during this period. Attack me with all your strength. If you can defeat me me forget it. I won't bully you anymore. On the training ground specially allocated for the 8 girls, Wang Shenmeng was originally going to personally test everyone's team combat effectiveness, but he thought it was too bullying. His current strength is not to say that he can walk sideways in Douluo continent, but he can also. There were few rivals. Even if they stood there motionless and did not use any soul power or soul skills, these sisters were helpless and could not break the defense at all. Dugu Yan said unhappily, you are a soul Douluo. Are you competing with us, a group of soul masters of the highest talent soul sect? Isn't it bullying? Unless Sister Erlong and Sister Ling are added, we will have 10 people fighting against you alone. Forget it, I would rather compete on another battlefield. What are you talking about? You are talking nonsense in broad daylight. Be careful that you will be left alone at night. Dugu Yan blushed. The so-called other battlefield was obviously not serious. Wang Shenmeng smiled. No matter whether it was a serious or not serious battlefield, he was invincible and had never met an opponent. No matter it was a single fight, a group fight or a round-robin fight, he Wang had never lost. He was very proud of it. Tomorrow is the weekend, let's take a rest. No need to train any more, Rella, and go to the hot springs together. The so-called hot springs are the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, which are cold half of the day and hot half of the day. Most people can't stand it. However, after Wang Shenmeng taught the method of ice and fire alchemy, the physical fitness of the girls has been greatly improved and they have adapted to the environment of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, so they will not be damaged anymore. Everyone's eyes lit up and of course they all agreed to take a hot spring bath. Such activities are held once a month and every experience makes people linger. Of course Wang Shenmeng is the one who enjoys it the most. He is the only man in a group of girls. He enjoys the treatment of the king. It is still easy to do something inappropriate for children. The outdoor environment is very exciting. After training because of the 2-day weekend break, everyone returned to the Wuhan Hall together. This is their home in Tiandu City. The Dragon and Butterfly Academy is at most a temporary palace. After taking a bath one after another, they had dinner and gathered together to chat. There is still a little more than a year before the all-continent Soul Master competition begins. Time flies. Lu Erlong sighed. Older women are always very sensitive to the passage of time. Last time our Blue Tyrant Academy team achieved good result. This time we are aiming for the championship. The strong teams from all over the continent should be preparing now. Zhu Zuyun said that's for sure. At least most of the participants have been confirmed and they have begun to collect information from other academies. I don't know much about others. Our Xingluo Empire doesn't have any powerful Soul Master academies. The strongest Xingluo Royal Academy is just so. Without Davis and me they can't even enter the finals. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Xingluo Empire really doesn't have any strong team. In the original book it all depends on Davis and Zhu Zuyun to support the scene. The rest of the people are not outstanding. Dugu Yan said the Tiandu Royal team is about the same. The overall strength is okay, but there is no outstanding one. Now there is no top auxiliary spirit masters, so it is difficult to pose a threat to us. In the Tiandu Empire the old and strong teams probably have to look at the 3 major colleges of Tianshui, Shuo and Shenfeng. They have performed very well in every competition and are qualified to compete for the championship. She changed the subject, but I don't think they can threaten us. For us there is only one opponent, that is the team headed by the golden generation of Wuhan Hall. I really want to know how good your senior sister is. Wang Shenmeng touched his nose and smiled. We are all family. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Winning or losing is not that important. Dugu Yan retorted, why not? Yes, after the competition we will graduate. Are we going to officially enter the Spirit Hall? We will inevitably have to deal with the high-level people in the Spirit Hall in the future. We can't let people look down on us. We must show up beautifully. Ning Rongrong raised her hand in response. Yanzi is right. Her Holiness the Pope seems to look down on us. We must perform well. If we defeat her carefully trained female apprentice, what reason does she have to look down on us? Wang Shenmeng said helplessly. Then you still have to work hard. My senior sister has already been a Soul King. In the finals she has a 100% chance of becoming a Soul Emperor. There are also 2 other people in the Golden Generation. Even if they can't become Soul Emperors, they can cultivate to high-level Soul Kings. It's not easy to defeat them. Soul Emperor? The girls looked at each other and felt a sense of pressure in their heart. If the little senior sister becomes a Soul Emperor, it will definitely not be like the 3 poor Soul Emperors they killed last time. Ya Lingling bit her lip and said weakly, she will just be 20 net year, right? A 20-year-old Soul Emperor with such talent, her strength must be beyond imagination. She is really a strong opponent. Dugu Yan was also a little discouraged. She was already 22 years old, but she was still a soul sect. She couldn't compare with that stinky FO. The Rela ed pressions on the faces of the women disappeared and they felt the pressure. Wang Shenmeng also sighed in his heart. With his help, Hulina was indeed much more powerful than the original. Not only did she start practicing possessing Xiantian Gong Ziji Demon Eye and other skills very early, but she also took 2 immortal herbs Wangchuan Kaya Shulu and King Kaya Yumo, and her qualifications had reached the top level of Soul Masters. With such strong qualifications and top configuration conditions, her combat ability is unquestionable. In addition, the soul power level is at least 1 major realm higher. It is really not easy for his harem team to win. At the same time, at Tiandu Royal Academy, the Shrek people were also preparing to rest on the weekend. At this time, half a month had passed since Shrek Academy was merged into Tiandu Royal Academy, and everyone had gradually adapted to the new environment. It is not much different from being in Shrek Academy. Among the conditions agreed, there is a requirement that Shrek Academy teachers continue to teach Shrek student. Therefore, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang and others still teach the SI student. Flanders said, I will go to the city tomorrow to visit Erlong. You can do whatever you want or go to Tiandu city to play, but remember, don't cause trouble for me. He no longer mentioned that not daring to cause trouble is mediocre. This is Tiandu city. Causing trouble will kill people. Dean, I will go to the city with you tomorrow. I will see who is better between Tiandu city and our Xingluo city and visit Emperor King He. By the way, Davis has received instructions from his father asking him to study at Tiandu Royal Academy with peace of mind and to contact the Tiandu royal family more to help the 2 countries turn enemies into friends. Daimyo Bai also received the same orders, so he said calmly, I'll go too. Ma Hongjun shouted, let's go, let's go. I don't know if the women in the brothels of Tiandu city are all top-notch. The evil fire that has been suppressed for a long time should be vented. Flanders' face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, it's up to you whether to go or not. Remember, everyone is a whole now. Don't be outwardly united and make people laugh at you. Obviously, he was still clear about the unharmonious relationship between the student. Chapter 220 Individual Action. Saturday, Wang Shenmeng took his family to the hot springs after dinner. The good thing about the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is that there are ice springs in summer, hot springs in winter, and hot springs with neutral cold and heat in spring and autumn. You can go anytime. Besides, the yin-yang eye of ice and fire was formed after the corpse of the ice and fire dragon king fell. There are so many fairy grasses growing around it. The water of the hot spring can really be called a divine spring. As long as you can withstand its erosion and damage, it will be of great benefit to the body. Apart from other things, it will become more and more radiant, delicate, rosy and shiny. This has a fatal attraction for girls, and it can make them pay more attention than cultivation. However, their physical strength is not suitable for soaking every day. Soaking once or twice a month is enough. It is only February or March now, and the temperature in Baida Road is still very low. Most ordinary civilians have not even taken off their coat. It is a good time to soak in hot springs. Wang Shenmeng has covered his dreamland world in the valley. Any movement cannot be hidden from his eyes. No animals can survive in the environment of the valley. Soaking in hot springs here is quiet and safe, and there is no possibility of peeping. Wang Shenmeng is very satisfied with this. Hot springs are basically naked. If the environment is not hidden and safe enough, it will definitely not work. Wang Shenmeng has no perverted fetishes and cannot tolerate his wife being taken advantage of by others, so every time he takes a hot spring bath, he will follow her to ensure her safety. Of course, taking the opportunity to feast his eyes and have fun is also one of the reasons, which is also a kind of interest. Flanders came out of the Dragon Butterfly Academy with a disappointed look on his face. He originally wanted to visit Sister Erlong, but unfortunately Erlong was out for something and didn't know when she would come back, so he made a wasted trip. Fortunately, it was not far from the Tiandu Royal Academy. For him, a flying soul saint, the distance of less than 20 kilometers is only a cup of tea. Flanders didn't rush back after not meeting Lu Erlong. He also wandered around Tiandu city. Anyway, there was nothing to do when he went back. He wanted to see if there were any business opportunities. Now that he doesn't have to bear the expenses of the academy and has a good salary, Flanders can save money and is also preparing to save some money for retirement in the future. The Shrek SI monsters also came into the city together today. Some had things to do and some came purely to play. Davis went to the Tiandu Palace to ask for an audience with Emperor King He, but was told that the emperor was in seclusion and could not see guests for the time being. He was asked to wait first. The emperor would naturally summon him when he was free. Feeling the arrogance of the Tiandu Empire, Davis was very dissatisfied, but he did not dare to get angry. This is the capital of the Tiandu Empire, where there are many powerful people and powerful people. His identity as a prince is useless here and may even attract hostility. The 2 countries have been mortal enemies for hundreds of years. The Xingluo Empire looked down on the Tiandu Empire and clamors to destroy the Tiandu Empire and unify the continent every day. It also blames the Wuhan Hall for blocking them and ruining their good deed. Under such circumstances, the Tiandu Empire is quite hostile to the Xingluo Empire, not to mention that the 2 countries often fight fight. The accumulated hatred is definitely not something that can be explained in a few words. If faced with the disaster of overthrow, the Tiandu Empire may be able to put aside the past grudges and forget the past hatred, but now it is a peaceful and prosperous era and there is no threat from foreign enemies at all, so they are not interested in forming an alliance. As for Dai Tianfeng's alarmist remarks about the Spirit Hall bullying others too much, being ambitious and having the intention to unify the world, most people don't believe it. Not to mention that the Tiandu Empire has been secretly controlled by the Spirit Hall. The court and the army are full of people from the Spirit Hall or people who have already surrendered to the Spirit Hall. Under such circumstances, the officials of the Tiandu Empire naturally don't like Davis, the eldest prince of Douluo, and don't even give him a good face. Davis can only endure it, feeling very aggrieved, secretly hating the Tiandu Empire for not giving him face. Davis returned to the Douluo Empire's office in the Tiandu Empire in a depressed mood. Dai Mubai had disappeared. It turned out that he went to the brothel to listen to music with Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Asshole, I've been running around for the Empire and I dare not slack off. He's just happy and romantic and he'll die on a woman sooner or later. Davis was furious. On the one hand he was wronged and took his anger out on Dai Mubai, and on the other hand he was jealous. He no longer had that ability and he had to cover up in various ways and pretend to be strong. He was jealous of Dai Mubai's life of revelry every night. And Oscar, he couldn't wait to find a woman. Does he really dislike me in his heart? Damn, he used my money to get a woman but he disliked me in his heart. Do you really think that I, Davis, have no temper? Davis angrily asked someone to take him to the brothel where Dai Mubai and others lingered, looking like he was going to fight. The other two students by Chen Iong followed Tai Long to the south of the city to visit Tai Tan, the patriarch of the Power Clan. The four single attribute families were once affiliated forces of the Haoshan sect. Although they later broke away, they still had a good relationship with each other. If Bai Chen Iong came to Tiandu city and didn't visit the Power Clan, it would be very rude and unreasonable. Tai Long was very attentive. He didn't expect that the granddaughter of the leader of the Min clan was so beautiful. She was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He fell in love with her at first sight. The two were old friends and well matched. In his opinion, this was a match made in heaven. It was a pity that Prime Minister Bai didn't seem to be interested in him and didn't respond to his pursuit. In fact, no response was a response, but Tai Long was still persistent. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a clinging man. As long as he pesters her, he won't believe that he can't get her. This is the residence of Arli clan. My grandfather will be very happy to see you. Tai Long smiled innocently and invited Bai Chen Iong into the gate. On the other side, Tang San also came to the door of Yu Yuan. Because he had money, he changed into a very nice set of clothes and there was no sloppy Tang Hao around to lower his senses, so the two guards didn't sneer at him, and he also avoided the misfortune of having his arm shattered. It was a pity that he came at a bad time. Knowing that the nephew of Suanzu was visiting, Suanzu General Manager O did not dare to neglect him. After confirming Tang San's identity, he entertained him well but still told him regretfully that Suanzu was out for something and no one knew when he would come back, maybe one day, maybe 2 days. Tang San was very disappointed. He specially took Saturday to visit his aunt to get closer to her, but he didn't expect to come up empty-handed. General Manager Ode said, you can tell us where you live and we will notify you when Suanzu comes back. Tang San frowned and said, okay, I live in Xingye Hotel not far from here. After that he came out of Yu Yuan and came to the outside of the palace wanting to meet Emperor King He, but was stopped by someone as expected. The palace guards mocked, what a joke. His Majesty is so busy with all kinds of affairs. You are just a little soul master. Can you ask for an audience just by asking? Tang San gritted his teeth. I have secrets about the imperial treasures to present to His Majesty. You dare to stop me? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Come here, mad dog barking here. Imperial treasures, don't you even take a piss to look at them? Are you worthy? The captain of the guard looked at Tang San with a mentally ill look and cursed, if you don't get out, don't blame me for being rude. You will regret it. If you miss me, Tang San, you will miss the whole world. Tang San was extremely angry. He glared at the captain of the guard and left angrily. Chapter 221 Playful Flowers. Although Wang Shenmeng was hundreds of miles away in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, it was difficult to hide everything that happened in Tiandu city from him. He soon learned about Tang San's request to see Emperor King He. Wang Shenmeng knew Tang San's intentions very well. What purpose could he have in looking for Emperor King He? He just wanted to seek cooperation and sell his hidden weapon, especially the hidden weapons like Zhuge Shenu, which can be equipped in the army on a large scale, have good lethality and can threaten low and middle level spirit masters. For the country, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are the most important weapons of the country. This is what Tang San did in the original novel. When he came to Tiandu city, he first cooperated with the Seven Treasures Glaze sect under the matchmaking of Ning Rongrong. Later Later during the soul hunting operation, the hidden weapons sold to the 7 treasures glaze sect caused heavy losses to the Spirit Master team of the Spirit Hall. It was precisely with these hidden weapons that the 7 treasures glaze sect was able to preserve some of its vitality and did not die like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family. However, Tang San only sold finished product when selling hidden weapons, not the design drawings of hidden weapons, let alone the production method. He also sold them at very high prices, making the monopoly business flourish. With the money he earned, he established the Tang sect. Wang Shenmeng guessed that Tang San was obsessed with Tang sect and probably wanted to rebuild Tang sect now. Unfortunately, these hidden weapons were no longer a secret to Wang Shenmeng. Tang San still wanted to make a lot of money by monopolizing the business, which was completely overthinking. Wang Shenmeng leaned naked on the edge of the hot spring. Tang Yuehua moved for a while and her body fell softly in his arms. Seeing that he looked different, she couldn't help but asked lazily, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" She pouted. The man was thinking about other things at this time. Was she not doing well enough, or was she not attractive enough, or did he not cherish it after getting it? "Nothing, your good nephew Tang San visited you not long ago." "Tang San, he should not have anything important. Let's talk about it when I go back." "Well, but I have something important." "What's the important thing?" "A bad guy." The net moment she reacted immediately. Her pretty face was hot and she bit the man's chest hatefully. Wang Shenmeng smiled and began to lie down and enjoy. Suffering is indeed an important matter. Tiandu City. Davis led his men and walked angrily to Tian'ia Renjian. This is a high-level sperm-consuming cave. The girls inside are all outstanding in appearance, superb in skills, and speak well. They are proficient in playing and singing. It is a paradise for men. Countless people linger here, bowing and ehosted, not knowing when this night is. After Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar came in, they didn't want to go back at all. Daimyo Bai was better. After all, his status was there. He had eaten and seen, and the quality of what he usually experienced was not too bad. But Oscar and Ma Hongjun usually ate coarse food and occasionally flattered Davis and ate some leftovers. Where had they seen such a magnificent scene with beautiful women? It's just like this in the palace. It's really the treatment of an emperor. Ma Hongjun was excited, just like a beggar, fantasizing about the emperor begging for food with a golden bowl. In Ma Hongjun's opinion, the so-called beauties in the palace were just like this. Daimyo Bai ignored the two of them, picked 2 girls by himself, opened a private room and went to have fun. Damn Daimyo Bai, he played with women without taking us with him. He will die on women sooner or later. Ma Hongjun was full of hatred in his heart and looked at Oscar and was in trouble. Why is it so expensive? It costs 1 gold soul coin to play for a night. You think it's inlaid with gold? Ma Hongjun looked at the price and yelled immediately. The madam was a fat aunt in her 40s or 50s. When she heard this, her smile faded a little and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. When she saw Daimyo Bai ordered 2 girls at once, he thought there were 3 rich men and he said a lot of flattering words. It turned out that these 2 were followers. "Hey, you can't say that. Our girls are carefully selected and carefully cultivated. They are worth this price. If you think it's too expensive, the low-grade brothel across the street only charges 30 copper soul coins per time. But can those low-grade goods compare with our girls?" Although the old procuress's enthusiasm has greatly decreased, she didn't push people away. But her tone was not very good. She suggested, if you don't have enough money, you can also pool it together and let a young man enjoy it first. Any time you can pool money and change a young man to enjoy it. That's a good idea. Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. He really couldn't take out a gold soul coin, but he could still borrow some from Oscar. It's the end of the month. His soul master subsidy of 10 gold soul coins has been used up on eating and drinking. He will return it to Oscar after receiving the subsidy. Net month. Xiao Ao, you can get 100 gold soul coins a month. You must be rich. Lend me some, I will pay you back. Net month. Oscar said in embarrassment, I keep all my money with Douluo. He has a storage soul guide. It is not easy to lose. I only have 1 gold soul coin, which is only enough for me to play. Ma Hongjun looked a little ugly and suddenly he had an idea and said, why don't we order a girl? You eat the meat and give me some soup. We brothers can have fun together. Isn't this bad? Oscar was a little dumbfounded. 3 people, this fat guy thought of it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not like you haven't played before. Don't you often pick up the leftovers of Douluo? It's almost the same. It's just that we brothers play together. This is called true fellows. Ma Hongjun became more and more excited as he spoke. At most I will suffer a little loss. You take the right path and I will find another way. Such a beautiful girl must be clean all over. I don't mind. Oscar also felt a little strange in his heart. Thinking about that scene, he was actually a little excited. He nodded and said, okay, net time you treat us, we will take turns. Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. No problem, we brothers should share the happiness and play with women together. The old procuress was stunned. She didn't expect that these 2 looked like teenagers, but they played so well. She said quickly, wait, this doesn't make sense. One person orders a girl for two people to play with. This is a disgrace to my daughter. I won't agree. Seeing Oscar and Ma Hongjun showing disappointment, she changed the subject. Unless you add money. Ma Hongjun rekindled hope. How much? The madam said 2 people order 2 girls and you get 2 gold soul coin. If you order 1 girl but 2 people play, you get at least 5 gold soul coin. Ma Hongjun was already furious. Hearing this, he looked at Oscar. Xiao, I have 5 silver soul coins and you have 1 gold soul coin. Let's pool them together. Oscar nodded, took out a gold soul coin and handed it to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun contributed his last 5 silver soul coins, handed them to the madam, and then began to select girls with excitement. Chapter 222 Setting Fire. Xiao, this one is good, tall, long legs. It must be super comfortable to hold it around your waist. What's your taste? Fatty. She's as skinny as a rib. Don't poke me. This one is good, plump and meaty with a big butt. It must feel great. I don't like fat people. I don't like too thin people either. The two of them stared at each other, and after a dispute they chose a person who was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. They sandwiched the person in the middle with excitement and entered the room impatiently. Half an hour later, Davis walked in angrily and shouted, Daimyo by Oscar. Ma Hongjun, get out of here quickly. Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to mess up the place? The old procuress saw someone making trouble. Davis was stopped immediately. With a greeting, a group of male servants, guard and thugs came, including a soul master. Davis said disdainfully, do you know who I am? I am the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, the future brother-in-law of the Tiandu Emperor King He. Do you dare to stop me? What? The madam was confused. She didn't care about the former identity. It was impossible to open a sperm-consuming cave in Tiandu City without a background. She had the secret support of the nobles behind her. No matter how powerful the crown prince of Xingluo was, he had to lie down in the Tiandu Empire. But the latter identity made her doubtful. The brother-in-law of the King He Emperor? This is not to be provoked. She also vaguely heard that the King He Emperor had not yet established a queen and even had no concubines in the harem. The ministers had been urging him to get married. This time the Xingluo Empire proposed a marriage, and it seemed that the King He Emperor's attitude had loosened. This was a big deal for the ministers. They didn't care about the other party's identity. As long as the emperor liked it, it was fine. Many people immediately agreed to the marriage. After all, although His Majesty is in his prime, he cannot be without an heir. There are always changes in the world. Without an heir, if something happens to the emperor, the empire will be in turmoil in a minute. Besides, without a queen, there is no one to manage the harem and no one to preside over the summons of noble ladies. There is one less channel to contact the emperor, which is unbearable for many people who rely on their relationship with the court to maintain their status. Therefore, until now, as long as the emperor is willing to marry, no matter what the other party's identity is, even if it is an ordinary woman with no background, they will accept it. Therefore, the old procuress thinks that Davis has a lot of possibilities to become the emperor's brother-in-law, and this identity cannot be taken lightly. If she offends the other party, how can she bear it if his sister blows pillow wind in the future? The madam's face immediately changed and she smiled flatteringly. So it's the noble who has come. Please come in. Tell me who you want to see and I'll bring them out immediately. No need, tell me where they are and I'll go and invite them out myself. Davis gnashed his teeth. He couldn't stand seeing those guys enjoying themselves. Why could these guys who relied on eating his leftovers enjoy what he couldn't enjoy? Being ignored in the Tiandu palace, the frustration and anger in his heart completely ignited this emotion. Today he must let them know how powerful they are so that they won't be obsessed with SE every day and think about playing with women. Yes, I'll take you there right away. The madam's attitude changed 180 degrees, but she secretly hated it in her heart, thinking that she let you take advantage of the tiger's power. If the emperor didn't marry your sister in the end, she would let you have a good time. Bang! Davis kicked the door open and the room was a horrible sight. Daimyo Bai was tied up with a rope, kneeling on the ground with a perverted e-press-zion on his face, and his head was wet with a lot of unknown liquid. The two girls sat naked on the bed, arrogant like queens, stomping on him hard with their feet, whipping him hard with whip, and tying his neck with a belt, making him bark. Davis was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale, his hands and feet were cold, and he was shaking all over. He couldn't believe his eyes. Daimyo Bai, he roared angrily in his throat, you are willing to be so low? You have disgraced our Xingluo royal family. You are not worthy of being a descendant of the Dai family. He rushed over and kicked Daimyo Bai several times and then slapped the terrified girl twice, roaring, how dare you humiliate the prince of Xingluo Empire like this? I don't care what your background is, today's matter is not over. As he said, he turned around and asked someone to take him to find Ma Hongjun and Oscar without caring about Daimyo Bai, who was ashamed and angry. The door opened and the scene inside was equally eye-catching. The girl was made into a sandwich and the fat man and Oscar had excited and intoxicated smiles on their faces. The scene was too scary to look at. Boss Dai, why are you here? The door was suddenly pushed open and the person person who was most afraid of suddenly stood in front of him. The unbearable scene was watched by many people. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who were galloping on horses, were immediately startled. Their brains went blank, their bodies trembled uncontrollably for a few times and then completely withered. "I'll give you 1 minute. If you can't clean up, I'll help you." Davis's cold words made Oscar and Ma Hongjun shudder. They quickly pushed the woman away and started to put on their clothes in a hurry. 1 minute later, Daimyo by Oscar and Davis stood dejectedly behind Davis along with 5 or SI officials from the Xingluo Empire's embassy in the Tiandu Empire. Davis said coldly, "The Tian'ia Renjian has bullied our Xingluo Empire too much. They have humiliated the prince so much. If I don't do something, how can I live in the world with my face?" He looked at Ma Hongjun. "Fatty, light the fire." Ma Hongjun's face turned pale. "Boss, I dare not. I can't bear it. If it gets out of hand, I might lose my life." Davis said coldly, "With me here, what are you afraid of? I will take responsibility if something goes wrong." "You are afraid of them but not me." Ma Hongjun shuddered. In Davis's knife-like eyes he gritted his teeth, possessed his martial spirit, and a huge fienny evil fire swept out, igniting the lobby of Tian'ia Renjian. "Stop, you can't do this. Marquis Aista will not let you go." The old procuress wailed. How much money would be lost from this fire? Moreover, if the Marquis blamed it, Davis would be the main culprit, but he, the person in charge, would not be able to escape. If things went wrong, he would die. Davis sneered. "Stopped the soul masters and let the prostitutes and clients inside." The guard fled in panic, and soon the entire building was gradually engulfed in flames. Such a big commotion quickly attracted attention. When the patrol guards arrived, Tian'ia Renjian was no longer able to rescue, but the fire still had to be put out. Otherwise, if the fire spread to this prosperous city, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, this is the extraordinary world and it is easy to put out the fire. Several water-attributed soul masters took action and quickly controlled the fire, but Tian'ia Renjian had already become a ruin. "Take away the arsonist." The official in charge of the security of this area was very troubled. The identity of the arsonist was too special and it was simply a hot potato. He wanted to throw it out quickly. Not long after, Wang Shenmeng also got the news that Davis had set fire to a building in the city and couldn't help but praise Davis is still something with good brains and skills, better than Daimyo Bai. He can suppress several younger brothers, and it's not entirely because of the first mover advantage of age. Chapter 223, Handing a Knife to Emperor King He. Tiandu city was in an uproar, but Wang Shenmeng was not concerned about it. He still enjoyed the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian until the NET afternoon, when he went back leisurely. At this time, Flanders was already in Ia. 4 of the SI students were suspected of arson in the downtown area, causing major economic losses to the empire and threatening the safety of the imperial capital. They have been imprisoned and cannot even visit him now. He wanted to plead for the students, and many people wanted to write to the emperor to severely punish the arsonist, but without exception the answer he got was, "The emperor is in seclusion, let the empire wait." So no matter if they wanted to punish Davis and the other 4 or beg for mercy, they had to suppress their thoughts and wait anxiously for the emperor to come out. During this period, everyone was not idle. They formed alliances and used their magical powers. The Tiandu Empire was very lively for a while, and Davis, Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were completely famous. Everyone in Tiandu city knew about the glorious deeds of these 4 people, and they were still spreading them at a rapid speed. However, Davis was still praised by some people who thought he did a good job and did not disgrace the status of the Prince of Xingluo. And Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun and Oscar were completely socially dead. The rumors about the 3 people's lay were widely spread, and they had become synonymous with scum, filth and perversion. Especially Daimyo Bai, the identity of the Prince of Xingluo made him more widely concerned, and even the Xingluo royal family was embarrassed internationally and once again became a laughing stock. Not long after Wang Shenmeng came back, Flanders came to him and asked for help when he saw Lu Erlong. "Erlong, you have to help me this time. Davis, Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun are in custody. Daimyo Bai and Davis are fine, as their status as Xingluo princes means they won't be punished too much, but Ma Hongjun and Oscar are in trouble. Especially Ma Hongjun, he started the fire, so I'm afraid he will be the scapegoat." Lu Erlong said disdainfully, "Boss F, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Oscar and Ma Hongjun are really bad people. It's okay for them to go to the brothel right after entering the city, but they also have so much fun. Pervert so young, it's too outrageous. You said that Ma Hongjun had to go out to vent because of the evil fire. That's understandable, but this is too aggravated." Flanders smiled bitterly and said, "It's my fault. I neglected to discipline them in this aspect in the past and let them learn bad things outside. I will definitely manage them strictly in the future and let them turn over a new leaf and make up for their past mistake." Lu Erlong frowned. She didn't care about Oscar and Ma Hongjun in the future, but those 2 were the direct disciples of Boss Flanders, and their relationship was much closer than Tang San, Davis and others. Flanders. Boss Flanders personally pleaded for mercy, so she couldn't refuse harshly. It's easy to change a country but hard to change one's nature. Those two kids are already that old and their personalities are almost Phi-ed. It's not easy for you to change them. Lu Erlong was not optimistic that Oscar and Ma Hongjun could change their ways, and he said thoughtfully, let me help you to speak for them. I don't have much friendship with Emperor King He, and it's not easy for him to save his face. Flanders said happily, Erlong, your face will definitely work. Emperor King He still owes his brother-in-law a life-saving grace. If not your face, he should also consider his brother-in-law's face, right? Speaking of the word brother-in-law, Flanders felt a blockage in his heart. He had obviously given up on Erlong and promised to bless him, but why did he still feel so uncomfortable? Lu Erlong's pretty face flushed slightly, but she did not object to Flanders' address. A cold light flashed in her eyes. I heard that the real master behind Tian'ia Renjian was Marquis Aesta, and it was he who contacted a group of people to severely punish Davis and the other four. But Tian'ia Renjian also did a lot of things like forcing women into prostitution and trafficking in human beings. The imperial law has stopped the trafficking of human beings. Although many dignitaries have been doing this privately, they cannot oppose it to the public. If you want to save Ma Hongjun, oppose this matter. Tian'ia Renjian has violated the law of the country and deserves the punishment. Ma Hongjun set fire to it, which can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people and eradicating traitors for the country. As long as the illegal and criminal acts of Tian'ia Renjian can be defined, Ma Hongjun will be fine. Flanders nodded repeatedly, then smiled bitterly. Opposing the human trafficking violates many rules and interests. Other captures are the Tiandu auction house, which openly auctions female slaves. The maids there are all trained female slaves. As long as you can afford it, you can buy them home. Tiandu auction house is powerful and has an extraordinary background. It is said that several nobles own shares. If the lid is lifted, too many people will be offended. I am afraid that I will be retaliated wildly afterward. I don't know how many days I can live. Erlong, you want to harm me? Lu Erlong said unhappily, Boss Fu, we are in love, we are brothers, and we have been friends for so many years. How can I harm you? Flanders just said that of course he didn't think Lu Erlong would harm him, and asked seriously, is there any other trick in this? Lu Erlong said, I heard from Xiao Meng that Emperor King He has long been dissatisfied with those corrupt nobles who are lawless, greedy and cruel, and treat the imperial laws as nothing, and is ready to start a purge. You are opposing them now and collecting more evidence. Isn't that handing a knife to Emperor King He? The emperor will take over in the future and deal with those criminals who openly sell slaves and smuggle slaves. How can they have the energy to deal with you? When the time comes, you will cooperate with Emperor King He, and he will naturally guarantee your safety. It turns out that Emperor King He wants to make a big change in the imperial nobles. That's great. Those corrupt and greedy nobles should have gone to hell long ago. Flanders himself is a bit cynical, disdainful of the nobles, and even more disgusted with their corruption. Now he has the opportunity to help Emperor King He eradicate those people, and he can also rescue his apprentice. By the way, he is 100 times happy. Okay, let's do it. Lao Zhao and I will join forces. We are not afraid of ordinary soul fighters, and there is a certain guarantee of safety. I will go to collect evidence of Marquis Aesta's crimes and then report him, and then announce to the world that the imperial dignitaries buy and sell people and smuggle slaves. Lu Erlong reminded, be careful, the 3 teaching committee members of your Tiandu Royal Academy are not from noble families, and their character is not bad. They have supported Emperor King He's soul fighters for a long time. At the critical moment you can drag them into the water. Oscar and the other 4 are now students of Tiandu Royal Academy. The 3 teaching committee members can't stay out of it. Flanders chuckled, don't worry Erlong, the 3 education committee members are not standing aside and are also actively rescuing Ma Hongjun and others. I think Meng Shenji's education committee members' black demon martial spirit is very suitable for lurking and collecting evidence. No matter what, he must be dragged along to act together. After saying that, he left with an excited look on his face. Chapter 224 Emperor King He is ready to go offline. Wang Shenmeng looked at Flanders's departing back with a smile on his face. Purging the inhumane and corrupt nobles of the Tiandu Empire is something he has wanted to do for a long time, but he was busy practicing before and had no time to toss. Now that his practice has temporarily reached a bottleneck, it is a good time to change his mind and clean up these guys who are full of sins and should fall into the hell, and then use their money to do something meaningful. Wang Shenmeng used the coup and rebellion to purge a large number of nobles and gouge out a lot of rotten meat from the corrupt empire, but it is not yet at the bottom of the river, and there are still many nobles escaping after a disaster. The poison is still deep. This time he is going to take action against the remaining lawless people. No matter how hard they try, they can't turn the tables. Wang Shenmen's eyes are deep. The Tiandu Empire is still very important to him. In the future he will use this empire as a foundation to collect faith as quickly as possible so that the enemy will not have time to destroy it and quickly become a god. But if he only makes achievements that benefit the people in the name of Emperor King He, it seems that it will not be of much help to Wang Shenmeng to collect faith unless he becomes a god as Shui King He. Should I let the Emperor King He go offline? Wang Shenmeng suddenly had such an idea, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly feasible. When the time comes, he will officially step onto the stage of the empire with his current identity, benefit the people in large quantities, and become a hero admired by hundreds of millions of people. If he collects more faith, it will be like 100 rivers returning to the sea, unstoppable. Sister Schwetter's most important goal now is to become a god, and she can't take care of this. Moreover, she doesn't care much about the identity of the emperor. The vest is offline. With her ability to transform into thousands of things, if she wants to play politics in the future, the worst thing she can do is to become like me. Wang Shenmeng thought for a moment, called Saras and ordered Go secretly release the news saying that Emperor King He's retreat is fake, and in fact he was murdered when he obtained the soul ring last year. He was seriously injured and relied on drugs to suppress his injuries. Now he doesn't show up and his injuries have relapsed, and he is secretly treating them. Yes, your subordinates will definitely do it tightly and won't let anyone know that the news was released by us. Salas was shocked and bowed his head respectfully. Do your job well and I will reward you. Go and do it. I'll take my leave. Salas bowed and left, full of passion to carry out the task. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, first creating an impression that Emperor King He was in poor health and could die at any time so that he could retreat and attack later. When he needed to go offline with this identity, he would say that his injury relapsed and he died. If the plan changed later and Emperor King He's vest could not be removed, he would say that he got the magic medicine and his injury was healed. Anyway, with this layer of foreshadowing of the body being injured, whether he died or lived in the future, it would not seem abrupt and would be acceptable. Besides, the emperor was ill and had no children, and the only direct heir to the empire was Princess Shueke, who was only 11 years old. This was a big operation. At this time in Yuyuan, Tang San finally saw his aunt Tang Yuehua. Thanks to Davis and the other 4 being detained for committing a crime, he and Bai Chen Iong did not have to rush back to class and stayed in Tiandu City to wait for things to develop. Not only did Tang San and Bai Chen Iong not go back, but the former Shrek Academy teachers and 3 education committee members came to Tiandu City one after another, ready to find a way to rescue them. Of course, Meng Shenji, Bai Base Han and Zhil and the 3 education committee members looked very unhappy. If they had known that this Shrek student would cause so much trouble, they might not have been so impatient to accept him into Tiandu Royal Academy. But it was too late now. Oscar Ma Hongjun Dai Mubai and the other 2 are already genuine students of Tiandu Royal Academy. They are now famous throughout the continent, and the reputation of Tiandu Royal Academy has also been affected. Its reputation has plummeted and its glorious image has been tarnished. But now that things have come to this, the 3 teaching committee members can only try their best to restore their image, and they cannot stand by and watch the 3 students die, otherwise they will still be accused of irresponsibility. As one of the original Shrek students, Tang San and Bai Chen Iong were also assigned a task, which is to mobilize their connections to help rescue people. Bai Chen Iong's connections are mainly in the Li clan and his influence is limited, but Tang San's connections are not simple. He often uses tiger skin. His aunt is Tang Yuehua and his uncle is Wang Shenmeng, so he was arranged to ask his aunt to help plead for mercy. And Tang Yuehua is the master of Yu Yuan. Over the years she has also taught a large number of noble children. These are all connections and her influence is not weak. After meeting his aunt, Tang San looked at Yu Xian, who was exquisitely elegant and yet luxurious, and was very impressed. He decided to visit her more often in the future. Wouldn't it be more justified to hang out with his aunt more often? Tang Yuehua enthusiastically brought Tang San into the hall, made tea for him and apologized. Xiao San, auntie went out yesterday for something. It was not intentional that she did not see you. Don't worry. Tang San put away his gloomy look at this moment and smiled harmlessly, saying auntie runs such a large Yu Yuan, so she is naturally busy with affairs. I am very embarrassed to disturb her. I did not see auntie because I came at the wrong time. How can I blame auntie? Tang Yuehua was very relieved to see that Tang San was reasonable and smiled. Your classmate is in trouble. You don't have to go back to class for a while. Stay with auntie for a few days, listen to music rela and combine work and rest. Tang San said, thank you auntie for your love, then Xiao San will obey your order. He never mentioned asking auntie for help to plead for mercy. When Davis and the other 4 got into trouble, he had no sympathy except gloating and never thought of saving them. Not to mention how precious his aunt's favor is. If he uses one less, he won't have enough for himself, so how could he spend it for others? At this time, not far away, Tang Hao, dressed in black cloth and a black hat, looked at the scene of the aunt and nephew talking happily, and his frown rela eds like lightly. Tang Yuehua, I thought you were completely self-degrading and climbed into the bed of your enemy for wealth and glory. But now it seems that you still have a conscience. Were you forced to do it? Yes, you must have been forced. Wang Shenmeng is lustful and licentious, bullying men and women, and is a complete villain. Yuehua is a beautiful woman with a fairy-like temperament. She is a rare beauty in the world. It is normal for that little villain to take advantage of her and forcibly occupy her. After some imagination, Tang Hao temporarily forgave Tang Yuehua, thinking to himself, since Yuehua was forced, she must be resentful, forcing herself to smile every day and wanting to kill that little villain all the time to wash away the shame. Now that she has become the little villain's bedside, doesn't she have too many opportunities to kill her? Tang Hao's blood-red eyes sparkled as if he had found a wonderful way to kill Wang Shenmeng, and he was already imagining how to carry out the plan. At this time in Yuan, Tang San finally asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. My father, is he Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao? Chapter 225. Tang San's suspicion. The NET day. There are rumors that Emperor King He claimed to be in seclusion last year, but he actually went to Xingde Great Forest to obtain the fourth soul ring secretly. As a result, he was assassinated for unknown reasons and suffered irreparable injuries. This seclusion is just a recurrence of old injuries, and he had to suppress the injuries in the name of seclusion. This rumor came from nowhere, but it spread wildly in Tiandu city in a very short time. The ministers were skeptical and went to the palace to see the emperor to get confirmation. Emperor King He still did not see anyone in the name of seclusion, which made the rumor more and more intense. More people began to believe the authenticity of the rumor. Some were secretly happy, some were worried, and some were ready to move. People's hearts began to be uneasy. Yuan, my father, is he Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao? Tang San looked at his aunt expectantly and asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Tang Yuehua glanced at him and sighed. I don't know why my second brother has been hiding this from you, but your father Tang Hao is indeed Haoshan Douluo. Tang San was shocked. Although he had such a guess long ago, he still found it hard to believe when it was confirmed. That sloppy decadent blacksmith, he was actually a titled Douluo, or the famous Haoshan Douluo. Then he was excited and ecstatic. Sure enough, he Tang San Shao was not from an ordinary family but from the Haoshan sect, the world's largest sect. His father was a peak powerhouse Haoshan Douluo. He was actually a top second generation. He asked expectantly, do you know where my father is? I haven't seen him for many years and I don't know if he is doing well now. Outside the house, Tang Hao smiled with relief. It would be good to let Yao San know his life experience. He would be proud of having a great father and a top-notch family background, so that he would not always take the enemy as his father and act under the banner of the enemy. How would he, the great Haoshan Douluo, feel? Tang Yuehua said, I don't know where your father went. I haven't seen him for a long time, but he should be fine. Don't worry about him. Tang San was silent for a moment and suddenly said, I heard that my father had a grudge against the spirit hall. He once killed the previous pope, so he was hunted down. Is this true? Tang Yuehua's smile froze and she subconsciously said, where did you hear it from? Things are complicated, not as simple as you think. Then tell me what happened back then. Why did the spirit hall hunt down my father? Tang Yuehua said helplessly, this is related to your mother. I don't know the details. You can ask your father in person later. Tang San said excitedly, have you seen my mother? Where is she? Tang Yuehua hesitated to speak, looking at Tang San with pity, not knowing how to answer. Tell him the truth. His mother fell in love with someone else and fell into the arms of another man. Although Tang Yuehua was upset about Ayan's choice, she also guessed that something she didn't know might have happened, causing Ayan to do that. Seeing this, Tang San was more and more sure that his aunt knew where his mother was and hurriedly asked, where is my mother? You know, right? Tang Yuehua said helplessly, I do know. You have seen it too, but we just didn't recognize each other. Tang San said excitedly, I have seen it. Who? You will know later. Some things are not suitable to know now. Don't ask about your mother for the time being. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open and a figure in a black robe came, silently interrupting the conversation between the two. Are you Dad? The familiar voice and the familiar back made Tang San recognize the identity of the person at once, and he immediately stood up excitedly. It's me, Xiao San. The person pulled down the hood that covered his face, revealing a sloppy face. Although it was very different from the past, Tang San still recognized the familiar face. Dad. He walked up to Tang Hao excitedly, and suddenly a complaint arose in his heart. Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you go back to see me? He thought to himself that since his father was so powerful, a titled Douluo, why did he let himself be bullied? Moreover, he had hardly cared about him since he was a child, and he almost starved to death when he was a child. If his father's ability was not good, it would be fine, but he was so powerful, but he gave birth to him but didn't raise him and made him suffer so much. What's the point of having such a father? After experiencing a series of things, Tang San's mind had long changed from the past, or in other words, he acted more according to his nature without so many moral scruples, and he had a strong attitude towards the relationship between people, the dangers and coldness of his father and his own feelings. Now looking back at his father, he found that he didn't treat him like a son at all but rather like an enemy. Before he was years old, his father never cared about him. Even when he needed to be fed to survive, Tang Hao directly poured boiling porridge into his mouth. If he hadn't practiced Xian Gong, he really doubted that he would not live for a few days. Later, when he was a little older, the dignified Haoshan Douluo actually had to rely on him, a 2 or 3-year-old child, to support him. All the changes started from the day he awakened his martial soul, and it was after he showed his twin martial souls. Tang San's eyes flickered and the excitement in his heart slowly cooled down. He wondered if his father, like his teacher, saw value in him and wanted to use him to achieve their own goals, so he changed his attitude towards him. Thinking of Yu Xiaogang, his heart became colder. He had figured out the teacher's purpose. He used him as a tool to turn over a new leaf and achieve success. In order to control him, he even sacrificed his future. He was really blind back then to worship such a person as his teacher, and was so close to him and trusted him so much. The teacher was like this, and the father was probably the same, right? He even doubted whether he was Tang Hao's son. Could it be that his father was someone else, or even Tang Hao's enemy? In order to avenge his biological father, Tang Hao stole him away when he was very young, so he treated him like an enemy. Tang San had all kinds of thoughts in his mind, but his face showed no signs of excitement. Tang Hao sighed. Xiao San, Dad has been by your side to protect you all these years, just hiding in the dark. Dad has never left you. You are my son. How can I let you go out alone? Tang San was not moved, but even more dissatisfied. You have always been by my side to protect me. Why do I never see you appear every time I am bullied? Is this how you protect me? As for Tang Hao not letting him inquire about his mother's news, Tang San also had doubts in his heart and felt more and more that he was the son of Tang Hao's stolen enemy, and was afraid that he would find out something, so he didn't let him inquire about his mother's information. And Tang Hao's enemy should also be a member of the Haoshan sect, and his Haoshan hammer spirit cannot be faked. Could it be that my father is actually the current Haoshan sect leader, Tang Xiao? He and Tang Hao are brothers. They turned against each other for my mother, and Tang Hao became a loser. In resentment, he stole me away to avenge his biological parent. Tang San kept thinking about it and felt that he was getting closer and closer to the truth. If that's the case, Tang Hao is likely to be my enemy, so I can't show any abnormality, otherwise I might be killed by him. Tang San shuddered secretly, and the expression on his face became more sincere. Dad, I know you love me. Tang Hao hugged his son and said emotionally, you are my only son. Dad loves you more than I love myself. For you, Dad is willing to do anything. Dad. Tang San. She also hugged Tang Hao tightly but sneered secretly in her heart. Chapter 226 Conspiracy Moment. The scene of the loving father and filial son made Tang Yuehua's eyes moist. At this time, Tang Hao suddenly said, Yuehua, you have worked hard during this period. You were forced by your enemies and had to follow the thief. I know that your heart must be full of hatred. Don't be afraid. Now I am here. I will not let you continue to suffer in dire strait. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao in confusion. Second brother, what are you talking about? How can you tell that I am full of hatred and forced to follow the thief? It is true that I am suffering in dire straits, but that is what I want to do. And it is not only suffering but more of happiness. The scene in the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian appeared in her mind. Now she thinks that it is very unbearable and embarrassing. Her beautiful face became hot and she couldn't believe that she still had such a side. It was all because of that little nemesis who was so good at making trouble for others. The sisters were abused by him one after another, but they couldn't bear to refuse and played with him and finally even enjoyed it. Tang Yuehua suddenly lost her focus. Her face was abnormal, as red as the morning glow, and there were spring water in her eyes. Tang Hao nodded secretly. Yuehua was embarrassed and had no face to face him because he had said the unbearable current situation and true thought. Therefore she was ashamed and angry and was sad to the point of crying. Tang Hao could naturally sense Tang Yuehua's feelings for him back then, but it was a pity that a useless soul master could not compare with a 100,000-year soul beast. If he hadn't met Ayan, maybe. Thinking that Tang Yuehua had been ruined by Wang Shenmeng, Tang Hao's hatred in his heart deepened and he felt disgusted with Tang Yuehua. No matter how she was forced, she eventually became someone else's plaything. She didn't even die to show her determination and protect her chastity for him. Tang Hao, thinking of the scene of Tang Yuehua being under Wang Shenmeng and the scene of Ayan being manipulated in various ways, Tang Hao's pupils, which had already turned blood red, glowed even more red at this time. A surge of anger suddenly arose in his heart and he wished he could kill Tang Yuehua and end her shameful life. However, the remaining rationality in his heart made Tang Hao barely suppress his crazy killing intent. He shook his head, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Yuehua, brother is here to save you today. But you also know that the Wuhan Hall is very powerful and Wang Shenmeng, that despicable thief, has no martial ethics at all. He would attack me with a group of people at any time. I can come and go freely, but I am afraid that I am not strong enough to take you with me. Besides, Wang Shenmeng has defiled you and this hatred is deep and must be avenged. I have a packet of poison here. Find a chance to give it to Wang Shenmeng and I will make sure that he will die. What poison? Tang Yu was startled looking at the packet of poison handed over by Tang Hao. Her heart trembled and her eyes became very complicated. She did not take the poison but asked, is this the poison prepared by Yang Wudi? Yes. The Po Yi clan is very knowledgeable about poisons and Yang Wudi is the master of all poison. This poison is specially made for many soul masters. It takes more than 10 years to prepare a small amount. Even a titled Douluo can be poisoned to death. Wang Shenmeng, a mere soul Douluo, will definitely not be able to resist it. Once he dies you will be free. Tang Yuehua's joy at seeing her second brother again has disappeared and she only feels inexplicably cold and heartache. She knows that she will have to make a choice sooner or later between Tang Hao and Wang Shenmeng. She has been avoiding this issue before but now she can no longer avoid it. Tang Hao is forcing her to make a choice. Family and love, brother and husband, it is really a painful choice. Yuehua, don't be afraid. Although this poison is extremely toxic, you will be fine as long as you don't eat it. When Tang Hao saw that Tang Yuehua didn't take the poison, he thought she was scared by the toxicity and plain this poison is colorless and tasteless and it is extremely concealed. It won't be abnormal if it is put in food or tea and it will never cause alarm. That Wang Shenmeng is lustful and lewd. I think he is very greedy for your body. You have countless opportunities to poison him. The simplest and safest way is to apply the poison on his body and he will definitely eat it. Yuehua, do you understand what I mean? Tang Yuehua was shocked and a trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. Of course she knew what her second brother meant. If the poison was applied to sensitive parts, her man would eat it unknowingly when he was intimate and she would really be a ghost under the peony. Yuehua net, you have to think about the revenge for your father, the revenge for your second brother falling into this situation, and the revenge for your own rape. This hatred is higher than the sky, deeper than the sea, and irreconcilable. Tang Hao stared at Tang Yuehua until his sister trembled and put the poison into the soul guide, and then he smiled with satisfaction. Yuehua, I will protect you nearby. Once you succeed I will take you away as soon as possible and then find a place to hide you or go out to sea directly to avoid the wind. The world is so big that even if the Wuhan Hall searches the ground for 3 feet it can't find you. Tang Hao's heart was full of expectation. He had no doubt whether Tang Yuehua would betray him. He knew his sister very well. She had admired him and looked up to him since she was a child. She even had feelings for him that she shouldn't have. She kept her virginity for him for decades, waiting for an impossible result. How deep this friendship is, it is enough to show that he is irreplaceable in her heart and she can do anything for him regardless of her own safety. Not to mention she herself was humiliated by Wang Shenmeng and her body was unclean, which made her ashamed to face him. Tang Hao, she must have hated Wang Shenmeng to the core. Women are extremely scary when they go crazy. He believed that if there was a chance to kill the enemy, his sister would do everything she could to kill the enemy. Tang San was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that his father would do such a big thing as soon as he came. He quickly thought about whether this matter would be good or bad for him. He also hated Wang Shenmeng and even hated him who made him so much better than him and snatched Xiao Wu away. But if his aunt killed Wang Shenmeng and the spirit hall retaliated later, his nephew would be implicated. He had a certain understanding of the strength of the spirit hall during this period. It was definitely a behemoth that made the whole continent tremble. No other force could compare with it. If he became the target of the spirit hall, he really couldn't think of how to escape. As for escaping overseas, let alone whether he could escape, he himself didn't want to. Would he have to spend the rest of his life in a desolate overseas? He was still young and had too many dreams and goals to achieve. He also had to rebuild the Tang sect. How could he withdraw from the stage of Douluo continent like a stray dog? Not to mention the spirit hall is so powerful and there are branches of them all over the continent. Is there really a chance to escape overseas? Tang San was skeptical about this. He even suspected that his father was fooling his aunt. He never thought of taking his aunt away. Maybe he would kill her first and make it look like his aunt and Wang Shenmeng died together so as not to oppose the truth that he was the mastermind. Tang Hao didn't notice the strange look in his son's eyes. In his opinion, his son must stand on his side unconditionally and support any decision he made. He would never have any other intention. Yuehua, everything depends on you. After we have avenged our great hatred and destroyed the spirit hall, I will find a place to take you and her. We will live happily together. I will no longer care about the secular perspective and moral shackles, and I will never let you down again. Before leaving, Tang Hao made another promise to Tang Yuehua. Isn't what he described the life that his sister longed for? Then it would be a good thing to satisfy her wish in advance and make her more determined to poison Wang Wang Shenmeng. Haha, second brother is really thoughtful. I know what to do now. Tang Yuehua lowered her eyes and did not look at Tang Hao again. Her voice was hoarse and low without the warmth of the past. Well, I will tell him about Yao San's mother later. Don't bother. After the voice fell, Tang Hao left the room in a flash as if he had never appeared. But whether it was Tang San or Tang Yuehua, they all knew that he was hiding in the dark nearby, so they didn't say anything more. Chapter 227 Shueke. In the Tiandu Palace. Outside there were discussions, rumors flying all over the sky and undercurrents surging. In the place where Emperor King He was in seclusion, his face was a little pale at this time, and a beautiful girl in her early teens beside him was looking at him with concern. Brother, are you really injured in an incurable way, as people say? The girl looked worried, her voice trembling. She couldn't imagine what a blow it would be to her if something happened to this brother who had loved her since she was a child. The King He Emperor, disguised by Wang Shenmeng, smiled on his pale face, reached out and touched the girl's head and said softly, "Don't worry Shueke, I'm fine, I will be fine. Don't listen to the rumors outside, they are all nonsense of people with ulterior motive. It would have been better if she didn't e-plane." Once she e-planed, Princess Shueke became more worried. Her beautiful cheeks turned pale and she trembled. Brother, do you mean are you really injured? Shueking He said, it's just a minor injury. As long as you take good care of it, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. We brothers and sisters depend on each other and live a long life together. Brother. Shueke leaned on his chest and cried, "Be good, don't cry, don't say I'm fine. Even if I am, I will settle you first." Shueking He gently patted his sister's back and said, "Brother has no offspring, but the Tiandu Empire cannot be without an heir. I plan to make you the crown prince. If anything happens to me, the Tiandu Empire will be handed over to you." Shueke shook her head violently. "No, I don't want to be the crown prince, I just want you to be safe and sound." Shueking He chuckled and said, "Brother will be fine, but I need a lot of time to rest. Only in this way can I recover better from my injuries. I don't have so much time and energy to deal with state affairs. Only you can share the responsibility for me, don't you want to?" Shueke was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. "Brother, if this is the case, I am willing to help you, but you don't need to be the crown prince. If the name is not right, then the words will not flow. With the identity of the crown prince, you can better represent my power. Not only that, I will also find you a powerful husband. With his support, even if I have any mishaps, one day you can still sit firmly on the throne." Shueking He's words made Shueke's head buzz. What her brother said today was too scary, with some ominous meaning which made her heart messy. "Shueke, are you willing to follow my brother's arrangement?" "Brother, as long as you can get better, I will listen to you in everything." "Well, my brother plans to marry you to the holy son of the Spirit Hall. You have seen him. When you become the crown prince, I will make him a prince. With the support of the Spirit Hall, our Shui family's rule can be as stable as Mount Tai. Do you understand?" Shueke buried her head in Wang Shenmen's arms. Her pretty face was already blood red and she nodded her head gently. "Well, I will listen to my brother." Thinking of that young man in her mind, her heart was also, "I don't know whether I should be happy or sad." Wang Shenmeng saw her shy look and it seemed that she didn't hate him and even had a little girlish sentiment. He sighed slightly in his heart but was also relieved. This can be regarded as fulfilling the girl's good wishes, but the truth is so cruel. As for the fact that I plotted to kill Emperor Shuye, no one else in the world knows it except myself and Qian Ren Yui. It's better to bury it deep underground. Besides, Shueke has been dating Shueking He, who was pretended by Qian Ren Yui since she was a child. Emperor Shuye doesn't value this daughter. In the cold palace, only Shueking He is the irreplaceable instance in her heart. If she knew the truth, it's hard to say what choice she would make, but you can try. Wang Shenmeng gently hugged his sister Shueke, coaing such a little girl to marry him, and he felt a little bit reluctant, but in all conscience he really wasn't after beauty this time. Although Shueke was very beautiful, there were many beautiful women around him and he didn't want to take all the beautiful girls into his harem. The reason why he arranged it this way was to let him step onto the political stage of the empire with his public identity so as to gain huge prestige. It would be best if he could be a hero who turned the tide at a critical moment. When the time came, he would turn this reputation into faith and become a god at the fastest speed. Wang Shenmeng had a hunch that becoming a god was the most critical hurdle for him. As long as he stepped over it, he would be able to leap as far as the sea allowed and fly as high as the sky allowed, and the gods would not be able to do anything to him. In order to cross this hurdle, he had to make more and more comprehensive preparation. The Tiandu Empire was the most important part of his plan and he must not lose control. After a while, Shueke calmed down a little, got up from Wang Shenmen's arms and said softly, "Brother, you have a good rest. I will definitely try my best to help you share the responsibility." Wang Shenmeng took his sister's hand and said, "Brother can still hold on for the time being. You don't have too much pressure. After you are betrothed to the holy son of the Spirit Hall, I will let him help me. He once saved my life and his status is respected respected and his status is not worse than that of the emperor. He will not covet our family's throne, so you can rest assured to appoint him." After that he pulled Shuike out of the retreat. The ministers outside had been uneasy for a long time. When they learned that Emperor King He had come out of retreat, they all went to the palace to ask for an audience. In a short time a large group of civil and military officials gathered in the hall. "I am fine. Rumors stop at the wise. You are all the elites of the empire, the wisest among the wise. How can you believe in a mere rumor?" The words of Emperor King He made the ministers feel ashamed, but they all had their own thought. Looking at the emperor's presence, it was indeed not very good, and the rumor became more credible. Marquis Asta suddenly stepped out. "Your Majesty, this must be a conspiracy of the Xingluo Empire. The Xingluo Empire has not given up its intention to destroy us. During your Majesty's retreat it not only spread rumors cursing your Majesty everywhere, intending to create chaos in the empire, but also instructed their eldest Prince Davis to set fire in Tiandu City, intending to burn Tiandu City down with one fire, causing a fatal blow to the empire." Seeing that Asta was aggravating and accusing people crazily, many people's faces became gloomy. Meng Shenji, the chief teaching committee member of the Tiandu Empire Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, said, "Marquis Asta is talking nonsense. Davis only burned a brothel full of filth and dirt, and the cause was that the brothel humiliated the Xingluo Empire's Prince Daimyobai. He was impulsive and did something a bit out of line, and it did not cause any casualties. How could it rise to the point of destroying Tiandu City?" Asta immediately refuted, and many old nobles who shared his position also echoed him and quarreled with the other faction who tried to protect Daimyobai. At this time rumors about Marquis Asta's human trafficking, slave smuggling and kidnapping girls from civilian families to train them as slaves had already fermented in Tiandu City, and even a large amount of evidence had been revealed. The darkness, cruelty and perversion of the process were outrageous, causing countless people to be indignant. They wrote in blood and hoped that Emperor King He would take the people's place and get rid of Asta, the perverted butcher who trampled on the laws of the empire and regarded civilians as grass. Chapter 228 Prepare to take action. Emperor King He received the tearful and bloody appeal from the people of the imperial capital, but he kept it in his heart and did not respond immediately. That night the emperor went on a private visit to investigate the real people's sentiments and the truth about the domineering and corrupt aristocracy of the empire. As a result, he was assassinated by an unknown person again, and the emperor was injured and unable to manage. For a time the whole empire was boiling. Emperor King He has a very good reputation among the people. Since he ascended the throne, he has restored order, eliminated many lawless dignitaries, and defeated the rebels and the invasion of the Xingluo Empire. He is a wise monarch and is respected by hundreds of millions of people. Such a heroic emperor, because of his intention to rule for the people, violated the interests of those lawless nobles and suffered a backlash immediately. Now his life or death is unknown, which makes the subjects of the empire strongly indignant towards those lawless and corrupt nobles who did it. In the underground secret room of Tiandu Auction House, Asta roared angrily. Tiandu Auction House is the largest auction house in the empire, making a fortune every day with mountains of gold and silver, and buying and selling slaves every day. Any maid here is a high-class woman who has been carefully selected and trained. Most of them were abducted from the people and are part of the good. As long as you can afford it, you can buy it at will. The trafficking of human beings and slaves are prohibited by the empire. Once caught, it is a capital crime. However, in the eyes of the nobles, the laws of the empire are worse than toilet paper. Tiandu Auction House dares to openly trample on the laws of the empire under the eyes of the people, even the royal family. He also participated in the auction, which shows that his background is so deep that even the emperor dare not offend him. At this time in the secret room, in addition to the Marquis of Asta, there is a large group of accomplices who are dressed in bright clothes and majestic. They have a common identity. The old nobles of the empire basically regard the law as waste paper, obey it in public but disobey it in private, and do the darkest and dirtiest things. Any one of them has committed countless crime. The things that were originally put in the dark were imposed, which made them very passive. Buying and selling slaves, especially kidnapping civilian children and training them into slaves to sell to the powerful, are prohibited by law, but they have never taken the law seriously. It is to restrain civilians and their ruling tool. When did it restrain them in turn? In this case, who doesn't know about it if they have a little status? No one dares to say anything because the interest groups behind it are too powerful. Anyone who dares to express dissatisfaction will end up in a miserable way. Even the emperor dares not touch this area, but now they are directly opposed to the sun. Even if they don't think it will be a big deal in the end, and they don't think the emperor really dares to punish them, but since the public is boiling with complaints, the emperor has to pretend to kill a few scapegoats. They have to restrain themselves for a short time. How much money will they lose? What makes them even more angry is that His Majesty the Emperor was suddenly assassinated, and all the suspicion points to them. Even they themselves suspect that it was done by one of their own people. After all, the emperor secretly investigated them. Does he really want to use them as a knife? Then he should warn him to let him know how powerful he is. But at this time attacking the emperor is tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Once the emperor loses his mind in anger and really wants to attack them, these old nobles are intertwined and have deep root. They have great influence in both the military and political aspects of the empire. Although they may not be afraid of the emperor, there is no need to go to this step. Both sides will suffer losses. It is certainly a disaster for the emperor, but what good will it do for them? Aista asked angrily, but no one responded. At this time no one would admit it, otherwise they would be pushed out by others to appease the emperor's anger. Don't worry everyone. Our Majesty is a man who is good at forbearance. He will never tear his face apart before he is sure of it. An old man slowly spoke and said in a deep voice, but we must also be prepared. We control these highly profitable industries. It is inevitable that we will attract the wind and be envied by countless people. If it doesn't work, we can give up some benefits to appease the emperor's anger and win over those who are jealous of us. As for the anger of those untouchables, who cares about them? The empire is the empire of the nobles, and those untouchables can't turn the world upside down. During this period we can only restrain ourselves a little, and when the storm is over we will double the looting from below. Old Duke Swafeng is right. You have royal blood. Can't His Majesty give you face? Another man in his 30s who looked like a noble among a group of old men, a very young man, shouted, the emperor has attacked many nobles with various ecus over the past year, which has made him arrogant and created illusions. He thinks that we old nobles are nothing special. We need to let him know how powerful we are. I think that no matter who did the assassination, it was done well. I hope it can make him sober up. He doesn't even think about whether he can sit firmly on the throne, eliminate political enemies and destroy the rebels without our support. Marquis Aista agreed. The words of the Duke of Oran hit the heart of this marquis. In the past there were too many nobles which affected our interests. We watched coldly, even fanned the flames, and were willing to be the knife of the emperor to eliminate a group of families that competed with us for interest. Now that some of the old nobles have been eliminated, the remaining interests are enough for us to digest for a long time. There is no need to pamper the emperor anymore. We must let him know how powerful we are. Otherwise he will be eager to try, thinking that he can continue to attack us like he did to the previous families. The young Duke of Oran was in high spirits and said loudly, don't worry about the emperor's attitude. Let's keep in touch and seize the troops we can control just in case. At the same time mobilize our people to put pressure on the emperor and ask him not to care about this matter anymore. After a while the matter will be over. At the same time we must find out who dares to oppose us and torture him to death in the most cruel way, so that he will regret going against us. One person responded immediately, yes, Duke Oran said it well. As long as we have soldiers in our hands we will be invincible. If the emperor gets hot-headed and has to go against us, don't blame us for changing one. An obedient one went up. Marquis Aista sneered, if the emperor is smart enough he should know that our nobles are the cornerstone of maintaining the rule of the empire. For the sake of a mere untouchable he actually plans to attack our nobles. Do you really think that his so-called prestige as the emperor is obtained by these untouchables? Without our support and our flattery can he be where he is today? But after this time his so-called emperor's halo will no longer exist. Without the ability to make decisions for the people, what kind of emperor is he? Everyone laughed for a while. Many of these nobles are much older than the Tiandu Empire. They are known as the dynasties that flow and the iron families that last. Their foundation and strength are unfathomable. They have always ruled the world with the emperor. Once the emperor doesn't know what good for him and wants to deal with him, they will let the emperor know how powerful they are. Their shadows are indispensable in the change of dynasties. Once the old dynasty can't meet their interest, they will choose a new spokesperson. Therefore, although Emperor King He look famous and skillful and has a group of supporters, he is not. They saw it in their eyes. At this time the King He Emperor, who was looked down upon by them, also did not take these decaying bones in the tomb seriously. He issued an imperial decree ready to cut off the cancer of these empires and even the entire human race. Chapter 229 The Prince of the State. The imperial decree of the King He Emperor had only one meaning: to establish Princess Shueke as the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire and to betroth her to Wang Shenmeng, the son of the Spirit Hall. At the same time Wang Shenmeng was named the Prince of the State and the Great General of Divine Martial Art. Together with Princess Shueke he was responsible for investigating the case of Prince Asta trampling on the laws of the empire, kidnapping civilian girls and training them into hard work and buying and selling them, and various cases of killing people. The tone was strict and severe. No matter who was involved they would be investigated to the end and no evil would be tolerated. As soon as the imperial decree came out the whole Tiandu city was boiling. Some cheered, some scolded and some panicked. Countless court officials swarmed into the palace and and asked the emperor to withdraw his order. The reason is simple. Emperor King He is in his prime and is not even 30 years old yet. He will definitely have his own offspring in the future. How can he make his own sister the crown prince? Not to mention the marriage with the spirit hall. If something goes wrong, the Tiandu Empire will be aned by the spirit hall. This is simply a joke with the country. It's just that Emperor King He was assassinated last night. It is said that he was seriously injured. The emperor was furious and insisted on finding out the culprit behind the scene. Only the son of the spirit hall dared to take over this terrible task. Emperor King He was already injured and was seriously injured by the assassination. He was worried that if he had a mishap, Princess Shueke would be left alone and bullied, so he entrusted her to the son of the spirit hall. The son of the spirit hall saved Emperor King He's life. The two have a good relationship. He trusts Wang Shenmen's character and believes that he can protect his only sister. He made the decision after careful consideration. Therefore, no matter how the court officials persuaded him, Emperor King He refused to change his mind, and the matter became a foregone conclusion. Faced with Shue King He's sudden move of colluding with outsiders to overturn the table, the nobles involved in the country were suddenly a little panicked. With the support of the spirit hall, Emperor King He's strength immediately soared. The strength of both sides was already unbalanced. It would be difficult for them to use their strength to threaten the emperor. Tiandu Auction House underground secret room. A group of nobles gathered together again, but these people no longer had the arrogant and powerful posture of last night. They all look gloomy, as if facing a great enemy. Shue King He actually colluded with the evil spirit hall. This is treason. He is the biggest traitor in the Tiandu Empire. He is going to rebel. If we had known this would happen, we should have supported Marshal Zhelong and Prince Shueying and eradicated this evil as soon as possible. Marquis Oster roared in aspiration, and he was completely different from yesterday. Everyone frowned, but no one laughed at him, because once the Emperor King He investigated the matter strictly, it was not certain whether others would be in trouble, but Marquis Aesta would be dead. The young Duke of Orlan was the only one who was not so panicked. He sneered, "Everyone, are you scared? This is Tiandu City, not Wuhan City. If you come to our territory, you have to coil up, even if you are a dragon, and squat even if you are a tiger. So what if it is the son of Wuhan Hall? We just need to deal with the end and don't let him catch the evidence. What else can he do to us? Don't forget how powerful and influential we are in the empire. Once we force too much, we can immediately make the empire full of smoke, make the four kingdoms independent, and let the empire fall into civil strife and division. I wonder if Emperor King He dares to bear this price." Everyone's face changed drastically. This is a complete overturning of the table. Once this step is taken, the consequences will be unpredictable. No one wants to go to this step unless it is absolutely necessary. Seeing no one responding, Duke Oran sneered, "It has come to this point. What are you still worried about? The emperor has sharpened his knife against us. Even if we escape this time, what about the net time? Wang Shenmeng has become the prince of the empire and has become the instance second only to the emperor and the crown prince. From now on, he can legitimately intervene in the internal affairs and military affairs of the empire. As long as he is there, the emperor can raise the butcher knife again at any time. Are you willing to give up the interest you have obtained and live under the shadow of this outsider?" Everyone's face was uncertain. Giving up the interest they have obtained is like cutting their flesh with a knife, which is simply unbearable for them. Shue King He and Wang Shenmeng, who caused all this, have become the objects of their extreme hatred. If Wang Shenmen's power was not too great, they would launch a coup and replace an obedient emperor. Alas, Duke Oran's words make sense. Let's make preparations for both situations. If Wang Shenmeng doesn't go too far, we can just give him some benefit. If we can make him one of us, then we can rest assured. Giving up some benefits is totally worth it. But if he doesn't know what's good for him and threatens us too much, don't blame us for being drastic. It's not just Shue King He who will overturn the table. At worst, we will destroy the Tiandu Empire and let the empire collapse and perish, and then we will establish a new dynasty. Another old man, the Tiger family, which is as famous as the former Marshal Ji Long's family and is known as the two pillars of the empire, said sternly. Their family is also an ancient family with a long history. Although there has been no title Douluo for many years, its foundation and strength are still unfathomable, and there are more than one sole Douluo. Previously, the Zhanlong family participated in the coup and was terminated. Among them, the Tiger family made great efforts to kill the old rival. They were in the empire. The influence of the national army is unmatched, which gave him great confidence. Hu Shui is right. We don't have to be afraid of the spirit hall. With 100,000 troops in hand, even if a titled Douluo comes, it will be dead. The spirit hall has only a dozen titled Douluo at most. We have 1,000,000 troops. What are we afraid of? Moreover, we can contact the Xingluo Empire, Haoshan sect, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, and other forces independent of the spirit hall. We don't have to be afraid of the spirit hall at all. If they were really that powerful, they would have unified the continent long ago. How can we say say that it is the current situation. With the support of Hu Shui, Duke Oran's words were immediately recognized by more people. A new round of secret discussions began again, and then the major families destroyed the evidence of illegal crimes while secretly preparing to overturn the table. At this time in the spirit hall, Wang Shenmeng suddenly had a wife and was named the Prince of the State and the Great General of Divine Martial Art. He was confused. Don't look at me like that, I know nothing. It was Emperor King He who wanted it one-sidedly and didn't discuss it with me. Facing the angry eyes of the women, Wang Shenmeng quickly passed the buck and pushed all the responsibilities to Emperor King He. After all, he was also a victim. He was confused and had an extra responsibility and was dragged into the increasingly fierce fort of the Tiandu Empire. Chapter 230. A brother to emotions. Do you think we are stupid? Without your consent in advance, Emperor King He dared to issue an imperial edict to announce it to the world. What if you refuse? Where would he put his face? Du Guyan said unhappily, but in fact she was not that angry in her heart. She was used to or even numb to Wang Shenmen's romantic debts and she couldn't control it. If she was jealous all the time, she would have died of jealousy. But after all, there was another sister, and it was the kind that the emperor promised to marry. They were not very comfortable in their hearts, and it was normal to put on a bad face. If there was no reaction, wouldn't the man become more and more outrageous and have no scruples? Wang Shenmeng argued. Last night I saw Emperor King He was seriously injured and dying, and I was worried about my sister. In order to reassure him, I did not implicitly refuse. Then after treating him, he was out of danger. I thought he had given up the idea, but who knew he actually took it seriously. Ya Lingling sighed. Don't joke, brother. If you didn't refuse, it means you acquiesced. If he didn't take it seriously, wouldn't he offend you, his lifesaver? Brother is clearly willing in his heart, but he is still pretending to be helpless here. It's really hard for you. Zhu Zuyun curled her lips. Brother is willing to spend all his energy. If you can't fool us, just be content. Brother still has a place for us in his heart. If you don't even bother to e-plane and quibble, then we will really fall out of favor. The ear decoration on the little dancing rabbit's head moved. Then we should thank brother for fooling us. Ning Rongrong half knelt in front of Wang Shenmeng in a funny way, hugged his thighs and said in a delicate voice, thank you brother for fooling me. I can't repay you, so I can only promise you my body. Brother, don't despise me. Wang Shenmeng knew that he was in the wrong, and facing their weirdness he could only smile bitterly. However, this matter was related to his plan to become a god, and it was impossible to change his mind. Being ridiculed a few times was nothing, just bear it honestly. After venting, the girls accepted the reality and turned to the title of the Prince of the State and the Divine General. This was the third most important person in the empire. With Princess Shueke still young, his power was even greater. Emperor King He is in a very bad situation. The combined strength of those nobles is enough to threaten him. Without my support, it will be very difficult for him to eliminate them. Now that things have come to this, if I refuse his marriage proposal, I am afraid that there will be civil strife or a coup in the Tiandu Empire. And I also hate those so-called ancient nobles who are guilty of heinous crimes. Since the emperor wants to use me to eliminate these tumors, I will follow the trend and do something good for the people of the Tiandu Empire. Wang Shenmeng said righteously, therefore I really can't refuse Princess Shueke, and I feel that she may be in danger. I have to take her to my side and handle the tasks entrusted by the emperor together. Ning Rongrong's face changed slightly. Danger? What danger? Is there anyone who dares to kill her? She and Princess Shueke have some friendship. The two are only 2 years apart in age. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect is also an important ally of the Tiandu Empire. The two little princesses will inevitably deal with each other. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Now Shueke has become the bond between me and the Tiandu royal family. Those who want to destroy the relationship between me and the Tiandu royal family naturally want to cut off this bond. Once Shueke dies, even if I am dissatisfied, it is much better to retaliate against them than to help the emperor eliminate them. Everyone's face changed, and they didn't care about being jealous at this time. The gentle and kind Ayin hurriedly said, what are you waiting for? Go and pick up Princess Shueke and don't let her become a sacrifice. Don't worry, I'll go now. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, activated the void flash, and the net moment he appeared in the Tiandu palace. He first changed into Shueking He's appearance, called Shueke, and said in a gentle voice, Shueke net, you will deal with Asta's violation of the law with your fiancé, but you are only leading the investigation in the name of the crown prince. The one who is really responsible for handling this matter is the prince of the state. You just need to listen to him and support him. You don't need to worry too much about how to do it. Shueke blushed and nodded. Brother, I know I will listen to him. Shueking He smiled with relief. Okay, go ahead, he is waiting for you in front. Don't leave him lest there is danger. Shueke said, what about you, brother? They are heartless. I am crazy and keep attacking you. I am worried about you. Ha, don't worry about me. I am in the palace and the guards are tight. Unless they break into the palace, they can't hurt me. Shueking He smiled confidently. I have been the emperor for these 2 years. They want to break into the palace but they don't have the ability. Then take care brother. Shueke is a sensible girl. She knows that now is not the time for love. She and her fiancé must deal with those traitors as soon as possible. Only in this way can her brother rest assured. Go and protect yourself. Watching Shueke's back disappear, Shueking he returned to his bedroom, left quietly and turned back into Wang Shenmeng heading towards the palace. This is how one person plays 2 roles. Thanks to Wang Shenmen's strong mental strength and clear mind, he did not let himself fall into confusion. Instead he felt it was quite interesting. It was not something that others could do to toss the power of the Tiandu Empire back and forth. In the palace, Wang Shenmeng soon met Princess Shueke. Your Highness Shueke. Wang Shenmeng bowed slightly. Shueke also returned the bow. 2 red clouds appeared on her fair and delicate little face. She lowered her head slightly and said shyly, Your Highness, are you here to pick me up? Yes, I know you are going to come out and deal with Marquis Aesta's violation of the law with me. Those people will not sit and wait for death. For your safety I will come to the palace in person to take you to my side and protect you. Don't worry, with me here no one can hurt you. The calm but confident words made Princess Shueke feel at ease and inexplicably more secure, which made her heart, which had been in panic and anxiety since her brother was assassinated, calm down a lot. Thank you, I believe you will protect me. Her voice became much softer. She raised her head and looked at the spirited boy. The flawless and perfect face with a gentle smile made her feel addicted, but her heart was beating like a deer, flustered and sweet. Your Highness Shueke. Just call me Shueke. I won't call you Your Highness the Son of God anymore. Can I call you Brother Meng? Shueke looked into Wang Shenmen's eyes bravely. This boy was already her future husband and they would spend a long time together. She hoped that they could get closer to each other and enhance their feelings faster. Wang Shenmeng smiled softly. Of course. Wang Shenmeng gladly accepted the title of brother. This brother and the one he called not long ago came from the same mouth, but the emotions contained were completely different. Chapter 231 Action. Wang Shenmeng brought Shueke to the spirit hall and began to deal with those lawless nobles. He stood in the front to overturn the table, not to argue with those people, and had no intention of slowly finding any evidence. Pass the order. The spirit master corps of the spirit hall will be dispatched to various cities in the Tiandu Empire to be on standby at any time. After training for so long, it's time to move. The spirit halls in each city should be ready for me. Wherever there is a rebellion, the spirit master army will be dispatched immediately and the army loyal to the emperor will be combined to suppress it. Wang Shenmeng did not rush to act but first made preparations. The spirit hall had to deploy tens of thousands of soul masters, so they had to be deployed in place to extinguish the rebel forces in time to avoid major losses. Control Marquis Asta. First look for evidence of his crimes according to procedures and dig deep into his accomplices, creating the illusion of following the rules and buying time for our soul masters to arrive. After Wang Shenmeng made the plan, he ordered that Marquis Asta be placed under house arrest and not allowed to leave his marquis's mansion, and then interrogated him without calling for a fight. The person responsible for cooperating with Wang Shenmeng was the general of Tiandu town's military, Prince Sueshan. This man was Shueking, his uncle, and was considered a relatively capable person in the royal family. Unlike Shuefeng, who was a distant branch of the royal family, he was a close branch of the royal family and his interests were consistent with those of the royal family. He had not yet colluded with those ancient nobles, so he was loyal to the emperor and his ministers. In Marquis Aesta's mansion, Wang Shenmeng pretended to interrogate the marquis but was ridiculed and threatened by the marquis, and nothing was asked. Wang Shenmeng didn't care and asked a question every day as a routine, which surprised many people who paid attention to the matter. Asta's accomplices were naturally excited, thinking that Wang Shenmeng was unwilling to break off relations with them and wanted to get benefits from them. Although they felt a little pain, they also decided to give up some of their interests and share them with Wang Shenmeng so that they could pull him into their camp. From then on they could do whatever they wanted, and rest assured, those who expected Wang Shenmeng to dig deep into the truth, prove Asta's guilt and rescue Davis Ma Hongjun Dai Mubai and Oscar were greatly disappointed, and the people who paid more attention to this matter were even more angry. If evil is not punished, is there still justice in this world? More than 10 days later, Wang Shenmeng brought people to Asta's mansion again. Asta was under house arrest for more than 10 days. Not only did he not give in, but his attitude became more arrogant. He thought that Wang Shenmeng was afraid of their influence in the empire and did not dare to break off relations with them. Asta, don't you want to confess? Humph, I said I have nothing to confess. It's easy to find excuse to accuse someone of a crime. I have a clear conscience. What do you want me to confess? Wang Shenmeng shook his head and said, you are stubborn. Evidence of your kidnapping of civilians, human trafficking, smuggling of female slaves, and forcing women of good families into prostitution is already flying everywhere. Do you think we can't convict you if you don't confess? Aista said disdainfully. Those evidences are all forged. How can you ask this Marquis to admit something I have never done? Since you claim that you can convict me, why don't you do it? I want to see how you can convict a dignified Marquis for something that is groundless. Your Highness, the Empire is the empire of our Tiandu people, the empire of our nobles, not a place where you can do whatever you want and cover the sky with one hand. Really? I want to see if this empire, this world is yours. I will do whatever I want and cover the sky with one hand. I see what you have to dare not take me seriously. Wang Shenmeng sneered, finally showing his cold fangs, and directly overturned the table. Put shackles on Aista, count his 10 crimes in detail, and behead him at Keishakao at 12 o'clock tomorrow noon. He looked at Saras Salas. You lead the people of the Spirit Hall to take charge of this matter. Erlong, you also go to help. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy, and anyone who dares to rob the Eakishan ground will have their property confiscated and their clan terminated. Yeah, Salas excitedly took on the task and looked at Marquis Asta with a fiery look. It's not that he is addicted to killing, but that he has a place to use his skills again. As long as he performs well, won't he have a chance to get a reward? In his eyes, Marquis Asta is not a person but a shining soul bone. Wang Shenmeng, you are so bold. How dare you do this to me? You can't kill me. I am an old noble. My family has been passed down for 500 years and I have intertwined illusions with countless families. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely regret it. Asta roared in disbelief but began to panic in his heart. Shut up, you, a small soul saint family. Really think you are an onion? You are used to being arrogant in the Tiandu Empire. Do you really think that a million troops can compete with our Spirit Hall? A cardinal sneered and slapped Asta on the mouth, breaking all his teeth and staining his chest with blood. A trace of fear flashed in Asta's eyes. He tried to struggle, but the soul saint level cardinal cut off his arms and leg and dragged him down like a dead dog. They are arrogant and conceited. These people are used to being rampant in the Tiandu Empire. They really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Wang Shenmeng really didn't know where these people's courage came from. Why did they think they were qualified to fight him? He could kill them 100 times by himself. Zhu Zuyun curled her lips and said, it's because they have been fighting with the Emperor for a long time. Even the Emperor can't do anything to them, and the Spirit Hall doesn't seem to be able to do anything to the Tiandu Empire. They mistakenly think that the Spirit Hall can't do anything to them. You are right. These scumbags are insulting the words wisdom and courage when they fight with them. It is better to eradicate them as soon as possible and use their money to do something good for the country and the people. After Wang Shenmeng finished speaking, he said to another general, go and fence off the Tiandu auction house for me. Don't let even a mouse escape. I want to see how powerful their background is. Even my father-in-law from the Jubeo Liulai sect often takes care of their business. The general's face changed slightly and he said respectfully, Your Highness, it is said that the Tiandu auction house not only has many nobles involved, but its apparent person in charge, Lu Kanyang, is also a Soul Douluo level strongman. I am afraid that I am not qualified for the job. Soul Douluo? Wang Shenmeng looked at the people around him and suddenly found that there was no one available. The people around him were either title Douluo level masters or soul saints, soul emperors, etc. There were really few Soul Douluo level masters, only Saras and Lu Erlong. As for the Soul Douluos of the Spirit Hall, most of them were scattered in major cities at this time, preparing to suppress the chaos. Let me go. It just so happens that my strength has broken through to level 85. As long as the title Douluos don't come out, I can handle the Soul Douluos. Lu Erlong was eager to try. When she heard about the battle, she felt excited. Anyway, the Eakishan of Marquis Asta is tomorrow's matter. It's still early today, so she can go and fight first. Chapter 232. Close the door and beat the dog. Actually, there are still some Soul Douluo masters in the Tiandu Empire. I dare not say how many there are, but there are still 20 to 30. However, the royal family can only mobilize 2/3 of them. The rest are either villains or local tyrants who obey orders but not announcement. Of course, these are only the Soul Douluo masters in the open. No one can figure out how many are hidden in secret, but it is certain that there must be many Soul Douluo masters among those ancient nobles, otherwise they would not have become rivals with the emperor. The instance of etiquette. But it is precisely because of the instance of these people that the powerful people in the royal family dare not act rashly. They have to sit in the palace and protect the safety of the palace, especially at this critical moment, for fear that those hidden antiques will attack the emperor, so one by one they dare not go out on missions. Okay, you go. Let Ziyan go with you. Take people to search the Tiandu auction house for me and take down the person in charge, Lu Kanyang, for me, and then follow the clues to find evidence and list and punish those people openly and honestly. Wang Shenmeng thought about it. In order to be foolproof, he still had to send the title Douluo, and although he was turning the table, he had to kill with reason and evidence and kill openly, so he didn't need evidence when arresting people because he he would definitely find evidence after catching people, but the final trial and conviction required sufficient evidence at least to let the people of the empire know how heinous the crimes of these people were, and then he would kill these people and naturally get the result for the people, gain a lot of fame. Wang Shenmeng said to Ning Rongrong again, I want to borrow one of sword Douluo and bone Douluo. We will go to your house later. You want to borrow grandpa sword and grandpa bone? Ning Rongrong was surprised and said, aren't they just a group of corrupt nobles? We have the strength to deal with them. Do we still need to borrow people? Wang Shenmeng said, borrowing people is to catch them all in one fell swoop. These people are cunning and have 3 burrows. They are best at taking advantage of chaos. Once the situation is not right, they may flee the city frantically and hide in the dark to do bad things. I plan to arrange a titled Douluo in each city gate direction and then block the city and prohibit any soul master from leaving the city. For the strong 100-meter high wall is useless and a titled Douluo must be seated. Only by suppressing one side can we block all the escapees. Ning Rongrong said, then can I borrow both of my grandfathers? Together with the 2 priests there are exactly 4 people guarding the 4 directions respectively. Wang Shenmeng shook his head and said, no, we have to keep one to protect our father. Although his 8 soul skill has super strong defense ability, it is still very dangerous if a titled Douluo attacks him, such as Tang Hao. Ning Rongrong thought so too. Lao Pa's 8 soul skill 9 treasures divine light body protection is indeed powerful and can be immune to any attack below the 9th soul skill. Facing the attack of the 9th soul skill, it can block 9 times of indestructibility and absorb its attacking soul power at the same time. However, if he encounters a strong man like Tang Hao who has a large number of self-created soul skills, he really can't stand it. She nodded in agreement and said, then there is still one person missing. Dugu Yan said, you can call me grandpa. Isn't he free? Yan's words are exactly what I want to say. I'll trouble you to take action for the other person. Let's blockade them from all sides and then close the door and beat the dog and catch all those corrupt nobles who are sucking the bones and marrow of the people of the empire. Wang Shenmeng had a plan for this. He immediately asked Qingluan Douluo and Guangling Douluo to stay in the Wuhan Hall, temporarily wrote a letter to Dugubo, and then took Ning Rongrong and others to the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect. The 9 Treasures Glaze Sect is in a big mountain not far from Tiandu City. This is not the first time Wang Shenmeng has come here. In the past year he has also accompanied Ning Rongrong back several times and showed his face in the whole sect. Now there are almost no people who don't know him. There is no way who makes him look so handsome. Anyone who has seen him will find it difficult to forget him, not to mention that he is the son-in-law of the 9 Treasures Glaze Sect and the man of the eldest lady. Hey Miss Son-in-law, you are back. Please have some tea first. I will go and inform the master. As soon as the 2 appeared in the master's mansion, the housekeeper hurriedly greeted them respectfully. After arriving at the lobby, he served them fragrant tea and then sent someone to inform the master. The housekeeper was no longer surprised by his sudden appearance in the mansion. Ning Rongrong was naturally very casual when she returned to her mother's house, and Wang Shenmeng was even less restrained. The 2 strolled around the mansion and soon Ning Fengzi, who was handling things, came with 2 titled Douluo. Ha ha, Rongrong, your highness, welcome back. Ning Fengzi smiled kindly and cheerfully. Since his martial soul evolved, his temperament has changed, a little less elegant and more upbeat. Obviously he has broken through the natural barrier of level 79 and has a new goal. He has a second spring. According to Wang Shenmeng, his father-in-law has not only been very focused on cultivation in the past year but also reorganized his SEUAL life. It seems that he is preparing to give birth to 1 or more offspring with the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda spirit. Otherwise, once he dies, the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda spirit will be lost. Dad, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu. Ning Rongrong acted coquettishly on the 3 people for a while, and after Wang Shenmeng greeted them, he directly stated his purpose. I didn't expect that my disciple would be so courageous that he would not hesitate to introduce the uncontrollable foreign aid of the spirit hall to eliminate those nobles. I underestimated him, but the sequelae of doing so are also very serious. I don't know whether I should praise him or criticize him. Ning Fengzi said bluntly. The so-called sequelae are very serious, which obviously refers to inviting a wolf into the house and seeking the skin of a tiger. In order to deal with a group of corrupt nobles hiding in the spirit hall with unfathomable strength can be said to be a loss for the sake of the small, and the gain is not worth the loss. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. I think Emperor King He is a rare sober person. What's wrong with him? Turning to our spirit hall decisively. If I have ambitions for the Tiandu Empire, can he resist me if he doesn't collude with me? If I have no ambitions for the Tiandu Empire, even if he colludes with me and promises me the highest status and power, what's the danger? On the contrary, because of my support he has a powerful helper. His ruling position is more stable and the Shui family's country is more stable than ever. Ning Fengzi was silent. Obviously he didn't think so in his heart. start. If Shui King he didn't take the initiative to invite the wolf into the house, the Tiandu Empire had 1,000,000 troops and a strong spirit master force. Even if it couldn't compete with the spirit hall, it could at least resist a few times, and it wouldn't be like now handing over power and status. If the spirit hall wanted to harm the empire, it would be too easy. Wang Shenmeng didn't care. Ning Fengzi didn't know the real situation of the Tiandu Empire at all. It had been infiltrated like a sieve. Emperor King he himself was the #1 traitor. It can be said that the Wuhan Hall's operation to seize the Tiandu Empire had already been completed. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, who of you two will go to Tiandu City to help His Highness close the door and beat the dog? I'll go. I've been disgusted with those nobles for a long time. When Jian Douluo was young, he also suffered from those nobles and had no good feelings for them. If there is a chance to eradicate them, he was very happy to see the guy with sinful hands. Chapter 233 Breaking the Door. Wang Shenmeng came back from Zhubao Liulai sect. Dugabo was already in place and Jian Douluo soon arrived. Since Tiandu City was blocked by a tidal Douluo in all directions, those guys couldn't escape, so he immediately had no scruples. At this time the Tiandu auction house had been surrounded by Suishan County King with thousands of troops. Lu Erlong and Lingfeng Douluo also arrived here ready to suppress the resistance at any time. The door of Tiandu auction house was tightly shut. Lu Kanyang, the person in charge, stood on the top of a building looking at Suishan angrily and shouting, "Your Highness Suishan, do you know what you are doing? This is Tiandu auction house. You dare to be so presumptuous here? Do you want to die?" Suishan sneered. "How dare you? I am the Prince of the Empire. How dare you threaten me? I am following the order of His Royal Highness the Prince of Zhenqiu to seal up Tiandu auction house and arrest those of you who have no respect for the law and take human lives lightly. If you know what good for you, come out and surrender quickly. Maybe you can reduce some of your guilt. If you resist stubbornly, you will only die." Lu Kanyang's face suddenly, he said in a lost voice, "Prince of the state? How dare he?" Shui Chen snorted coldly. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are lawless and no one dares to provoke you? Think about you, Lu Kanyang, who was born as a commoner and was fortunate enough to become a soul master. Didn't you get bullied less by those corrupt nobles on your way to grow up? When you went to school, the people in your village saved money to support you, but after you succeeded in your cultivation, not only did you not think about giving back, but you colluded with these beasts and madly killed ordinary civilians. You really deserve to die." Lu Kanyang's face flushed red and he didn't know how to refute after being scolded. He was angry and hateful in his heart. Lu Erlong said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, just attack directly. Why are you talking to him? They are guilty of heinous crimes and they can only die, so there is no need to waste words with them." "You are right." Shui Chen waved his hand quickly. "All soldiers, listen to my order. Rush in, don't let anyone escape. Guard all the valuables and don't hide them privately." Yes, the soldiers, like wolves and tigers, immediately blasted the door of the big auction house and rushed in. Of course the big auction house inside would not sit and wait for death, and its hidden strength was fully exposed. A large number of soul masters came out from nowhere and fought with the soldiers. Among these soul masters there are many soul saints and soul emperors, and even Lu Kanyang, a soul Douluo. There are also soul master generals among the thousands of soldiers, but they were killed and scattered. Go. Lu Erlong did not come alone. Flanders Zhao Wuji and a group of soul masters from the spirit hall followed. Flanders and Zhao Wuji were hunted down by the nobles many times during this period and had to hide in the spirit hall to save their lives, because Flanders exposed the crimes of Marquis Aesta and exposed the well-known unspoken rules of Zhou to the public, causing the hatred of the people. This led to a series of events later. Therefore those nobles hated Flanders to the core, forcing him to flee in a panic. Finally he hid in the spirit hall and asked Lu Erlong for help and barely saved his life. Some of those nobles were so bold that they even dared to attack the spirit hall, but of course they never came back. In addition, Meng Shenji, the education committee member of Tiandu Royal Academy, was also dragged into the water. He participated in the search for evidence and was retaliated by the noble forces. Unfortunately, the three education committee members were always together. The three powerful soul Douluos gathered together, plus the forces behind them, and they were closely connected with the strong men loyal to the emperor. The old noble forces were afraid and did not dare to do too much. After Flanders, Zhao Wuji and others joined the battlefield, the situation reversed again. The two of them were both powerful among the soul saints, and with the addition of several soul saints from the spirit hall, they immediately killed the opponent. Looking for death, the setting sun is like blood. Lu Kanyang saw that Flanders and Zhao Wuji had joined forces to kill a soul saint. That person was his confidant who had been cultivated with great difficulty, but he died just like that. He was immediately furious. The setting sun behind him was as red as weeping blood, emitting thousands of red lines shining towards the two. Your opponent is me." Lu Erlong suddenly rushed out and a huge flame swept across the sky, burning countless blood-colored silk thread and the dragon claws grabbed Lu Kaniang fiercely. Bang! After a fierce fight, Lu Kaniang retreated more than 10 meters with a look of horror on his face and said in disbelief, "How is it possible? Even if you become a soul Douluo, how can you be so strong?" "He is a soul Douluo at level 85. Lu Erlong was still a soul saint last year. It's okay that he jumped to soul Douluo so quickly, but his soul power seems to be no weaker than him or even stronger than him, which is incredible." "What's impossible? How can a frog in a well know that the world is like a chess game and the universe is unpredictable?" Lu Erlong sneered and directly used the 8 soul skill Hell Flame Dragon Strike. The dark 8 soul ring burst into light and the endless flames turned into a huge red dragon king in the void, locking Lu Kaniang and rushing over fiercely. Ha! The 8 soul skill The Setting Sun returns to the sun. Lu Kaniang felt the terrifying power of the Hell Flame Dragon Strike and quickly used his strongest ultimate skill, which was also the 8 soul skill. Suddenly the setting sun turned into a full sun and the terrifying temperature and light smashed towards Lu Erlong fiercely as if to perish together. Prince Sueshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The powerful soul Douluo level strongmen fought each other and the power was really earth-shaking. The powerful soul skills with an aftermath could easily destroy the majestic high-rise building. If there were no strong men on his side, he would never dare to come to Sun Shandu auction house to seek bad luck. Looking at the sun with thousands of rays of light falling from the sky, he said with some worry, "Your Majesty, will Dean Lu be okay?" Ling Xian said lightly, "Don't take Lu Kaniang seriously. Leave these soul masters to us. You go to control the wealth and confidential documents inside and search for evidence." "Yes." Xue Chen rushed into the high-rise building with his men. A soul master wanted to stop him, but his blood suddenly boiled and then he caught fire and burned to ashes in an instant. "Fiery Scale Guardian Dragon Armor!" Lu Erlong shouted softly and her torso bone soul skill was activated. She was covered with a set of gorgeous armor in an instant, making her like a female warrior bathing in flame. Then the sun bombarded her and her Hell Flame Dragon Strike also attacked Lu Kaniang fiercely. Lu Kaniang didn't expect that Lu Erlong would actually bear each other's injuries without dodging. The powerful Red Dragon King tore his body apart and the powerful force broke his bone. With a scream, the head of Tiandu auction house, who was once so glorious that even the prince of the empire had to be polite to him, fell into the dust and became a prisoner with a look of despair. Lu Erlong took a hit from the soul skill of the setting sun, but it was all blocked by the battle armor. She was unscathed. Except for the consumption of some soul power, it was impossible to see that she had taken a strong attack. Chapter 234 Dying Struggle. Wang Shenmeng did not go to arrest people himself. He was the prince of the state, the third person in the empire with a high position and power, and many people were eager to work for him. Prince Sueshan was a very sensible one. He took the lead to surrender and cheered for him. Wang Shenmeng asked him to be responsible for attacking Tiandu auction house. Things went very smoothly. As soon as Lu Kaniang was defeated, the remaining soul masters were instantly defeated and were killed by Flanders and others like cutting melons and vegetables. Half an hour later the battle had stopped and the Tiandu auction house was under control. There were still many ordinary people inside, trembling at this time. Most of these ordinary people were beautiful girls wearing revealing clothes and with empty eyes. They were gathered in a building and guarded. They were maids of the Tiandu auction house and also good. They had been trained in various ways and learned how to please men. Apart from that, they had no ability to survive. If there were customers who liked their beauty and were willing to spend a huge amount of money, the Tiandu auction house would sell them to them. As for their origin, of course, they were the daughters of civilians who were captured and trained from childhood. When they grew up, those who were not pretty enough were sent to brothels to make money by doing flesh trade. Only those who were pretty enough would stay here waiting for the sponsor to buy them back as playthings for pleasure. In addition, there were ordinary thug and chores raised by the auction house. Of course, ordinary chores would not be done by noble soul masters, so ordinary people were useful. General Lu Kaniang's family members have been controlled. His 5 sons and 13 grandsons are all backbones of the Tiandu auction house. They have done no less bad things than him. And his daughters and granddaughters are all wolves who eat people without spitting out bone. After listening to the report from his subordinates, Xue Chen glanced at Lu Kaniang, who was like a dead dog, and snorted coldly. This kind of person is also worthy of having children. When he destroyed other people's families and raped other people's wives and daughters, did he ever think that one day his wife and daughter would suffer the same retribution? The subordinate generals couldn't believe it. There is such a good thing, he hurriedly said. General, what you mean is that we also rape Lu Kaniang's wife and daughter? Not to mention most of his concubines' daughters-in-law, granddaughters-in-law, daughters and granddaughters are beautiful women. Brothers must thank the general for his generosity. You dare? Lu Kaniang suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xue Chen with bloodshot eyes. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn through the world. Why, you also feel heartache and anger? You laugh when you rape someone's wife and daughter. What can a wife and daughter do? This is retribution. Feel this feeling. The families of those who were raped by you before, which one is not more miserable than you? Xue Chen said sarcastically and then waved his hand. Let's go. Lu Kanyang's wife and daughter, we have to take good care of them. Lu Kanyang's eyes were bloodshot and he looked at Xue Chen with a group of people to take care of the women in his family in despair, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. General Xue Chen's granddaughters are all very tender. You can choose first later. The general rubbed his hands looking impatient. Choose your head. Xue Chen slapped the general on the head and the helmet was fanned crooked. General. The general looked aggrieved. What did he do wrong? Did the general not like tender girls but older ones? This taste is quite unique. It just so happens that Lu Kanyang's wife is in her 70s or 80s. I wonder if it suits the general's taste. Xue Chen cursed angrily. We are the Imperial Army. Today we are here to search for rebellion, not to rape and plunder. I just said that, but I was just deliberately attacking Lu Kanyang to make him feel pain and regret. Do you think I really want to rape other people's wives and daughters? I tell you, don't have any crooked thought. No one is allowed to humiliate women. After that there will be rewards for seizing so much wealth, but it is forbidden to hide it privately. Catch one and deal with one and never tolerate it. Yes, yes, yes. The general's face turned pale and he quickly took the order and retreated. Idiot. Xue Chen looked at the back of his subordinate general and couldn't help cursing. In addition to the reasons he just said, there is another reason for not humiliating women. Don't you see that today, following who are those strong men who have risen up? No matter whether it is Lu Erlong or Ling Xian, as women they will definitely hate the humiliation of women. If they are unhappy, even if he is a dignified prince, he will not have a good result. The subordinate has no sense at all. Isn't this causing trouble for him? The NET time is to search and confiscate the Tiandu auction house. Countless treasures were searched out and sealed up. These are all to be transported to the treasury to help Wang Shenmeng win the hearts of the people. The Tiandu auction house, as the largest auction house in the Tiandu Empire, has existed for a long time. Countless dignitaries are frequent visitors here. Even Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 9 treasures glaze sect, often comes here. The wealth he earned can be said to be rich enough to rival a country. The piles of gold and silver as well as countless rare treasures simply dazzled countless people's eyes. They were transported to the palace and sealed up in carts. A large number of account book and small notebooks recording secrets were searched out and countless hidden secrets began to surface. A huge and compel interest group with Tiandu auction as a link began to be exposed to the world. What happened in the Marquis of Aesta's mansion and Tiandu auction house had long been discovered by those nobles. They were furious. Some were extremely angry and wanted to plan a counterattack, while others were panicked and wanted to run away to avoid the sharp edge. The NET day. On the day when Marquis of Aesta was executed, the vegetable market was surrounded by angry people who made various accusations and abuses against Marquis of Aesta, who was kneeling on the execution ground. Countless rotten egg and rotten vegetable leaves were about to bury him. The Marquis, who used to be arrogant and looked down on everyone, was now like a dead dog kneeling there to bear the anger of the people. Wang Shenmeng actually dared to attack us. Isn't he afraid that we will fight to the death and drag the empire with us? Not far away, several nobles looked at this scene with gloomy faces, and the anger and hatred between their brows were so thick that they could not be dissolved. Young people don't know their own limits, or it's not his empire. He doesn't care if it is destroyed. It's all the fault of Xue King, he the tyrant who betrayed the empire in order to deal with us. If we had known this would happen, we should have cut him into pieces. They all deserve to die. The Tiandu royal family and the Spirit Hall are the cancer on the Douluo continent. They all deserve to die. After this incident, we must take it as our responsibility to destroy the Spirit Hall and let them know how powerful we are. The angry accusations could not change the outcome of the matter. As the third quarter of noon arrived, after reading the charges against Marquis Aesta, the executioner raised the butcher knife. Until the Marquis's head fell, no one came to rob the execution ground. Saruth, who was in charge of the place, was very disappointed. He wanted to kill a few enemies to make merit, but this was the result. Those so-called nobles were clamoring loudly, but when the time came, their performance was disappointing. Let's go back and discuss. We must fight back. Asta confessed a lot of secret. Even if he was not beheaded, we would not let him go. He died a good death. In addition, with the information from Tiandu auction house, we may have been exposed. No one knows who will be arrested. Net. We can't sit and wait for death. We must contact all the forces we can contact and fight back fiercely. Chapter 235. The whole city is in turmoil. Before the nobles launched a counterattack, Wang Shenmeng took the lead. With Asta's confession, various superstitions and account books seized from Tiandu auction house, and the confession of Lu Kanyang's family, the nobles were all guilty. Just arrest them directly. As for Wang Shenmeng's personal action, even if Lu Kanyang and the others wanted to die, it was useless. Under mental control, they would say whatever they were asked or directly check their memories, and even the things they forgot themselves could be seen clearly. In addition, Wang Shenmeng did not do nothing during this period. He had no time to deal with these people before, but after accepting the royal political resources he also understood these guys very well. After all, they were a huge interest group that emperors of all dynasties dared not touch. They had been playing games with each other for hundreds of years and understood each other much better than others. Pass the order down, seal the 4 gates of Tiandu city and allow entry but not it. Anyone who dares to force his way out will be killed without mercy. Wang Shenmeng issued the order. He had already infiltrated the Tiandu Empire like a sieve. There were many people from the Wuhan Hall among the ministers and many were hidden in various industries. There were not many strong people above the Soul Saint level because they were too conspicuous and difficult to operate, but there were still many strong people at the Soul Emperor and Soul King level. Together with the Soul Masters loyal to the royal family and the Soul Masters borrowed from the Jubeo Liuli sect, the power he gathered in his hands was already extremely huge. After blocking the 4 gate he began to capture people in a mighty manner. Salas take people to capture Swafeng. This person has royal blood but he betrayed his ancestors and colluded with those nobles. It is not a pity to die. Yeah, Salas happily led a group of soul masters and thousands of fully armed troops to the Duke of Swafeng's mansion. He also knew Duke Swafeng very well. After all, he had been in Tiandu city for more than 10 years and knew the dignitaries of the Tiandu Empire very well. If Duke Swafeng had the support of the royal family he would still be very afraid, but since he had betrayed the royal family and was no longer backed by the royal family it would not matter. Meng Shenji, the education committee member, take Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Lu Kaiban, Li Yuzong, Qin Ming and others to capture the Duke of Orlan. Remember, you are going to capture the rebels. Don't worry, anyone who dares to stop you will be killed without mercy. Yes, Meng Shenji quickly accepted the order. Although he was the education committee member of Tiandu Royal Academy, he was also a member of the royal family worship group, otherwise how could he represent the emperor of the empire and sit in the royal academy? Therefore he has always been the emperor's man. He previously cooperated with Flanders to collect dirt on Marquis Aista. If there was no emperor's instruction, how could Flanders drag him into the water? Education committee, hurry up, it's too late, those grandsons might run away. Flanders and Zhao Wuji looked impatient. They have been hunted down by various noble forces during this period. Among them the powerful Duke of Oran is the most active. They have been hating him for a long time. Now that they have a chance to take revenge they can't help themselves. Wang Shenmeng ordered again by base hands, Hilan, you lead the remaining teachers of the Royal Academy to arrest the previous Royal Academy teacher Li Wuyi. On the surface he is a royalist, but in fact he has been colluding with those guys for a long time. He thought he was hiding well. What senior Li actually colluded with those traitors? By base hand and Hilan were very surprised. Li Wuyi was more than 10 years older than them. He was now over 80 years old. He was the former chief teacher of Tiandu Royal Academy and was deeply trusted by the royal family. Unexpectedly he had already betrayed in secret. Li Wuyi is a remnant of the previous dynasty. His martial spirit mutated several generations ago. Now no one can connect him with the previous dynasty. He has evil intentions and has joined forces with those nobles to destroy the empire and restore the previous dynasty. He thought that no one knew his identity and thoughts, but I had already seen through his route. Wang Shenmen's words surprised everyone. The Tiandu Empire has been established for hundreds of years and there are still remnants of the previous dynasty who are trying to restore the empire. It is really surprising. By base hand and Hilan did not dare to doubt Wang Shenmen's word. They took people to carry out the mission with a serious face. Li Wuyi is also a Soul Douluo level strongman. Although they have 2 people they dare not take it lightly. Wang Shenmeng looked at Lu Erlong. I'll leave the tiger commander Hu Aotian to you. Don't be too careless. Their family still has something. There is an old Soul Douluo hidden, but as long as you pay attention there will be no problem. For Wang Shenmeng, Tiandu city has no secrets about what powerful people are hidden. Unless these people never dream, it will be as obvious as a torch in the dark night. Don't worry, he is just a dead tiger. I am a real dragon. How can I not take them down? Lu Erlong is full of confidence. She already has a soul power close to level 86 and a high quality soul bone. Even if an ordinary title Douluo comes, she dares to compete with him. Among the soul Douluos she has never been afraid of anyone. Immediately a group of soul masters and 5000 troops followed her to capture Tiger Commander and confiscate his family. Wang Shenmeng issued more than 10 orders in a row and each order was led by a soul Douluo. The targets were all old nobles who could cause earthquakes with just a stomp of their feet, but now they have all become traitors. Most of these soul Douluos were borrowed from the 9 Treasures Glay sect and some were from the royal worship group. Tonight he was in charge of the palace himself and the worship group could also be free to perform tasks. If even he couldn't protect the emperor here, then the worship group couldn't be counted on. In addition, there were some nobles with with less power who were led by Soul Sane. In short, all those who deserved the punishment were taken care of. The nearly 200,000 troops loyal to the emperor both inside and outside Tiandu city and transferred from other places in the past few days were dispersed to maintain order, suppress riots and not give those guys the opportunity to make trouble in the city. As for the army loyal to them, they had been dealt with by thunderbolts before. The main generals were taken down and then after a round of purges they were under control. There was no need to deal with ordinary soldiers. They were soldiers of the Tiandu Empire. In name they were also loyal to the emperor. They were just infiltrated and controlled by the nobles. They would be used by the nobles at critical moment, but as long as these problematic generals, lieutenants and captains were purged and reorganized, they would be a usable army again. As Wang Shenmeng issued orders to confiscate the family and terminate the clan, the night owls who were still drunk and dreaming outside late at night were frightened and turned pale. They hurriedly hid in the house and trembled, not knowing what happened. Soon after, the east district of Tiandu city, which was full of nobles, was filled with earth-shaking shouts and killings. Various gorgeous soul skills embellished the dark night with colorful colors. Chapter 236 My Haoshan sect is invincible in the world, your great-grandfather's own. Tiandu city, the ancestral land of the Li clan. Late at night the lights were still flickering in the lobby. Tang Hao, wearing a black robe and a black hood with only two blood-red eyes showing, looked at the soul skills that burst out from time to time in the distance, his face a little gloomy. In addition to him there were also the leader of the power clan Titan's son Tainyo, the representative of the Min clan Bai Chen Iong, and Tang San in the lobby. Looking at the momentum, there are dozens of soul Douluo participating in the battle tonight, and the army is as high as 200,000. Except that there is no title Douluo taking action. The scale even exceeds a large-scale field battle. Tang Hao's voice was extremely gloomy and he snorted coldly. I really didn't expect that Ning Fengzi of the Seven Treasures Glaze sect was so short-sighted and forgot his loyalty when he saw profit. He defected to the spirit hall as soon as he was given a little sweetness. Now he is helping the tiger and sending out more than a dozen soul Douluo. A title Douluo is working for Wang Shenmeng. It's really hateful. Have they forgotten the loyalty of the three sects? Then Ning Fengzi is a villain, a hypocrite. Last year he had the nerve to find me and discuss dealing with the spirit hall together, but he turned around and became a dog for the spirit hall and even offered his daughter. Such a person can actually become the leader of the three upper sects, which is really a shame for our three upper sect. Tang Hao kept scolding, and Titan and Tainyo, father and son, showed a look of common hatred and followed the scolding master. What you said is too right. Ning Fengzi is a short-sighted, cowardly and a shame for the three upper sect. Tang San's mouth moved and he also scolded against his will that Ning Rongrong was originally a willful and shameless woman. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It is conceivable what kind of virtue the father has to raise such a daughter. In fact, he agreed with Ning Fengzi's choice in his heart. Isn't it good to follow the spirit hall and enjoy the good life? Who wants to follow you losers and be incompetent and furious here? If conditions did not allow it, Tang San would not want to meet with these guys. Just kidding. It's okay to secretly rebel against the spirit hall, but don't implicate him. He has no hatred against the spirit hall and even got a lot of benefits under the banner of Wang Shenmeng, and he is ready to continue to me. If the people of the spirit hall know that he is in the same group with the rebels, then he will be in trouble. As for the hatred between Tang Hao and the spirit hall, Tang San can no longer empathize with him now and even gloat, because in his eyes Tang Hao is suspected to be the enemy who kidnapped him from his biological parent. His biological father is most likely Tang Hao's elder brother Tang Xiao. He naturally remains vigilant against Tang Hao, but in order to paralyze the other party and avoid being killed by the other party, he was always on the surface of being a loving father and a filial son, but he was extremely alert in his heart. He scolded Ning Fengzi at this time to go along with what Tang Hao said, but it was not his true word. If he were Ning Fengzi, if someone could give him enough benefits and the two sides had no hatred, then it would not be a big deal to follow the other party. Bai Chen Iong lowered her head and did not participate in the crusade against Ning Fengzi, but her thoughts were similar to Tang San's, and she did not think that Ning Fengzi's surrender to the spirit hall was stupid or short-sighted. If someone could help her upgrade her spirit from a high-level spirit to a top-level spirit and get rid of the defect that the sharp-tailed Swift was only fast but had weak attack power and low defense, and the other party was strong enough, she would be willing to follow the other party. After scolding, Titan said, My lord Hu Aotian Swafeng Aolan and others are obviously not opponents, and they are closed in and beaten. I am afraid they will be caught in one fell swoop. They sent someone to contact me before, hoping that my Li clan could join them in launching a rebellion, overthrow the rule of the Shui family, and when a new empire is established, my Li clan will become the top nobles. I was still considering it, but I didn't expect that they would be finished. Tang Hao said coldly, Immediately they contacted not only Yurli clan but from the information obtained by the Min clan they also contacted the Haoshan sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, the Nine Treasures Glaze sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Divine Wind Academy, the Four Kingdoms and other forces wanting to form an anti-Spirit Hall alliance to overthrow the Spirit Hall together. Titan and others were shocked. Titan said they really dare to think that a group of toads who sit in a well and watch the sky, who don't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, is it so easy to form an anti-Spirit Hall alliance? Are they worthy? If the Spirit Hall was so easy to destroy, it would have been destroyed decades ago. Tang San also sighed. Ning Fengzi has sent his daughter to the Spirit Hall to be the NET Pope's concubine, and it is clear that he has surrendered to the Spirit Hall. They even dared to contact the Nine Treasures Glaze sect. They are so stupid that it is unfair not to be eliminated. Titan said perhaps they think Ning Fengzi was forced to do so, and sending his daughter can be seen as a compromise. They think that Ning Fengzi surrendered to the Spirit Hall on the surface but wanted to stab them in the back all the time, so they contacted them. Tang Hao sighed. When my grandfather was at the peak of his power, most of the sects in the world united under our Haoshan sect and then united the two empires. What was the Spirit Hall? At that time the anti-Spirit Hall was so arrogant. Our Haoshan sect was invincible in the world and my grandfather was undefeated. He could have destroyed the Spirit Hall. Unfortunately the Spirit Hall saw that it was about to be defeated, so they used despicable means and my grandfather didn't know where he went. They took the opportunity to defeat them one by one. The anti-Spirit Hall was leaderless and eventually broke apart, which allowed the Spirit Hall to escape. Look at the resistance forces now. The Jubeo Liulai sect has fallen into depravity. Ning Fengzi sold his daughter for fame and the Tiandu Empire has lost its backbone. It bowed down to serve the Spirit Hall and let the wolf into the house. It also sold its daughter for fame and handed over the power of the empire to the villain Wang Shenmeng to slaughter its own subject. Xue King, he really deserves to die. He betrayed the foundation of his ancestors. How can he face his ancestors when he dies in the future? Tang San was shocked. The Spirit Hall decades ago was almost destroyed by the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect is invincible. Is the great-grandfather really that powerful? Tang Hao showed a proud look. Humph, your grandfather is the most incredible genius in history. Wang Shenmeng, a mere boast, is nothing compared to your great-grandfather. If your great-grandfather had not been so soft-hearted and the Spirit Hall was so despicable, our Haoshan sect would have ruled the world long ago. Tang San's blood boiled when he heard this. Although he suspected that he was not Tang Hao's son, he was undoubtedly from the Haoshan sect and the Spirit Haoshan hammer could not deceive anyone. And if he was Tang Xiao's son, then Tang Hao's grandfather was also Tang Xiao's grandfather and his own great-grandfather. I didn't expect that my sect and my great-grandfather had such a glorious and invincible era. He felt a deep regret in his heart. If that glory it would be fine if it continued. Then how could he, Tang San, not be as good as Wang Shenmeng? Bai Chen Iong curled her lips. She didn't believe a word of Tang Hao's boasting. She was extremely contemptuous. He couldn't beat others, so he just indulged in self-indulgence. This Haoshan Douluo was disappointing. Chapter 237. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Tiandu City, the lobby of the headquarters of the Power Clan. Tang Hao's words made Tai Tan's blood boil. He was the most loyal one to Tang Hao among the four single-attribute families, much more loyal than Tang Hao's uncle Bai He. In addition to being a fan of Tang Hao, the reputation of Haoshan sect as the world's #1 sect in the past was also an important reason. Even though Tang Hao had hurt the four single-attribute families badly and the other three families had quite a lot of opinions about Tang Hao, Tai Tan firmly believed that Tang Hao had his own difficulties. The responsibility was not on Tang Hao. Everything was the result of the bad Spirit Hall. Therefore, after so many years, he was still loyal to Tang Hao. As for the other three families, except for the Min clan led by his uncle Bai He, Tang Hao had to use some tricks to subdue the Yu clan and the Po clan. He forced them to be under his command again by half coercion and half inducement, but only Tai Tan knelt down as soon as Tang Hao appeared and decidedly recognized Tang Hao as his master again. Therefore Tai Tan was very confident in Tang Hao's strength. He was the most brilliant genius of Haoshan sect after Tang Chen. More than 10 years ago he killed several titled Douluos, including the Pope in the Spirit Hall. Now more than 10 years have passed. Even if he is not as invincible as Tang Chen back then, he should at least stand at the top of the continent. The world is so big that I can't come and go freely. Therefore he looked at the chaotic Tiandu city and said, my lord, those nobles are about to fail. However, in addition to their strong strength in Tiandu city, what is more powerful is that they have influence all over the empire. The fiefs of these nobles account for nearly 1/3 of the empire's territory. If they are allowed to go back to their fiefs to start a rebellion, the damage caused to the Tiandu empire will be catastrophic. With their strength and influence, it is enough to make the entire empire fall apart. But if they are shut out in Tiandu city, it will be difficult to cause cause such great damage in the future. Tang Hao frowned. Do you have any good suggestions? Is there any way for the Power Clan to rescue them? Titan shook his head hurriedly. Of course I don't have that ability. Our strength is not much stronger than those old nobles and we can't change the overall situation. But my lord can. With your strength, if you lend a hand now, it will be enough to kill the soul masters responsible for the termination of the nobles with thundering means in a few short periods of time, and then delay the enemies titled Douluo. Then I will try to guide them and I will definitely be able to rescue most of them. Tang Hao's cheek twitched, and under the hood the embarrassment was not discovered by everyone in the hall. He glanced at Titan and saw that the other party had a fanatical look on his face, as if he firmly believed that he could do everything. Tang Hao didn't know whether he should be depressed or relieved for a while. It's a good thing for subordinates to have confidence in themselves and admire themselves, but family members know their own business and he doesn't have that ability at all. Since he was besieged and captured by several titled Douluos of the Spirit Hall last time, he has been extremely cautious and dared not show up again easily. There are so many soul Douluos dispatched tonight, he does not believe that those titled Douluos are not ready. And with the connection he has established with the power of the God of Death, his perception is also stronger. He can vaguely sense the 4 or 5 auras in Tiandu City that make him afraid. 4 of them are near the 4 walls of Tiandu City and 1 is in the Tiandu Palace. These 5 titled Douluo auras are not weaker than him, and he has fought against 3 of them, namely Lingfeng Douluo Dugabo and Guangling Douluo. If he is surrounded by these 3 people, he will not be able to win even if he plods the ring, and he can't even run away, not to mention the other 2 auras that are not weaker at all. The other 2 auras, one of which had a faint sense of grand sword intent, belonged to the familiar sword Douluo, and the other gave him a feeling of being as vast as the wind, as if it were real or illusory. Without a doubt it was the Blueluan Douluo, one of the 3 strongest men around Wang Shenmeng. He couldn't handle any one of these 5 titled Douluos, let alone 5, and they were guarding the 4 directions and the center. Once he entered Tiandu City and attacked the spirit master of the Spirit Hall, he would be walking into a trap. The best result would be to be captured and the worst result would be to be killed. Although Tang Hao was arrogant, he was not a fool without a brain. After suffering a loss once, he knew that he could not defeat the enemy with only a few people and that 2 fists could not defeat 4 hands, so he never thought of saving those corrupt nobles. Those corrupt nobles enjoy the people's blood and sweat but treat ordinary civilians like wolves and tigers. Saving them is simply an insult to my clear sky hammer. Tang Hao snorted coldly. Of course he couldn't show fear. He said righteously, I have been unhappy with them for a long time. Although I hate the Spirit Hall, it doesn't mean that I have to go along with these scums and scums. Even if the Spirit Hall doesn't take action, I will kill them when I have the chance to eliminate harm for the people. How can I collude with such beasts to deal with the Spirit Hall? I, Tang Hao, am upright. How can I save these people who deserve to die? Tang San curled his lips, thinking that I was a newborn baby and your nephew, and you didn't hesitate to take action. You are still pretending to be a hero with great benevolence and righteousness. Bai Chen Iong didn't think so. When Tang Hao conquered their Min clan last year, he was quite cruel and imposed cruel punishments on those who firmly opposed him. There was no sign of mercy. She believed that Tang Hao was too weak to take action and was frantically looking for cause for himself. Titan looked ashamed and bowed his head, saying, it was my fault for not considering it carefully. Those nobles are indeed not worth saving. Tang Hao said calmly, you also mean well. It's not urgent to deal with the Spirit Hall. Take your time. That day will come and it won't be too far away. Tang Hao thought that he had inherited the throne of the god of killing and was the only one in the world who would become a god. Time was on his side. As the god test progressed, his strength increased rapidly. It wouldn't be long before he could destroy the Spirit Hall with one hammer. She also prepared a surprise for Wang Shenmeng. In order to boost Titan's confidence, he said meaningfully, do you think I just watched and did nothing? He glanced at Titan Tainyo and Bai Chen Iong. You 3 are my confidants and Chen Iong is my niece. I won't hide it from you. Although the holy son of the Spirit Hall is now arrogant, he is already a dead body in the grave. I have made arrangement. It won't be long before he will die in my hands. Titan Tainyo and Bai Chen Iong looked at each other and Titan looked very excited. Fen, that's great. I've long disliked that kid. He relies on the background of the Spirit Hall to bully others. He is lustful at a young age. Is such a person worthy of being the holy son of the Spirit Hall? I think the Spirit Hall is extremely corrupt. It would be unfair if it is not destroyed. Tang Hao said calmly, the Spirit Hall is a place of filth and corruption. It is not surprising that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The previous pope was a scumbag and the current pope must not be much better. How can the future pope not be corrupt? Speaking of the previous pope, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. Chapter 238 Two Secret Letters. Over the night there were constant shouts and shouts in Tiandu City, and countless nobles were either killed or captured. Some people wanted to leave Tiandu city when they saw the situation was not good, including Seoul Douluo, but with the strong resistance of titled Douluo no one could escape successfully. At the same time, Wang Shenmeng had already transmitted orders through special Seoul guides asking all parts of the empire to take action at the same time. The army loyal to the emperor together with the Seoul master group of the Spirit Hall launched a sweep of the fiefs of those nobles and was determined to catch them all in one fell swoop and not give them the opportunity to roam around and cause chaos. Only when they really fought, those great nobles knew how big the gap between their strength and Wang Shenmeng was. The Duke of Orlan, who was once arrogant and dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall, was easily suppressed by Qin Ming led by Meng Shenji. The old antique Seoul Douluo in their clan was no match for Meng Shenji's teaching committee and was severely injured by the black demon spirit and captured alive. And Hu Shui faced the suppression of Lu Erlong. Although he was older than Lu Erlong, he had also cultivated to the level of Soul Saint, and his strength was about the same as that of Marshal Ge Long, who rebelled the year before last, but even Lu Erlong back then could easily defeat him, let alone Lu Erlong now. With a roar, a huge flame lit up the night sky. Hu Aotian screamed, was burned half to death and fell from the sky. Aotian, the Seoul Douluo of the tiger family with bloodshot eyes, roared and turned into a huge black tiger, roaring and rushing towards Lu Erlong. Hu Aotian is a genius that the tiger family has high hopes for. He is a high-level soul saint in his 40s and the most promising person in the family to achieve a titled Douluo. He was once as famous as Marshal Ge Long and became the twin pillars of the empire known as the Dragon King and the Tiger Marshal. But now in front of the old ancestor he was beaten half to death by Lu Erlong, and the old ancestor was furious. Lu Erlong sneered, "Why did we meet here earlier? Aren't you self-righteous and think that no one dares to provoke you, so you are lawless and treat human life as worthless? Now it's your turn to die. You are so vicious and cruel that you should not take human life seriously, including your own life. Why can't you bear it now?" She was not afraid of this old man with half his neck buried in the ground. While mocking, she used her ultimate move. It was another battle of attacking but not defending, changing injuries for injuries. The result is self-evident. She beat Menghu half to death with a big move, but she was unscathed. The ancestor of the Menghu family followed in Lu Kanyang's footsteps. When he knelt, the morale of the Menghu family collapsed and was soon wiped out. By the morning of the Net day, all the nobles who conspired to rebel were captured. Only a few who escaped the net hid in the dark corners and trembled. The rest were locked up. The Sky Prison was overcrowded for a while. Davis Daimubai and others have been released. They themselves have no crime. The crimes that Marquis Asta has framed them for are all fabricated. They just burned a brothel and did not cause any casualties. They have been locked up for so long and they will be fine after paying some money. The Net few days will be busy trying these nobles, suppressing local riots and confiscating money from King Gli. The money these nobles have is simply immeasurable. Heshen is a younger brother in front of them. Wang Shenmeng looked at the rough wealth figures and knew that it would be more than enough to use this money to develop economic reputation, gain fame and convert it into faith in the later stage. It can be said that it is a wave of fat, and Wang Shenmeng is very satisfied with it. A man will not be rich without unpecked wealth, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. Although he is not short of money, he is really poor compared to these aristocratic families that have been passed down for thousands of years. In the later stage, Wang Shenmeng will not need to personally examine those nobles and convict them. He will directly go through the judicial process, and the relevant departments of the empire will try and supervise the Wuhan Hall. At this time, no court official dared to accuse those criminals. It was a joke. The remaining nobles and ministers were trembling in fear, and they were too busy to draw a line. Who dared to defend those criminals? Guys get away with it. Even if they don't need to actively perform, as long as they handle it impartially, the crimes those guys have committed over the years will be easy for them to be confiscated and terminated 10 times. After a busy period, Keishakao became lively again. A large number of big figures who had risen early in the past were killed here, and the whole Tiandu city seemed to be filled with blood. Those so-called old nobles didn't make much waves in the end. There were also various rebellions in the local area, but they were quickly suppressed. It was mainly because Wang Shenmeng suddenly launched an attack and used titled Douluo to block the way out of Tiandu city, so that the main branches of the major families were swept away. Most of the remaining scattered outside were not heavyweights and could not organize much resistance. Those ancient families that were terminated naturally had their titles revoked, and their fiefs were taken back and directly governed by the court. At this time, the local structure of the Tiandu Empire was a bit like the Western Han dynasty in Wang Shenmen's previous life, with counties and kingdoms coexisting. Those nobles whose fiefs were not affected also had many privileges taken back, and the centralization of the court was greatly strengthened again. After more than a month of turmoil, this huge storm of rectification that affected the whole country and had an unparalleled influence finally came to an end, but the subsequent impact was still spreading fiercely. While the court officials were busy cleaning up the mess for Wang Shenmeng, he himself was very leisurely. As a prince who guards the country, of course he was in charge of killing but not burying. He started and designated the direction, and countless people would rack their brains to get things done for him in the future without him having to do it himself. Now that the Tiandu Emperor King He Emperor is recovering from his injuries and cannot handle affairs, and the Crown Prince Princess Shueke is young and has no prestige or experience, the power of the empire is naturally transferred to the hands of the prince who guards the country. This is justified and the court officials cannot object to it. Wang Shenmen's thunderous move uprooted the compel and powerful political group that the emperor dared not touch and immediately established his strong prestige. At least no courtier dared to ignore him and disobey him. Wuhan Hall. Inside the bedroom, Wang Shenmeng leaned comfortably on the sofa holding 2 secret letters in his hands with a playful look on his face. The 2 secret letters came from 2 different people, but they talked about the same thing, all about Tang Hao secretly plotting to murder him. But one secret letter was very clear and the whole story was clear, while the other one was more vague, only saying that Tang Hao was plotting to harm him, but the specific method was not clear. After Wang Shenmeng finished reading, he handed the letter to Tang Yuehua Net to him and said with a smile, "Look at these 2 letters, you will never guess who wrote them, let alone the contents of the letter." "Really? Let me see." Tang Yuehua was curious, took it and glanced at it casually, and her face suddenly changed. "Is this letter written by Xiao San?" Although there was no signature, the contents of the letter, except for himself, Tang Hao and Tang San, there was absolutely no fourth person who knew about it. Except for Tang San, it couldn't be that Tang Hao blew himself up, right? Why is he like this? Second brother is his biological father, how could he betray him? Tang Yuehua looked incredible. Wang Shenmeng didn't take it seriously. "What's the matter? You are Tang Hao's biological sister, but you betrayed him too?" Tang Yuehua gave Wang Shenmeng a charming look. "How can this be the same? You are my man and my second brother forced me to kill you, so of course I didn't agree. But Xiao San and you have a bad relationship, and my second brother and he are father and son. He actually betrayed my second brother. I misjudged him." Chapter 239 Men's Clan. Like father like son. How can someone who grew up with Tang Hao be a good person? Hearing that Tang San betrayed Tang Hao, Yin didn't feel strange at all. She misjudged Tang Hao back then, but now she has seen his true face. As for Tang San, he is not her son at all but her enemy. "Let me see." She reached out to take the letter and Tang Yuehua hesitated for a moment, then handed it to her and then passed it to the other girls. After reading it, they were filled with indignation. "Lu Erlong, Tang Hao is too shameless. He dared not show up, but he came up with such a vicious and dirty trick." Ya Lingling, although I knew Tang Hao was not a good person, it was still surprising that the dignified Haoshan Douluo was so despicable. "Xiao Wu, how could Tang San become like this? That's his father, and he actually wrote a letter to inform on him." Ning Rong Rong pouted. "Tang San is this kind of person. Although I don't have much contact with him, I have dealt with him in Shrek Academy. We even fought side by side. That night that Ma Hongjun bullied by Chen Iong was betrayed, and even a person like me who has no fighting power can't sit idly by, but he stood by and watched." Tang Yuehua finally accused Tang San. "Xiao San has no choice. He doesn't know whether I will follow the second brother's plan, but if I do, regardless of success or failure, I will definitely end up miserably, and he as my well-known nephew will also be implicated. In order to protect myself, I had to reveal the plan to His Highness." The women heard this. Although they had their own ideas in their hearts, they did not continue to criticize Tang San, which was considered to give Tang Yuehua a face. "What about the other letter? Who wrote it?" Dugu Yan read the letter carefully for a while and analyzed. "The handwriting is beautiful and there is a faint fragrance on the letter paper. It must be from a girl's hand." The women looked at Wang Shenmeng in unison, and Dugu Yan smiled and said, "When did you use the beauty trick again?" And even the confidants around Tang Hao were taken down. "Who is she? Tell me, let's get to know each other." Ning Rong Rong bit Wang Shenmen's thin chest with her cherry lips and snorted. "Yes, that person wrote a letter to pass on such news, but he took a huge risk. If Tang Hao found out, he might be killed by him. He risked his life to warn you. He is really loyal and righteous." Yes. Wang Shenmeng didn't dare to use his golden body to resist. It hurt a lot when his flesh was bitten by the sharp teeth. He couldn't help but slap Ning Rong Rong's small buttock and said unhappily, "You are a dog. If you like to bite, let's do it slowly at night. Don't bite randomly during the day. That's the wrong position." Ning Rong Rong blushed, spat and angrily hit Wang Shenmen's chest with her fist. The girls all blushed, thinking of certain scenes, and couldn't help but glared at Wang Shenmeng with a reproachful look. Their big watery eyes were charming, not only without deterrence but also with unspeakable temptation. Wang Shenmeng shouted that he couldn't stand it. These girls one by one transformed from girls into women, and their original immaturity also went away. Each of them had a little more mature charm, and the temptation was greatly greatly improved. Even a person with such high concentration as him almost fell into the gentle land and couldn't extricate himself. Wang Shenmeng coughed dryly. The letter was indeed written by a girl, but her relationship with me is really not what you think. The reason why she wrote to me to warn me is because she wanted to leave a way out for herself and her family and didn't want to go all the way with Tang Hao. Dugu Yan said, who is it? Wang Shenmeng said, you have all seen it. Rong mentioned her just now and she has fought side by side with her. Bai Chen Iong. Ning Rong claimed, how come Bai Chen Iong is met up with Tang Hao? I know this. Tang Yuehua said, Bai Chen Iong is the granddaughter of Bai He, the leader of the Minzi clan. Bai He is my uncle and of course my second brother Tang Hao's uncle. Bai Chen Iong is our cousin and it is normal for them to have private contact. Dugu Yan said, so that's the case. Then I wonder if the three sole emperors of the Minzi clan who we killed outside the Xingde Great Forest last year were sent by Bai He. Zhu Zuyun said, the three sole emperors of the Minzi clan were responsible for the two sole Douluos of the Xingluo Empire and the flying tools brought by Kanbo. I just don't know when the Minzi clan has such a good relationship with the Xingluo Empire. Wang Shenmeng saw that the women were all confused, so he explained, after Tang Hao escaped from the spirit hall and recovered from his injuries, he first subdued the Min clan and then used coercion and inducement to subdue the Po clan, the Yu clan and the Li clan. The Xingluo Empire is also a force that is not on good terms with our spirit hall. Tang Hao is extremely hostile to our spirit hall and it is normal for him to collude with the Xingluo Empire. I guess if the Tiandu Empire had not now clearly allied with the spirit hall, he would definitely have colluded with the Tiandu Empire. Xiao Wu was puzzled, but since the Min clan has surrendered to Tang Hao again, why did Bai Chen Iong betray the Min clan? Ning Rong figured it out now and couldn't help but interrupted, stupid Yao Wu, you can't figure this out, then do you think Tang Hao can defeat our spirit hall? You are the idiot. Ning Rong, I warn you, be careful if you provoke me again or I'll throw you. Xiao Wu first hit back at Ning Rong, then hurriedly shook her head. How is that possible? Tang Hao is quite strong, but compared to our spirit hall it's like the gap between a firefly and the moon. Even if the so-called four single attribute families are added, they are still vulnerable. Ning Rong spread her hands. That's it. Tang Hao overestimates his own strength and insists on opposing our spirit hall. This is like hitting a rock with an egg and the result is nothing more than death. But it's not enough for him to die. He also wants to drag the four single attribute families to self-destruction together. Not everyone wants to be buried with him. Xiao Wu frowned and said, isn't Bai He the leader of the Min clan? Could it be that Bai He surrendered to Tang Hao on the surface but secretly planned to backstab him? Ning Rong said, that's not clear, but it's very likely. Although the four single attribute families have a deep hatred with the spirit hall, at least the spirit hall did not kill them all and let them continue. If I follow Tang Hao to the end, I'm afraid I won't be so lucky. Net time and it probably over. If I were the patriarch of the four major families, in order to protect the family and the lives of many clan members, I would definitely let go of my hatred for the spirit hall and rely on the power of the spirit hall to get rid of Tang Hao's control, instead of accompanying Tang Hao to go crazy and finally putting the lives of all the family members at risk. Rong is worthy of being the little princess of the Nine Treasures glazed tile sect. She is much more knowledgeable than the rest of us. What she said makes a lot of sense. I think the patriarchs of the four major families may have this idea and are ready to stab Tang Hao in the back at any time. Zhu Zuyun looked at Ning Rong with admiration and looked at her with new eyes. What she said sounded simple, but people without certain political knowledge and clear minds might not understand it. The key is that she is only 13 years old. She can say this. Obviously she has been knowledgeable since childhood. If it were Xiao Wu, she would definitely not think so thoroughly. Chapter 240, the Vasi of Heaven and Earth. So if the patriarchs of the four single attribute families are not stupid, they are only submissive to Tang Hao on the surface but actually intend to surrender to our spirit hall. That Bai Chen Iong was assigned by Bai He to inquire about the news around Tang Hao. Xiao Wu's words pressed everyone's doubts and they all wanted to hear Wang Shenmen's explanation. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. However, in fact Bai He is quite loyal to Tang Hao. He intends to follow Tang Hao again and fight against our spirit hall to the end, even if he drags the entire family into a dangerous situation. That Bai Chen Iong is because of my grandfather's stubbornness. The family was about to be dragged into the abyss by him, so he had no choice but to act on his own, hoping to get in touch with me and preserve some blood inheritance for the Min family in the future. Ning Rong was surprised and said, why is Bai He so selfish and stupid? What kind of magic potion did Tang Hao give him that made him want to drag the whole family into the abyss and continue to be Tang Hao's dog? Suddenly remembering that Bai He was Tang Yuehua's uncle, Ning Rong said a little embarrassedly, Sister Yuehua, I spoke quickly and my words were inappropriate. Please don't be offended. Tang Yuehua smiled smiled faintly and said nothing. Zhu Zuqing, who rarely spoke, rarely agreed. It is very selfish. It is his freedom to follow Tang Hao. He can give up the position of clan leader to be loyal to Tang Hao, but now he drags the whole family with him and does not care about the wishes of other family members. This is treating the clan members as his own private property and tools without feelings and will. Even his granddaughter cannot accept his behavior. Wang Shenmeng said most people in the 4 single attribute families are stubborn. Yang Wudi, the broken clan, hates Tang Hao and our Wuhan Hall, but in comparison he is more irreconcilable with our Wuhan Hall. The clan leaders of their 4 clans have a common characteristic, that is they are extremely stubborn and domineering and put their own will above the entire family. Their decision is the decision of the family and they never care about the opinions of others. Those who dare to disobey them will probably not have a good end. 4E Ample Titan hated our Spirit Hall. After Lan Ba Academy joined the Spirit Hall, he didn't care about his grandson Tai Long's thoughts at all and directly ordered him to drop out. That guy is the most loyal to Tang Hao and it is impossible for him to turn to our Spirit Hall. The other 3 clans are not so loyal to Tang Hao and even blame him, but if they choose between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, they will still choose Tang Hao and even hope that Tang Hao can lead them to revenge. As for the sacrifice of the clan members, in the eyes of those clan leaders it is probably a necessary price. Even if everyone sacrifices unnecessarily, they think that the death is worthy. Anyway, they can't give in to the Spirit Hall, he said calmly, but not everyone has a grudge against our Spirit Hall and not everyone is willing to sacrifice for Tang Hao and die without value and meaning. Therefore there are people represented by Bai Chen Iong. Since they can't stop the decision of the clan leader, they simply find a way out for themselves and find a way to continue the family. Ling Feng Douluo said coldly, it is also because our Wuhan Hall is too kind to them. Because of the death of the previous pope, the Haoshan sect was forced to close the mountain and abandon the 4 single attribute families. In fact, it was at their expense to calm the anger of our Wuhan Hall, hoping that after we kill them we can save face and stop pursuing the direct line of Haoshan sect. But the elder is not a bloodthirsty person. He did not take the 4 single attribute families seriously, so he gave them a way to live. Otherwise the 4 major families would have been destroyed. As for hatred, they followed Haoshan sect and opposed our Wuhan Hall. We killed them, but they also killed our people. They look like they have been wronged and treated unfairly all day long. They can only be called jumping clowns and are not presentable. Wang Shenmeng said the 4 single attribute families are nothing. It's just a matter of a finger to destroy them. There is no need to be angry with them. Since they don't know what's good for them, there is no need to show mercy to them. Any time they attack them, just destroy them directly. Dugu Yan said, then when will we take action? Tang Hao has been against us. Why don't we take people to surround and kill him? With our strength it shouldn't be difficult to kill Tang Hao, right? It's not difficult to kill Tang Hao, but now is not the time. Wang Shenmeng did not elaborate on his plan to take over the position of Shura God, but just said the things involved are extremely broad and profound, so let's keep Tang Hao for now. If we don't give them hope, how can we lure out the real big fish? Actually, Tang San and Tang Hao were no longer in Wang Shenmen's eyes. His enemy was the gods in the sky and his goal was the throne of Shura. If Shura saw no hope of success, he would probably stop the inheritance of the throne. How could Wang Shenmeng seize the throne if he didn't pass it down? The throne of Shura and the throne of Tang San were 2 different concepts. There was no possibility of seizing the throne of the former, but there was a good chance of seizing the throne of the latter. He even pretended not to know Shura's plan and that Tang San was the successor chosen by Shura in order to paralyze Shura. This was also the reason why he was not in a hurry to suppress Tang San. If he suppressed him too harshly, Shura might give up Tang San or even give up the plan to combine the 2 thrones and wait for his teacher to ascend to the realm of gods before looking for a successor again. Then Tang San sent me a secret letter. In addition to protecting himself, he probably wanted to get some benefits from me. Just as he finished speaking, a strange wave suddenly came from the direction of Tiandu Palace and a stream of blue light suddenly shot up into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Wang Shenmen's E-Press Zion moved and then he showed us near. Ling Xian felt the majestic and vast energy of the blue light ball and claimed, Your Highness, what was that just now? The women also saw what happened in Tiandu Palace. The blue light ball that shot up into the sky was extremely brilliant and bright. Even under the scorching sun it did not cover its light at all, as if there was a sea upside down above the sky. The people of the entire Tiandu city were attracted by this sudden spectacle. Looking at the sea-like color in the sky, they couldn't help but talk about it. Nothing, just there is a guy who can't hold back and is ready to do something in person. Wang Shenmeng laughed. With his eyesight and spiritual perception, he naturally saw that in the middle of the extremely bright blue light group there was a triangular cone-shaped blue transparent cover like a pyramid. It was the Tiandu Empire's national treasure, the Vasi Universe cover. At this critical moment when the rebellion was being swept, the national national treasure flew away automatically, which must have brought him a lot of negative impact, but it didn't matter. After all, it was a world where the strong were respected. The strong strength and power gave him the confidence to suppress all negative effect, but the meaning behind the vast universe cover flying away was definitely not as simple as others thought. The political impact it brought was the least worthy of attention. For Wang Shenmeng, the greatest message conveyed by this was only one, that is the end of the sea god. After the Azura god, what he really meant was, in a sense, there is another enemy of the main god level. Wang Shenmeng had been mentally prepared for this, so he was not afraid but was faintly excited and expectant. The god realm at this time. After talking with Shura god, the sea god paid attention to the lower world through the vast universe cover and realized that the Tiandu Empire at this time had lost control and fell completely into the hands of the Spirit Hall. The successor designated by Shura god had also arrived in Tiandu city. It happened that a major political earthquake occurred in the court of Tiandu Empire. He immediately stopped delaying and controlled the vast universe cover to fly away from the royal treasury and fall outside the city. At the same time, a brilliant light suddenly bloomed on the distant sea god island, and a magnificent divine thought descended, conveying the long-lost oracle. The beautiful face of the high priest Bosai showed a hint of Kumbal Ity. Chapter 241. The Empress and the Regent. The Tiandu Empire's national treasure, the vast universe cover, suddenly flew away on its own, causing a lot of discussion within the empire. Some people who were dissatisfied with Wang Shenmeng took the opportunity to spread rumors saying that the power of the Tiandu Empire had fallen into the hands of others and was usurped by powerful ministers, causing the foundation of the country to be shaken, the inheritance to be disordered, and the artifact to be moved and abandoned. The Tiandu Empire. The prince of the state slaughtered the nobles, killing people in rivers of blood and heads rolling. His brutal behavior also brought endless harm to the Tiandu Empire. He was guilty of heinous crimes and was not qualified to hold the artifact, but tried to get involved, which was the fuse for the vast universe cover to fly away. In short, the root of everything lies with Wang Shenmeng. It was his perverse actions that caused the Tiandu Empire to lose the favor of the god. The artifact flew away, indicating that the empire was in chaos and a sign of the country's demise. These words still have some market, and some people are just people's words. It is also said that some people are just taking advantage of the topic to attack Wang Shenmeng's prestige and discredit his personal image. However, these words can't really do anything to Wang Shenmeng, and he didn't let the rumors spread. The so-called rumors stop at the wise is not applicable because most people are not wise and are easily led by the rhythm. His counterattack is also very simple. Not long after, Wang Shenmeng was entrusted with the vast of universe cover to fly from the sky, and the vision caused was more magnificent than the previous time. The huge power of the artifact filled the sky, and millions of people in the entire Tiandu city clearly felt the vast and unpredictable earth-shaking terrifying power. Wang Shenmeng announced to the public that the artifact did not fly away on its own last time, but after the artifact recognized him as the master, he controlled its power and let it fly into the vast to replenish energy, causing the vision. Now that the energy is replenished, he brought it back, and the artifact recognized the Prince of Zhenqiu as the master, which not only reversed the unfavorable public opinion but also gave him a sacred halo, and the legitimacy of his rule was recognized by hundreds of millions of people in the empire. Emperor King He, who was bedridden and unable to manage affairs, followed the will of heaven and people and passed the throne to the crown prince Shueke and abdicated to become the emperor. Then Empress Shueke appointed the prince of the state and the emperor's husband Wang Shenmeng as the regent of the empire. Before Empress Shueke came of age, he took charge of the state affairs and exercised the power of the emperor on her behalf. Due to the purge of a large number of nobles, most of the remaining ministers of the empire were infiltrated by the Spirit Hall and became their own people. Therefore Emperor King He abdicated, and the empress's will to establish a regent was passed very smoothly. Since then, the highest power of the Tiandu Empire has been transferred from Shui King He to Wang Shenmeng, who can transform the empire according to his own wishes. After Wang Shenmeng came to power, the first thing he did was to order the god of craftsmanship Lu Gao and his group of apprentices, as well as the craftsmen trained in the Spirit Hall, to come to the Tiandu Empire to serve, specializing in the research of soul guide and science and technology. Then, through the branches of the Spirit Hall spread all over the continent, he began to vigorously develop business. He also searched for various food-related soul masters and ordered them to study and improve food seeds to increase food production. The huge amount of money seized from the nobles was basically used for development and reform, as well as people's livelihood and welfare. In short, it was necessary to significantly improve people's lives in a short period of time and let people truly feel the benefit he brought. At the same time, Wang Shenmeng established a news department still based on the Spirit Hall spread all over the continent, vigorously developing information media, and its main task was to promote him and establish his great and glorious image. Any good thing he did for the people of the empire must be known to people. He is like the sun spreading his light to all places. Those places where the sun cannot find it, these propagandists must be like torches to bring the light there. Just as Wang Shenmeng was carrying out reforms and preparing to collect faith for himself, the situation on the continent was also changing. The Xingluo Empire originally wanted to marry the King He Emperor, but it did not expect that the King He Emperor would actually succumb. In addition to Ni Dan, he also invited the wolf into the house and handed over the power of the empire to Wang Shenmeng. As a result, the marriage was naturally aborted. Emperor King He had already abdicated and became the emperor, concentrating on recuperating from his injuries. It was meaningless to marry him again. The situation in the Xingluo Empire was extremely bad at this time. The old rival surrendered to the Spirit Hall, and the pressure they were under was unprecedentedly great. The whole empire was in a state of panic, and suddenly a huge shadow was shrouded. Whether it was the Xingluo royal family or the Xingluo nobles, they were naturally unwilling to surrender, so they tried their best to expand their armies and prepare for war, and actively contacted the Haoshan sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect to prepare to form a new anti-Spirit Hall alliance. As for Dai Mubai and Davis, it was meaningless to stay in the Tiandu Empire and there might be danger, so Dai Tianfeng summoned them back, but both Dai Mubai and Davis found reasons to refuse. The reason is very simple. They have already prepared to participate in the Soul Master competition, and the competition is about to begin. If they return to the Xingluo Empire at this time, wouldn't all their efforts be wasted? Therefore, although the Shrek Si monsters are in appearance but not in spirit and have many contradictions with each other, they have not fallen apart and their overall strength is still above the Tiandu Royal Team 1. There are already calls to reorganize the Royal Team 1, and at this time in Tiandu City, in the palace, Wang Shenmeng and Xueke were walking in the Imperial Garden. Seeing that Wang Shenmeng was in a good mood, Xueke asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Your Highness, did Han Hao's universe cover really recognize you as its master? No, the Vasi universe cover has been controlled and flown away. Didn't it fly back that day? Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, that was just a trick. I used another artifact to make it emit the power of the artifact and then transformed and distorted its aura to deceive people's eyes and senses, making them think it was the Vasi universe cover, but it was not. Xueke showed a trace of admiration in her eyes. This work, it actually deceived the eyes of the entire empire. What an incredible method! Is the god no more than this? Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, it's not that aggravated. The Vasi universe cover is not a complete artifact but a part of it. It is very easy to simulate its aura, and I was not the only one who did it that day, so it was not too difficult to do it. The one who helped him to deceive the world that day was naturally Wang Shenmen's teacher Bibi Dong. The two of them used the martial soul fusion technique, which allowed them to control the artifact Rakshasa Demon Scythe and the newly promoted artifact 8 Spider Lance, and they could also use Wang Shenmen's dream power. Because Bibi Dong was already a demigod, the power of dream reversal was even more incredible, and the title Douluo could distort her cognition in front of her. Therefore he lied so much that day, and perhaps no one could really see the clues. Of course, if it was the new owner of the Vasi universe cover, he could probably guess something. Chapter 242 Snow Swan Kiss. Xueke, don't you want to participate in the Soul Master competition too? Wang Shenmeng looked into Xueke's eyes. From their daily communication, she seemed to be very interested in the Soul Master competition. I kind of want to. Xueke sighed, looked at the horizon and said with some disappointment, I am also a Soul Master, but it seems that it is impossible for me to participate. First, my strength is too weak. I have only reached the level of a great Soul Master. Wouldn't it be a burden to go to the competition? Second, my identity. If I go on stage, the other party may not dare to hit me hard, which will affect the fairness of the competition. Wang Shenmeng held her soft little hand and chuckled. Neither of the 2 points you mentioned is a problem. If you really want to participate in the competition, I can let you have a try. Really? Xueke looked at Wang Shenmeng with bright eyes. She had great trust in him and asked expectantly, then how to do it? Wang Shenmeng said, low strength is easy to solve. Isn't there more than half a year before the competition? I dare not say more. It is no problem for you to be promoted to Soul Master. Most of the Soul Masters participating in the competition are at this level. As for the identity, just forge one. Then change your appearance and wait for you. After getting the third soul ring, your height will also increase a little and no one will associate you with Queen Xueke. Your swan spirit is very similar to the angel spirit. When the time comes, you can meet in the Spirit Hall team and pretend to be an angel spirit. Anyway, few people have seen angel spirits and will not investigate it at all. That's great, I want to participate. Xueke cheered, and then she was a little nervous. Is there no problem pretending to be an angel spirit? Didn't you say that the angel spirit is the spirit that the Pope of the Spirit Hall has passed down from generation to generation and it has supreme authority and significance in the spirit hall. If they knew that I used the swan spirit to pretend to be an angel spirit, would it cause them dissatisfaction? It's okay, I'm here, I guarantee that no one will bother you. Wang Shenmeng smiled. This is fair. Qian Ren Yui once pretended to be a swan spirit and Xue Ke is now pretending to be an angel spirit. Even if the old man Qian Douluo has an opinion, it's hard to say anything, let alone lowering his status to argue with a little girl. Of course this is premised on my endorsement for Xue Ke. Otherwise, if she pretends to be an angel spirit, she will definitely be held accountable. Yes. Xue Ke nodded happily and asked, when I join the Spirit Hall team, will I join Team 1 of Spirit City or Team 2 of Tiandu City? Of course Team 2. They have 8 people now, 9 in total including you. We will take turns to play and strive to win the final victory and bring the championship back to me. Wang Shenmeng said with encouragement, your Team 2 is the team I trained personally. You are the team that I have trained for the championship. Some people are sisters, they can trust each other wholeheartedly and they cooperate very well. I believe that they will achieve results that will shock the world. Xue Ke clenched her fist. I will work hard to practice and try not to drag everyone down. Don't worry, I will make your strength advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. This year's champion reward will be unprecedentedly generous because I have confidence in the Wuhan Hall team. Xue Ke asked curiously, what reward? Wang Shenmeng said lightly, I plan to reward a whole set of high-year soul bones. I believe it will make the soul masters participating in the competition all over the continent crazy. But the reason for giving such a generous reward, everyone knows that it is because the Wuhan Hall team is strong enough and the soul bones will eventually fall into our own hands. If it is taken away by other soul master teams, in the end we will not only suffer huge losses but also become a joke. A whole set of high-year soul bones? Xue Ke's pretty face was a little excited. No soul master could resist this temptation. A high-year soul bone was a priceless inheritance treasure that could cause a bloody storm, not to mention a whole set. It was definitely a super treasure that even big sect and big forces would be tempted by. At this moment Xue Ke suddenly felt the pressure on her suddenly increase. If this set of soul bones fell into the hands of outsiders because of her, wouldn't she become a sinner? She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy and began to back down. She said earnestly, forget it, I'm afraid of getting everyone involved. Stupid. Wang Shenmeng knocked on her little head. Even if your strength is not enough and you are worried about being a drag, then you don't have to play in the crucial finals. There are 9 of you but only 7 of you can play. You can take turns to play in the early stage and let the strongest person play at the critical moment. Why don't you dare to participate? That's right. Xue Ke nodded her little head and was happy again. Come on, I have a fairy grass here called Snow Swan Kiss. I'll give it to you and guarantee that your martial soul will be reborn from an ornamental martial soul to a martial soul with powerful combat ability and lethality. Wang Shenmeng held Xue Ke's little hand and the two walked towards the bedroom together. Fairy grass? Xue Ke's heart moved and she asked curiously, is it the kind of thing that can make people's martial souls transform? I see that those sisters are so powerful and their martial souls are also very powerful. I heard that their martial souls have all undergone transformation. It is said that you have a treasure that can improve people's martial souls. Is it this fairy grass? Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, fairy grass is indeed a way, but even if there is no fairy grass, I have other ways. Although your martial soul is very beautiful, its attack power is weak. I will improve it for you. Xue Ke held Wang Shenmeng's hand tightly, excited in her heart. As long as a soul master wants his martial soul to become stronger, Xue Ke is no exception, even if she is a girl. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. The easiest way to improve Xue Ke's martial soul is to extract the martial soul essence of the Xue family and give it to her. However, the swan martial soul has a poor foundation. It is very ornamental but the combat power is scum. Using the swan martial soul essence to improve it will not have a significant effect. But as far as Wang Shenmeng knows, there are actually very powerful types of swan martial souls, such as the legendary emerald swan with and the blood swan, one of which has the power of life and the other is full of bloody killing, both of which are top level martial spirit. It's a pity that the Xue family's swan martial spirit is really ordinary and Wang Shenmeng doesn't have the emerald swan and blood swan origins, but it doesn't matter. With the fairy grass Snow Swan Kiss it's enough. The biggest effect of the Snow Swan Kiss is not the toxicity but the stimulation and hallucination. It can stimulate the toxicity, stimulate the injury, stimulate the emotion, or make people fall into illusions. If used properly, its ability will be very terrifying. In the original work, Tang San threw the Snow Swan Kiss entering the blood sea of the Slaughter City. It invisibly stimulated the toxicity of the Yellow Spring Dew and finally destroyed the entire Slaughter City. Even the King of Slaughter could not withstand it, which shows how terrifying it is. This fairy grass is undoubtedly the most suitable for the swan martial spirit. The so-called Snow Swan Kiss refers to the fairy grass that has been kissed by the Snow Swan swan kiss. Conversely, it can be inferred that there is a kind of snow swan soul beast that may have a strong ability to stimulate or cause hallucinations. Wang Shenmeng plans to start from this aspect. He still feels a little guilty about Xue Ke. After all, Wang Shenmeng killed her father and brother. Although it can be seen that Xue Ke doesn't care much about Emperor Xue Yet and Xue Beng, they are her father and brother after all. Fortunately, the person Xue Ke cares about most is her brother Xue Qinghe, who has taken good care of her since she was a child. When she was born, Xue Qinghe had been replaced by Qian Ren Yue, so the brother she cares about most is actually Qian Ren Yue from beginning to end. If there is a chance I can let her know about this, there shouldn't be any problem, but I still won't tell her about my plan to kill Emperor Xue Yet. There is no benefit except to add trouble. Chapter 243, Inspecting the Tiandu Royal Academy. Just as Wang Shenmeng was making drastic reforms and developments in the Tiandu Empire, all the high-level Soul Master Academies in the Douluo continent began to make final preparations for NET Year's Pan-Continental High-Level Soul Master Competition, especially when the gossip came out that the prize for this year's champion would be a complete set of high-quality soul bones. The whole continent was boiling. A set of soul bones has SI pieces including the most precious torso bones and skull. Not to mention the participating students, even those high-level soul masters are coveting them. If these soul bones were not in the Wuhan Hall, someone might have gone to snatch them. The entire continent, all the soul masters combined, have dozens of. There are tens of thousands of people, but those who can own a complete set of soul bones are rare, and there is no force other than the Spirit Hall that has a complete set of high-level soul bone. Most soul masters, even titled Douluo, are considered good if they have one or two high-level soul bone. Many ordinary titled Douluo do not even have a high-year and high-quality soul bone. Therefore, the championship reward released by the Spirit Hall this time is enough to make any soul master crazy. Even if most soul master academies have no hope at all, they cannot resist the desire of student. There are many people who hold a fluke mentality, fantasizing that maybe they are lucky and other strong teams will lose both sides, and they can also pick up a loophole. Of course, those powerful academies still have great expectations for the championship. After confirming that the gossip is very reliable through some channels, those strong teams with the hope of winning the championship have strengthened the strength of their students at all cost, even if some methods may have sequelae in the long run, but they can't care about it at this time. As long as they can get a set of soul bones that are at least 50,000 years old, they can pay any price. Some side effects are not worth mentioning compared to the benefits brought by soul bone. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, this year's Soul Master competition will be unprecedentedly fierce, and the overall strength of the participating teams will be unprecedentedly strong. In this hot and even crazy atmosphere, all the major forces in the continent are paying close attention to the progress of the competition. Even some major forces that originally watched from the sidelines have hurriedly sent out talents of the right age or temporarily formed a team to prepare for an impact on the championship. Wang Shenmeng is looking forward to this. Although he will not go down to bully others, he also hopes that the competition will be more lively. After the competition, the situation may not be so calm. It is hard to say whether there will be an environment for the Soul Master competition in the future. As the regent of the Tiandu Empire, the Tiandu Empire Royal High-Level Soul Master Academy is now under the leadership of Wang Shenmeng. The Queen Xue Ke is the nominal dean and he is the vice dean in name only. In this situation, he couldn't put all his attention on the Dragon Butterfly Academy, which was affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and had to allocate some energy to take charge of the Tiandu Empire Royal High-Level Spirit Master Academy. Although most things were managed by the three teaching committees, they still had to report to him regularly, and some major matters required his permission first. On this day, Wang Shenmeng and Xue Ke inspected the Tiandu Royal Academy, focusing on the two teams participating in the competition: NET Year Tiandu Team 1 and Tiandu Team 2. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen and to His Royal Highness the Regent. In the large training ground, a group of teachers and more than a dozen students bowed and saluted. No need to salute. Xue Ke stretched out her hands in a formal manner. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Shenmen's eyes swept over the crowd. Most of them were acquaintances, including the original team of Shrek Academy. Master Yu Xiaogang and Tang San were in the crowd, but Yu Xiaogang's face, which was originally like a zombie, was extremely ugly. I don't know if he was unhappy because he was forced to salute Wang Shenmeng. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Tang San. He became a soul master only last summer. Now in just over a year his soul power has reached level 40. His progress can only be described as terrifying. You should know that Tang San now has no immortal herb to improve his qualifications and soul power. He has also lost his eternal soul bone 8 Spider Land. He is much less fortunate than in the original novel, but his soul power is even stronger than in the original novel. A playful look appeared appeared at the corner of Wang Shenmen's mouth. When Tang San met Tang Yuehua a few months ago, he was only level 36 and he was promoted 4 levels a year. This speed was amazing, but in the NET 3 or 4 months he was promoted 4 levels. Tang San's explanation to the outside world was that he happened to obtain an immortal herb called Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, which made him reborn. Not only did his martial soul undergo a transformation, but his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Wang Shenmeng glanced at him for a few times. He did have the medicinal power of Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng on him, and there was still some residual medicinal power that had not been absorbed. It should be the heirloom of the Min family, which was given to him by Tang Hao. According to Wang Shenmeng, although the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng has divine medicinal effects, it is still a little short of the immortal grade in terms of age. However, it is not worse than ordinary immortal herb. Even if it cannot transform the blue-silver grass martial spirit into the blue-silver emperor, it is more than enough to transform into the blue-silver king. The remaining medicinal power can cleanse the hair and marrow, replenish the essence, and can indeed make people reborn and increase their strength. Wang Shenmeng regretted it a little. Since the Min family insisted on going against him, he should have snatched the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng long ago. This immortal herb has a miraculous effect when combined with the acacia heartbroken red. In the original work, after Xiao Wu sacrificed herself, she was resurrected with the acacia heartbroken red and the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. However, the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng has been eaten by Tang San now, so he can only give up. Wang Shenmeng carefully examined Tang San for a while. There was nothing abnormal about him except the breath of the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng. Wang Shenmeng secretly sneered in his heart. If nothing unexpected happened, the Vasi universe cover was in Tang San's body at this moment, using the power of the sea god to subtly strengthen his physique and improve his strength. This was almost like the sea god personally came down to cheat him, which was even more excessive than the original work's direct improvement of soul power through the sea god's 9 tests. From this it can be seen that the sea god and the Azura god were indeed an ES. In order to win the final victory, they began to lose face. Han Hao's universe cover had a super strong hiding ability. If you don't want to be discovered, no one can find it unless you are a god. In the original work, when Tang San was hiding, even Bibi Dong, who was at level 99, could hardly detect it, and he directly attacked and killed Ghost Douluo. At this time, this artifact was hidden in Tang San's body. If Wang Shenmeng had not known that Tang San was chosen by the god of Shura and the god of the sea, he would have been deceived. But since he had locked it in advance, he could see a clue if he observed it carefully. Wang Shenmeng pretended to know nothing. He was waiting for the day when Tang San inherited the throne of the god of the sea and the god of Shura. He wanted to make the two gods lose everything and snatch the throne. Therefore, Wang Shenmeng has changed his strategy now. He does not intend to suppress Tang San too much lest he be beaten to death. Seeing that there is no hope of winning, the god of Shura and the god of the sea simply do not pass on the throne, and if the throne is not passed on, he has no way to snatch it from the god of Shura. Even if he has the ability, the other gods in the god realm will not allow it, and he will probably become the target of public criticism. Chapter 244 Unprecedented Generous Reward. Wang Shenmen's gaze made Tang San feel a little uncomfortable. He straightened his chest unconsciously, thinking that the letter must have worked. Otherwise, after so long, his aunt should have launched the attack long ago. Whether it succeeded or failed, she would not be so calm. If she had seen through the conspiracy in advance and his aunt had not had time to act, she would have a reason to defend herself. If Wang Shenmeng really loved her, it would be normal for her not to pursue the matter. If she really took action and failed, it would be impossible to act as if nothing had happened. He went to visit his aunt some time ago. His aunt was normal and showed no signs of being punished or ignored. Either his letter worked or his aunt confessed herself. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but sneer secretly. If his aunt also betrayed Tang Hao, he would not be surprised at all. First, he had observed his aunt and Wang Shenmeng getting along closely, so it didn't seem like they were forced to do it. Instead, they felt a bit like they were in love. It seemed that his aunt really treated Wang Shenmeng as her husband. Only Tang Hao thought that she was forced to do it, and he was suffering every day, wanting to sleep on straw and taste gall to find an opportunity for revenge. This was also one of the reasons why Tang San secretly passed on the news. He didn't think Tang Hao's plan was a good plan. Whether it succeeded or failed, he and his aunt would be implicated and almost dead. Second, he felt that his aunt would not poison Wang Shenmeng at all, but would betray Tang Hao. If he knew about it but didn't report it, would Wang Shenmeng be angry with him? Since the plan had no possibility of success at all and instead put Tang San in an unfavorable situation, he must find a way to reverse the situation. Otherwise, Wang Shenmeng could not find Tang Hao and take him out in anger. Wouldn't that be the end of it? Wang Shenmen's sight moved away from Tang San and fell on the other students. Davis and Dai Mu. By these two also had the hatred of of having their wives taken away, and they were beaten up by him many times, but now they are honest and dare not show any dissatisfaction. Wang Shenmeng also disdained to deliberately humiliate them. These two people may be useful in the future, so let them go for the time being. Oscar and Ma Hongjun also had serious faces. When his sight moved to them, they straightened their chest and looked like they were trying hard to perform. And Bai Chen Iong's little face was flushed. Standing at the end of the team, she slightly raised her head and also stole a glance at Wang Shenmeng. The two looked at each other. Wang Shenmeng smiled and nodded, and Bai Chen Iong slightly excitedly blushed and looked away. Wang Shenmeng moved his sight to the Tiandu team 7 members, namely Shimo Yufeng, Oslo Tailong, and 2 other soul masters. He frowned and said, 3 members of the Education Committee, your Royal Academy Team 1 is not worthy of its name. It is probably much weaker than Team 2 now. The competition will start in more than half a year, and there is not even a soul sect in the team. Have you not thought of a solution? With this kind of strength, how far can you go in the future competition? How can the Royal Academy maintain its reputation? The 3 members of the Education Committee smiled bitterly and looked at each other. Meng Shenji said, Your Highness, please forgive us. It is because we failed in our duty. It is true that not long ago the 2 brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianhua received an order from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Resect to let them go from the Royal Academy. They dropped out of the Imperial Academy and transferred to the Thunder Academy of the 5 Elements Academy. They are the 2 strongest people in our team, and their soul power has reached the soul sect. They left suddenly, and our academy really couldn't find anyone to replace them. Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianhua, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Resect. Wang Shenmeng said coldly, I just became the regent of the empire and started to manage the Tiandu Royal Academy, and they immediately dropped out of the Royal Academy. It seems that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Resect is very dissatisfied with me becoming the regent of the empire. Everyone was silent and unable to answer. This behavior is indeed a slap in the face, and he did not hide his dissatisfaction with his control of the Tiandu Empire. Wang Shenmeng didn't say much and said lightly, reorganize the team. Tiandu Royal Academy Team 1 represents the face of the academy and the empire. Even if it is not the strongest team in the empire, it should at least be the strongest team in the Royal Academy. How can the second team be stronger than the first team? Everyone was stunned. Meng Shenji said, This is what I mean. Please preside over the redistribution of the team, Your Highness. Wang Shenmeng nodded, looked at the more than 10 students as well as teachers such as Flanders Qinming and Zhao Wuji, and said, This competition is much more intense than any previous competition, and the overall strength is much stronger. Among those traditional strong teams, it is inevitable that soul kings will appear and soul venerables can only become substitute. Tiandu Royal Academy is also one of the traditional strong team. My requirement is that at the beginning of the game at least 7 soul sec can be gathered, otherwise let alone the championship they can't even enter the finals. Everyone looked solemn. In previous competitions a team with a soul sect was considered extremely powerful, but this time only the general soul sect has the opportunity to enter the finals. How much more than a few times has the strength been increased? Most of the students present were still soul lords, so it was hard to say whether they could gather 7 soul masters by then. Wang Shenmeng continued, It is rumored that the prize for this champion is very generous, a set of soul bone set that is more than 50,000 years old. What I want to say is that this is not a rumor, because I am the one who made this reward, and the soul bone was also provided by me. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere below applauded. It was previously rumored, but it was all gossip. No one from the spirit hall had ever responded directly. Therefore most people were preparing, but they were still skeptical in their hearts, but they would rather believe it. And at this time Wang Shenmeng, the holy son of the spirit hall and the regent of the Heaven Do Empire, finally got the real hammer, which immediately made everyone unable to remain calm. Any soul master who knows something about martial souls will know the significance of this set of high-quality soul bones with a long lifespan. It is definitely a supreme treasure that exceeds a single 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. No matter who gets it, his strength will be greatly improved and he will have infinite potential in the future. Even if his qualifications are poor, he can only cultivate to the level of a soul saint. Once he has SI soul bones that are more than 50,000 years old, he can still become a titled Douluo. Even Tang San's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing was rapid. He was full of desire for this set of soul bone. He was very confident in his own strength, but unfortunately his teammates were too weak, which made him a little angry. Everyone was talking about it with trembling voices, discussing this unprecedented and unparalleled big deal. Even if the Wuhan Hall was rich, a set of soul bones could be used as a treasure to guard the hall and passed down from generation to generation. Fortunately, this set of soul bones was taken out by His Royal Highness the Prince himself, otherwise the high level of the Spirit Hall would never agree to such a generous champion reward. After all, those titled Douluo level elders themselves are eager for soul bone sets. How could they give it out to reward some young people? And now His Royal Highness the Prince is actually going to take out this supreme treasure as a reward for the competition, which can only show that he has great confidence in his team and believes that this set of soul bones will definitely fall into the hands of his own people in the end. Otherwise, unless they are fools, no one will take out such a priceless treasure to reward outsiders. For a while everyone's hearts were hot and a little depressed. No matter how good the soul bones are, it's a pity that the hope of getting them is too slim, just like the moon in the mirror, which can only be seen but not touched. Wang Shenmeng continued, even if you don't have confidence in the championship, don't be discouraged, because the reward for the second place is still very generous. The Spirit Hall will give out 350,000 year soul bones as rewards, including a spiritual skull. These 3 soul bones are what the Spirit Hall originally wanted to give out as the reward for the champion. This is because the top management is confident that the golden generation can win the championship, so they are willing to give them out. Otherwise, don't even think about it. This is the same as the champion reward in the original work, but the excellent quality spiritual condensed wisdom skull has been taken by Wang Shenmeng for Hu Lina to absorb. This spiritual skull is the one that Bibi Dong compensated Hu Lina after losing the game in the original work. Although it is also as high as 50,000 years, the quality is inferior. The second place actually has 350,000 year soul bone. This reward is really too generous. Yes, we can't win the first place, but can't the second place be okay? I will increase the intensity of my practice. As long as I don't die from practicing, I will practice to death. The students were excited again. This really saw hope. Chapter 245, The Geniuses of Tiandu Royal Academy. Everyone was extremely excited about the generous reward for the second place, even more excited than the first place's set of soul bone. Because it was too difficult to win the championship, everyone was confident, but everyone was still very confident about the second place. Although Tiandu Royal Academy has been decadent and declined over the years and has not cultivated any decent strong people, it is an old academy after all, with top teachers and resources in the industry. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and their strength should not be underestimated. What's more, at the beginning of the year they also accepted a group of geniuses from Shrek Academy, especially Davis and Tang San. These two are stronger than Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianhua, who left, giving them hope of winning the runner-up. Wang Shenmeng raised his hand to suppress the discussion of the crowd and then said, not only the second place has a generous reward, but the first 3 places also have soul bone. The third place will be rewarded with a 10,000 year soul bone. The third place actually has such a generous reward. Everyone was getting more and more excited. Even if there was no hope for the first place and the second place was not safe, at least they could get the third place. Even if it was a 10,000 year soul bone, it was still an extremely precious treasure for most soul masters. Soul bones are extremely rare and precious because they are very useful to soul masters, but the drop rate is pitifully low. Not to mention 10,000 year soul bones, even 100 year soul bones would still be snatched up if they were sold on the market, and 10,000 year soul bones are already rare treasures. Perhaps the titled Douluo standing at the top of the continent would not look down on them, but for the general soul sect and soul venerable contestants, they are not qualified to look down on 10,000 year soul bone. A trace of regret flashed in Flanders' eyes. I am moved by what you said. It's a pity that I was born in the wrong era. If I was born 30 years later, I would have given it a try. If I could get a few high-quality soul bones, I would have been a soul fighter long ago. Zhao Wuji echoed, that's right. I shall also hate being born in the wrong era. Alas, the other teachers also talked about it, pressing their envy. Only Yu Xiaogang remained silent, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Given his level of waste, it would be useless whether he was born 30 years earlier or later, meaning anyway participating in the competition has nothing to do with him. Seeing that everyone's emotions were mobilized, Wang Shenmeng said, okay, now we will reorganize the Royal Team 1 and Team 2. You can report your martial soul and soul power levels. Let's start with the original Tiandu Team 1. Yes, Yufeng, the current captain of the original Tiandu Team 1, was the first to raise his hand and said loudly, Yufeng, martial soul, wind chime bird, level 38, agility, attack beast, martial soul, battle soul master, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Yufeng's soul power was not far from level 39. He encouraged, there is still more than half a year before the competition. With your talent, it is almost certain to raise your soul power to soul sect. Work hard. Yes, Yufeng was excited. Then the deputy captain Oslo raised his hand and said, Oslo, martial soul, ghost leopard, level 38, agility, attack beast, martial soul, battle soul master, 2 yellow soul rings and 1 1 purple soul ring. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, your strength and talent are not inferior to Yufeng. Work hard. I hope to see you in the finals NET year. Oslo hurriedly said, I will definitely live up to your expectations. NET is a sturdy man who looks to be in his early 20s, about the same age as Yufeng. Oslo and said in a deep voice, Graphite Martial Soul Black Tortoise Level 39 Defense Beast Martial Soul Battle Soul Master Soul Ring 2 yellow and 1 purple. Another young man who looked similar to him continued, Shimo Martial Soul Black Tortoise Level 39 Defense System Combat Soul Master 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, Shimo, your soul power is the strongest in the team and it will soon break through to level 40. The Black Tortoise Martial Soul is also the top martial soul that is not inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. You two brothers are rare defense talent. Try to cultivate to become a soul master as soon as possible. Thank you for your compliment, your highness. Although Shimo looked like a rough man, he is actually rough on the outside and delicate on the inside. Hearing this, he was also a little excited. The two brothers practiced very hard even in their free time. The Black Tortoise Martial Soul is indeed powerful, but the speed of practice in the early stage is not very advantageous, but the accumulation of strength is sufficient and the stamina is sufficient. They are confident that they will become soul masters before the competition. Tyrone Spirit of Powerful Gorilla Level 35 Strong Attack System Combat Spirit Master 2 yellow spirit rings and 1 purple spirit ring. Wang Shenmeng nodded and said nothing. Because Titan didn't want his grandson to go to the Spirit Hall Academy, Tyrone dropped out of Lanba Academy last year and transferred to Tiandi Royal Academy. He didn't expect that after a circle he was still working under him. The last two were nothing special. One was a control spirit master who replaced Dugu Yan. His name was Hikong. His spirit was Tiankington. He was the grandson of Zhilan, one of the 3 major education committee members. He was only 14 years old and a level 34 spirit master. His talent was pretty good, but he suffered from his age. The last one was a support spirit master who replaced Ya Lingling. His name was Li Tianyi. His spirit was Tianyi Bottle. The water spilled from the bottle had good healing ability. Although it couldn't compare with Juing Haitang, it was not inferior to Jiangzhu, who was carefully cultivated by Lu Erlong in Longdi Academy. However, his soul power level is not very high either. He is only level 33 at the age of 18, and the defect of the slow cultivation speed of auxiliary soul masters is clearly revealed. Then it was the second team. Davis had me-ed feelings, but he also saw that Wang Shenmeng did not mean to kill him, otherwise he would have died more than 10 times. Perhaps if he was alive he could satisfy some of the other party's evil psychology, so he was not too afraid of Wang Shenmeng now. Of course he did not dare to provoke him at all, let alone provoke Zhu Zuyun again. The engagement had been cancelled and there was no place to complain if he was beaten to death. Davis Martial Soul White Tiger Level 51 Strong Attack System Battle Soul King Soul Rings 2 yellow 2 purple and 1 black. Everyone's eyes fell on Davis involuntarily. He was 22 years old and it was really shocking to have such strength. This was a rare student who became a Soul King before graduation in countless years of Tiandi Royal Academy. Wang Shenmeng glanced at Davis. He had disabled this man, but because of a blessing in disguise he lost the ability to play with women and had to spend all his time and energy on cultivation. With his good cultivation talent, it was not surprising that he reached the Soul King. In the original work he spent a lot of time fighting for power and indulging in beauty in the country. In the final competition he also reached the 49th level, which was stronger than Feng Xiaotian, who was older and had full soul power. His talent was obviously also very good, even stronger than Dai Mubai, who had never taken the fairy grass. Not bad. You will be the captain of the new team later. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Chapter 246 Reorganization of the team. Yes, Davis will definitely fulfill his duties and lead the Tiandi Royal team as far as possible. Davis took a deep breath and said with his head down. Wang Shenmeng said NET. Dai Mubai raised his hand quickly and said, Dai Mubai Martial Soul White Tiger Level 40 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Master 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Wang Shenmeng said at the age of 16 he reached the strength of a soul master, which is not bad. This talent is actually very good. Most soul masters may not be able to reach the level of soul master in this life, but Dai Mubai only lacks 1 soul ring. He can be called a natural talent. His innate soul power is at least level 8. Tang San took a deep breath. Tang San Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass Level 40 Control System Battle Soul Master Dim Yellow 2 yellow and 1 purple. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly. Tang San, you are very good. At the age of 13 you can cultivate ordinary blue silver grass to level 40. It can be said that there is no one in history. You have lived up to your innate full soul power talent. I am very optimistic about you. You will be the deputy captain of the second team later. You will be responsible for working with Davis. Together we will formulate tactics tactics, check for gaps, coordinate teammates and hope to see you in the finals. In addition to strong jealousy, Tang San was also a little excited. After all, whether he admits it or not, Wang Shenmeng is now a super big man who shakes the continent. If he can affirm his talent and strength, then he must be good. Your Highness, don't worry, Tang San will live up to your expectations. Tang San raised his head and chest full of confidence. Very good. After the team is formed, the new team will go to the Xingda Great Forest together to help you and Daimyo by obtain spirit rings and also run in. You don't have much time. The Soul Master competition will start in the second half of NET year. This half year or so is the running in period for your new team. I hope that on the day of the competition you can cooperate with each other tacitly. He said this to everyone and then continued. The NET moment. Oscar with a full beard said loudly, Oscar Wuhan sausage level 35 food system auxiliary soul master 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Without the fairy grass, Oscar could not reach the soul master level during the competition like in the original book. Although he was born with full soul power, the auxiliary soul master practiced slowly. It was very good to be able to practice to level 35 at the age of 15. Wang Shenmeng nodded. You have a good talent and your Wuhan is also a rare meat food. Although the soul power level is a bit worse, it also has unpected effect. Oscar was happy in his heart. Although people often praised his talent, Wang Shenmeng was undoubtedly the one who had the highest status among those who affirmed him so far, and the feeling was completely different. Ma Hongjun Wuhan Evil Fire Fini level 32 strong attack system battle soul master 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Wang Shenmeng glanced at the little fat man and said, your martial soul has not completely mutated. Although you have a strong fire power, this evil fire comes at the cost of your vitality. Every time you find a woman to vent while you are repelling the evil fire, you are also repelling your vitality. In the long run, if you can't get a thorough solution, you can't become a strong man, and it's a lure to live to adulthood. Ma Hongjun's fat face was pale, his eyes were full of fear of death, and he looked at Flanders for help. He was considered Flanders' only direct disciple, just like Tang San and Yu Xiaogang. It was not an ordinary teacher and student relationship. Flanders knew that Wang Shenmeng had great magical powers. He said that there must be a solution and hurriedly said, your Highness has great power, there must be a solution, right? Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, of course there is. Ma Hongjun's evil fire is too strong and powerful. His martial soul has not completely mutated and cannot bear such a strong flame. Therefore he will arouse the life fire in his body and burn the source of life to keep his martial soul from being burned by the evil fire. The solution is very simple, which is to strip off a part of his overly strong and powerful evil fire so that his martial soul can carry the remaining evil fire, and then there will be no problem. In fact, a better way is to supplement the martial soul's origin and let it evolve so that it will naturally have the ability to carry the evil fire, but that requires fairy grass, or Wang Shenmeng uses taboo means to attract the origin of other Fini or firebird martial souls to supplement him. Wang Shenmeng has nothing to do with Ma Hongjun, so of course he doesn't have to do this for him. Even if he strips off the evil fire, it's because he is a little interested in it, and curing the fat man's illness is a byproduct. Flanders said, stripping off part of the evil fire, won't that affect the talent? Wang Shenmeng said, it will definitely have an impact. Ma Hongjun's flame power will decrease. After his martial soul mutated, the power alone has reached the level of top martial souls, but the quality of the martial soul itself has not reached a matching height, so the evil fire will backfire and burn itself. After stripping off some of the evil fire, the power and quality of the martial soul match, probably close to the quality of the top martial soul, about the same as the Nether Spirit Cat. Since Ma Hongjun is a student of Tiandi Royal Academy and I am now in charge of the academy, I can help him strip off the evil fire. Of course, whether to do so is up to you. At this time, Ma Hongjun didn't care about the consequences of the decline in the power of his martial soul. If he didn't do this, he would not live for many years. God knows how much he wants to be a normal person, not a lustful insect dominated by evil fire and desire. As for the fall of the power of the martial soul to the top level, although it is a pity, it is still acceptable. After all, it is still a high-level martial soul after the fall, and it is the best of the high-level martial souls. The Nether Spirit Cat martial soul is not bad. The Zhu family has a soul Douluo ancestor sitting in charge and more than 10 soul saint. It is out of reach for Ma Hongjun to become a soul saint or soul Douluo in this life, and he has never thought about becoming a titled Douluo. He hurriedly said, please save me, your highness. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Okay, I will help you deal with it before I leave later. Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. Thank you, your highness. Wang Shenmeng said, go on. Only Bai Chen Iong was left the weakest among all. She was a little embarrassed and spoke softly. Bai Chen Iong martial soul sharp-tailed swift 28th level agility attack system battle soul master dim yellow 2 yellows and 1 purple. Wang Shenmeng smiled and said, very good, you are the the youngest among all less than 12 years old this year, and it is already very good to have a 28th level soul power. But everyone knew that Bai Chen Iong could not enter the Tiandu team. Her soul power was indeed too low, and there were Yufeng and Oslo, the agility attack system soul masters. Her e-instance itself was very embarrassing. There were 8 people left, the original Huangda team, who were taken away by Shrek after the SI monsters were defeated. They were reduced to 3 teams of the Royal Do, but the Tiandu Royal Academy only had 2 places to participate, so these 3 teams were actually meaningless and could not participate in the competition at all. Wang Shenmeng pondered for a moment and said, Team 1 of Tiandu Davis is the captain, Tang San is the vice captain, Dai Mu Bai Yufeng Oslo Shi Mo you 7 people form a team. Oscar Ma Hung Jun Li Tianyi you 3 are substitute. The remaining Tailongs Hekong Bai Chen Iong plus the original Royal Do team 2 reform a new team 2. That's it. Yes, no matter whether it is a teacher or a student, they have no opinion on this and dare not have an opinion. In this way the 3 teams are directly merged into 2 teams. Everyone has a chance to play, and the strength of the team is also improved, and the martial spirit configuration in the 2 teams is relatively reasonable. In Team 1 there are the main attacking brothers Davis and Dai Mu Bai, the defensive brothers Shi Mo and Shi Mo, the control Tang San, the agile attacking Yufeng and Oslo, and the auxiliary Oscar and Li Tianyi, which is very reasonable. Wang Shenmeng instructed again, as for the team leader, you can discuss it among yourself. I will not directly assign one, but in principle the opinions of the students should be listened to. Only when teachers and students recognize each other can they perform best. After giving the instructions, Wang Shenmeng took Shueke and inspected some other facilities and teaching, accompanied by a group of college executives. He listened to a few classes and personally felt the simulated training environment of Tiandu College, and then prepared to leave. Chapter 247 The Source of Evil Fire. Before Wang Shenmeng left, Flanders brought Ma Hongjun to him and begged, Please help me, Your Highness. Since I promised to help Ma Hongjun solve the evil fire problem, I will not break my promise. Wang Shenmeng nodded slightly. Boss Flanders, you go out first, I need a quiet environment. Flanders nodded and said, Then please, Your Highness, I'll wait outside. Shueke said, Should I go out too? No, it will be done soon. After Flanders went out, Wang Shenmeng looked at Ma Hongjun. His eyes were shining, and the rich dream power instantly made him fall into a dream, standing there stupidly. And a wisp of Wang Shenmeng's thoughts had entered his soul world, and he saw a fat bird that looked like a fini and a chicken flying around in the spiritual world. When he saw Wang Shenmeng appear, he immediately opened his mouth and spit out a huge line of fire. Wang Shenmeng let the fire fall on him without feeling any harm. He transformed into a big hand, pinched the firebird's neck, pulled it down from the sky, tracked half of its evil fire and left. Less than a minute passed in the real world, and Ma Hongjun woke up from his confused and dreamlike state. He felt extremely relaxed, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and felt indescribably comfortable. Before this he felt like a person carrying a heavy load on a long journey, unable to breathe due to the unbearable pressure, but now all the loads were dissipated and returned to normal. Okay, your problem has been solved. From now on you will no longer be troubled by the evil fire. Ah, it's all. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Ma Hongjun was extremely surprised and thanked him repeatedly. Wang Shenmeng had no expectation of his thanks and said, Okay, you go down, I'm leaving too. Yes. Ma Hongjun left with a happy face. Flanders outside saw him coming out so quickly and was stunned. Hongjun, why did you come out so quickly? Is there any problem that His Highness can't help you solve? Ma Hongjun scratched his head and said happily, Dean, it has been solved. Ah, so fast? Flanders was confused and thought it would take at least a few hours. Then he became happy. It's good that it has been solved. There is no evil fire to bother you. You must turn over a new leaf in the future. Practice well and don't run to the brothel all day, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Ma Hongjun's smile froze and he quickly assured Dean, Don't worry, I will try my best. Afterwards Wang Shenmeng and Shueke also came out of the house and left with everyone's farewell. In Tiandu Royal Academy, after the reorganization of the team, the 3 teams became 2 teams, and the teachers in charge of teaching naturally had to be determined. Originally Qin Ming was in charge of Team 1 while Team 2 was in charge of Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang and others. Now that the 2 teams have merged, Qin Ming, Zhao Wuji and others happily decided to teach together. Looking at Qin Ming and Flanders, who were talking happily, Yu Xiaogang sighed deeply and felt extremely gloomy because they were discussing, but they didn't ask for his opinion at all, as if he, a master with invincible theory, was a dispensable role. This made Yu Xiaogang, who wanted to seize the power of teaching and display his skills and ambitions, very dissatisfied. He had previously tried his best to promote the merger of Shrek Academy into Tiandu Royal Academy. Although he was doing it for the good of the children, it was out of selfishness, and he didn't hesitate to break up with Flanders for this. Yu Xiaogang thought very beautifully, thinking that Yu Tianheng, the captain of Tiandu Royal Team 1, was his nephew, and Yu Tianhua was also from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect and would definitely support him. He also expected that the two teams would probably merge, so when the time came he would have the support of the captain of the first team Yu Tianheng, and the rest of the original Royal Team 1 would certainly support him, plus his own disciple Tang San, which would certainly allow him to have the right to speak in the newly formed team and become the teacher in charge of leading the team. It was a pity that the idea was very good and it went smoothly at the beginning, but the development later did not go as he imagined. Who knew that his good nephew would actually be, because of his refusal to be with Wuhan, he left the Tiandu Royal Academy in anger because he was unwilling to go along with the Spirit Hall. He admired him for not going along with the Spirit Hall, but couldn't he endure humiliation like him and infiltrate the enemy camp to make plans? Why did he leave the Tiandu Royal Academy so hastily? Isn't this a trap for him? Without the support of the two important students of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect, the remaining former members of the Royal Dou Team 1 naturally ignored him. They admired Qin Ming, Zhao Wuji and others, had the support of Davis and others, and could also join the teaching. Yu Xiaogang became a marginal figure again, unable to hold the right to speak alone. Although Yu Xiaogang was depressed, he had to settle for the second best and promote his theory as one of the teachers. Seeing several teachers talking enthusiastically, Yu Xiaogang was unwilling to become a background board and immediately said, I think the most urgent task is to get spirit rings for Daimyo Bai and Xiao San so that the children can gain some experience and run in along the way. Flanders glanced at Yu Xiaogang. Isn't this nonsense? He said, let's get to know each other first today. You all know each other and have sparred with each other many times, but now you are teammates of the same team, so you should get to know each other better. Tomorrow we will take you to get spirit rings, so we won't go to the Stardo Great Forest. It's too far and it will take at least 2 months to go back and forth. Let's go directly to the Sunset Great Forest. Yu Xiaogang sang a different tune. Flander, the Sunset Great Forest is too close to Tiandu City and several surrounding big cities. It only takes half a day to get there, which has led to excessive killing of spirit beasts in the Sunset Great Forest. Now both the quality and variety of spirit beast have greatly for descent. It may not be possible to find a suitable soul beast, and just now His Highness instructed us to go to the Xingdu Great Forest. If you have different opinions, why didn't you mention it in person? Now that His Highness has left, you don't follow the instruction. Are you dissatisfied with His Highness the Prince? Yu Xiaogang, don't talk nonsense. Flanders' face was not good. Since Yu Xiaogang betrayed Shrek Academy to seek a higher position, the friendship between the two of them, which had already faded a lot, would be even less. At this time Yu Xiaogang jumped out to sing the opposite tune and put the blame, which made him very annoyed. Your Highness just mentioned the Stardo Great Forest casually, but he didn't explicitly order us to go to the Stardo Great Forest. Don't take advantage of the situation. Flanders frowned and said, Your Highness usually doesn't care about our specific teaching. We can go anywhere to get spirit rings. Since the Sunset Great Forest is so close, why go far away? Yu Xiaogang snorted, I'm doing this for the children. If we can't find a suitable spirit beast in the Sunset Great Forest, are you prepared to make do with it? I tell you, my apprentice Tang San can't do this. Why are you being perfunctory? I have always found the best and most suitable soul beasts for him, and I have chosen the most perfect soul ring age. I can't let you force things or delay it by being perfunctory. Flender's face was ashen and he snorted coldly, You Yu Xiaogang underestimate me, Flender. Well, since you insist on going to the Stardo Great Forest, let's compromise and go to the Sunset Great Forest first. If we can't find a suitable one, we will go to the Stardo Great Forest. Yu Xiaogang's mouth corners raised a barely detectable arc and Flender fell into the trap. The so-called most suitable and perfect soul beast is a false proposition. Soul beasts are all kinds of strange. The soul rings of the same soul beast and the same martial soul are not exactly the same. There are all kinds of strange configuration method. There is no most perfect, only more perfect. At that time he just needs to claim that it is not perfect and find faults in various ways, which is enough for Flender to bear. Chapter 248, The Power of the Creator. Let's not talk about the fact that the relationship between Flanders and Yu Xiaogang, the former good brothers, and the Iron Triangle has broken down and they are scheming against each other. After Wang Shenmeng returned to the palace, he said to Shueke, Your martial soul has become very powerful after being enhanced by the Snow Swan Kiss, but it still lacks some means of attack. I have stripped a ball of evil fire origin from Ma Hongjun and I will give it to you to absorb. Evil fire origin. Shueke's face showed joy and then she was a little shy and said coyly, I heard that Ma Hongjun was affected by the evil fire and is a big pervert. He can't walk when he sees a girl. I will not be affected by absorbing this evil fire, right? As she said this, she showed a fearful look. She couldn't even imagine herself becoming a little pervert and pestering her lover every day. Wouldn't she be despised by others? Don't worry, his martial soul failed to mutate. The quality of his martial soul does not match the evil fire, so he will be attacked back. Your martial soul can withstand even the entire source of evil fire, not to mention half of it. Wang Shenmeng took out a red inner pill from the storage soul guide and said, this is the inner pill of the 10-headed fiery sun snake in the slaughter city. I will also infuse the energy of this inner pill into you and ensure that your martial soul has a powerful fire ability. I will also give you a part of the flame seed of my first soul ring. Then after being stimulated 1,000 times by the snow swan kiss, even if you can't reach the ultimate fire, it should not be far away. Later find a few soul rings with powerful fire abilities. I hope to achieve the ultimate fire in the future. The slaughter city has been raised by the teacher alone. Now all the fallen people can only enter but not leave. The hell road is naturally meaningless. The 10-headed fiery sun snake inside is a tragedy. Its essence is absorbed by the 8 spider lance, leaving only this inner pill. In the original novel, Ma Hongjun absorbed the inner Eli of the fiery apricot and the 10-headed fiery sun snake and added his own Fini evil fire, but he still couldn't reach the level of the ultimate fire. Not to mention the current Shueke, whose fire ability was added by Wang Shenmeng, and it would take her a long time to control it perfectly. However, with the stimulation ability brought by the snow swan kiss, the fire released by Shueke must be extremely powerful, at least not inferior to the complete version of Ma Hongjun in the original novel. You should know that although Shueke only got half of Ma Hongjun's evil fire origin, the moth evil fire brought by Wang Shenmen's first soul ring has continued to grow after so many years and has absorbed so much fire source energy from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Now it has become incredibly powerful. Once the soul ring break through 100,000 years, it can become the ultimate fire. With his foundation, even if he only divides a small part of the fire origin to Shueke, she can get huge benefits enough to make up for the other half of the Fini evil fire, or even better. Shueke hurriedly said, then if you give me a part of the fire origin, won't your martial soul be affected? Forget it, I don't want you to sacrifice for me. Silly girl, it's not as serious as you think. Wang Shenmeng touched Shueke's little head and said softly, I will give you a part and then I will make up for it. There will be no impact. It will only take 10 days and half a month. In fact, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire charging does not have much impact on him, but he can't divide too much, otherwise it will break the balance of the 5 elements and affect his dream world. You're so nice to me. Shueke looked around and saw that there was no one nearby. She quickly kissed Wang Shenmeng on the face, then blushed and smiled. Wang Shenmeng shook his head, put Shueke on the couch, let her fall into a deep sleep and began to transform her martial soul. This has already involved a very high realm similar to the means of the creator, absolutely surpassing all the soul masters in Douluo continent and even surpassing the means of God. Because the martial soul is born innate, even if you take the fairy grass, it is to make up for and enhance it from the original foundation, and it is impossible to fundamentally change the martial soul. For example, if a fish martial soul eats the fairy grass, it will become a more powerful fish martial soul, but it will not become a cow or horse martial soul, and it is impossible to reverse from a water attribute martial soul to a fire attribute. But Wang Shenmeng now has the ability to turn a water attribute martial soul into a non-attribute martial soul and then transform it into a fire attribute martial soul. Although there are many limitations and it is not perfect, it is already an extremely heaven-defying ability. This is all because he already has a prototype of an illusory world. In his dream world, he is the creator and the god of creation. Everything is in his mind and he can do everything. This naturally gave him countless inspirations and practices. He even created and destroyed the world in his dream. Although it was all illusory, the world was very small and could not create living beings, it was still the ability to create the world, which was not something that ordinary gods could spy on. At this time it was not difficult for him to fuse the fire attribute to Shueke's attributeless martial soul. As the flame origin merged into the snow-colored swan martial soul, the originally crystal clear martial soul had some red flame pattern. The powerful flame burned on the swan martial soul, making the originally beautiful and lovely snow-colored swan martial soul more majestic and aggressive. Shueke's fair little face showed a painful look. The martial soul merged into the soul and was rooted in the blood. The transformation of the martial soul would naturally cause abnormal feelings in the body and soul. However, under the comfort of Wang Shenmen's dream power, the pain was blocked and distorted and even transformed into pleasure in the senses. Overnight, Shueke was reborn, possessing powerful fire abilities, and her soul power had reached the bottleneck of level 30. Wang Shenmeng immediately asked Lingfeng Douluo to take him to the Sunset Forest to obtain soul rings, and he himself naturally went to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire to replenish the consumed essence. He would not wander around with low blood, even if the degree of low blood was very low. When the conditions were met, he would try his best to keep himself in peak condition at all times, because sometimes a slight difference can make a huge difference. The little blood that was left may seem insignificant, but it may be the distance between life and death at a critical moment. Now that Wang Shenmeng has continuously created the great sun-glazed bright golden body, the subsequent veins have become clearer and the bottleneck that was trapped is also being slowly pushed open. At that time his remaining 3 soul rings will be able to increase it to more than 100,000 years in one go. As for the 9th soul ring, he has already determined the target, which is naturally brother Tianmeng, the shame of soul beast. The million-year soul ring and huge essence and the spiritual soul beast are simply too compatible with him. Such a huge energy is enough to make his dream world shine into reality. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire have not changed much, but if you look closely you will find that the blue and red in the pool are lighter than before. This is the result of the energy being drawn away by Wang Shenmeng. However, these energies are nothing to the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and they will be replenished later. This place is simply a supreme treasure for Wang Shenmeng, and it has even made him successful to a great extent. He believes that when the dreamland small world turns into a real dream world in the future, this Ice and Fire brothel will play a greater role. Chapter 249 Return to the Stardo Great Forest. A few days later, Shueke returned with the 3rd soul ring. Guess who we met in the Sunset Great Forest? Shueke said in a mysterious tone. Wang Shenmeng asked in cooperation. Who? A member of the first team of Tianda Royal Academy. I tell you, Tang San's talent is really good. His 4th spirit ring actually comes from the 10,000-year-old underground demon spider. Shueke's tone was a little envious. Her words made Wang Shenmeng sigh at the power of thought correction. If there was no eternal force that was not within the track, then the development of things would be closer to the original. Tang San lost the chance of immortal grass, the ice and fire alchemy body, and the eternal spirit bone 8 spider land. His physical strength must be much worse, but he still successfully absorbed the 4th spirit ring of 10,000 years. It goes without saying that this must be Henhai, the credit of Qin can cover. And Tang San ate the crystal blood dragon ginseng, which was also very helpful to him. With the help of Poseidon, he evolved the ordinary blue-silver grass into the blue-silver king. Both his martial soul and body were greatly enhanced. It was not so outrageous that he could bear the 4th soul ring of 10,000 years. Don't envy him. When you are promoted to soul sect, you may also be able to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. Really? Shueke's eyes lit up and looked at Wang Shenmeng expectantly. It depends on your performance. Wang Shenmeng gave her an sign that you know. Shueke's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed and a new year began. This year Wang Shenmeng was 18 years old, Qian Ren Yui was 23 years old, Tang was 34 years old, Wang Shenmen's teacher Bibi Dong was 44 years old, and Tang Hao was 58 years old. This year was a turbulent year because the Soul Master competition would be held in the autumn of this year. Although there was still more than half a year before the competition, the atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger. The teams from all the colleges and universities that aspire to the top 3 are preparing for the competition in full swing. Whether it is to improve their strength at all costs or to collect information about other teams, they dare not neglect it at all. Wang Shenmen's reward for the top 3 has spread all over the continent, causing further madness in the Soul Master world of the continent. No one can ignore the reward. Even if the reward for the 3rd place is a piece of 10,000-year soul bone, it is still a dream for most Soul Masters. This time it is no longer a rumor, but it is said by His Highness the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, who is also the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire and the Regent King of the state. That is the final word. Even if it was not originally such a reward, it will be changed to such a reward after he said these words. And the major seed teams regard each other as competitors. In order to preserve their trump cards, they no longer compete with each other so as not to be seen through and targeted during the competition. The Spirit Hall team is the top priority of everyone's attention. Everyone knows that the Spirit Hall has given such a generous reward, which means that it must have absolute confidence in its team, otherwise it would not give such a supreme treasure to outsiders. It's just that the Spirit Hall team has also kept a low profile now. Needless to say, the Golden Team of Spirit City is very mysterious and the outside world doesn't know any information about them. The Dragon and Butterfly Academy's Team 2 is the team that attracts the most attention. In addition to the fact that they are close, active and easy to investigate enough information, it is also related to their identities. After all 9 girls are stunning beauties and they are all members of the harem of His Majesty the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall and are trained by him. Their identities themselves are enough to attract topics, not to mention that even from the information learned from the outside, their strength is strong enough. Even a strong team as strong as the 3 Elements Academy regards them as the biggest enemy. It's just that the current Wuhan Hall Team 2 no longer goes to the fighting arena to participate in the fighting. They all train in the training ground built for them by Longdi Academy and return to the Wuhan Hall to rest at night. Except for the beautiful scenery that appears on the street in the morning and evening, the outside world rarely sees them. As for the Wuhan Hall Team 3 far away in the Xingluo Empire, it is purely to make up the numbers. After understanding their strength, no one regards them as opponents anymore. At this time the Wuhan Hall Team 2, which is being watched by everyone, has already arrived at the distant Xingde Great Forest. A year and a half has passed. Duguyan, Zhu Zuyun and a Yin have all been promoted to level 50. Except for a Yin who condensed the 5th soul ring by herself, the other two still need to hunt soul bees. In addition, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zuqing have also practiced to level 40. Xiao Wu has condensed the 4th soul ring by herself. If nothing goes wrong, her soul skill is the invincible golden body, which cannot be broken within 3 seconds and can be used 3 times a day. Meng Yuran and Ning Rongrong are still a little short, but they are almost there. They will definitely be promoted to soul sect before the competition begins. Only Xue Ke, who goes by the alias Qian Chu Yui, has no hope of being promoted to soul sect before the competition because she has only been promoted to soul master for a few months. She can only participate in the competition. Wang Shenmeng personally led the team to the Xingde Great Forest to obtain soul rings. This time he and Lingfeng Douluo took the girls to fly directly, and it took a few days to reach thousands of miles away. The Xingde Great Forest has not changed much from before. Wang Shenmen's mental power now covers dozens of miles under the blessing of the small world in the dream. It is too easy to search for soul bees. Zuyun will help you find a suitable soul ring first. It should be a cat soul beast with the attribute of the netherworld, such as the netherworld white tiger, the netherworld spirit cat, the shadow spirit cat, the ghost leopard, etc. As long as the bloodline is sufficient, it will be fine. The group still looked like they were sightseeing. There was really no instance in the Xingde Great Forest that could threaten them. The only 2 soul beast kings were Xiao's companion. It was also for Xiao's sake that Wang Shenmeng let them go. Otherwise he would have attacked them long ago. Even if the soul rings could not be used, they could still take away the soul bone. Well, let's hunt for Zuyun's soul ring first. My soul ring is easier to get. Duguyan also did some homework and said, aren't there several sub-dragon settlements in the big forest? Last time Sister Erlong hunted the red dragon king of Yan Valley. This time I will go to the eastern lake to hunt a thunder dragon. I should be able to get a powerful thunder attribute soul skill which can attack and control. How great! Wang Shenmeng also agreed with Duguyan's words. Yan's plan is very good. Thunder and lightning have the ability to burn, paralyze and destroy. It is indeed attackable and controllable. Your martial soul is the black water dragon. Wherever you pass, rain and fog will surge, and water has strong conductivity which can make your soul skills more powerful. Then proceed as planned. It happens that Zuqing needs a soul bee similar to mine, so let's search for our goal together. Zhu Zuyun was a little excited. She was about to become a soul king. She was only 21 years old. She was a powerful genius anywhere, and the soul king was already a high-level soul master, which was one step closer to the peak of the continent. Zhu Zuqing had no objection to this, and the group immediately headed towards the habitat of dark soul bees. Chapter 250 The Magical Sky Cat. Under Wang Shenmen's perception ability, countless soul bees were swept by him. Although he could not clearly see the specific situation of the soul beast, he could judge the general aura and whether it was suitable. Such a large-scale scan found a 10,000-year-old hell 3-headed dog in less than a day. This is also an extremely powerful soul beast with the breath of the underworld and death. The 3 heads have skills such as death gaze, swallowing light and soul dispersion. Wang Shenmeng immediately slapped the 3-headed dog to death with a palm, threw it in front of Zhu Zuqing and said, Zuqing, this hell 3-headed dog cooperates with you very well, absorb it. Well, good. Zhu Zuqing didn't talk much but listened to Wang Shenmen's words very much and had blind trust in him. After hearing the words, she didn't ask much, picked up the special long sword and stabbed the 3-headed dog of hell to death with one sword. A circle of pitch black soul ring floated out and Zhu Zuqing began to absorb it. After a painful transformation, she successfully obtained the 4th soul ring and dropped a 10,000-year soul bone. It's a pity that it's not an eternal soul bone. The ordinary soul bone of 10,000 years is a bit worse. What soul skills did you get? Wang Shenmeng didn't think much of the 10,000-year soul bone. When he handed it to Zhu Zuqing, she certainly wouldn't absorb it. She didn't think much of it now. I got the light wallowing soul skill of the 3-headed dog of hell. When it is used, it can make the enemy lose light and fall into absolute darkness, lose all 5 senses and lose the ability to perceive the outside world. It's a very good soul skill. It complements your talent for stealth. This soul skill is actually a control skill, but it is obviously a good thing for a spirit master of the agile attack type to obtain a control soul skill. The control soul master has always been the most powerful soul master and is often stronger than the strong strong attack soul master. In addition, except for those extreme flow soul masters, most mainstream soul masters still follow the balanced flow and their soul skills will not go to extreme. It is normal for a strong attack soul master to have a control soul skill. For example, Wang Shenmeng himself is a balanced low soul master who combines various soul skills such as strong attack control, agile attack, concealment and assistant. He is equivalent to a diagonal warrior. No matter who comes, no matter what type of martial soul, it is difficult to specifically restrain him. Even those who are stronger than him can easily suffer at his hands. My soul power has increased by 4 levels and now I am a level 44 soul master. Very good, strive to increase 1 or 2 levels before the game and then Lingling can also break through to the Soul King. Only in this way can we gather the strength of 4 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Masters and hope to defeat the Golden Generation and win the championship. Lingling also became a soul sect in the summer of the year before last, half a year later than Duguyan and Zhu Zuyun. Now a year and a half has passed and now her soul power has just entered the 49th level, 1 level away from a breakthrough, but this level is estimated to take several months, but there are still more than 7 months before the competition. Enough time. Everyone continued to search and after dark they still hadn't found the target, so they took out the tent and rested in the forest. As the only man, Wang Shenmeng couldn't enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives at night because he had to keep watch. There were many dangers in the Tiandu Great Forest. Although he was strong, he couldn't be careless, so he couldn't play with his wives. In order to let the girls sleep peacefully, he worked hard, opened the dream and alerted the surroundings. While practicing, although they can't play in the real world, they can enter the girls' dreams and meet each other and they can have more fun, and the appearance is not inferior to the real world. When they woke up in the morning, the 10 women were all rosy-cheeked and full of spring. Not only did they sleep soundly last night, but their dreams were also beautiful, all of which were spring scenery, full of beautiful scenery. After breakfast they continued to look for it. This time they were lucky. In the afternoon they finally found a cat flying in the sky. The cat actually had 2 transparent illusory wings. The naked eye could not see the existence of the wings at all. They could only see a fat orange cat flying in the sky. Its fat body looked extremely flexible and fast. Look, what kind of cat is that? It can actually fly in the sky, so magical. Duguyan, who also spread his wings and flew in the sky, also saw the sky cat and pointed and shouted, "Where is it?" Ningrongrong stretched her head but couldn't see it, so she quickly asked Duguyan to take her to the sky to see it. The girls were very curious. Under normal circumstances, soul beasts without wings cannot fly. The only exception is the true dragon soul beast. Soul masters with true dragon martial souls can also fly for a short time after they open their martial souls after becoming soul saint. Wang Shenmeng saw that everyone was curious, so he took everyone to fly in the air and approached the big fat cat that was more than 2 meters long. The cat was scared and meowed and its hair stood up and it ran away quickly. Wow, it really can fly without wings. What kind of cat is this? Shueke grew up in the palace and had seen few soul beasts. This kind of magical and unreasonable cat was unheard of. Zuyun Zuqing, you should know cat soul beast very well. Do you know this cat? Wang Shenmeng certainly knew it. With his mental power, photographic memory is just a piece of cake. He can read a book per second. The knowledge accumulated in the spirit hall for thousands of years is stored in his mind, as well as the knowledge accumulated by the Tiandu Empire. In terms of rich and profound knowledge, Yu Xiaogang is nothing in front of him. Although this cat-type spirit is extremely rare, it is also recorded. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing looked at each other, thought carefully for a while and shook their head. Ling Xian also frowned and said, even I have never heard of this magical cat, let alone seen it. But they are not without wings but have wings that we can't see. I can feel the air flow from its wings when it flies. It actually has wings? Everyone was even more surprised. Wang Shenmeng looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, have you seen it? Xiao Wu shook her head. I haven't seen it either, but I have heard of this kind of soul beast. It seems to be called Tian Mao. It is indeed called Tian Mao, an extremely rare soul beast. A Yin's knowledge is more intensive than Xiao Wu. She did not keep the secret and planed directly in the eyes of everyone's curiosity. Sky cats are rare. Perhaps there are only a few dozen in the whole continent, and they are scattered all over the place, hiding during the day and coming out at night, and are very good at hiding, so they are rarely known. Few people's martial souls are sky cats because the reproduction of sky cat does not rely on male and female reproduction but mutation. It is difficult to mutate from ordinary orange cat martial souls. It is difficult to mutate a sky cat out of 10,000 orange cat martial souls, which shows how rare it is. Ningrongrong said, it actually became a race by mutation? Then this is actually considered an orange cat, right? Yin shook his head and said, completely different from orange cats. Orange cat soul beasts are very ordinary, except for being cute. They are also lazy and fat, and their strength is not ranked among cat soul beasts. But this sky cat is extremely powerful. Not only does it have a pair of invisible invisible wings, but it also has a powerful innate skill, Forbidden Sky. Wherever the soul skill covers, all flying soul B soul masters can no longer take off, so it is also called Forbidden Sky Cat or Sky Cat for short. However, it is so strange that he can fly by herself but not let others fly. The women just felt their knowledge, and Meng still said, isn't it no natural enemy? The quantity, they will definitely be famous. Ning Rongrong said, it is so amazing, what do it mean? A Yin said, Timwal is just a powerful soul beast and its skills are limited. The breath of dreams is normal to be frightened. Wang Shenmeng nodded. A Yin said, it is right, this Timwal is strange since you must be missed when you encounter it. Chapter 251, The Nemesis of Flying Soul Masters. Although Tian Mao was fast, he was still not good enough in front of Wang Shenmeng. He launched the light flash escape, and in a few flashes he came to the front of Tian Mao and blocked his way. The Tian Mao roared softly and a golden light enveloped him, then turned around and ran in another direction. Obviously he also knew that Wang Shenmeng was very difficult to mess with, and he didn't dare to stay and fight. The golden light was his Tian Mao's innate soul skill, Forbidden Sky. If you are swept by the light, you will be unable to fly. It is effective for all flying soul masters, similar to the power of Law 4E Ample Xiao Wu's invincible golden body. During the 3-second invincibility period, the titled Douluo cannot hurt her. The reason why Tian Mao's Forbidden Sky skill cannot threaten the titled Douluo is because it has a time limit. The stronger the local strength, the shorter the confinement time. A titled Douluo can only be banned for 1.5 seconds at most, which is useless. Titled Douluo can already fly in the air. Even if they are not flying soul masters, they have the ability to fly. Even if Tian Mao banned the opponent from flying, he could not hurt the opponent in such a short time. After all, he only banned the opponent's flying ability, but other soul skills could not be banned. When the ban time is over, the opponent reacts and Tian Mao is no match. And such a powerful soul skill consumes a lot of soul power, and there are some restrictions. It is normal for Tian Mao to run away when he sees Wang Shenmeng. A golden light came towards him, and the light was incredibly fast. It seemed that he was hit the moment he saw the light, almost at the speed of light. This is the power of the Law soul skill. Wang Shenmeng didn't even have time to dodge the void flash and felt his body sink. Although his wings were spread, they lost their function. His whole body fell directly downward. Fortunately, he was extremely powerful, and this forbidden soul skill failed in less than half a second. The net moment he appeared above Tian Mao again. This time he didn't give Tian Mao any time to use his soul skill. He flashed out of the void, and the powerful soul skill Yin Yang chain in his hand was already released. Two thin chains, one black and one white, crossed the void like a snake, entwined and instantly tied Tian Mao tightly. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. The chain kept tightening and entwining and finally tied Tian Mao into a zongzi. Wang Shenmeng shook the Yin Yang chain in his hand, pulled the zongzi to the front of the women, and then landed on the ground. Zuyun, I have taken it down. The age of this Tian Mao is about 20,000 years. The limit of the fifth soul ring is generally 12,000 years, but you are no longer the same as before, and Tian Mao is very compatible with your martial soul. It shouldn't be a problem to absorb it. It is also because Wang Shenmeng is now able to stop absorbing even if it causes martial soul. He has a way to restore the damage, so he dares to let people absorb beyond the age limit. If he doesn't have this ability, he will try his best to make the people around him safer. The lower the age of the soul ring, the less impact it will have. But if it can't withstand the energy entering the body and something happens in the end, it will be too late to regret. Therefore, safety has always been the first priority in absorbing soul rings. Few people absorb beyond the age limit at will because the risk and reward are really not proportional. After all, there is only one life. If you can't withstand it once, you will die. Even if you succeed, barely a few hundred or thousands of years will have an impact on your strength, but it will not widen the qualitative gap. Okay, I'll absorb it now. Zhu Zuyun nodded happily, took out a special long sword and prepared to kill. Wang Shenmeng tightened the chain and the cat was strangled to death, and then removed the yin yang chain and the cat fell from it to the ground and lay motionless. Zhu Zuyun inserted a sword and the cat twitched a few times. After a moment, a circle of pitch black soul ring floated out. She sat on the ground, pulled the soul ring over and put it on her martial soul. In an instant, a huge amount of energy burst out. She immediately groaned and her whole body seemed to be cut into pieces as if it would be blown up at any moment. Zhu Zuyun gritted her teeth and tried her best not to faint in the extreme pain. The energy rushed in her body and the 9-life spirit cat martial soul was trembling, looking overwhelmed. Time passed by minute. In the eyes of everyone's worry, Zhu Zuyun tried hard to guide the power into the martial soul and did not let it run around in time and space, and finally survived the most difficult moment. 5 or so hours later, after experiencing the soul shock, Zhong Zuyun finally regained her composure, and then she had an extremely reserved look on her face as if the whole person was sublimating. Success. Zhu Zuking's body shook and she almost fell down and her clenched fist finally loosened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Shenmeng quickly embraced Zhu Zuqing and let her lean on him. After a while Zhu Zuyun opened her eyes. A divine light flashed in her eyes and her aura surged, crossing several bottlenecks in succession. She stood up and clenched her fist, feeling stronger than ever before. Hubby, I succeeded. Zhu Zuyun couldn't help but throw herself into Wang Shenmen's arms and share her joy with him. God knows how difficult it was for her to absorb. At the most dangerous moment she felt that her life was at stake. At the last moment she was thinking of her man in her heart and she miraculously persisted. Yes, you succeeded. You are better and stronger than I thought. Wang Shenmeng hugged the beauty, felt her joy and love and comforted her softly. After a while Zhu Zuyun calmed down and said happily, I got Tian Mao's Forbidden Sky Soul skill. All Soul Masters below Soul King and Soul King completely lost the ability to fly in front of me. Soul King and above can also be banned, but there is a time limit. Soul Emperor is at most 10 seconds. Soul Sage is at most 5 seconds. Soul Douluo is at most 1 second. Titled Douluo is at most 0.1 second. But as my strength increases, the ban time will increase. Very powerful soul skill. Wang Shenmeng was also very moved. A mere Soul King could ban the flying of a titled Douluo. Although even the worst titled Douluo can only ban the flying of 0.5 seconds at most, the top titled Douluo may not be able to ban the flying for even a moment, but it worked for the titled Douluo after all. This is the power of soul skills, like the unsolvable law. Just like Wang Shenmen's immortal body when he performed it when he was a Soul King, the physical and energy attacks of the titled Douluo could not hurt him. Well, yes, I also think this soul skill is very good. Yanzi, don't think that you can show off just because you got the eternal soul bone and the ability to fly. From now on, if I don't let you fly, you will stay on the ground. Zhu Zuyun looked at Duguyan provocatively. It was obvious that he was envious and jealous of her ability to fly. Now he has become the nemesis of her flying ability and finally got his revenge. Duguyan rolled his eyes and was very depressed. He said angrily, Zhu Zuyun, don't be so proud. I will find a soul skill to restrain you tomorrow and let you be my pet cat. Zhu Zuyun smiled and said, I'm waiting for you, but I'm afraid my husband won't agree. Okay, let's see if this cat has left any good things. Wang Shenmeng quickly changed the subject. If they quarreled again, the fire would burn on him. Chapter 252 Soul Bone and Thunder Dragon. Wang Shenmeng searched the body of the cat and really found a soul bone. Zuyun, you are so lucky. This is the most precious torso bone. Wang Shenmeng flipped his hand and took out a golden soul bone from Tian Mao's body. It was the most precious, rare and important torso bone among the SI soul bone. It's the torso bone. Now everyone was a little jealous of Zhu Zuyun's luck. You know, the drop rate of torso bones is much lower than that of other soul bones and the probability is almost as high as that of eternal soul bone. Wang Shenmeng got so many soul bones, but there were only a few torso bones. He even had only 2 sets of soul bones because he lacked torso bone. Of the 2 sets of soul bones, one set was absorbed by senior sister Little Fo and the other set was prepared to be taken out as a champion reward. Of course, this is just a matter of right and left and it will eventually fall into the hands of his wife. It depends on who is suitable to absorb it at that time. In addition, Lu Erlong was lucky enough to get a torso bone last time. Wang Shenmeng also had a 60,000-year-old torso bone that had plotted before, which came from the 60,000-year-old soul beast Emperor Mothyan that he had absorbed Yangdi. The value of this soul bone is no less than that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul bone, but he did not absorb it himself because he planned to absorb a 100,000-year soul bone. He gave this soul bone to Lingfeng Douluo Lingxian, allowing her to further improve her strength. Now she is already a level 96 Super Douluo and is moving towards level 97. This is also because the remaining 2 soul bones of teacher Bibi Dong, the torso bone and the left leg bone, also want to absorb the soul bones of a 100,000-year soul beast. Xian Ren Yui herself inherited the SI 99,999-year soul bones of the angel suit. Among the remaining people, Lingxian has the strongest strength and great potential. After absorbing the soul bone, she can EERT its value in the shortest time and improve her strength faster. Many of Wang Shenmen's remaining soul bones are in duplicate positions, with the most being the right leg bone. Almost every girl around him has a right leg bone plus the ones in other parts, so each of them has at least 2 soul bone. With such a strong strength, if the little sister hadn't been too abnormal under Wang Shenmen's training, there would be almost no suspense about the championship. The 20,000-year-old torso bone is even more precious than the 40,000-50,000-year-old leg and arm bone. Zhu Zuyun certainly wouldn't dislike the low age. Not to mention her, even if a titled Douluo got it, he would absorb it without hesitation. Zhu Zuyun took the soul bone with excitement and absorbed it on the spot. Absorbing soul bones is not dangerous and the speed is also very fast. It was completely absorbed in less than 2 hours. The aura on his body surged again and it was obvious that his soul power had broken through again. Absorbing the soul bone and soul ring of the same soul beast is good in this respect. It can promote the improvement of soul power. Wang Shenmeng said with a smile, if someone else absorbs this trunk bone the soul power will not be greatly improved, but Zuyun has just absorbed the soul ring of the cat and then absorbed the soul bone of the cat. The soul power contained in it can be perfectly integrated without any loss. Du Guyan said sourly, this big cat won this time. I think she has improved her soul power by at least 4 or 5 levels. Originally the two of them were of similar age and their strengths were also similar. After absorbing the fairy grass and the 4th soul ring, neither of them was convinced by the other and they had to compete secretly in all aspects. They had wins and losses but overall they were evenly matched. But at this moment Du Guyan had to admit that she had temporarily lost. But it doesn't matter, she will also absorb the 5th soul ring soon and it is not certain who will be stronger and who will be weaker by then. Zhu Zuyun looked at Du Guyan proudly and said with a smile, Yanzi, work hard, I'll wait for you in front. Wang Shenmeng said, Yanzi is right Zuyun, you have surpassed the full 10,000 years to absorb the soul ring. Although it is very difficult and dangerous, the gains are also huge. I saw that you broke through 3 bottlenecks after absorbing the soul ring. It should be close to level 55 soul power. After absorbing the soul bone the soul power increased by more than 1 level. Now it should be level 55 soul power. So much it actually increased by 5 levels. The women were amazed and did not doubt Wang Shenmen's word. Although it is difficult for Soul Douluo to see the specific soul power level of a soul master, they can only see the approximate level, but Wang Shenmeng is naturally different from ordinary Soul Douluo. Even the titled Douluo does not have a strong perception like him, so what he said cannot be wrong. Zhu Zuyun was very pleased with the envious eyes of her sisters, but she was very humble on the surface. It's just good luck, don't envy me, I'm just a little ahead temporarily, you will catch up soon. Wang Shenmeng said, now go and hunt soul beast for Yanzi. There is a one-legged thunder dragon in the eastern lake. Although it is a sub-dragon species, it is also a top soul beast second only to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re. Even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family dare not easily come to the lake to hunt thunder dragon. It will be dangerous if you all go over. If a group of dragons attack together, I may not be able to protect everyone's safety. So don't go over, stay here and wait for me. I can come and go freely by myself. Even if the Thunder Dragon King has the strength that is not inferior to ordinary titled Douluo, it is impossible to keep me. I will just catch a thunder dragon. Then you be careful. Du Guyan hurriedly warned. Don't worry. Wang Shenmen's confident look infected the girls. Ling Xian nodded. Protect yourself. I'm here. There won't be any danger. Okay, I'll go first. Wang Shenmeng activated the void flash. With his current strength, the distance of a flash of 100,000 years of soul skills is close to 100 miles. After several flashes he came to the vicinity of the Great Lake. Looking from the sky, the eastern Great Lake is boundless. The Great Lake is always covered with purple rain and fog. The rain and fog are full of natural lightning power, forming a thunder sea barrier which is spectacular. Such a terrifying natural wonder is enough to make most soul masters dare not cross the line. Even ordinary titled Douluo will suffer if they are not careful. Wang Shenmen's sight penetrated the thunder area past the unfathomable water of the Great Lake and saw a huge dragon cave under the Great Lake with many one-legged dragons in it. These dragons have purple scales and walk by hopping on one foot, but they are extremely flexible and swift. There is a vertical lightning pattern in the middle of their eyes. The powerful thunder power surges in the lightning pattern. The lightning flashes from the thunder dragon. The whole swamp is full of thunder and lightning power. All the creatures living in it are lightning attributed creatures such as electric eels and thunder snake. Non-thunder attributed creatures cannot survive at all. Wang Shenmen's infinite magic pupil has reached the level of far-reaching vision. He can see the situation in the dragon cave clearly in the void. He also saw some thunder dragons cruising in the rain, fog and thunder sea above the swamp, using the natural thunder and lightning power contained in it to practice. He aimed at a 20,000-year-old dragon in the dragon cave. The thunder dragon suddenly appeared beside him. Before he could react, the yin-yang chain had already bound him and then disappeared in a flash. The roar of the dragon behind him shook the entire water of the Great Lake. This was the anger from the Thunder Dragon King, but Wang Shenmeng had already taken the little Thunder Dragon King hundreds of miles away. Chapter 253, A Full Harvest. P.S. There was a mistake in the previous chapter. The limit of the 5th soul ring is 12,000 years and the limit of the SITH soul ring is only 20,000 years. Modifications have been made. A figure flashed in the void and Wang Shenmeng appeared with a 20-meter long little Thunder Dragon King. Husband, so fast. Du Guyan Yan was surprised and happy looking at the huge little Thunder Dragon King. She couldn't take her eyes away. Yanzi, this Thunder Dragon King is quite old. You have to be careful. If you can't bear it, I can save you from death, but your martial soul will be devastated. Even if you can recover, it will not be a day or a night. It will take at least a few years. Although Wang Shenmeng felt that Duguyan could bear it, he couldn't say for sure. Therefore it still depends on whether Duguyan has the courage and will to go all out. If she hesitates, it will be a bit troublesome because a weak will also weaken her ability to bear. Are you sure you want to absorb it? Otherwise I will catch another one for you. You will definitely have no problem with a 20,000-year-old one. Duguyan said without hesitation. No, just this one. I have a true dragon martial soul. Even if it is a sub-dragon that has surpassed 8,000 years, I think I can subdue it. She thought that Zhu Zuyun absorbed a 20,000-year-old cat, so why can't she absorb a 20,000-year-old thunder dragon spirit ring? How can she? Duguyan not compare to that stinky cat. Even in order not to be outdone, she had to successfully absorb the Thunder Dragon King's soul ring. Well, I'll protect you. Wang Shenmeng tied up the little Thunder Dragon King and asked Duguyan to stab him to death. The Thunder Dragon King's angry screams gradually became lower and finally twitched a few times and died completely, and a circle of dark soul rings floated out. Duguyan immediately sat on the ground and pulled the soul ring over. She immediately suffered similar pain to Zhu Zuyun, but the pain she suffered was even more severe because the power of the Thunder Dragon was extremely violent, full of destructive and burning power, and the damage to the body was more severe than the Sky Cat soul ring. Fortunately, Duguyan's Black Water True Dragon martial soul also made her physical fitness stronger than Zhu Zuyun, and her ability to withstand was naturally stronger, so she gritted her teeth and held on. Seeing that Duguyan withstood the initial wave of impact, Wang Shenmeng and the women all breathed a sigh of relief, including Zhu Zuyun. Although she and Duguyan competed with each other, it was a normal competition between sisters and did not affect their relationship. She also hoped that Duguyan would succeed. Wang Shenmeng observed carefully for a while and judged that Duguyan would not be in danger. Then she asked Zhu Zuyun, does your soul bone have soul skills? Generally speaking, soul bones will bring soul skills, but there are except ions. Some soul bones do not have soul skills, such as Tang San's Eternal Soul Bone 8 Spider Lance in the original work, but its function is very powerful and more practical than most soul skills. Zhu Zuyun said, yes, the soul skill is the invisible wings of the cat. Look. As she spoke, she spread her slender and graceful wings and flew directly into the sky, but from the naked eye the existence of the wings could not be seen at all, and only the clues could be seen from the flowing wind. This invisible wing and forbidden soul skill are really domineering. It makes others unable to fly, but you can fly freely. This is too unreasonable in the duel of flying soul masters. Wang Shenmeng couldn't help but feel strange. The soul master world is really full of wonders. Although he has read a lot and has extensive knowledge, he believes that there must be some strange and rare soul beast that he doesn't know. After 7 hours it was already midnight. Duguyan finally succeeded in absorbing it. The soul power fluctuated violently, breaking through 3 levels in a row and stopped at the edge of level 54. Wang Shenmeng looked inside the Thunder Dragon, but unfortunately no soul bone plotted. Duguyan's luck was a little worse. Alas, I still didn't catch up with you. Duguyan looked at Zhu Zuyun unwillingly. Although she was confident that she could break through to level 54 within a month, Zhu Zuyun was already level 55. Like Ayan, she was still 1 level behind even after the breakthrough. That's right, my soul power was higher than yours at the beginning, but you caught up with me later. Now I am 1 step ahead again. Isn't it normal? Although Zhu Zuyun is younger than Duguyan, her soul power was higher than Duguyan's when she was with Wang Shenmeng. At that time Duguyan's martial soul was still the green scale snake. Although the quality was similar to that of the nether spirit cat, she was deeply troubled by the snake venom, which greatly affected her soul power cultivation, resulting in her still being a soul master at the age of 20. Yanzi, what is your new soul skill? Duguyan said, after the 5th soul ring and my Xian Shui True Dragon martial soul were combined, I obtained a soul skill I named Heavy Rain Thunder. Look. As he spoke, the martial soul possessed him. The 5th soul ring lit up and a purple lightning pattern appeared on his forehead like a strange symbol drawn upright, and in the lightning pattern there seemed to be endless lightning surging. At the same time, the misty rain that originally came with the spirit turned into violent raindrops as big as soybeans, covering an area of dozens of meters. In the raindrops, countless twisted white lightning bolts like dragons and snake danced wildly, making the entire rain curtain carry the terrifying power of thunder. All the trees in the covered area were charred and overturned by lightning and even caught fire. So powerful, the women claimed, showing fearful prescience. If they were trapped in the rain curtain, they would definitely not be able to bear it. Okay, stop. Wang Shenmeng hurriedly stopped Duguyan. This soul skill is worthy of being derived from the 20,000 0-year-old thunder dragon combined with the true dragon martial spirit. The power is really terrifying. Moreover, it can attack alone or in groups. It is very compatible with Douluo's martial spirit. Even if she reaches the title Douluo, this soul skill can still be used as a powerful killing move. After Douluo collected the martial spirit, her face turned pale. This soul skill that exceeds the age limit is indeed powerful, but it also consumes soul power. With her current foundation, she can't hold on for too long. Yanzi, I feel that I can't resist this move of yours. I guess I can't beat you if we really fight. I can only fly in the sky to avoid it. Zhu Zuyun was a little stunned. Seeing the power of Douluo's soul skill, she was also a little scared. If she was bombarded by this thunderstorm, even if she won in the end, she would probably be struck by lightning and her image would be completely destroyed. This is more serious than losing the game. Douluo was also very satisfied. She looked at Zhu Zuyun provocatively. She was not bad either. Although her soul power was temporarily low, her combat ability was stronger. Yanzi Zuyun Zuking, you three have already obtained soul rings and your soul skills are very powerful. The purpose of our coming to the Douluo Great Forest has been achieved. Let's go back. Wang Shenmeng has another task. The junior sister is level 60 and he has also agreed to accompany him to hunt soul rings. He is too busy to stay here for too long. Then go back. Let's reintegrate the team. We have obtained new soul skills and need to adjust the way of cooperation. As the captain, Zhu Zuyun still has a sense of responsibility in her heart. Although the strength of their team has skyrocketed, it seems that she feels a bit like Dugu Kyubai, but when she thinks that there will be a soul emperor and 2 soul kings in the Wuhan Hall team, she can't float. Chapter 254 Peach Blossom. It took 3 days to come here and it took about the same time to go back. The girls re-established their team and improved their tacit understanding. After dealing with some national affairs and promoting reform and development firmly and steadily, Wang Shenmeng took time to come to the Xingde Great Forest again. This time he came alone. Hu Lina was already waiting in the small town outside the forest. Seeing the little junior brother she had been thinking about day and night, she ignored the strange eyes of passers-by and flew into Wang Shenmeng's arms and hugged him tightly. Wang Shenmeng hugged his senior sister and kissed her lips gently. Hu Lina responded warmly. The two of them were affectionate for a while before they eased their longing. Hu Lina's pretty face was flushed and she lowered her head in shame and joy. She didn't dare to look at the eyes of passers-by. She pulled Wang Shenmeng and ran quickly to the hotel where she was staying. The two closed the door and couldn't help kissing again. Bad junior brother, you are so happy in Tiandu City that you don't want to go home. You don't think of me at all. I hate you. Hu Lina put one hand around Wang Shenmeng's neck and punched his chest with the other fist, venting her resentment. Good senior sister, I think of you every day. If you don't believe me, I'll take out my heart and show it to you. It's full of your name. Humph, I don't want to see your heart. Hu Lina stroked Wang Shenmeng's chest and her smile became even stronger. After a while of being affectionate in the room, the two of them held hands and checked out. Wang Shenmeng held his senior sister in his arms and did not perform the void flash, but slowly flew over from high in the sky, enjoying the romance of two people flying in the sky. Half a day later, the two landed in the Xingde Great Forest. Junior brother, what kind of soul beast do you think I should look for? How old should it be? Although Hu Lina is also a person with her own ideas, she doesn't want to use her brain when she is with her junior brother. She just wants to listen to what he says and then do it. Wang Shenmeng said, although the limit of the SITH soul ring is 20,000 years, with your current foundation and martial soul, it is no problem to absorb a 30,000 year soul ring. 30,000 years. Hu Lina heard that it actually exceeded the limit by half of the age. She didn't dare to think about it back then, but since the junior brother said it was okay, she could definitely absorb it. Thinking of the whole set of high-quality soul bones and 2 immortal herbs, she absorbed the skills she started practicing very early and the achievements she had now, all of which were given by her junior brother. She was full of affection for a while and couldn't help but kissed his face. Wang Shenmeng smiled gently and said, as for soul beasts, there are many FO soul beasts, but there are not many top soul beasts. Senior sister, you have strong mental power and are good at charm and illusion. I know there is a kind of FO that suits you very well. Hu Lina asked curiously, what FO soul beast? Wang Shenmeng said, do you know the peach FO? Hu Lina's eyes lit up. I have heard that it is said to be the best at fighting among FO soul beasts, proficient in illusion and killing, and is a top FO soul beast, but it is extremely rare. Do you know where there is a peach FO? Wang Shenmeng nodded. I saw it by accident when I came to Xingde Great Forest before. I can determine its general location. We should be able to find it if we spend a little time. In fact, he saw it a few days ago. He accidentally found it when he was helping Zhu Zuyun and her sister find soul bees. At that time he thought of senior sister. It was really suitable, but it's hard to say. In front of senior sister telling the story with another group of girls wouldn't Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Although he is a bit heartless, he truly loves every girl. Now that he is with senior sister, he only loves senior sister with all his heart. Great. Although I have never seen a peach FO, there is a record in the soul beast lore of the spirit hall. Its name comes from a poem. Since I saw the peach, I have no doubts until now. It is said that the peach FO has the power of peach miasma and peach evil, which can transform it into a colorful peach with falling petals, and the fragrance spreads for miles, killing people invisible. Its peach miasma can cause serious diseases and epidemic, and a peach evil can hurt the mind and soul, and its lethality is extremely powerful. Lena told the records she knew about the peach FO, and it has the innate magical power of Jing Shuya, which can be activated with powerful mental power, which can make people fall into an illusion and see the most beautiful first love hidden in their hearts and then fall into it. Even those who don't have a first love will have the most beautiful things hidden in their hearts, and none of them can escape the power of Jing Shuyu. Absolutely correct. What you said is right. The peach FO is an alien among FOES, and its power is unquestionable. After you absorb the spirit ring of the peach FO, you can get powerful attack type spirit skills, which is what you lack. Wang Shenmeng once again sighed at the magic of some soul beast. This peach FO is like a cat, both of which are very special. Even if someone who doesn't have a FO martial spirit absorbs it, he can get extremely powerful spirit skills, but it's still not as perfect as after the senior sister absorbed it. Let's go, junior brother, take me there quickly. Lena was excited and a little impatient. The legendary peach FO, even she could not suppress her desire. Wang Shenmeng smiled lightly, hugged the slender waist of his senior sister, and flew in the void again. After a distance of about 5 or 100 miles, he landed in a deep valley. This valley is deep and small, round in shape. From above you can only see a piece of pink as if it is a sea, but if you get closer you will find that this is the crown of a huge peach tree. This peach tree is extremely thick with a diameter of tens of meters. The crown is like a huge umbrella-shaped canopy covering the entire deep valley, so that there is only this peach tree growing in the entire valley. What a big peach tree! I feel the fluctuation of soul power on it. Is this also a soul beast? Lena looked at the unprecedented huge ancient tree with amazement. The fragrant peach fragrance made people intoxicated. The more they smelled it, the more they couldn't help but indulge in it. After a while they didn't want to think about anything, just wanted to quietly enjoy the beauty of the fragrance. Be careful, this peach fragrance carries peach miasma and peach evil spirit. You have been hit by it when you smelled the fragrance. Wang Shenmen's endless soul skills fell on the senior sister. Lena's heart was shocked. She came back from the trance and showed a look of fear. Is this the power of peach miasma and peach evil spirit? So scary. This is just the miasma and evil spirits naturally emitted by the dead branches and leaves that have accumulated for tens of millions of years under the peach tree. It is not a soul skill launched by the peach tree. Otherwise, by the time you react, I am afraid you have reached the end of your life. Wang Shenmeng is naturally not afraid of peach miasma and peach evil spirit. With his mental and physical strength, he is almost immune to all evil. These miasma and evil spirits are simply disease and epidemic chi which cannot threaten him. However, Lena is not so good. Although her soul power has reached level 60 and her martial soul has transformed into a super martial soul, she is still not good enough to face the peach miasma accumulated over tens of thousands of years. This peach tree has a lifespan of nearly 60,000 years. It is an extremely powerful plant type soul beast. Even if an ordinary titled Douluo comes here, he is not his opponent. The peach FO is not scary. The real powerful thing is this peach tree, Wang Shenmeng said with emotion. In the comparison of the strength between soul masters and soul beasts of 50,000 to 60,000 years old can generally match titled Douluo, and soul beasts of more than 100,000 years old can match super Douluo. This peach tree relies on the peach miasma and peach evil accumulated over tens of thousands of years. Once it is fully activated, not to mention ordinary titled Douluo, super Douluo will have a headache. This is also the main reason why it can always stand firm. This deep valley is like a huge container which contains tens of thousands of years of dead branches and leaves to rot and ferment, turning into miasma. I don't know how many animal and plant soul beasts have been killed, and even more terrifying evil spirits have been bred. If all the miasma and evil spirits in this deep valley burst out in an instant, I am afraid that hundreds of miles around will become a Jedi. Chapter 255 Talented Domain. Is the peach FO under this peach tree? Lena was quite shocked when she saw the peach tree that covered the sky and dominated the valley. If there was no powerful person to help her, it would be impossible to get the peach FO soul ring. This is also the advantage of the big sect. Many civilian soul masters will choose to join a faction. In addition to having someone to rely on, the biggest reason is that they need help to hunt soul beasts. If they rely on themselves alone, it is difficult to get a satisfactory soul ring. Including including the peerless genius like Wang Shenmeng when obtaining soul rings, except for the first soul ring that he obtained by hunting with poison. The subsequent soul rings were all helped by others' help, especially when the 8th soul ring hunted the bright flash butterfly. 3 or 4 super Douluo surrounded and blocked it for many days before it succeeded. If he came alone, there would be basically no chance. The nature of the school is similar. In addition to learning knowledge, the biggest attraction for students is that teachers can help hunt soul bees. Otherwise the tuition fee would not be so ridiculously expensive just for teaching and using the training environment. The peach FO is indeed under the peach tree. The peach FO can absorb peach miasma to practice, and the certain breath it releases can accelerate the growth of the peach tree. The two can be said to complement each other and achieve each other. Wang Shenmeng carefully sensed that at the bottom of the peach tree there was a hollowed out tree hole with a large area. There was a FO den inside. A spiritual wave like a torch in the night sky was rippling in the FO den like water. Then if we want to hunt the peach FO, we must pass the peach tree first. This is the only way. I'll see if we can communicate. If the peach tree is willing to stand aside and watch, we don't have to make things difficult for it. Soul beasts like it are rare. If we kill it, there are still, it's a pity. After Wang Shenmeng finished speaking, he landed on the top of the peach tree and said loudly, "Peach tree, I know you are listening. I am here to hunt the FO below you. I hope you don't interfere." The 60,000-year soul beast has wisdom that is not inferior to humans, and the powerful 10,000-year soul beast can also speak. The peach tree was shaken when it heard the word, and a difficult voice came out, "Impossible. The peach FO and I are good friends. Evil human soul master, I advise you not to hit it. Leave quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you." Haha, soul beast also know how to be polite to people. Since you are afraid of my strength, you should know that intervening will never do you any good. Even with the peach FO, the 2 soul beasts of you can't be my opponent. If you are smart, send it to me quickly. Humph, don't even think about it. The peach tree snorted angrily and the huge trunk shook violently. Countless intertwined roots shook in all directions. A huge peach miasma rose into the sky and turned into a pink mist mead with countless dark red evil spirit. The sweet fragrance was fragrant, but it was like the most poisonous thing in the world, enough to make the titled Douluo level strongman fall sadly. Dream butterfly possession. Dream god realm out. Wang Shenmeng held his senior sister in one hand and activated the power of the realm. A bubble that was like a dream and a brilliant gala ponded with the two of them as the center, turning into a crystal clear cover as if it was isolated from the world in an instant. The endless peach miasma and evil spirit passed through them, but it seemed like 2 unrelated worlds, not contaminated at all. Junior brother, is this your innate realm? Lina knew that those super powerful martial souls had innate domains, but she had never seen them before. Yes, this is the martial soul innate domain that I awakened after I was promoted to soul saint. Wang Shenmeng has more than one domain, but whether it is the 2-element static domain or the 5-element life and death domain, they are all acquired domain. Only this dream god domain is a natural domain similar to the angel domain of the angel martial soul and the blue-silver domain of the blue-silver emperor. This is the first time he has used it in a battle, and the effect is unquestionable, absolutely powerful. Lina stretched out her hand and countless dreamy and star-like light spots in the domain passed through her hand. The transparent bubble seemed to be just a bubble, and she could even stretch her hand out of the bubble. This dream god domain is based on the power of dreams and constructs an illusory world. We are all in this illusory world. To people outside, we are false and non-existent. No matter how powerful the attack is, how can it hurt a false person who does not exist? But truth and falsehood are relative. For us, we are real, but the outside world is false. Therefore this dream god realm has only one function, which is absolute immunity to any form of harm, but we can't hurt people outside when we stay inside. Lina said, then we just waste time with it. Wang Shenmeng shook his head. Of course not. Truth and falsehood can be changed. In my world, truth and falsehood are determined by me. In the dream god realm, I am God. Therefore if you want to hurt the enemy, just pull the enemy into my realm. If I say it doesn't exist, it can't exist. After he finished speaking, he controlled the dream god realm to spread slowly, gradually covering a canopy of trees, and the huge mental power suddenly started turning reality into illusion and truth into falsehood. In an instant, the canopy covered by the canopy turned into dots of pink light and dissipated into the void. Awesome. Lina looked at her junior brother with admiration. This domain was really against the will of heaven. It was invincible. It could attack or defend. It was almost unsolvable. Wang Shenmeng listened to the screams of the peach tree outside and smiled. Strength and weakness are relative. If the enemy is strong enough, I can't make it disappear. This is too much of a mental burden. I can only greatly weaken his attack power. He didn't care about the crazy attacks of the peach tree outside. He just controlled the dream god domain to continuously erode the crown of the peach tree. Before long, the crown that was originally like a huge umbrella and spread over several miles became a piece piece of the east and west, and the branches and leaves disappeared completely. The peach tree was hit hard. The crown was like its head. Although the roots are the basis of life for plants, the head is equally important. Without the head the tree can't stand it. At this time the terrifying peach miasma and peach evil became more and more dense. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was filled with strange fragrance. Countless animals and plants that had no time to escape fell to the ground and died silently, and then their bodies were corroded into ashes by the evil spirit. Wang Shenmen's scalp was numb when he saw it. The miasma and evil spirit that had lasted for tens of thousands of years plotted, and even he didn't want to face it directly, let alone being in the core area, so he supported the dream god realm and kept eroding it. Suddenly a phantom flashed in the pink ocean without causing any movement. If it weren't for Wang Shenmen's lightning eyes and huge mental power, he wouldn't have been able to find it. The peach FO ran away. Let's go chase it. Wang Shenmeng immediately abandoned the peach tree and prepared to capture the peach FO first. Chapter 256 Love Brain Nemesis Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Wang Shenmeng was so fast that he couldn't let it run away as long as he found the trace of the peach FO's escape. The void flashed and the peach FO ran more than 10 miles but was suddenly stopped in front of him. Squeak squeak. The peach FO let out a sharp roar, baring its teeth and claws at him, a peach-colored fur standing on end and its red eyes showing a fierce look. Wang Shenmeng looked at the FO. It was very beautiful, with pink fur as smooth as satin and a fluffy tail swaying which made people want to touch it. Use whatever skills you have, you can't escape today. Although this peach FO is smarter than most humans and can understand human language, it can't speak yet. After screaming a few times, it suddenly sprayed a red light which turned into countless peaches in the air, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. The peaches were flying, looking colorful and beautiful, but each peach had evil spirit hidden inside, and the petals were as sharp as knives, covering the sky and piercing the heart with thousands of arrows. Wang Shenmeng frowned, and the first soul skill, Moth Sky Evil Fire, was activated, and the sky was full of fire moth dancing wildly. The number was no less than the flying peaches. The host would ignite all the peaches, burning all the miasma and evil spirit. The peach FO suddenly pounced on the two with pink light in its eyes. Its eye fell on Wang Shenmeng and Hu Lina. The strange spiritual fluctuations stirred people's hearts, and in an instant various scenes appeared in front of the two people. The most beautiful and pure feelings hidden in their hearts suddenly surged like a tide, multiplied by several methods, and in an instant drowned their reason and forgot everything. In their eyes and heart there was only the person standing in front of them. Hu Lina saw her beloved junior brother, who was her first love and the only man she loved. The scenes of their first meeting appeared in front of her and then evolved into various scenes full of happiness and joy, all of which were the wishes hidden in her heart and even in her subconscious. There were even scenes of the two of them slowly growing old together, having children around their knees. Wang Shenmeng looked at the scenes that appeared one after another in front of him with an indifferent prescience. He couldn't even remember his first love, but his first love was not very beautiful to him, nor was it the white moonlight in his heart. He had no feelings for that person a long time ago and was not affected by this mirror water moon magic at all. Of course there are many beautiful people and things in his heart. Those girls and the daily life with them are all cherished by him, but he is determined and clear-minded. He keeps his mind and does not have any thought. He is a master of illusion. The illusion of the peach FO is like a sword in front of Guangong. It has no effect on him. He smiled and watched the peach FO pounce on him. He even saw the joy and ferocity in the eyes of the peach FO. The claws stretched out were more than 1 meter long and sharper than magic weapon. They slashed at his and Hu Lina's neck. Hu Lina did not react at all. It was obvious that she was trapped in the environment of mirror water moon and could not tricate herself. She is also an pert in illusion. She has eaten 2 immortal herbs, absorbed a piece of spiritual wisdom skull that is more than 50,000 years old, and cultivated the infinite magic pupil. Her mental power is extremely strong. She should not have no resistance. But first, the peach FO is much stronger than her, comparable to the soul Douluo strongman. Second, Jing Shuiyu is indeed very powerful. Third, it just hits her weakness. Wang Shenmeng knows that the senior sister is a famous love brain. Such a girl will fall in love with a person and will be willing to do anything for him, even at any cost and regardless of the consequences. The biggest wish is to be with the person, and Jing Shuiyu's environment makes it impossible for people with love brains to resist. It is almost a dimensionality reduction attack on them. It is natural that Hu Lina is deeply trapped in it and has no power to resist. Wang Shenmeng thinks this soul skill is very good. Who makes Douluo continent have many love brain? That is a sure thing. But then again, there are many love brains in his own harem, or it can be said that all of them are love brain. Who makes this a famous love brain continent? On the contrary, he was the most normal. Maybe his love was divided into too many parts and none of them was enough to enter his mind and heart. Anyway, he couldn't do anything crazy for love. Bang! Wang Wang Shenmeng let the peach FO's claws scratch his neck, making a piercing sound like the collision of metal and stone. 5 shallow red marks appeared on his delicate and white jade-like skin and then disappeared. In the surprised eyes of the peach FO, Wang Shenmeng stretched out his hand and his soul power turned into a huge palm strangling its neck. He suddenly retracted his strength and the peach FO rolled his eyes and fainted. Before losing consciousness, the other claw was less than 1 centimeter away from the skin on Hulina's neck. Humanistic shock flashed in the eyes of the peach FO. This person was not controlled by its innate magical power. Why did he look stupid and foolish as if he had been tricked? Fishing the FO. With deep doubts, the peach FO completely lost consciousness and had no chance to wake up again. Junior brother, I just... Peach FO fainted. Wang Shenmeng broke the mirror water moon magic with ease. Hulina looked at Wang Shenmeng with a blank face and looked at Wang Shenmeng with a strange look with indescribable attachment and tenderness and a touch of spring. I don't know what she has experienced in the environment. You just got hit by the mirror water moon of the peach FO. It turned out to be an illusion. There was a bit of pity in Hulina's tone. If it were really so good, it would be a world with only me and my junior brother, without so many FOY women competing with me for my junior brother's love. That would be the happiest life. I have taken the peach FO. Let's absorb the spirit ring first. This FO is very strange. It is very likely to produce spirit bone. It would be great if it is an eternal spirit bone. Soul bones. My luck has always been good and eternal spirit bones are very likely. Hulina really feels that she is lucky, otherwise how could she meet such a good junior brother? You already have a complete set of SI soul bone. You can't use the rest of the soul bones except the eternal soul bone. But the chance of eternal soul bones is too small. If you can really get an eternal soul bone, then today's harvest will be too great. I will absorb the soul ring first. Hulina took out a special long sword and stabbed the peach FO to death. A circle of black soul rings floated out. She quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and the soul ring was pulled over and put on the martial soul. In an instant the vast energy entered her body, making her groan, and a look of pain appeared on her beautiful face. Wang Shenmeng was not too worried. He knew the endurance limit of his senior sister. He gave her so many good things. It can be said that she was almost twice as strong as the same period in the original book. Even if the peach FO was very strong and the age was more than 10,000 years, the improvement and bonus of 2 immortal herbs and a set of soul bones could allow her to create miracles and turn the impossible into possible. Wang Shenmeng observed for a while and saw that his senior sister had indeed withstood the impact of the soul ring energy as he epected, so he was completely relieved and turned to look at the peach FO corpse to search for any soul bone. Chapter 257. The Young Soul Emperor. Wang Shenmeng did not find soul bones on the peach FO corpse, but he was even happier, because not finding soul bones does not mean that there are no soul bones drop, but the hope of dropping eternal soul bones has greatly increased. Because the eternal soul bones are different from regular soul bones, they usually enter the soul master's body directly with the soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, the eternal soul bones will be automatically absorbed and will not appear on the corpse. If regular soul bones appear, it is basically impossible to drop eternal soul bone. It is not impossible for a soul beast to drop 2 soul bone. When teacher Bibi Dong killed the 100,000-year-old death spider emperor, he dropped both arm bones at the same time, but this situation is too rare and the probability is much smaller than that of dropping eternal soul bones, which can be ignored. So he waited patiently. After 5 or SI hours it was almost dark. Hulina finally successfully absorbed the soul ring. A powerful aura burst out from her body and she broke through several bottlenecks in an instant. The benefits brought to her by surpassing the limit of a soul beast of 10,000 years are no less than absorbing a high-year soul bone. The soul power jumped 3 levels in a row, which is more meaningful for the enhancement of martial soul. This is how most of the acquired martial souls are formed. Each time they absorb a soul ring that is old, high quality and perfectly matched, their martial souls will become stronger and stronger, and finally the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. For example, Douluo's Jade Scale Snake King evolved step by step from an ordinary Jade Scale Snake. Although he failed to absorb soul rings beyond the limit, the quality of the soul rings he absorbed each time was very good and they perfectly matched his Jade Scale Snake martial soul. Especially the top snake soul beast like Queen Medusa not only gave him a piece of skull but also made his martial soul directly transform. On the contrary, the martial soul transformation caused by absorbing fairy grass is extremely rare, because fairy grass is too precious and rare and it is simply impossible to obtain. Hulina's martial soul has long reached the quality of a super martial soul and her talent is not worse than Qian Ren Yui's early years, but there is still room for further improvement. After absorbing the peach FO soul ring, her martial soul will be stronger. Although the increase is not as large as the fairy grass, it is still quite considerable if it accumulate. After Hulina absorbed the soul ring, she suddenly showed a look of pain on her face. Her left hand was suddenly bloody and blurred by a violent energy impact. There were also pink soul powers spreading from her palm, forming a ball of light covering her left hand. Wang Shenmeng said happily, "Senior sister, the eternal soul bone really dropped. We are so lucky." Hulina was also concerned. Although her left hand was very painful when absorbing the soul bone, this pain was nothing compared to getting an eternal soul bone. Absorbing soul rings can't help, but absorbing eternal soul bones is not so particular. This is different from regular soul bone. There is no danger in absorbing regular soul bone. Even a soul master can absorb 100,000-year soul bone, but eternal soul bones, which are soul bones fused to other bones, will bring great pain and may even cause the soul master to be disabled or even die. Wang Shenmeng immediately used an endless soul skill on Hulina's hand. The powerful healing ability of the 100,000-year soul skill restored her palm to its original state in an instant. Then her palm was damaged again by the impact of the soul bone, but the speed of damage could not keep up with the speed of recovery, so the pain was also reduced by half. With the continuous damage and recovery, the soul bone was integrated into the palm faster. After an hour, the soul bone was initially absorbed. At this time, because it has not been perfectly integrated, if it encounters a strong person to snatch it, it can be taken away. After a period of perfect integration, it will not be snatched away. Even if she is killed, the soul bone will disappear. As the soul bone is absorbed, Hulina's soul power is increased by one level, again reaching the height of level 64. If the news of a 20-year-old soul emperor at level 64 spreads, it will shock the entire continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the youngest soul emperor in history except Wang Shenmeng, because Qin Ming of Tiandu Royal Academy became a soul emperor at the age of 34. He was said to be the third youngest soul emperor in history in the records of the Spirit Hall, second only to two other geniuses with natural talent. And the two so-called geniuses, the first one is Wang Shenmeng and the second one is a strong man from a long time ago. In the original work, Tang San opened so many cheats and he was promoted to soul emperor at the age of 20. Now, with the help of her senior sister, has caught up with or even surpassed Tang San in the original work. It can be seen that as long as the resources are sufficient, senior sister's talent is really not worse than Tang San. In the original work, the reason why Tang San has innate full soul power is that Xuan Gong played a big role, because his two martial souls have some conflict and his actual talent is not so top-notch. If there is no Xuan Gong, his innate soul power can be good at level 8, but the existence of Xuan Gong makes up for this defect and instead makes his cultivation speed faster than ordinary innate full soul power faster. Later he absorbed two immortal herb, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and awakened the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. He absorbed the blue-silver emperor's 100,000-year soul bone and Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring, as well as the spiritual wisdom skull and the eternal soul bone 8 spider land. With all kinds of heaven-defying opportunities, his strength at the age of 20 was about the same as Hulina's current strength. Hulina's talent was originally top-notch and she started practicing Wang Shenmen's improved version of Xuan Gong very early. She also absorbed two immortal herb. The benefits of a whole set of high-quality soul bones are much greater than a single 100,000-year soul bone, not to mention that Hulina continued to experience devilish training and often struggled on the edge of death. It is not surprising that she can achieve what she has now. Hulina got up happily, threw herself into Wang Shenmen's arms and excitedly offered her sweet lips, sharing her joy and love with her lover. After a long time the two separated and Wang Shenmeng asked, "What soul skills did you get? Did you get the mirror water moon illusion? This is the strongest innate skill of Douluo and it is a spiritual soul skill which perfectly matches Hulina. In her hands it can exert a more powerful control ability." "Yes, I got it. The SITH soul skill is the mirror water moon illusion." Hulina nodded happily. While Wang Shenmeng was happy for her, he was also a little worried about his harem team. If they encountered this soul skill, they might be in trouble. However, it is hard to say. After Yelingling's 9-star begonia martial soul eliminated its defects, it became more and more magical and powerful, not to mention that she had taken a fairy grass. Now it can not only restore blood and mana, but also gradually discovered that it can restore spirit and eliminate the negative effects of mind and spirit. It is no exaggeration to say that she is the most talented and potential nurse in Douluo continent. What about the soul bone skill? The soul bone skill is the reign of miasma, an evil spirit that the peach FO used before. I call it peach killing. Hulina stretched out her left hand and the pink soul power flowed in her palm. Countless beautiful petals flew out of her palm with a strange fragrance and colorful colors. It was extremely beautiful and gorgeous, but it that contained deadly murderous intent. Chapter 258 Spring is strong. Junior brother, should we go back to settle accounts with the old peach tree? Forget it, it is a friend of the peach FO and it is a great loyalty to stand up for the peach FO. Moreover, such special soul bees are rare. Kill one less. If it is not necessary, don't kill them all. Wang Shenmeng has no prejudice against soul bees. He kills soul bees to obtain soul rings and soul bone. He has no hatred, just like he eats meat. That's what I thought too. Hulina hugged Wang Shenmen's arm. Her charming eyes were full of affection and her eyes seemed to contain a spring of water eluding a different kind of temptation. Then let's go back. Okay, let's go to the hotel first. I need to wash up. I just sweated a lot. Wang Shenmeng didn't dislike the sweat on her body. The sweat of a beautiful woman is called fragrant sweat and the sweat of a man is called smelly sweat. The sweat smell of her body mixed with perfume and her own body fragrance formed a special fragrance which was very good. This was probably fragrant sweat. Of course, men's sweat is not necessarily smelly. Wang Shenmen's sweat has a sweet fragrance. His great sun-glazed bright golden body has been successfully cultivated. At this moment he has washed his hair and marrow and strengthened his tendons and bones several times. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has fairy muscles and jade bones. He has almost reached the level of being as white as glaze, pure and spotless and clean and flawless. Even his saliva was fragrant and sweet. This is the result of practicing Buddhism to a certain level. The tongue produces saliva and the mouth contains jade liquid. Even the most bland boiled water tastes as sweet spring water. If it is placed in the practice of Buddhism, reaching this level is almost the state of obtaining the fruit of Sotapanna. It can be called a saint, and it is not far from the Arhat fruit of breaking away from life and death and escaping from reincarnation. Now Wang Shenmen's spirit is full and pure, his mind and intention are united, his heart and body are united, and his every move is extremely harmonious. This means that his golden body is becoming more and more perfect and he is very close to breaking through to the NET level. Wang Shenmeng hugged his senior sister and the two flew in the sky again. The colorful light emanated from his body. The golden body like glass was bright and dazzling in the night as if a meteor passed through the sky and finally landed in a small town outside the forest. We found a hotel with very good conditions to stay in. The senior sister only booked one room and Wang Shenmeng naturally understood the meaning. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Wang Shenmeng felt very gentle in his heart. This early spring night was really full of spring. The NET day, Wang Shenmeng was not in a hurry to go back. He stayed with his senior sister in the room for a whole day. On the third day he accompanied his senior sister to have fun nearby. On the fourth day he asked Ghost Douluo, who had secretly escorted his senior sister, to come to secretly escort her back again. He didn't dare to send her back to Wuhan City in person. He felt a little uneasy when he thought of his teacher. He decided to avoid her first. After a while, when the teacher's anger subsided and his longing for her overwhelmed his resentment, he would go back to ask for forgiveness. After all, his senior sister was different from other girls. She was his teacher's apprentice. After returning to Tiandu City, Wang Shenmeng dealt with some backlogs of government affairs and began to practice again. Yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Countless rays of light as bright as the sun scattering bloomed, and the golden body behind Wang Shenmeng successfully broke through to a height of 5 meters, indicating that the great sun-glazed bright golden body had reached the 5th level and his strength had increased again. He felt that even if he did not use his soul power but only used the strength of his physical body, he had already reached the level of Super Douluo. When the 5th level was perfected, he should be able to reach the level of Extreme Douluo. Combined with the soul power and powerful soul skills of the titled Douluo level, there was still a lot of people in the world who could surpass him, who can stand up to the challenge. Tang Chen the invincible on land, Poseidon the invincible in the sea. A thought flashed through Wang Shenmen's mind. These people were not his final enemies. He had a hunch that he would have to fight with the sea god and the Azura god in the end, not only to determine who was superior but also to determine life and death. Not only that his ambition was too big and the position of god he wanted to achieve would conflict with other gods, so it might not be so smooth at that time. Wang Shenmeng cultivated the 5th level of the golden body but did not rush to get up. Instead, he continued to absorb the energy from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to improve his soul ring. 5 of his 8 soul rings had reached 100,000 years and the initial 3 soul rings were less than 100,000 years, but they were not much different. He hoped to cultivate to level 90 before the end of the Soul Master competition. By then he would kill the Tianmeng ice silkworm and his strength would be greatly improved and perhaps he would be almost invincible in the world. At that time the one in the Lake of Life could also try to contact him. If he became a god and suffered more hostility from the gods, he could join forces with the Silver Dragon King. Wang Shenmeng was immersed in the spring water and the rolling energy was absorbed by him wildly. As his body became stronger, his speed of absorbing energy also also increased. The age of the third soul ring began to rise. Almost every minute could increase it by 1 year. In a day it could increase it by more than 1,000 years, and in less than a month it could increase it to 100,000 years. At this time the Wuhan Hall of Tiandu City also welcomed an uninvited guest. Huo Wuxuan, the captain of the Shuo team of Shuo Academy in Shuo City, wants to see His Royal Highness the Regent. After the young man Huo Wuxuan finished speaking, he sent a visiting card and asked the guard to take it in. Because it was the weekend, all the girls were in the Wuhan Hall. They were tired last night and worked hard until midnight. After getting up today, although they were refreshed and radiant, they were also a little lazy. They were all reading novels, chatting and playing games on the sofa. The Platinum Bishop Sarath, who presided over the Wuhan Hall of Tiandu City, went out to discuss the organizing committee of the competition with the imperial officials Ning Fengzi and others, and was not in the Wuhan Hall at this time. Therefore the visiting card was naturally delivered to the hands of the women. Huo Wuxuan, do you know this person? Xiao Wu took a look and asked in confusion, then handed the visiting card to Meng Yuran, who handed it to Ning Rongrong after reading it and passed it down in turn. Zhuge Yan said, I know Huo Wuxuan, the son of Huo Yi, the lord of Shuo City. He has made it clear himself. He is the captain of Shuo team of Shuo Academy. He seems to have good talent. He is a soul sect master at a young age. Although he is not the strongest in Shuo team, he is the core member of Shuo team and the best candidate for the NET Lord of Shuo City and Dean of Shuo Academy. Xiao Wu said, Shuo Academy, it seems to be one of the 5 element academies you mentioned, right? Ning Rongrong said contemptuously, you don't even know Shuo Academy? You have been in human society for many years, right? How come you are still so shallow? Xiao Wu said disdainfully, is Shuo Academy great? Ning Rongrong said, not great, but it is still very strong. It is a veteran team of our Tiandu Empire, as famous as Tianshui Academy and Shenfeng Academy. It has won the championship in the Soul Master competition before and is the representative of the Extreme Flow in the Soul Master world. Xiao Wu said puzzledly, isn't it the 5 Elements Academy? Why don't you mention the other 2? Aren't those 2 not as strong as these 3? Ning Rongrong said, it's not that they are much weaker in strength. The other 2 were forced to join later. They are only superficially related to the old 3 Elements Academy, but in fact they are incompatible. Zhuge Yan said, I know this. I heard Yu Tianheng brag that the Thunder Academy was established by their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. They forced the 3 Elements Academy to form an elemental alliance, which is actually to incorporate the 3 Elements Academy. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is so shameless. Xiao Wu cursed and asked, what about the other one? It seems to be called the Elephant Armor Academy. Which shameless force sent them to an the 3 Elements Academy? Zhu Zuyun coughed dryly and said, precisely, the Elephant Armor Academy was established by the Elephant Armor clan of the lower 4 sects, and the lower 4 sects are all the minions of our Wuhan Hall. Chapter 259 Challenge from Blazing Fire Academy. It's our lackey. Xiao Wu smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. What is this Huo Wuxuan doing here? He is the captain of the participating team of the Blazing Fire Academy. Why doesn't he seize the time to train? Is he here to get information? It's possible. If he wants to do something, why don't we just ask him in person? Zhu Zuyun stood up and said, I am also the captain. His Highness and Saras are not here. I should meet him. We will go too. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed. Ning Rongrong, Meng Yuran and Zhu Zuqing followed behind. The rest of the people did not react. Ya Lingling and Du Guiyan continued to play chess. Shueke was reading a romance novel, and Ling Xian and Lu Erlong, 2 older mature women, gathered together to discuss the topic of maintenance. At the door a maid came over and said to Huo Wuxuan, Mr. Huo, please follow me. Madame Zhu invites you. Madame Zhu? Is it the elder Madame Zhu? As everyone knows, His Royal Highness the Regent is a man of great courage and passion. He is also too outstanding, attracting countless outstanding women to throw themselves at him. He is always surrounded by beauties. Among the people known to everyone there are 2 Madame Zhu, a pair of sisters from the Nether Grand Duke's mansion of the Xingluo Empire. Huo Wuxuan is familiar with His Royal Highness the Regent's deed, so he naturally knows these 2 Madame Zhu. The maid smiled and said, of course it's the elder Madame Zhu. Madame Zhu is a very good person, cold, not talkative, and even less fond of socializing when His Highness is not around. It is usually Madame Zhu who comes out on his behalf. Sometimes the other ladies will come out, but Madame Zhu is an exception. She only practices and never cares about eternal affairs. Huo Wuxuan nodded secretly, which was similar to what he knew. The 2 sisters of the Zhu family are one cold and one warm, one enchanting and one cold, but both are sey and charming beauties, all of whom are inclined to His Highness the Regent. Back then, for His Highness the Regent, the sisters brazenly fled from the Xingluo Empire, and even the Xingluo prince was not interested. This has become a romantic story in the Tiandu Empire, which greatly satisfied the vanity of the people of Tiandu. After all, His Highness the Regent was born in the Tiandu Empire and now he is the husband of the Queen. He controls all military and political power in the Empire and is the actual ruler of the Empire. Last year he was ordered to suppress the noble rebellion with thundering means and he vigorously developed the welfare of the people. The Empire is changing with each passing day and countless civilians and soul masters have benefited from it. Some newspapers have praised His Royal Highness the Regent as the light of salvation for the Empire. The people of Tiandu have also accepted His Royal Highness's rule. After getting the benefits they also began to support him from the bottom of their heart. His Royal Highness can make the noble ladies of the enemy country follow him unswervingly, which is enough to make the people proud. Hua Washuan followed the maid into the spirit hall, passing many tall buildings along the way. This place covers a vast area and has many buildings. It is a small palace, one of which is the Pope's palace. The maid naturally did not take Hua Washuan to the palace in the back but came to the living room in the front hall, served fragrant tea and then quietly left. Halfway through a cup of tea footsteps were heard and Hua Washuan hurriedly got up and saw a tall and plump charming girl, or a young woman is more appropriate, with another. Several younger girls came in. Each of these girls was stunningly beautiful, no less beautiful than her younger sister Hua Wu. Normally it was rare to see one of them but now there were 4 or 5 of them. Hua Washuan couldn't help but secretly envy the blessing of His Royal Highness the Regent. They were all men, so why was there such a big gap? He was 5 or 6 years older than the Regent but he was still a bachelor. Compared with these women, the women he had experienced immediately became mediocre. Hua Washuan has met Madame Zhu and several young ladies. Although Hua Washuan knew who were around Wang Shenmeng, he couldn't compare them one by one, so he had to vaguely call them all young ladies. Anyway, they were indeed younger than Zhu Zuyun, so it was not wrong to call them that. Zhu Zuyun smiled and raised her right hand slightly, saying, "Captain Hua, you're welcome." She looked at Hua Washuan curiously. It was not the first time she heard the name, but it was the first time she saw him. Hua Washuan was of medium build and had a very ordinary appearance. His eyes sparkled with bright light, his shoulders were very broad and he was wearing a golden red blazing team uniform. His face, which was not handsome, was imposing. He was indeed a relatively good young soul master. Zhu Zuyun commented so, but that was all. He could not compare with her own man. She pointed to Xiao Wu and introduced them. "These are my good sisters Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Zuking and Meng Yuran." Hua Washuan took a closer look at Xiao Wu. The girl's name was the same as his sister's and she looked almost as pretty as him, but what really attracted other people's attention was the identity of the soul beast. Xiao Wu's identity was no longer a secret, so no one dared to nag about it and no one accused Wang Shenmeng of colluding with soul beast to subvert human. Her treatment was much better than Tang Hao's back then. Hua Washuan certainly didn't dare to have any other thought. He was not a fool. He knew the consequences of angering His Royal Highness the Regent, which was definitely not something they could bear in Shuo City. He was just simply curious about the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, but when he saw it at this time he didn't feel any difference from human. "Captain Hua, you came to visit our prince specially. I wonder what's the matter?" "His Highness is busy with affairs and can't get away for the time being. If you don't mind, it's the same to tell me. If it's a big deal I will tell His Highness. If it's a small matter I can also make the decision." Hua Washuan said, "It's not a big deal. Madame Zhu, as the captain of the Dragon Butterfly team, should be able to make the decision. In order to improve, our Blazing Fire team plans to travel to various places before the start of the competition, hoping to compete with the Dragon Butterfly team. In other words, we want to challenge the Dragon Butterfly team." Zhu Zuyun looked surprised and exchanged glances with several sisters, all of whom were puzzled. "Captain Hua, aren't all the major teams trying their best to hide their information at this time, preparing to defeat the enemy unexpectedly in the competition? Who would compete with others when the competition is about to start? Wouldn't that be actively posing the trump card to the future enemy and losing the initiative?" Hua Washuan said, "Our Blazing Fire team has been established for fighting since the day it was established. We must burn as fiercely as fire. We are not afraid of fighting, nor are we afraid of posing our trump cards, because we become stronger and stronger in battles, and the trump card of the previous time may not be the final trump card." Zhu Zuyun didn't believe Hua Washuan's words at all. "It's fine to say that they get stronger with each battle. There's only half a year left before the competition. How strong can they be? Once they are restrained by other teams it won't be fun. There must be some conspiracy here. Although they can refuse the challenge to the Dragon Butterfly team, it would be too despised. The sisters are all arrogant and proud. I'm afraid they are unwilling to avoid fighting." Chapter 260. Bai Chen Incense comes to the door. Hua Wu's jealousy. Zhu Zuyun's eyes turned and asked, "Besides Dragon and Butterfly College, who else are you going to challenge?" Hua Washuan said, "In Tiandu City the only ones that deserve our serious attention are Dragon and Butterfly College and Tiandu Royal College. In addition, Botanical College is barely qualified, but they are restrained by our Blazing Fire team and are destined to be defeated. Zhu Zuyun nodded slightly. The remaining colleges are indeed not qualified to be compared with Blazing Fire College. She also knows something about Botanical College. There are 3 or 4 soul sects in the team and their strength is really good. If they were not restrained by the flames, it would not be easy for the Blazing Fire team to take them down. Let me discuss it with my sisters and give you an answer later. You can challenge Tien de Royal College first. Then I will wait for your good news. Don't worry, the battle is conducted in secret and we will not leak the information to teams other than us. Hua Washuan's words made the women smile a little. If they don't leak the information, it is not impossible to respond to the challenge. Then I won't bother you anymore. We're staying at the Moonfall Hotel. After you come up with the result, just send someone to inform us. Okay. Things went more smoothly than expected. Hua Washuan got up in a good mood and left. Zhu Zuyun naturally wouldn't see him off in person. A spirit hall steward sent him out. What do you think? Blazing Academy wants to challenge us. Should we agree to them? Zhu Zuyun asked Yao Wu and the other 4 as he walked back. Yao Wu snorted coldly. Since they want to be abused, then we will help them. This Captain Hua Washuan is just a soul master. What are you afraid of? You don't need to take action. We can solve them. Ning Rongrong said yes, you soul kings should not take action. Keep it as a trump card. I Xiao Wu Zhu Qing Yuran Shueke. The 5 of us are enough. If it doesn't work, add Jiangju Si again 7 or find another female soul master to make up for it. Absolutely no problem. Meng Yuran said Jiangju is quite suitable, a healing soul master who can replace Sister Lingling, but it seems that there is no suitable one to make up the number. While talking, another maid suddenly came to report that a girl named Bai Chen Iong wanted to see His Highness. Bai Chen Iong? What is she doing here? Ning Rongrong and Bai Chen Iong are somewhat acquainted and they have fought side by side before. She said let her come in and ask first. The maid hurried out and soon after Bai Chen Iong was brought in. Bai Chen Iong greets all the sisters. Yes. Zhu Zuyun nodded calmly and asked, what do you want to see our prince? Bai Chen Iong clearly felt the rejection of these sisters, but she didn't care. Instead she felt a little proud. Why did they reject her? Because they felt threatened and were afraid that the prince would be tempted by her. This proves that her beauty and charm are strong enough to attract the prince's attention, which makes these ladies feel repulsive. I have something important to tell the prince. Where is he? The prince is busy with affairs and is not here. He may be in the palace. You might as well go to the palace to meet him. Zhu Zuyun knew that the prince was practicing the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and was not in the palace at all. She deliberately wanted Bai Chen Iong to make a wasted trip. Bai Chen Iong was indeed a little disappointed, but she didn't plan to leave. She smiled and said, then I'll wait for him here. He should be back tonight. I really have something important to tell His Highness. If I miss it, there will be serious consequences. Zhu Zuyun frowned and it was not easy to order her to leave. She immediately ordered a maid to take her to the guest room to wait. Ning Rongrong still remembered their old friendship and didn't want to ignore the guest too much, so she took the initiative to accompany her. Moonfall Hotel. The members of the Blazing Fire team also booked a large suite with 7 people in each room and a hall for eating or communicating. After Hua Washuan came back, the other SI people gathered around. They were the other SI members of the Blazing Fire team, 5 men and 1 woman. Hua Washuan's sister Hua Wu, the strong attack spirit master, Hua Bao, the agile attack spirit masters Hua Yun and Hua Yu, and the auxiliary spirit masters Hua Xing and Hua Chen. Although Hua Washuan is the captain of the Blazing Fire team, the strongest soul master of the Blazing Fire team is not him but his sister, the control type soul master Hua Wu, who is both the vice captain and the soul of the team. Hua Wu is a very beautiful girl. The golden red team uniform complements her perfectly. With her dark red long hair, she is as eye-catching as a flame that can melt any man. Although she is the only girl in the Blazing Fire team, she is the tallest among the 7 and her figure is very well proportioned. She always has a faint smile on her face and a faint red light is faintly revealed around her body. Brother, did they agree? Hua Wu's voice is crisp and pleasant and every word is clear and there is absolutely no dragging. Hua Washuan said, I didn't see His Royal Highness the Regent, I only saw a few ladies. Madame Zhu said she wanted to discuss and give us an answer later. Madame Zhu can't even make such a decision. Isn't she the captain? What is there to discuss? Is she afraid of us? Hua Wu frowned, her eyes flashed with eagerness. I heard that these women are very favored by the king. A lot of resources have been spent on training. Each of them has been reborn and can be called peerless geniuses. If I can defeat them, does it mean that the amorous prince has a problem with his vision and I am the real peerless genius? Sister, be careful with your word. Hua Washuan looked at his sister helplessly. When will this competitive character change? Can His Royal Highness the Regent be criticized casually? Hua Wu said nonchalantly, what are you afraid of? He is such a big shot. Is he still fussing with a little girl like me? Is he going to offend me for a few words? Hua Washuan said, it's always better to say less. How can big shots be discussed casually? Hua Wu curled her lips and didn't continue continue to argue with her brother. She said, "Brother, have you seen those so-called ladies? What do you think? Are they all outstanding?" Hua Washuan thought for a while and said, "Outstanding is for sure. I dare not stare at them, but I can be sure that they are all very beautiful. As for their strength, I haven't seen them take action, so it's hard to say, but from the aura they are all very impressive. I only saw the two Madame Zhu, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Meng Yuran. In addition to the unfathomable aura of Madame Zhu, the aura of Madame Zhu and the soul beast Xiao Wu is also obscure, and they must be soul lord. The soul power of the other two is lower than mine, and they should not have reached the soul lord yet." Hua Wu's eyes condense lightly. Zhu Zuking seems to be only 14 years old, but she is also a soul lord, which really makes us geniuses who practice hard have nowhere to complain. If these resources were given to me, I would have become a soul king long ago. Her tone was full of undisguised jealousy. Wang Shenmen's unreasonable cheating for the people around him deeply stimulated Hua Wu, a genius who was competitive and eager to become the strongest. Hua Washuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. In this era, because of the sudden appearance of that prince, no one else could be called a genius. He was like a sun hanging high in the sky, and the rest of the people were not even stars, at most small flames on the ground. Fighting back and forth in the eyes of others, it was like a child's house game. Hua Washuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's not worry about the Dragon Butterfly team for now. Whether they agree or refuse, we can only accept it. But we must find out the bottom line of Tian De Royal Academy." Chapter 261 Haoshan Secret Order. When Wang Shenmeng returned to the Wuhan Hall at night, he was surprised to learn that Hua Washuan and Bai Chen Iong came to the door one after another. However, after hearing about Hua Washuan's desire to challenge and improve himself, he shook his head and said, "This must be a superficial reason. The Blazing Fire team is playing a trick." The girls were a little curious, and Lu Erlong said, "Do you know what they are planning?" Wang Shenmeng nodded. "I can probably guess." He didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly said his guess. As everyone knows, the Five Elements Academy is called the Five Elements of the same breed, but in fact this is just the surface situation. Thunder Academy was established by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Resect with the purpose of anning the Blazing Fire, Divine Wind and Tian Shui Three-Element Academies, and even the Three-Element City strengthen their peripheral strength. Therefore the Three Elements Academy and Thunder Academy have a bad relationship. The Elephant Armor Academy was established by the Elephant Armor sect mainly to train peripheral disciples for the sect absorb fresh blood and join the Five Elements Alliance. It was just a coincidence without any ambition, and it didn't interact with the other academies. Therefore the only three old Three-Element Academies with a long history among the Five-Element Academies are Shuo Academy, Shenfeng Academy and Tianshui Academy. It is not wrong to say that they are of the same blood and advance and retreat together. Shuo team. Wang Shenmeng smiled. "If I guess correctly, when the competition starts, the Three-Element Academies are likely to merge into one team. By then their new team will be unprecedentedly strong, and they have figured out the bottom of each major team. It will be easy to advance to the finals, and there is even hope of making it into the top three." It turned out to be like this. That Hua Washuan looked like an honest person, but I didn't expect him to lie. He also said that after the challenge the information of each major team will never be leaked to other teams. I thought he was telling the truth, but I didn't expect he was lying to us. Zhu Zuyun said angrily, extremely dissatisfied with Hua Washuan in her heart. This lie actually deceived her. Did he think she was easy to bully? Wang Shenmeng said, "This is not a lie. When the people from Tian Shui and Kamikaze joined their Blazing Fire team, they did not leak it to other teams. It can only be said that he played some word game." Du Guyan said, "Does the organizing committee of the competition not care if they play this trick and merge several teams into one?" Wang Shenmeng said, "Why should you care? The students of Tian Shui College and Kamikaze College are willing to quit their original colleges and join Blazing Fire College. Can you still care where they go to school?" Du Guyan was speechless. There is really no way to control this, just like the Shrek SI monsters joining Tian De Royal College. If you insist on saying it is a foul, you have to start from Tian De Royal College, but this is obviously untenable. It is the student's freedom to join which college, and it is also the college's freedom to choose who to participate in the competition. The organizing committee is not so long-handed and cannot control their internal affairs. Even if they merge, so what? Are we afraid of them?" Lu Erlong snorted coldly. "Aren't they going to challenge? Promise them and teach them a lesson. Even if they find out a little bit about us, what can be changed?" Wang Shenmeng nodded and said, "Okay, let's do as you said. Yin Yan Zizuyun Lingling U4 don't play. Rong Rong Zuking Xiao okay or Yuren U5 play. 5 against 7, there should be no problem. As for Jiangzhu, she can also play if she wants, and she can be a substitute in the future." After the discussion, Wang Shenmeng said, "I'll go see Bai Chen Iong to see what she has big event." Coming to the living room, Bai Chen Iong and Ning Rongrong were already waiting inside. "Brother Meng." Ning Rongrong saw Wang Shenmeng and naturally came over over to hug his arm. The two sat on the sofa together. Bai Chen-iong stood up and saluted. Hello Your Highness. Don't be polite. We are friends. Just treat it as a meeting between friends. Wang Shenmeng asked Bai Chen-iong to sit down and asked curiously. It seems that today is not the weekend. Don't you have to train? Bai Chen-iong smiled bitterly. Your Highness, don't you know yet? I have withdrawn from the Royal Do second team and also dropped out of Tianda Royal Academy. You dropped out? Wang Shenmeng was surprised and said, I advised you not to waste time in Shrek Academy before, but you never left. Now that the competition is about to start, you drop out again. What is the reason? Bai Chen-iong shook his head and said, I was going to leave before, but later I found out that Tang Hao was hiding beside Tang San. He somehow knew that I was conspiring with some of the clan members to resist him. He was very angry about this and said that I was not allowed to go back to cause trouble. I have been waiting for an opportunity and now the opportunity has come, but I dare not go back. I am afraid that Tang Hao will kill me. Wang Shenmeng frowned and said, what's the situation? Where did Tang Hao go again? Bai Chen-iong said, it seems that the Haoshan sect has sent a secret order asking him to return to the sect to discuss things. Not only him, my grandfather Tailong Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, the three heads of the family, have all received the secret order from the Haoshan sect. I don't know why they dared not hesitate at all and went to the Haoshan sect. Haoshan sect secret order? Summon Tang Hao? A faint light flashed in Wang Shenmen's eyes. There were too many people in Haoshan sect who hated Tang Hao to the core, including several elders. Even Tang Xiao did not dare to ask Tang Hao to return to Haoshan sect. The only person who dared to let Tang Hao return so openly was Tang Chen. During the Shura God 9 test, this guy was secretly manipulated by the Rakshasa god and was parasitized by the blood-red 9-headed bat. He had no hope of escaping, but the year before last his teacher Bibi Dong went to the Slaughter City to obtain evil energy and slaughtered the entire Slaughter City. The blood-red 9-headed bat transformed into a killing swarm. The king was also killed and Tang Chen gained freedom instead. Although at that time his body had been beaten to the point of being broken and he could not save the situation, even if he tried to regain control of his body, he still managed to escape the pursuit with the power of the Shura blood sword. He had been hiding for more than a year and now he is showing up again. Wang Shenmeng was obsessed with Tang Chen. This person was carrying the inheritance of the throne of the Shura god. If the inheritance of the throne could not be snatched by force, he would have taken people to kill Tang Chen now. He looked at Bai Chen-iong. Then what are your plans? Bai Chen-iong bit his lip and suddenly said, please allow me to follow you, Your Highness. Without Your Highness's protection, those of our four major families who want to break away from Tang Hao's control have no hope of success at all, because once they take actual action they will inevitably be killed by Tang Hao's thunder. We dare not move at all. Wang Shenmeng said, this is the fact. Small actions in private are fine, but once they really want to split, it will be a betrayal to Tang Hao and they will definitely die. Tang Hao is the kind of person who always lets others down. How can he allow others to let him down? Bai Chen-iong asked expectantly. So you agree? Chapter 262 Getting Ready. In Bai Chen-iong's expectant eyes, Wang Shenmeng smiled slightly. If you are willing to turn from darkness to light, I will naturally not turn you away. I am happy to make Tang Hao feel uncomfortable, and you are here at the right time, because after the competition I will start to eliminate those forces that are against our Wuhan Hall and those who are specifically against me. Not to mention the 4 single attribute families. Even the Haoshan sect is on my cleanup list. Ah! Bai Chen-iong and Ning Rongrong covered their mouth at the same time, stunned by the news. The two looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was definitely explosive news. His Highness actually planned to take action against the world's #1 sect. The Soul Master world, which had been peaceful for more than 10 years, was about to set off a huge wave again. Fortunately, the 9 Treasures Glaze sect had already surrendered to the Spirit Hall, otherwise it would have been one of the primary targets in this wave of cleanup. Bai Chen-iong was both relieved and a little worried. Luckily he jumped off the ship in time and found a way out for some of the clansmen. What worried him was that many of the clansmen would be taken by his grandfather to be buried with the Haoshan sect. These are all secret. At present they are just my own thought. Don't spread them around to avoid causing panic. In any case, let's finish the grand event of the Soul Master competition smoothly first. Wang Shenmeng is not afraid of the enemy, knowing the gap in strength is there. Can they reverse this gap after knowing it? Now that the inheritance of the Azura God throne has appeared, the Sea God has also hooked up with Tang San. The power of the Sea God Island will probably surface soon. The appearance of Tang Chen will also greatly encourage those who are against the Spirit Hall. It is time for them to face the reality so that the Sea God and Azura God can send down the throne as soon as possible. By that time I will be promoted to titled Douluo. Even if I can't become a god in one step, but all the accumulation will burst out, I should be able to reach the realm of demigod. Wang Shenmeng is confident that he will become a god before Tang Tang San, and according to his own idea, once he becomes a god he will not be an ordinary little god, and he doesn't worry about things getting out of control. Ning Rongrong said, don't spread it around. Then can I tell Dad? Let him make some preparations to avoid any misunderstandings at that time. Wang Shenmeng said, you can let our dad know and wait for the Haoshan sect to win over. When he was very firm in his position. Ning Rongrong was surprised and said, Haoshan sect would also try to win over my father? Don't they know our relationship? Wang Shenmeng said, we have to give it a try. Doesn't your father always say that the three sects are of the same blood? Maybe people think that he joined the spirit hall to endure humiliation and that his heart is on the enemy's side. It was difficult for him to attack Ning Rongrong. Ning Fengzi was a man who would sacrifice everything for the sect. He put profit first. Although Ning Rongrong was his only daughter, she would not hesitate to sacrifice when it was time. In the original novel he saw that Tang San was talented and from the Haoshan sect, so he wanted to marry Ning Rongrong to Tang San at the first time, and he didn't care whether Ning Rongrong had someone in his heart. If Tang San didn't have Xiao Wu and didn't have any intention of Ning Rongrong, he would definitely have done his best to facilitate it. In this life Tang San was gone, but the more dazzling and powerful Wang Shenmeng appeared. Seeing that things were impossible, he surrendered to the spirit hall and was the first time pushed Ning Rongrong to Wang Shenmeng to protect the interest and status of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Such people are unlikely to truly submit to a certain person or force. They are only loyal to interest. If Tang Chen uses various methods to win them over, Ning Fengzi may not have any trick. Of course Wang Shenmeng doesn't really care. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong he wouldn't bother to care. If the Nine Treasures Glazed Tile sect dared to defect he would just kill them. What's the big deal? Wang Shenmeng said to Bai Chen Iong, you can contact clansmen who are willing to abandon darkness and join the light. They can go to Wuhan City or Tiandu City. In the future they will be responsible for assisting us in gathering intelligence. This is your strength and your main business. I heard that your Minyi clan is not doing well. You can't just eat by joining me. You have to show your value. I am working on the plan of creating God. I need more Fasoul masters to carry out public opinion propaganda. You should be able to do it. Although Bai Chen Iong didn't know what the God-making plan was, she could still understand the general arrangement. She was relieved to assign tasks to her clansmen. It's good to be valuable. If they are useless, don't expect to be taken seriously. She hurriedly pressed her position solemnly. Your Highness, don't worry. I will lead the clansmen to be loyal to your Highness and complete the tasks perfectly for your Highness. Wang Shenmeng nodded. Very good. You know Yang Washuan, right? Yang Washuan. Bai Chen Iong said, Your Highness, are you talking about Elder Yang Washuan, the younger brother of the leader of the Po Yi clan, Yang Wudi? Wang Shenmeng said, that's him. The Po Yi clan and the Haoshan sect were originally more distant than the other three clans, but they have strong attack power, extreme personality, and are good at refining medicine. They not only have medicine for curing diseases but also many extremely powerful poison. Therefore the threat to our Wuhan Hall is much greater than the other three clans. Wang Shenmeng explained calmly. Therefore when the Haoshan sect was forced to close its gates and abandoned many affiliated forces, we didn't care about the rest of the forces. Only the Po Yi clan caused considerable damage to our Wuhan Hall when they followed the Haoshan sect, so we launched a special attack on them. Bai Chen Iong nodded repeatedly. Among the four single attribute families, the most miserable one was the Po Yi clan. More than 10 years have passed and there are less than 100 members of the clan, not even half of the other three families. This is because they were specially taken care of by the Wuhan Hall. Thinking of this, she was still grateful in her heart. Fortunately the Wuhan Hall looked down on their Minyi clan. Otherwise if they were taken care of casually they would not only be poor now, but I am afraid that they would have disappeared. At that time Yang Washuan was captured by us in order to save Yang Wudi. Later he surrendered to us because he could not bear the torture. He has been refining medicine for us for these years. What, Yang Washuan is still alive? Bai Chen Iong was surprised and said, the Yang Wudi clan leader has been saying that Yang Washuan is dead and he hates the spirit hall for this. If he knew that Yang Washuan was still alive, I wonder how happy he would be, and maybe he would let go of his hatred for the spirit hall. No, you are wrong. Wang Shenmeng sneered. Yang Wudi will not only not be happy but will also resent Yang Washuan for surrendering to the enemy, and he will find ways to kill Yang Washuan himself. He will not remember that Yang Washuan was captured and put to death to save him, nor will he think about whether Yang Washuan has any difficulties, and will not find a way to save his brother from the control of the spirit hall and be himself again. He will only remember that Yang Washuan surrendered to the enemy, and this alone can erase all the efforts Yang Washuan made for him and the Po Yi clan. Yang Wudi or the Po Yi clan is essentially a radical and mean person who only remembers hatred but not gratitude. Back then he relied on the Haoshan sect to grow and develop, but kept his secret method of refining medicine tightly for fear that the Haoshan sect would know. One of the important important reasons why they were estranged from the Haoshan sect was that they were unwilling to make sacrifices for the Haoshan sect, which had already caused dissatisfaction from the old sect master at the time. Even Tang Hao saw through their true colors, fearing power but not virtue, so when he subdued them for the second time he was unreasonable and killed them all if they refused to surrender. Didn't Yang Wudi surrender again? He himself surrendered to Tang Hao again, but he resented his brother for surrendering to the spirit hall, which was ridiculous. Wang Shenmeng told a series of secrets, some of which were in the original book and some of which were real information he got, and he did not wrongly accuse Yang Wudi. Finally he said to the stunned Bai Chen Ayong, I will write a letter to Yang Washu and you can discuss it. If there are still people in the four major families who want to abandon the dark and join the light, you will arrange it. He thought that the four major families each had their own unique skills. The Power family was invincible in forging iron, the Defense family was the best in civil engineering, the Po family was the best in refining medicine, and the Min family was the best in intelligence. They were all somewhat useful and it would be a waste to kill them all. I would just give those who did not hate the Spirit Hall a chance to live. Chapter 263 Bai Chen Ayong moved into the palace. Your Highness, can I join the Dragon Butterfly Academy and participate in the Soul Master competition? Bai Chen Ayong pressed her own small wish, which of course also contained a certain purpose. She said a little embarrassedly, I just don't want to miss this grand event of the Soul Master world. The NET time will be years later. It feels so long. I know my strength is not good, but I am just a substitute watching the excitement and having a sense of participation. Wang Shenmeng said indifferently, if you want to follow then follow, but there may not be many opportunities to play. It just so happens that there is a game with Blazing Academy recently, SI against 7 and you come just 7 against 7. Yeah. After getting a positive reply, Bai Chen Ayong cheered happily and said with joy, thank you, Your Highness, I will definitely not hold you back, just follow and broaden your horizons. Wang Shenmeng nodded and asked, then where do you live now after leaving Tiandu Royal Academy? Bai Chen Ayong said, I stay in a hotel. The Power clan is a loyal follower of Tang Hao, I dare not go to them. Wang Shenmeng frowned and sighed, since you have betrayed Tang Hao will definitely not let you go if he has a chance. How about this, you live in the Spirit Hall and I will arrange a room for you. It is very safe here. If you want to contact people from the four major clans you can use letters to summon them. Don't run around alone lest you fall into Tang Hao's hands. Bai Chen Ayong was overjoyed and quickly agreed, well then I will live here. I have already checked out when I came to the hotel. Wang Shenmeng said to Ning Rong, you have a good relationship with Chen Ayong, you arrange a room for her and then get familiar with everyone on her behalf and tell them the situation. Ning Rong's eyes were a little strange. She always felt that Bai Chen Ayong's purpose was not simple, and it was not just to find a way out for the clan. She ran to the Spirit Hall so eagerly, asked to join the team and lived here. No matter how you look at it, it seems that she wants to take advantage of her man. Apart from other things, who in the outside world doesn't know what kind of people are in their Dragon Butterfly team? From the team leader Lu Erlong to all the team members, they are all members of the harem group. It's hard for people not to suspect that you, an outsider, are not interested in joining. Come with me. Ning Rong said unhappily, I treat you as a sister but you are trying to hit on my man. You are not satisfied with being an ordinary sister, you want to be a real sister. Sister Rong, thank you for your help. Bai Chen Ayong quickly hugged Ning Rong's arm and said flatteringly, I'm new here and I'm not familiar with you sisters. As my only friend you have to help me integrate into the team, otherwise I will be out of place and you will feel uncomfortable. Haha, I will. Ning Rong replied perfunctorily, curling her lips secretly. You are an outsider, no matter how much you want to integrate there is really no barrier unless you also become a member of the harem group and everyone becomes a family, sisters in the true sense, then the feeling will naturally be different. She will not help Bai Chen Ayong to that point. Although she can't stop the man's heart, it is naturally better to have one less sister. Don't expect them to help men open a harem. Wang Shenmeng has arranged Bai Chen Ayong here and naturally he will have to serve her with a fist when he returns. It took a lot of words to appease the women and accept Bai Chen Ayong's stay. The NET day he did not continue to practice but went to the palace with Shueke to handle the imperial affairs. Shueke was not very interested in the imperial affairs. She went to bed late last night and did some exercise before going to bed. Now she was catching up on her sleep on the imperial couch. Wang Shenmeng was alone, slowly flipping through the memorials. Suddenly the eunuch Zhao Jianghe whispered in his ear, Your Highness, the chief of the Tiandu Royal High Spirit Master Academy, Mr. Meng Shenji, wants to see you. Call him in. Yes. The eunuch Zhao Jianghe was the new chief eunuch promoted by Qian Ren Yui after he came to power. His real identity was a soul saint of the Wuhan Hall. He was a eunuch. Later he simply cut off the useless parts and entered the Tiandu Palace as an undercover. After Qian Ren Yui successfully successfully stole the country, he naturally promoted his own people to replace the old emperor's confidant. Zhao Jianghe became the head of the palace eunuchs because of his strength, loyalty and merit, because of his hard work in hiding for many years and his contributions in covering up the identity of Shui King He. He received many rewards, including a top-grade herb and a 20,000-year-old soul bone given by Wang Shenmeng. His cultivation finally broke through to Soul Douluo not long ago. Eunuch Zhao was so grateful to Wang Shenmeng that he served him more carefully. A moment later, Zhao Jianghe came in with Meng Shenji. Your Highness, Meng Shenji pays respect to His Majesty the King. Meng Shenji half knelt on the ground and paid homage. The reason for half kneeling was to respect his Soul Douluo status. If he was below Soul Saint, he would have to kneel completely. Although the Tiandu Empire was a hodgepodge of the Eastern centralized power and Western lord system in Wang Shenmen's previous life, the emperor was still very noble with extremely high power and status. In the original work, Tang San, who was already a level 66 Soul Emperor, had to kneel when he saw Emperor Shui. Yet now that Wang Shenmeng has eliminated more than 2/3 of the empire's noble lord, centralization has reached an unprecedented level. He has reached an unprecedented height, even surpassing the Xingluo Empire. Therefore, although he is only acting as the emperor, his authority and status have greatly surpassed the Snow Knight Emperor of the Year. Except for the title Douluo, it is natural for the rest of the people to kneel when they see him. In the entire Douluo continent, the only one who enjoys such authority and status is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Any spirit master below the title Douluo normally has to kneel when seeing the Pope. In the finals of the Spirit Master competition in the original book, everyone knelt. The Shrek 7 devils insisted on not kneeling, which was the most disrespectful. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang, who was traveling with them, they would probably have been severely punished on the spot. No need to be polite. Wang Shenmeng stretched out his hand to support him, and Meng Shenji said, "Thank you, Your Majesty," and stood up. Education Committee member Meng came to the palace to ask for an audience, but what happened to the royal fighting team? Wang Shenmeng actually had some guesses because this year's Soul Master competition was unprecedentedly grand, so the influence and attention it attracted were also unparalleled. Many colleges would try their best to participate even if they had no chance to win any prizes, even if they just showed up, which was enough to brag about for a lifetime. At this time, the only one who could work for the Chief Education Committee was the royal fighting team, the core focus of Tiandu College. Meng Shenji said, "Your Highness is wise. I am indeed here for the royal fighting team. There are two things to report to my king. One is that Bai Chen Iong, a member of the royal fighting team 2, has withdrawn from the team and left the academy." Wang Shenmeng said, "I already know about this. Bai Chen Iong left for the important matter of the Minzi clan. Now she has brought some of her clansmen to join the Spirit Hall, and she has also transferred to the Dragon Butterfly Academy. You don't need to ask about it." Yes, Meng Shenji didn't care about Bai Chen Iong. She was just a great soul master, not even close to being a soul master. Her martial soul was not very strong and she couldn't play any role. Whether she left or not had no effect at all. The reason why he had to report it was because Bai Chen Iong was personally assigned to the royal fighting team 2 by His Highness. Now that she ran away, he had to explain it lest His Highness remember to ask about it one day and the person was already gone and he would think that they were deceiving the king. Chapter 264 Let's Fight. The second thing is that Blazing Academy suddenly came to Tiandu City and challenged our royal team 1. We dare not act on our own. Please let Your Highness make the decision. It's not that Meng Shenji is timid, it's just that this competition is extraordinary. There are too many people paying attention and the royal team 1 is the face of the empire. If he causes unnecessary failure, he will be spitted to death. Wang Shenmeng said, "What do you mean?" Meng Shenji said, "The royal team 1 is not afraid of challenges and the Blazing Academy has also promised not to leak our information to other teams. Therefore our teachers and students all want to accept the challenge and see which is stronger between the Blazing Academy, one of the old and strong teams of the 5 Elements Academy, and us. Then let's fight." Wang Shenmeng said, "I also want to see the strength of the Blazing Academy. Tell them that the competition will be held at the Tiandu Academy training ground tomorrow morning and His Majesty and I will go to watch the game. You should also prepare well. The Blazing team should not be underestimated. I don't want to see you being slapped in the face in your own territory. I obey your order." Meng Shenji's face also became a little solemn. His Majesty and His Highness came to watch the game in person, which shows how much they value this game. If they lose the game, they will really become the sinners of the academy. How can they raise their heads in the future? If Wang Shenmeng knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh. He just wanted to have some fun and at most he was a little interested in Hua Wu. As for the win or loss of the two teams, he didn't care at all. Well then, you go back and let the students prepare so that there will be no problems at the critical moment tomorrow. I'm leaving. Meng Shenji bowed again and left the hall. Wang Shenmeng quickly put the matter behind him and continued to deal with the backlog of things. Fortunately he had a strong mental power, whether it was memory or thought, far beyond ordinary people, and could even stretch the timeline and dream. In the outside world it might have only passed half an hour, but in dreams it was enough to make this world become a few days or even years. Therefore dealing with the complicated and tedious imperial affairs is really not a burden for him now. After dealing with the piled up things on the desk, in a few minutes Wang Shenmeng also lay on the imperial couch. After a while Her Majesty the Queen turned into a real white swan, panting with her neck tilted back. After returning to the academy, Meng Shenji went directly to the training area of Tiandu Royal Team 1, where the 10 members of Team 1 and many teachers were waiting. The other 2 members of the Education Committee and the Dean of Academic Affairs and other senior college officials also rushed over after hearing the news, and they surrounded Meng Shenji. By Basehan II in the Education Committee said, Chief Meng, what does His Highness say? Do you agree that we can fight with Shuo Academy? Meng Shenji said, Your Highness respects our opinion and will let us fight with Shuo Academy at the Academy training ground tomorrow morning. Zhao Wuji said, I knew this would be the result. Our Royal Do Team 1 is so strong, what is Shuo Academy afraid of? If we don't even dare to accept their challenge, what competition are we going to participate in? We might as well be a spectator and avoid embarrassing ourselves on stage. Everyone agreed with this. Whether they were teachers or students, they were all very confident in the strength of the Tiandu Royal Team. It can be said that this class is the strongest in the history of Tiandu Royal Academy. There is one Soul King, 4 Soul Sect, and the remaining 2 are about to enter the Soul Sect. There are also 3 Soul Venerable Substitute. This is definitely a super strong team. They don't think that the mere Shuo Academy has the ability to defeat them. Meng Shenji added, Your Highness will come with His Majesty to watch the battle tomorrow. You should perform well. If you perform well, it will be easier to apply for financial grants later and everyone will get reward. If you don't perform well and fail at the critical moment, I don't need to tell you the consequences. No one will have a good time. With the rapid development of Soul Guide and technology, silicone tires have appeared, replacing traditional wooden wheels or iron wheels. Simple travel tools such as bicycles have been made and are becoming popular. Everyone knows what it means to fail. After listening to Meng Shenji's words, everyone was excited and solemn. They were excited because if they performed well tomorrow, the rewards would definitely be generous, but the 2 supremes watching the battle in person also brought pressure to everyone. If they were defeated by Shuo Academy, it would not only be them who would be embarrassed, but also the entire academy and the real dean of the academy, Her Majesty the Queen. The consequences will be more serious and even affect the future development of some people such as Oslo Yufeng Shimo, who will develop in the empire in the future and pay more attention to their performance in front of His Majesty the Emperor. If they leave a bad impression of being useless, they will be in trouble in the future. Meng Shenji said, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, Qin Ming Yu, Xiao Gang, the 4 of you are the main teachers of the Royal Do Team 1. The strategic planning and tactical formulation in the future will be carried out by you. I have only one request: to defeat the Blazing Academy cleanly and neatly and let them know that our Tiandu Royal Academy is definitely not taking the resources of the Empire without any achievement. Don't worry, I will arrange it. Flanders nodded solemnly. Meng Shenji said, then arrange for someone to notify Shuo Academy. We have accepted their challenge. The competition will officially begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Who will notify Shuo Academy? By Basehan said, Shuo Academy has a teacher who brought their captain to challenge. We will also send a teacher and a student to reply, but there is no need for the captain to go. After all, we are also a royal academy. How can we lower our status and be the same as them? Flander nodded and said, then let the deputy captain Tang San go. In addition, teacher Qin Mingyu and Daimyo Bai go together so that people don't underestimate us. Teacher Zhao, don't worry, I won't let people look down on our academy. Qin Ming understood what Flander meant. He was a man who became a Soul Emperor at the age of 34. This talent is absolutely top-notch. He can attract people's attention anywhere and is enough to represent the teacher group of Tiandu Royal Academy. Qin Ming immediately brought Tang San to Tiandu City, found the Moonfall Hotel and replied to Shuo Academy that the competition would start at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The teacher Huo Yan and the captain Huo Washuan of Shuo Academy came out. Both sides weighed each other and were dignified. Teacher Qin Lai, take care. We will arrive on time tomorrow morning. Huo Yan politely sent Qin Ming and Tang San out of the hotel gate. Qin Ming was about to take Tang San back, but Tang San said, Teacher Qin, since I came to Tiandu City, I have to visit my aunt. Please go back first. Okay, you come back early. We still have to discuss tomorrow's tactical arrangement. Don't delay the game. Qin Ming knew Tang Yuehua's identity and couldn't stop him, so he nodded and agreed. Teacher Qin, don't worry, I will definitely come back in the afternoon. After Tang San finished speaking, he walked towards Yu Yuan. Chapter 2 265 Reaction Moonfall Hotel. The Shuo Academy gathered together again to discuss the game. Tiandu Royal Academy has agreed to compete and Longdi Academy has also accepted the challenge. This must be the intention of that prince. Huo Wushuan smiled very happy about the smooth progress of the plan and determined to deal with the competition well and not to weaken the reputation of their old and strong team of Shuo Academy. Huo Yan, the team leader, said tomorrow His Royal Highness the Regent and Her Majesty the Queen will go to watch the game in person. You must perform well. This is a rare opportunity to perform. If you can get the attention of the prince, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. Today is different from the past. Whether from the perspective of the Soul Master world or from the perspective of imperial power, Shuo City is under the rule of that prince. The other party's attitude may be related to the rise and fall of Shuo City. Although the Three Elements Academy is quite strong and is also a force in the Soul Master world, it depends on who it is compared with. Whether it is at the level of the Empire or the level of the Spirit Hall, they are nothing compared to it. Today the Tiandu Empire and the Spirit Hall advance and retreat together, which makes up for the biggest shortcoming of the lack of strong people. With the strong people of the Spirit Hall cooperating with the millions of troops and billions of people of the Empire, the strength that bursts out is definitely greater than 1+1. This is also the main reason why the Spirit Hall proposed the plan to steal the country. Everyone's face condensed except Huo Wu. They all felt a kind of pressure and they dared not take tomorrow's game lightly. Huo Wu crossed her arms. A strange look flashed in her eyes and she was eager to try. Your Majesty and His Highness are coming to watch the battle? That's great. I have wanted to meet him for a long time. He is so famous, the most brilliant and talented soul master in history. I wonder how big the gap is between me and him. Huo Wushuan smiled bitterly. Sister, I am not trying to hit you. The gap between you two is like the difference between the stars and the sun. People like us who are praised as geniuses are like the stars in the night sky. Although they are also bright and dazzling, they are competing for brilliance. They can only emit light when the sun is not out. Once the sun rises, all the stars are covered by the sunlight and cannot be in the same sky. Huo Wu said the stars cannot be as brilliant as the sun, but the moon can. Although the moon's brilliance cannot be compared with the sun, it is still on par with the sun and the moon overshadowing the brilliance of the stars. In this era of genius we cannot be the sun, so let's see who can be the moon that can be on par with the sun. Huo Yan sighed. It is both your misfortune and your luck to be in the same era with such a person. The misfortune is that his brilliance overshadows the brilliance of everyone else, making all geniuses dim in front of him. The luck is that you may have the opportunity to witness the rise of a great e-instance with your own eyes. If someone can break through the limit of 100 levels and achieve an e-instance above mortals, then this person can only be that prince. Huo Wu's eyes flashed with a hot light and she said with longing, what kind of scenery is the e-instance above 100 levels? I really want to go and see it. Everyone was silent. Even Huo Wushuan, who loved his sister, had to admit that with his sister's talent it might be a little hopeful for her to become a titled Douluo in this life. She was not qualified to peek into the realm above level 100. That prince is 18 years old this year and his soul power level has reached a level close to that of a titled Douluo. When you were his age you were just a small soul master. From this point you can see how big the gap between you is. Don't even think about comparing yourself with him. He is the strongest genius of all time and he will also be the youngest titled Douluo in history. Your goal is the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. If you can beat the legendary Pope's disciple, you will be famous enough to shake the continent and make the whole world shock. After that, even if you can't become the moon, you can become the brightest star. Huo Wushuan couldn't bear to hit his sister, but Huo Yan had to pour cold water on her, telling her not to have those unrealistic ideas. Everyone is different. Don't think too much about other things. Now let's think about how to defeat Tiandu Royal Academy. Their strength is not weak. The Tang San who came today is a control type soul master. He has such strength at the age of 14. This talent is shocking. Even Shui Bing'er seems to be inferior. Huo Yan looked at Huo Wu. You are also a control type soul master. You should know that a control type soul master is the soul of a team. After the battle starts tomorrow, try to get Tang San out as soon as possible. Huo Wu said, don't worry, we got the news that Tang San's martial soul is blue silver grass. If it is another control type martial soul, I still have concerns, but blue silver grass can plants also resist the ability of fire? Everyone also smiled lightly. It was bad luck for Tang San to meet Blazing Fire Academy. Although they didn't know how he cultivated a trash spirit like blue silver grass to soul sect, it couldn't change the property of being restrained by fire. Everyone have a good discussion. After that, go to bed early. I will take you to Tiandu Royal Academy tomorrow morning. While the people of Blazing Academy were studying tactics, Tang San also came to Yu Yuan. He actually had nothing to do in Yu Yuan, just to keep in touch so as not to let his relationship with his aunt fade away after not visiting for a long time. By the the way he had some things he wanted to ask. Since Tang Hao was not around, he could ask Tang Yuehua about many things. Yu Yuan. Tang Yuehua was quite welcoming of Tang San's arrival. Although she had opinions about Tang San's character, he was her nephew after all. She couldn't cut off the relationship, right? She hated those people in Haoshanzong who treated her cruelly, but she didn't have any hatred for Tang San. On the contrary, because Tang San had been wandering outside since he was a child and had no connection with Haoshanzong, it was a plus. Xiao San, is your father okay? Aunt, my father left and said he was going to a place. I don't know where he went. Tang San actually knew about it. Tang Hao did not hide it from him. He also said that he would go back to see the situation first. If possible, he would take him back to recognize his ancestors. Tang San was a little entangled about this. After all, the Haoshan sect was the world's largest sect in the past, and now it is the leader of the top 3 sect. If he can return to the Haoshan sect, he will have a background. Maybe he can figure out whether he is Tang Hao's son or Tang Xiao's son. But the Haoshan sect is obviously against the Spirit Hall. Now the Spirit Hall is in its heyday. He doesn't think that the Haoshan sect can fight against the Spirit Hall. Returning to the sect at this time may not be a good choice. Tang Yuehua's face changed. She actually knew why Tang Hao returned to the sect, because her grandfather was back. But she didn't receive any news for her to go back. Although she would not go back, there was no news at all. It can be seen that her grandfather didn't care about her at all or didn't trust her. Chapter 266. Tang San's doubt. Aunt, I came here today to ask you about my mother. Can you tell me? Tang Yuehua's face changed again and she sighed. Xiao San, your mother's story is very complicated and it can't be explained in a few words. She had an accident that year, but now she is fine. You will have a chance to see her in the future. Your father won't let me tell you. I promised him, so I can't tell you. Tang San sighed, was silent for a moment and said, okay, but I want to ask you one thing. I hope you can give me the right guidance. Tang Yuehua said softly, tell me if possible. I am happy to give you the right guidance. Tang San said, Aunt, I actually have another martial soul. This secret was only known by Yu Xiaogang and Tang Hao. Both of them told him not to let anyone know, but Tang San felt that Tang Yuehua had no ill will towards him and he really wanted to get a clear answer from her, so he ignored Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang's instructions and told her the secret was posed to Tang Yuehua. There is another martial soul. Xiao San, you have a twin martial soul? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San in surprise. Your other martial soul is the clear sky hammer? Tang San nodded and said, it is the clear sky hammer. As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand and the dark clear sky hammer appeared in his hand and the room immediately became a little depressing. It is the clear sky hammer. Xiao San, I didn't expect you to have an extremely rare twin martial soul. Your talent is stronger than I thought. Tang Yuehua said, is the question you want to ask me related to the twin martial souls? Tang San said, yes. My father and teacher both told me not to oppose the clear sky hammer and not to add rings to the clear sky hammer. Do you think I should listen to them? Tang Yuehua took a deep look at Tang San and said lightly, your father will naturally not harm you. I don't know your teacher, but he should have no ill intentions. It's right not to add rings to the clear sky hammer. Tang Yuehua now has the cultivation of a soul saint, but he hides it very well, preparing to give a surprise to the people of the clear sky sect one day. His knowledge and understanding of martial souls is much stronger than before. After all, there is too much information to read. In addition to reading books, Wang Shenmeng also taught her a lot. She still has some understanding of twin martial souls. The biggest advantage of twin martial souls is that they can have twice as many spirit rings as others. These spirit rings can greatly improve the strength of spirit masters. Not only does it mean a lot more spirit skills, but it will also comprehensively improve the physical strength of spirit masters. And when you cultivate your blue silver grass martial soul to a high level, when you add rings to the clear sky hammer, you can start directly from 10,000 years. When you add 10,000 year spirit rings to your clear sky hammer, you can imagine how terrifying the benefits will be. So that's it. Tang San had heard the master talk about it in bits and pieces before, and now he heard the same argument again and he understood it more clearly. Tang Yuehua said, regarding your second doubt, I can also tell you clearly that even if your twin spirits are opposed, it is not a big deal. Your father thought that you are the son of Haoshan Douluo or some secret, but in fact in the eyes of those big forces your life experience has never been a secret. Tang San's face changed slightly. What about my father's enemies? Tang Yuehua frowned and shook her head and said, your father's enemy is the Spirit Hall. He unilaterally hates the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall wants to attack you, do you think you can stand here? As long as you don't go against the Spirit Hall, you will be fine. The matter is over. After all, it is the grudge of the previous generation. The previous pope is dead and the Haoshan sect has paid a heavy price. If you want to kill your father, you should have killed him back then and he would not have survived until now. But after your father came back, he went against the Spirit spirit hall again. This is a very dangerous thing. You should not get involved. Tang San hurriedly said, "Aunt, don't worry, even if it's because of you I will not go against the spirit hall." He thought of Xiao Wu again and he didn't know what it felt like in his heart, but Xiao Wu had already become someone else's shape. He asked himself, even if he took Xiao Wu back, could he go back to the past? Xiao Wu doesn't love herself at all. Thinking of all this, Tang San's nails pinched into his palm again. He took a deep breath and said, "That is to say, I can use the clear sky hammer openly without having to hide it for fear of others knowing it." Tang Yuehua smiled lightly. "Your understanding is correct. If you are worried that people will be afraid of you because of your e-posed talent and want to get rid of you, then there is no need to worry. Although the twin martial spirit talent is indeed very good, it is not to the point where people are afraid of you and dare not let you grow." Tang San felt a little uncomfortable, as if this underestimated him, but this was a good thing. It turned out that all the worries were unnecessary and there was no need to be nervous all the time in the future. After chatting for a while, Tang San got up and said goodbye after lunch and soon returned to Tiandi Royal Academy. Everyone gathered together to discuss tomorrow's enemy tactic. Yu Xiaogang said, "What I mean is that Davis doesn't have to play tomorrow. He is the biggest trump card in our team and should not be used in such a meaningless game. With Dai Mubai here, there is no shortage of strong attacking soul masters. Davis should be saved for the real competition." Flanders said, "If Davis doesn't play, there is no guarantee of winning against Blazing Academy. Although this is not a formal competition, there are no fewer eyes watching. If we lose, the consequences will be disastrous." Yu Xiaogang sneered, "We have 4 soul masters. I really can't think of how we can lose. If we can't even beat Blazing Academy with such strength, then we can only say that our students are too useless. Adding a Soul King, Davis will not achieve much in the competition." Everyone looked unhappy. Qin Ming said, "Although what the master said is not entirely unreasonable, I still don't recommend doing this. I have seen the students of Blazing Fire Academy. Their individual strength may not be very strong, but they are all fire attribute spirit masters and they must have some ability to enhance each other. Don't be fooled by their superficial strength, but I think it will be difficult for us to win without Davis. Don't forget our control spirit master Tang San. His martial spirit blue silver grass is completely defeated by fire. Without the control system in the middle, the team can only play half of its overall strength." Everyone's face changed drastically. Yu Xiaogang also kept silent and finally decided to go all out. Anyway, Davis and Dai Mubai's spirit skills are almost the same. Dai Mubai's information has been e-posed and Davis has almost revealed his true colors. There is no point in hiding it. The NET morning, 8 people from Blazing Fire Academy including teachers took a carriage to Tiandi Royal Academy, so not walking is mainly to save energy. During the competition, the slightest difference may lead to completely different result. In order to keep everyone in peak condition, it is necessary to ride in a carriage. Wang Shenmeng also took Shueke to the Heaven Do Empire in the Emperor's 8-horse carriage. Accompanying him, in addition to hundreds of ceremonial guards and Forbidden Palace guards, there are also several members of the Royal Worship Hall including Ghost Leopard and Demon Bear Douluo. These are the ones Wang Shenmeng transferred from the Spirit Hall to support the Royal Worship Group. The Dignified Empire Worship Group does not even have a titled Douluo, which is too shabby. Therefore he transferred several titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall at once. Anyway, these people have nothing to do in the Spirit City, so it doesn't matter where they practice. Adding Poison Douluo Dugabo, the high-end combat power nominally belonging to the Empire, immediately exceeded 99% of the forces, and Heaven Do City became the gathering place of strong people second only to the Spirit City.